In the vast cultivation world of the Wu Kingdom, the path to immortality is cruel and endless. Countless geniuses fall into dust before ever touching the heavens. Lin Changqing, a mere second-level Qi training cultivator in Blackwater Market, was long considered a failure. 30 years in this world, his dreams of immortality buried beneath mediocrity and despair. But when the heavens opened their eyes, fate smiled upon him. A mysterious immortal cultivation simulator awakened within his soul. Every simulation was a lifetime. Every death, a new chance to learn. Every breakthrough in the simulation became real. 5 seconds of simulation. And his realm leaped forward. 10 days later. When a golden core demoness descended to slaughter the city. A hand that could blot out the sun appeared in the sky. "You look good," Lin Changqing said coldly, his eyes indifferent as the void. "Come and warm my bed." The heavens trembled. The earth bowed. A nascent soul cultivator had been born. After only 10 days. From then on, every simulation rewrote destiny itself. The mortal who once struggled at the bottom of the Qi refining world would rise step by step, crushing demons, shaking sects, and defying the very Tao of heaven itself. Chapter 1 Simulation. You scattered cultivators can follow my foundation establishment Wang family to participate in the Golden Sun Mystic Realm in 4 days. My Wang family only wants the internal opportunities. The external opportunities of the Mystic Realm can be taken by you scattered cultivators. Blackwater Market. Inside a small, dim wooden house, Lin Changqing looked at a black token in his hand and sighed deeply. This black token is the qualification certificate issued by the Foundation Establishment Wang family to go to the Golden Sun Mystic Realm. Yesterday, the Foundation Establishment Wang family recruited scattered cultivators in the market to explore the Golden Sun Mystic Realm. He signed up. Entering the Golden Sun Mystic Realm at the second level of Qi training like me is a narrow escape from death, but I am not willing. Lin Changqing clenched his hands. He had traveled to this world for 30 years, and he was really unwilling to stay at the second level of Qi training for the rest of his life. He was originally a working man on Blue Star, who accidentally traveled to this world. He has been in this world for 30 years, still lingering at the second level of Qi training, so he is not willing. This time, he plans to risk his life to enter the Golden Sun Mystic Realm, just to gamble on his life and fight for a breakthrough opportunity. I'll warm up the wooden profound sword again. In 3 days, it will be a battle of life and death. Lin Changqing sat back on the bed and took out a cyan sword from the storage bag. This is a low-grade magic weapon that he saved spiritual stones for more than 10 years to buy. It is his strongest attack method now. Ha! What is this? 10 minutes later, Lin Changqing was warming the wooden profound sword with his own wood attribute spiritual energy when he suddenly noticed a dark blue panel appearing in front of him. And gradually, a line of text was updated on this panel. Immortal Cultivation Simulator is loading. Loading successful. Do you want to start the simulation? Simulator? My cheat is here. Looking at the text on the panel in front of him, Lin Changqing suddenly felt his heart beating. He had read countless novels in his previous life, so he naturally knew about simulators. This is also a classic cheat for the protagonists of novels. It's just that most of the novels he read in his previous life were romance simulation novels. This is a world of immortal cultivation. What's the use of simulation? Never mind, I'll know after I try it. Shaking his head, Lin Changqing used his mind to click on the panel and confirm to start the simulation. Start simulation. Time, Taishu calendar 3:30, March 11th. Location, Blackwater. Market. Today is the 3rd year you have come to Blackwater Market. You are still at the second level of Qi training. Unwilling, you decided to participate in a Mystic Realm adventure in 3 days. Tonight, you are warming the wooden profound sword, preparing for the Mystic Realm in 3 days. Is this a simulation based on my own real experience? Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes. Lines of text flashed on the panel, and he seemed to see scenes. The character in the picture is himself, doing the same actions as he just did, warming the wooden profound sword in a small house. This kind of text simulation game is like watching a 3D movie. 3 days later, the time to open the Mystic Realm has arrived. You follow the Wang family and a group of scattered cultivators into the Golden Sun Mystic Realm. This time, the leader of the Wang family is a Qi training 10th level perfection character named Black Flame Daoist. After entering the Golden Sun Mystic Realm, you find yourself in a group of scattered cultivators in a deep mountain and dense forest. The environment is very gloomy. Black Flame Daoist divides you 200 scattered cultivators into 10 teams, and asks you to explore the way ahead. Just entering the Mystic Realm, the unknown environment is very dangerous. Exploring the way may be a narrow escape from death. Faced with the request of Black Flame Daoist, you choose A. Refuse. B. Accept. Lin Changqing did not hesitate and directly chose option B to accept. When he signed up yesterday, he was mentally prepared. These scattered cultivators like himself entered the Mystic Realm to be used by the Wang family to explore the way and be used as consumables. But there is no way. This Golden Sun Mystic Realm was discovered by a Foundation establishment ancestor of the Wang family, and the spiritual stones to open the Mystic Realm were also provided by the Wang family. It is said that there are many elixirs in the outer part of this Mystic Realm that can allow low-level Qi training cultivators to break through, and even heavenly materials and earthly treasures like Kai Ling grass. Taking one can directly break through to the 5th level of Qi training. The Wang family also promised that as long as these scattered cultivators clear the way for the Wang family, the opportunities obtained from the outside can be taken by these scattered cultivators according to their abilities, and the Wang family will not want them. If you want to enter the Mystic Realm opened by others, you always have to pay a price. Lin Changqing understands this principle. You choose to accept Black Flame Daoist's request. You are assigned to the 4th team. A scarred-faced scattered cultivator at the 4th level of Qi training is arranged to be the captain of the 4th team. 2 hours passed. The mortality rate is very alarming. You and a group of scattered cultivators are exploring the way ahead. Some demon beasts will jump out of the deep mountain and dense forest from time to time. A large number of scattered cultivators die tragically soon, but the Wang family is indifferent. The law enforcement team members of the Wang family are urging you to go ahead and explore the way. Another hour passed. The 4th team you are in discovered a cave. The people of the Wang family signaled you to go to this cave to explore the way. You take a deep breath, and with fear of the unknown, follow the Captain Scarface into this cave. As soon as you enter the cave, a 3-meter-high black giant tiger rushes over. The black giant tiger spits out a ball of black evil energy. The 4 people in the front died on the spot. You are in the 5th position in the team. After 4 people died, the power of the black evil energy was greatly reduced. It also hit you. You were lucky enough not to die, but were seriously injured and vomited several mouthfuls of blood. 2 minutes later, this black giant tiger was killed by the Wang family law enforcement team members who rushed over. The black giant tiger is a peak demon beast at the 4th level of Qi training. Inside the cave, there are several broken magic weapons and some elixirs. The Wang family law enforcement team members don't like them, so they let you surviving scattered cultivators divide them. Scarface took the lead in picking and took the best things in the cave. You got a bottle of Qi gathering pills. Seriously injured, you can no longer go to explore the way. You and several other scattered cultivators with serious injuries stay in the cave to recuperate. 2 hours later, you see scattered cultivators who explored the way ahead returning one after another. It is said that not long ago, the Wang family found an internal cave and obtained a major opportunity. You can leave the Mystic Realm. You drag your seriously injured body, take this bottle of Qi gathering pills, walk out of the Mystic Realm and return home. Relying on the Qi gathering pills, you successfully break through to the 3rd level of Qi training. 2.5 years later, you died. Although you broke through, the serious injury from the black evil energy that time has not been cured, and you eventually died. The simulation failed. Is this the real ending of my future trip to the Mystic Realm? Seeing the scenes evolved from the text on the panel in front of him, especially seeing the scene of his final death, Lin Changqing was silent for a long time. He did get a breakthrough opportunity in this mystic realm, but unfortunately he died 2 years later.
Could it be that this simulation cheat is to let me avoid some risks in the future?
The reason why I was seriously injured and died this time is because I was in the 5th position in the team.
The mystic realm will be opened in 3 days.
When I enter this cave, I can stand at the back of the team, so I can avoid serious injuries. Lin Changqing rubbed his chin.
He was thinking about the role of his golden finger.
It seems like it is to avoid some risks in the future in advance. This simulator will display the simulation process through text simulation. The simulation process will simulate a real experience of the immortal cultivation world for the host himself. Regardless of whether the simulation ends or fails, the cultivation level of the simulator in the text simulation can be fed back to reality. Settlement of this simulation reward: in this simulation, your cultivation level has been raised to the 3rd level of Qi training. Therefore, you get the reward, 3rd level of Qi training.
Remaining simulation times, 4 times.
Lines of text were updated on the panel again, and after the line of text about settling the simulation reward appeared, Lin Changqing suddenly felt a strange force entering his body from the void. In an instant, he went from the 2nd level of Qi training to the 3rd level of Qi training.
I'm at the 3rd level of Qi training?
Feeling the breakthrough in his cultivation, Lin Changqing swallowed hard, repeatedly looking at the line of text on the panel.
Whether the simulation is successful or not, the cultivation gained during the simulation will be reflected in reality. This cheat is too OP.
Lin Changqing took 2 deep breaths. The cultivation from the simulation could actually be reflected in reality.
Doesn't this mean that in the future, he can just play a text-based simulation game at home, and his cultivation will skyrocket? Besides, how long did that one simulation take just now? It seemed like only 5 or 6 seconds, right? Lin Changqing's current mood was one of immense excitement.
His golden finger was far more powerful than he had initially guessed.
Using a simulator to avoid future risks still requires risking oneself, right? But now, there's no need.
He can just stay at home, close the door, lie on the bed, and simulate like playing a game in his previous life. Moreover, he discovered another heaven-defying
aspect of this simulator. This is a simulation, he's not afraid of death.
As long as he simulates enough times, he's practically an immortal being, which means he can repeatedly learn from his mistakes in the simulation. His cultivation will eventually improve through repeated trial and error. There's a saying in the novel Shrouding the Heavens: even a pig can become an immortal if it cultivates for 2 million years. The most difficult thing in life is actually trial and error. Many people only have one chance in their entire lives. But now, this simulator is giving me countless opportunities to restart my life.
Lin Changqing clenched his fist. He thought about many things, the various hardships of the past 30 years.
At this moment, he suddenly thought of a saying.
The future is promising. Do you want to start the 2nd simulation? Confirm. Starting simulation. Lin Changqing, filled with anticipation, began his 2nd simulation.
You have been reborn with the cultivation of the 3rd level of Qi training from the previous simulation.
Your next choice is
A. Still go to the Golden Sun secret realm to explore opportunities, but there is a risk of death.
B. Honestly stay at home and cultivate. Lin Changqing chose it without hesitation.
At the same time, the appearance of the first line of simulation text confirmed a guess he had.
This simulation is indeed linked to his real self.
Now that he has reached the 3rd level of Qi training, he also has the cultivation of the 3rd level of Qi training in the simulation.
You chose to go to the Golden Sun secret realm.
3 days later, the secret realm opened, and you and a group of rogue cultivators followed the Wang family inside.
After entering the secret realm, Taoist Black Fire divided you into 10 teams.
You were still assigned to the 4th team, but unlike last time, due to your cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi training, you became the vice-captain of the 4th team.
The Wang family's law enforcement team began urging you rogue cultivators to scout the way for them.
Based on the experience of the last simulation, you deliberately stayed at the back of the 4th team.
No one dared to say anything to you.
After all, you were the vice-captain. At the 3rd level of Qi training, and your strength in the fourth team was second only to Scarface. You could choose any position you wanted, and no one would dare to speak up. 3 hours passed, and you reached the turning point of your previous life, the cave of the Black Demon Tiger. Just like last time, the fourth team entered the cave, the Black Demon Tiger appeared, and the first 4 people died, while the fifth was seriously injured. Because of the experience from the last simulation, you were at the back of the team and successfully avoided the Black Demon Tiger's attack. After 2 minutes, the Wang family's law enforcement team arrived and killed the Black Demon Tiger. The Wang family's law enforcement team member was at the 6th level of Qi training and looked down on the broken magical artifacts and pills in the cave. He told you surviving rogue cultivators to divide them up. As before, the captain, Scarface, chose first, taking the best items. However, unlike last time, when you were seriously injured and could only pick the leftovers in the cave, ultimately obtaining only a bottle of Qi-gathering pills. This time, as the vice-captain, with the cultivation of the 3rd level of Qi training, and without being seriously injured, you were ranked behind Scarface to choose. You took a broken magical artifact, a black small sword, and 5 bottles of Qi-gathering pills. This harvest was several times better than last time. You were happy, knowing that with these 5 bottles of Qi-gathering pills, you could break through to the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training. As long as you could find some more pills, you could gather enough resources to break through to the 4th level of Qi training. The next half hour went smoothly. Your team found another cave, which contained a demon beast at the 3rd level of Qi training. You and Scarface worked together to kill it, and you obtained another 5 bottles of Qi-gathering pills. Good. Lin Changqing clenched his fist excitedly as he watched the text on the panel update. With the pills obtained in the secret realm, he now had enough to break through to the 4th level of Qi training. I wonder if I can find an opportunity to break through to the 5th level of Qi training. It is said that the secret realm contains spirit opening grass, which, when consumed, can allow one to break through to the 5th level of Qi training, and even reach the peak of the 5th level. Lin Changqing's eyes showed anticipation as he continued to watch the panel update. After another hour, your luck was not as good as last time. You did not find any caves. At this moment, you heard that the second team had discovered a cave in the west and obtained spirit opening grass inside. You secretly thought to yourself that you would ask a member of the second team later where they found the cave, so that you could go straight there to get the spirit opening grass in the next simulation. After another hour, the exploration of the secret realm ended. The Wang family's law enforcement team found a major opportunity in an internal cave. You saw radiant light and rich spiritual energy emanating from the depths of the dense forest. After a while, you saw the returning Wang family members, and the leading Taoist Black Fire was filled with joy and excitement. You couldn't help but wonder what treasure the Wang family had obtained. Something that could excite someone at the peak of the 10th level of Qi training. Could it be that the major opportunity the Wang family obtained is a treasure that can help with foundation establishment? Lin Changqing pondered, feeling that this was very likely. After all, Taoist Black Fire had already reached the peak of the 10th level of Qi training, and the only thing that could excite him should be something related to foundation establishment. The Golden Sun secret realm ended. You found a member of the second team and asked where they found the spirit opening grass. That person did not hesitate and told you directly. After all, they had already obtained the opportunity, so what harm was there in telling you? Moreover, he spoke with a hint of boasting. After obtaining the location of the cave with the spirit opening grass, you returned home. Relying on the 10 bottles of Qi gathering pills, you successfully broke through to the 4th level of Qi training within 5 days. Now that you have reached the 4th level of Qi training, you have the following choices. A. Stay at home and cultivate. B. Go out and train. C. Go to the inner city of Blackwater Market to seek further opportunities for breakthrough. Going out to train with my current cultivation is just courting death. I'll go directly to the inner city. Lin Changqing directly chose option C. Although Blackwater Market is said to be a market, it actually covers a vast area, comparable to a huge city, with hundreds of thousands of cultivators, divided into outer and inner cities. The inner city has all kinds of secret realm-related information. It is easier to find opportunities for breakthrough there. Many foundation establishment families, and even true core families, have stationed branches in the inner city.
You chose to go to the inner city of Blackwater Market.
As soon as you entered the inner city, you saw various families and sects recruiting people to go to secret realms. You even saw the city lord's faction recruiting people, offering generous conditions, but unfortunately, the minimum requirement was the 5th level of chi training.
Actually, going to the city lord's faction would be the best choice. They's good, and as a rogue cultivator, going to the city lord's faction is the best choice, Lin Changqing thought. The city lord of Blackwater Market is Fairy Neon Skirt. This Fairy Neon Skirt is the person who founded Blackwater Market, with a middle core formation cultivation level, and is well known in the western part of Wu Kingdom. Because this fairy was once a rogue cultivator herself, she takes care of rogue cultivators. The City Lord's faction does not treat rogue cultivators as consumables for exploring secret realms, like the Wang family. The City Lord's faction genuinely offers Generusto rogue cultivators. Unfortunately, his cultivation is not high enough. For 3 consecutive days, you haven't had much success in the inner city.
Many foundation establishment families and sects are recruiting rogue cultivators to higher level secret realms these days, which require at least the 7th level of chi training to enter. Secret realms like the Golden Sun Secret Realm, which can be entered at the 1st level of chi training, are rare.
However, you are not discouraged and can wait patiently.
You will eventually find a secret realm like the Golden Sun Secret Realm that even low-level chi training cultivators can enter.
1 day later, you died.
That night, a large number of unknown cultivators attacked the inner city of Blackwater Market.
Most of them were dressed in black, with lotus flowers embroidered on their chests.
The inner city was engulfed in flames and quickly breached by these people.
You fought desperately, but were casually killed by an old man in red. Resisting at the mere 4th level of chi training? Remember my name, I am Old Devil Hongshan. The last scene is a short, red-clad old man with a baleful aura. He exudes the power of foundation establishment, casually slapping Lin Changqing to death like a bug. Old Devil Hongshan, so this is the end.
Looking at the final line of text displayed on the panel, Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes.
He didn't expect to die in such a way. A wave of emotion stirred within him.
He had heard of Old Devil Hongshan's name, a well-known foundation establishment late-stage cultivator and an elder of the Heavenly Devil sect. Moreover, the panel showed that most of the cultivators attacking the market were dressed in black, with black lotuses embroidered on their clothes, which were the uniforms of the Heavenly Devil sect.
The Heavenly Devil sect is going to attack in 10 days? Lin Changqing's face showed worry. Blackwater Market is located in Qingzhou, Wu Kingdom.
The city lord, Fairy Nishang, has a core formation mid-stage cultivation and is considered one of the top forces in Qingzhou. But this is nothing compared to the Heavenly Devil sect. The Heavenly Devil sect is the overlord of Qingzhou, Wu Kingdom, with several core formation experts.
The sect leader, the She-Devil Qiaoyue, even has a core formation late-stage cultivation.
If the Heavenly Devil sect attacks Blackwater Market, Fairy Nishang, with only a core formation mid-stage cultivation, will definitely not be able to withstand it.
When the nest is overturned, can the eggs remain intact?
If the Heavenly Devil sect attacks in 10 days, can his safety be guaranteed?
Just like in this simulation, he was casually slapped to death by Old Devil Hongshan.
Wait, if the Heavenly Devil sect attacks Blackwater Market in 10 days, why was I fine in the first simulation?
In the first simulation, I lived for 2.5 years.
Lin Changqing suddenly realized that the 2 simulations were different.
The first simulation didn't mention the Heavenly Devil sect attacking Blackwater Market. Moreover, he seemed to have lived for 2.5 years.
This proves that in the first simulation, he survived the Heavenly Devil sect's attack that occurred 10 days later.
Could this be related to the simulation location?
This time, I chose to go to the inner city, and the Heavenly Devil sect happened to be attacking the inner city.
Last time, I stayed in the outer city the whole time, so I escaped?
Lin Changqing felt that this was possible.
But even if he hides in the outer city, can he avoid the Heavenly Devil sect's attack in 10 days?
Lin Changqing still felt a sense of crisis in his heart.
The Heavenly Devil sect attacking Blackwater Market is not a good sign.
Openly attacking a market town with a core formation expert is a sign that the Heavenly Devil sect has dispatched at least one core formation expert, or even that She-Devil Choyue, who has a core formation late-stage cultivation, has personally arrived.
This may foreshadow the future chaos in the Qingzhou cultivation world of Wu Kingdom.
Lin Changqing had heard people talking a few days ago that the righteous and demonic paths of Qingzhou, which had been at peace for thousands of years, had been restless these past 2 days. Perhaps the Heavenly Devil sect's attack on Blackwater Market in 10 days is a sign that the demonic path can't hold back any longer and is taking the lead in starting a war. In these 10 days, I must quickly improve my strength. Lin Changqing turned his gaze to the panel in front of him again. The cultivation world of Qingzhou in the future is likely to be very chaotic, and he must improve his strength to protect his life. He just doesn't know what level he can raise his cultivation to in these 10 days using the simulator. Settlement of this simulation reward, 4th level of Qi training cultivation. The panel began to settle the rewards for the second simulation. Instantly, Lin Changqing felt a force from the void merge into his body, and his cultivation improved again, reaching the 4th level of Qi training.
Remaining simulation times, 3. Start the next simulation?
Lin Changqing confirmed the start of the next simulation on the panel with his mind, and then the panel began to flash lines of text again. You have been reborn with the 4th level of Qi training from the previous time. Your choice is the same as last time, and you still choose to enter the Golden Sun secret realm to explore. 3 days later, you and a group of rogue cultivators follow the Wang family into the secret realm. After entering the secret realm, Taoist Blackfire divides you rogue cultivators into 10 teams to explore the way for the Wang family. Due to your 4th level of Qi training cultivation, you have become the captain of the 4th team. Scarface has been transferred to the 10th team as captain. The previous captain of the 10th team was at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training. The improvement in your cultivation has caused some small changes in some people's trajectories. As the captain of the 4th team, you have greater autonomy. Now you have the following choices. A. Slowly lead the 4th team to explore the cave and wait for the opportunity. B. Lead the 4th team straight to the cave where the spirit opening grass is hidden.
Lin Changqing chose option A. He knew which cave the spirit opening grass was hidden in. But now is not the best time to retrieve it.
It is unwise to go directly to the cave where the spirit opening grass is hidden now. Now, the 10 teams of rogue cultivators and some Wang family law enforcement team members are all mixed together. If he takes the spirit opening grass, he will inevitably have a dispute with the rogue cultivators of other teams. He has to wait slowly for an hour or two, until the 10 teams gradually disperse in this dense forest, and then he can go and retrieve it alone. As long as I get the spirit opening grass, I can directly reach the peak of the 5th level of Qi training.
Lin Changqing looked at the panel with anticipation. You chose option A, slowly exploring. 3 hours later, the 4th team you are in once again enters the Black Fiend Tiger's cave. The process is the same as the previous few times. You hide in the back, and after 2 minutes, the Wang family law enforcement team members come to kill the Fiend Tiger. The biggest difference from the last time is that this time you have the right to prioritize the spoils. You enjoyed the treatment that Scarface had the previous 2 times. You picked out 10 bottles of Qi gathering pills and 2 broken middle-grade magical artifacts. It's good to have improved my cultivation. The harvest is much richer than the last simulation. Looking at the scene simulated by the panel, Lin Changqing nodded in satisfaction as he took away the best batch of things. Moreover, he knew that this was an appetizer, and there was a big prize, the spirit opening grass, waiting for him to take. Another hour passed. At this time, the 10 rogue cultivator teams exploring the way gradually separated, and the Wang family team members supervising you also began to walk towards the interior of the dense forest. It is said that the Wang family has made some discoveries inside. You know that this time the Wang family's discovery may be related to the major treasure that made Taoist Blackfire show joy and excitement. Now you have the following choices. A. Take advantage of the fact that everyone is separated and go directly to the cave of the spirit opening grass, take out the spirit opening grass, and break through to the peak of the 5th level of Qi training. B. Secretly follow the Wang family law enforcement team members to the interior of the dense forest to see what is the treasure that makes Taoist Blackfire show joy and excitement. Lin Chongqing chose option A, directly heading to the spirit opening grass cave. Option B is unnecessary right now. Even if he followed the Wang family's people to the depths of the dense forest and saw that treasure, he wouldn't be able to snatch it. The Wang family's Blackfire Taoist is at the 10th level of Qi training. It's better to first get the spirit opening grass in this simulation, slowly raise his cultivation level, and then plan for this treasure in the next simulation. He heard that, this time entering the Golden Sun secret realm, in addition to recruiting low-level rogue cultivators like them, the Wang family also recruited some rogue cultivators at the 7th or 8th level of Qi training. These high-level Qi training rogue cultivators still have some status, they don't need to scout the way for the Wang family, and they all follow beside the Blackfire Taoist, waiting to explore the internal caves. As long as he reaches the 7th level of Qi training in this simulation, he can justifiably follow the Wang family into the internal caves in the next simulation. So, option B is unnecessary. You chose option A and entered the spirit opening grass cave. You randomly made up a reason, told Team 4 to wait for you in place, and then you went alone to the cave where the spirit opening grass was hidden. You didn't plan to take Team 4 with you, the fewer people who know about the treasure, the better. Half an hour later, according to the location that the member of Team 2 told you in the previous simulation, you found the cave where the spirit opening grass was hidden. There is a 4th level Qi training demon beast inside. You spent half an hour killing it, walked into the depths of the cave, and you saw the spirit opening grass. It is a jade-like fairy grass with all kinds of spiritual energy lingering around it. With excitement on your face, you carefully harvested it and put it into your storage bag. With this spirit opening grass, you can directly reach the peak of the 5th level of Qi training, only one step away from the 6th level of Qi training. Another half an hour passed, the Wang family obtained a major opportunity in the internal cave of the dense forest, the secret realm ended, and you returned to your home with the spirit opening grass. 5 days later, with the help of the spirit opening grass, you reached the peak of the 5th level of Qi training. You, at the 5th level of Qi training, are faced with the following choices. A. Hiding at home to cultivate. B. Going out for experience. C. Going to the inner city of Blackwater Market to seek opportunities for further breakthroughs. C can't be chosen. Lin Chongqing rubbed his chin, thinking about the options given by the panel. In the last simulation, he chose option C to go to the inner city. But after the last simulation, he knew that the heavenly demon sect would attack the inner city in 5 days, so he couldn't choose option C this time. Option B, going out for experience, is also not feasible. The heavenly demon sect attacking Blackwater Market may mean that the war between the righteous and demonic paths is about to begin again. For a small fry like him at the 5th level of Qi training, going out for experience now is like courting death. It's better to hide at home in the outer city to cultivate. According to the experience in the first simulation, he, hiding in the outer city, avoided the heavenly demon sect's attack 10 days later. You chose option A, hiding at home to cultivate. You cultivated at your home in the outer city, and a few days passed peacefully. On the night of the 5th day, you heard a loud noise in the night sky. A tragic battle occurred in the inner city. You knew that the heavenly demon sect had attacked. You remained vigilant, took out the wooden profound sword, and prepared for battle at any time, guarding against the possibility of disciples of the heavenly demon sect coming to the outer city. Fortunately, nothing happened overnight. Perhaps the people of the heavenly demon sect put all their energy into the inner city, and had no time to pay attention to you outer city trash. Day broke, and the sounds of fighting and killing in the inner city gradually weakened. You vaguely heard a cold voice roaring and a majestic female voice sneering disdainfully. You knew that this was probably the heavenly demon sect master, the autumn moon female demon, and the city lord, the rainbow skirt fairy, fighting. Another hour passed, all the sounds of battle weakened, the rainbow skirt fairy was defeated and seriously injured. The heavenly demon sect looted a large number of treasures in the inner city, and then swaggered away. When the heavenly demon sect retreated, they also attacked the outer city. With mocking eyes, some Foundation establishment elders casually waved attacks at the bottom, and a single blow destroyed a large number of houses and killed people. You heard countless screams, from infants to the elderly. While worrying about your own safety, you also felt a sense of anger. For the first time, you had a deep understanding of what a demonic sect is. Lin Chongqing took 2 deep breaths. There was unbearable pain in his eyes. Although the text simulated by the panel was only a few short lines, infants and the elderly died tragically. But he could see one tragic scene after another, seeing those heavenly demon sect people killing with grinning faces. In his previous life, the sentence most liked by some people who considered themselves more awake and more knowledgeable than others was, "A hypocrite is not as good as a true villain. Does the righteous path necessarily mean justice?" Lin Chongqing sneered at this sentence in his previous life. The righteous path may not be just, but the demonic path must be beasts who don't treat people as people. You can say that the righteous path is hypocritical, they pretend. But no matter how hypocritical and pretentious such a righteous path is, it will not randomly slaughter weak cultivators. Sometimes, in order to maintain the reputation of the righteous path, they will even help the weak. You can say that these righteous people are pretentious and hypocritical. But they have done good deeds. You don't care what they think in their hearts, judge actions, not intentions. In 10 days, these human tragedies are about to really happen. Can I stop it? Lin Chongqing suddenly had a desire in his heart. He wanted to gain enough power in these 10 days of simulation to stop the human tragedy 10 days later. This is not being a saint, but the heart of a person, the heart of him, Lin Chongqing. Even beasts have the instinct to sympathize with their own kind. Lin Chongqing continued to look at the panel. He had a different feeling. Before he simply wanted to improve his cultivation, now he felt that something was added. You survived luckily. The direction of the heavenly demon sect's retreat was northward, and the house you were in was southward. You vaguely understood why you survived the first simulation. One day later, you heard some news from the inner city. The heavenly demon sect's attack on Blackwater Market this time may have been for a certain treasure in the hands of the Rainbow Skirt Fairy. In last night's battle, that treasure was snatched away by the Autumn Moon female demon. The inner city also suffered heavy losses. The spirit beast shops and spirit pill shops of some Foundation establishment families and true core sects in the inner city were all looted. It can be said that the heavenly demon sect's attack on Blackwater Market was a complete victory. After another day, more news came out about the outside world. It turned out that this time, not only Blackwater Market was attacked, but the 7 demonic sects of Qingzhou also launched attacks on the 7 markets of the Righteous Path's territory at the same time. The Rainbow Skirt Fairy was considered lucky. This time she was only seriously injured, not dead. Even some golden core true persons died in the other attacked markets. Everyone knew what this meant. The chaotic era of the Qingzhou cultivation world was about to begin. The war between the righteous and demonic paths was about to begin. As expected, 2 days later, the seriously injured Rainbow Skirt Fairy showed up. She announced that the war between the righteous and demonic paths was about to begin. The City Lord's mansion will lower the requirements and recruit a large number of law enforcement team members. These law enforcement team members will be responsible for the war against the demonic path. Every demonic path person killed earns a contribution point. With contribution points, you can exchange for breakthrough pills, all kinds of magical artifacts and spirit beasts, and even, as long as you have enough contribution points, you can exchange for Foundation establishment pills. At the same time, Fairy Nishime also announced that this war with the demonic path was not something that Blackwater Fortress was resisting alone. All the sects and families of the Azure Province Righteous Alliance would participate in this war against the demonic path. Faced with Fairy Nishime's call for law enforcement team members to deal with demonic path individuals, your choice is A. Refuse, stay at home and cultivate slowly. What demonic path? Demonic path, it has nothing to do with me. Let the demonic path kill people as they please. B. Accept, join the law enforcement team, become a demon exterminating law enforcement team member, and exchange the heads of every demonic path brat for contribution points. Which option to choose? Lin Chongqing did not hesitate and directly chose option B. Participating in the war between the righteous path and the demonic path was not just a matter of considering it from a moral standpoint. Choosing option B would also help him quickly improve his cultivation in this simulation. He had inferior wood spiritual roots.
According to his talent, if he didn't have any other resources, even after decades of cultivation, he would probably only break through one level and be stuck at the 6th level of Qi training. After the 6th level of Qi training is the 7th level of Qi training, which is the late stage of Qi training. Every cultivator who reaches the 7th level of Qi training will experience a qualitative breakthrough.
But correspondingly, it is also
extremely difficult to break through, requiring a relatively high level of talent and resources.
This was not something he could break through by cultivating in seclusion.
But if he joined the law enforcement team, he would have the hope of obtaining a large amount of cultivation resources. He knew about the contribution points that Fairy Nishang mentioned. They could be exchanged for various rare cultivation resources in the City Lord's Mansion's treasury, including Foundation Establishment pills. The City Lord's Mansion's treasury also had breakthrough pills for breaking through from the 6th level of Qi training to the 7th level of Qi training. Normally, contribution points were extremely difficult to obtain, requiring a significant contribution to Blackwater Fortress. But now, during the war between the righteous and demonic paths, one contribution point could be obtained for killing a single member of the demonic path. The war between the righteous and demonic paths was both a crisis and an opportunity. If he seized this opportunity in the war between the righteous and demonic paths, he believed that the outcome of this simulation would definitely not be just stopping at the 6th level of Qi training. You have chosen option B and accepted the City Lord's Mansion's call. The next day, you went to the inner city to sign up to join the law enforcement team. Due to your peak 5th level of Qi training cultivation, you were assigned as the captain of a certain team, in charge of 30 loose cultivators.
Blackwater Fortress is located in Blackwater County of Azure Province.
Blackwater County has thousands of county towns and a population of several million. On the second day of becoming a law enforcement team member, you received a mission to go to Bayan Town in Blackwater County to kill a demonic path individual at the early stage of the 5th level of Qi training.
You accepted the mission and quickly went to Bayan Town.
Arriving at Bayan Town, you saw the demonic path individual grinning as he refined the Myriad Souls banner with the people of Bayan Town. Without saying a word, you directly attacked. Your peak 5th level of Qi training cultivation directly crushed him. Killing this demonic path individual at the 5th level of Qi training earned you 10 contribution points. The higher the cultivation level of the demonic path individual killed, the more contribution points you will receive. But after obtaining the contribution points, you did not feel much joy. Looking at the scene in Bayan Town, you fell into silence. New ghosts are annoyed and old ghosts cry, the sound of rain is wet and chirping, women cry in the fields, no chickens crow for thousands of miles, wild grass lies across white bones. Lin Changqing's fingers brushed over the text, and his eyes were filled with silence. With just a few words, he saw scenes of human tragedy. The demonic path people were refining the Myriad Souls banner in Bayan Town, wantonly killing people. It should have been an idyllic scene of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. At this moment, however, white bones were everywhere. Some women were crying while holding dead children, and some white-haired old men were burying several corpses with wooden eyes. The corpses were of various sizes, including his newly married son and his old wife who had been with him all his life. Looking at these scenes of human tragedy, Lin Changqing was speechless for a moment. He still underestimated the extent of the demonic path people's bestiality. Seeing the human tragedy in Bayan Town, you became even more determined to kill demonic path individuals. You began to frantically accept missions, no longer just for the sake of pure cultivation breakthroughs. In the year 330 of the Taishu era, on April 2, you received a mission to kill 2 demonic path individuals at the 4th level of Qi training in Baiqiu Town.
On April 9, you withdrew from Baiqiu Town. On the way through Urching Town, you
encountered a demonic path individual at the peak of the 5th level of Qi training.
After 3 hours of fighting, you managed to kill him.
On May 3, after a month or so of short-term healing, you set off again, accepted a mission, and went to Qingniu Town to kill demonic path individuals.
June 8, July 7, August 9, October 5, December.
In this way, after a year of exterminating demons, you accumulated a large number of contribution points and exchanged them for cultivation resources, successfully breaking through to the 6th level of Qi training. You, at the 6th level of Qi training, coupled with your excellent performance in exterminating demons over the past year, you were promoted to the captain of a squadron in the City Lord's Mansion. In the year 331 of the Taishu era, you continued to exterminate demons. The information recorded on the panel next was all like this. Lin Changqing received a mission in a certain month of a certain year and killed demonic path individuals. In the year 332 of the Taishu era, he killed a demonic path gang leader at the 6th level of Qi training in Qing'an County. In the year 338 of the Taishu era, he encountered a demonic path team in the western part of Blackwater County and killed them. In the year 339 of the Taishu era, he exterminated demons in Qingqiu County. In the year 342 of the Taishu era, he killed in Taishui Lake. In the year 345 of the Taishu era, he killed in Jinshui County. In the year 347 of the Taishu era. In this way, one kill after another, it was 30 years of exterminating demons. In the year 360 of the Taishu era, after 30 years of exterminating demons, you had a small reputation in Blackwater Fortress. In these 30 years, you killed a large number of demonic path individuals, accumulated a large number of contribution points, and exchanged them for many cultivation resources. Now you are at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training and are the captain of a large team, with more than 200 loose cultivators under your command. After 30 years of exterminating demons, you have changed from a young man with black hair to an old man with gray hair. Lin Changqing's fingers brushed over this line of text, and he saw an old man in green clothes. His face was full of wrinkles, and his figure was a little hunched. But his eyes had the vicissitudes of life and a soaring murderous aura, just like 30 years ago, when he was full of black hair. After seeing the tragic image of white bones and wild grass in Bayan Town, he developed a killing intent towards the demonic sect. In these 30 years, he killed countless demonic path individuals. There were many old injuries on his body, and his hair turned gray, which proved that his vitality was weakening. His body became hunched, which was 10 years ago when he was slashed in the back by a demonic path leader at the 10th level of Qi training. His body ached so much that he could not straighten his back. But these 30 years also allowed him to go from the 5th level of Qi training to the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, only one step away from the perfect 10th level of Qi training. In these 30 years, he saved countless people, and some people built temples for him and offered sacrifices to thank him for killing demonic path individuals. 30 years already. Seeing the scene in the text, Lin Changqing was a little dazed. The simulated scenes in the text were extremely real. It was as if he had really spent 30 years of exterminating demons in another time and space. You have been slaying demons for 30 years, which also marks the 30th year of the war between the righteous and the demonic. For the righteous path, these 30 years have been far from optimistic, with the demonic path generally holding the upper hand. Especially in Blackwater County, most of the towns and strongholds have fallen. Now, only 2 major cities remain in the hands of the righteous. Alliance. These 30 years have also been devastating for Blackwater Market. Originally, besides Fairy Rainbow Dress, who was in the mid-stage of core formation, the City Lord's Mansion also had 2 early-stage core formation cultivators and several pseudo-core cultivators. However, in these 30 years, 3 pseudo-core cultivators have fallen, and even one of the 2 early-stage core formation cultivators has perished. The ferocity of the demonic path is evident. Of course, where there is life, there is death. In these 30 years, the righteous path has lost a generation, but also a new force has emerged. Among them, the most famous is the Black Fire Taoist of the Wang family. This person successfully established his foundation 28 years ago. It is said that there were celestial phenomena. After leaving seclusion, he even used his foundation establishment first layer cultivation to challenge a demonic cultivator at the foundation establishment third layer, and since then, he has become famous in the righteous path, and received rewards in audiences with Fairy Rainbow Dress. Moreover, the Black Fire Taoist's cultivation speed is extremely fast. Now, the Black Fire Taoist has actually reached the 7th layer of foundation establishment. In just 28 years, from the first layer of foundation establishment to the 7th layer, this speed is truly amazing. Such a genius performance has led many Righteous Alliance members to regard the Black Fire Taoist as a core formation seat for the Righteous Alliance. Fairy Rainbow Dress even promised that when the Black Fire Taoist reaches the 10th layer of foundation establishment, the City Lord's Mansion will present a core formation spiritual object.
Black Fire Daoist.
Looking at the updated text on the panel, Lin Chongqing fell into deep thought. The few lines of text about the Black Fire Daoist that the panel updated made him feel something was wrong. He remembered that the Black Fire Daoist's talent was a middle-grade spiritual root, which could only be considered average, and he had been stuck at the 10th level of Qi training for more than 20 years. But the panel showed that the Black Fire Daoist would quickly advance from the first level of foundation establishment to the 7th level in the next 30 years.
This kind of cultivation speed is definitely not normal.
Moreover, the panel mentioned that there were celestial phenomena when the Black Fire Daoist established his foundation.
Celestial phenomena when establishing the foundation, could it be Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment?
If it is Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, then it can explain his fast cultivation speed in the future. But Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment can generally only be achieved by geniuses with heavenly spiritual roots. Lin Chongqing thought, spiritual roots are divided into low-grade spiritual roots, middle-grade spiritual roots, high-grade spiritual roots, earth spiritual roots, and heavenly spiritual roots. Generally speaking, the upper, middle, and lower grades of spiritual roots are the same if they establish a foundation. Earth spiritual root foundation establishment is called Earth Tao Foundation establishment, and the mana will be twice as much as cultivators in the same realm. Heavenly spiritual root foundation establishment is called Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, and the mana will be 5 times higher than cultivators in the same realm. The Black Fire Daoist in the simulation performed like a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. The first layer of foundation establishment challenges the third layer of foundation establishment.
Cultivation base rapidly improves, rising 7 levels in 29 years. This is something only heavenly spiritual roots can do.
But the Black Fire Daoist is clearly only a middle-grade spiritual root.
Could it be because of the opportunity in the Golden Sun secret realm?
Lin Chongqing's mind flashed. And he felt this was possible. He suddenly realized that perhaps the Golden Sun secret realm contained a great opportunity that could allow an ordinary person to achieve the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment that only heavenly spiritual roots could complete.
If that's the case, the next simulation.
Lin Chongqing suddenly wanted to know what kind of opportunity was hidden in the Golden Sun secret realm that could allow the Black Fire Daoist to undergo such a transformation and complete the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Just as Lin Chongqing was thinking about the Golden Sun secret realm, the panel began to update the text again. Recently, some intelligence from Blackwater Market shows that Jianqiu City, one of the only 2 remaining major cities in Blackwater County, is being besieged by the demonic path. Jianqiu City is located in a strategic location in Blackwater County. Once it falls, the fall of Blackwater County may only be a matter of time. Therefore, Blackwater Market decided to send people to rescue it. Fairy Rainbow Dress sent an early-stage core formation cultivator, 2 pseudo-core cultivators, and a large number of law enforcement team members to rescue it.
You have also been conscripted. On the eve of the expedition, you stayed up late in your camp tent, looking at the sword. The Mu Xian sword, which has been with you for 30 years, is now a high-grade magic weapon. In these 30 years, you have not mistreated this sword that has followed you for 30 years. You used contribution points to exchange for many rare refining materials to upgrade it to a high-grade magic weapon. The Mu Xian sword is more beautiful than it was 30 years ago, exuding a jade-like luster all over its body, and the sword is sharper than it was 30 years ago, but in the dim candlelight, your shadow is much older than it was 30 years ago. Dreaming of the continuous horns and camps, drunk, I raised the lamp to look at the sword, and suddenly I remembered this poem from the previous life. While you were looking at the sword by the lamp, after a while, many of your old team members came to ask you to drink, calling you, the old captain. In these 30 years, you have brought out many team members. Some of them were very young and died in the war in a few years, and some were lucky enough to survive and improve their cultivation. You went. Many people were drunk that night. It was a cold night, the autumn moon was like a shuttle, and an old team member said sadly, "Old captain, do you still remember Lier?" If he knew that you, the old captain, had become the captain and had already reached the 9th level of Qi training, he would be very happy. Hearing this, you felt. That was an old team member who had followed you for more than 10 years,
but unfortunately, he died at the hands of a demonic cultivator 10 years ago. War is like this, people are constantly dying, regardless of anyone's joys and sorrows. The next day, the City Lord's Mansion rescue team set off. You led the 7th team, a total of 200 casual cultivator team members. Some of these team members were old team members who had followed you for more than 20 years, and some had just joined the team. Looking at these faces, some familiar and some young, you couldn't help but sigh in your heart, how many of these rescuers can return this time? It takes about a day's journey from Blackwater Market to Jianqiu City, and everyone is very silent along the way. This should have been an extremely prosperous route, but now, bones exposed in the wilderness, no sound of chickens for miles. Many of your team members couldn't bear to see these scenes, many turned their heads away, and some even cried. Some of these villages and towns turned into ruins were their homes. Fingers brushed over the words, Lin Changqing sighed. A sentence that the demonic path occupies the upper hand, and the Righteous Alliance only has 2 major cities left in Blackwater County. From this line, you may not feel the cruelty of war. But after this road of scenes, watching the desolate towns one by one. The original prosperous scene, bones all over the ground. Then you know the cruelty of the war launched by the demonic path. The exercises and magic weapons practiced by these demonic cubs, the soul banner, and the skull sword all need to be sacrificed with human lives. These ordinary people are taken by them as nourishment to improve their strength. Looking at the bones all over the ground and the desolate scene, you are very silent. In these 30 years, you have killed many demonic people, but it is useless. You, who are at the 9th level of Qi training, can only kill some small fish and shrimps. Your power cannot reverse the war situation at all. Only by reaching foundation establishment, or even becoming core formation, can you have a certain impact on this war. Another half-day passed. You successfully arrived at Jianqiu City. The situation in Jianqiu City is currently stable. The demonic path's offensive has weakened. The city lord of Jianqiu City, true person Changming, is a core formation stage cultivator in the middle stage. He warmly welcomed you and the other reinforcements. That evening, you were treated to a welcome banquet. As a Qi training stage cultivator at the 9th level, you were qualified to attend the City Lord's banquet, but only in the outer hall. The inner hall of the City Lord's mansion was reserved for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above. Those fake core stage and core formation stage true persons from Blackwater Market, including Blackfire Taoist who came this time, were all seated at the head of the inner hall, talking and laughing. True person Changming chatted with them enthusiastically. Midway through the banquet, Blackfire Taoist suddenly stood up and declared that he would save the remaining wine in his cup for when he returned after killing all the demonic path cultivators. He would spend the next few days killing enemies and driving back the demonic path. Upon hearing this, everyone present applauded. True person Changming happily said, Blackfire Taoist truly lives up to his reputation as a core formation seat of the Righteous Path Alliance, possessing a righteous spirit. Blackfire Taoist replied that his wine family had always been taken care of in Blackwater Market, and in the past 30 years, he had also received much favor from Fairy Nishang. Serving Blackwater Market and the Righteous Path Alliance was his duty. Listening to these words from outside, you couldn't help but feel, perhaps due to your own biases, that there was something peculiar about Blackfire Taoist's words. Immediately, you chuckled at yourself, feeling that you were overthinking things. The day after the banquet ended, you and the other reinforcements began to be assigned tasks to defend the city. Your squad was assigned to the West Gate to fight against the demonic path alongside the defenders of Jianqiu City. There was nothing to say. You quietly wiped your sword, eager to kill enemies. There was a murderous aura in your heart. The scenes of white bones and desolate wastelands you had seen along the way had filled your heart with rage. You couldn't wait to kill demonic path cultivators. The demonic path launched their offensive as usual, but the arrival of you and the other reinforcements caught them off guard. The demonic path attacked the city walls, but facing your fresh strength, they were caught unprepared and suffered heavy losses. You were even more vigorous than before. Although your hair was already white, you beheaded enemies with your sword. Eventually, you became excited, bent your bow, and fired 3 arrows in succession, killing 3 Chi training stage 8th level enemies. Finally, you wielded the Azure Mystic Sword and chopped off the head of a Chi training stage 9th level demonic path cultivator.
Your old teammates looked at you with admiration.
This was their old captain. He had been killing demons for 30 years, and although he was old, his hands were still steady. At the end of the first day, the city lord of Jianqiu City rewarded you and the other reinforcements handsomely with many cultivation resources. You also received some, as well as many contribution points. You thought to yourself that perhaps if you killed demons for another 3 years, you would be able to accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for a foundation establishment pill. You just didn't know if you could live for another 3 years. On the second day, the demonic path cultivators reacted and realized that Jianqiu City had reinforcements. They began to be cautious. There were no major battles between the two sides that day, so it was considered a draw. For the next 3 days, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, the demonic path cultivators' offensives gradually became fiercer, but with you and the other reinforcements, Jianqiu City remained as solid as a rock and withstood them all. In these 5 days, you killed many more demonic path cultivators, and your body accumulated many more wounds. Of the 200 team members you brought, more than 30 had died. This was the cruelty of war. In these 5 days, you were generally in an advantageous position, but deaths were still unavoidable. After the war on the 5th day ended, you silently packed the bodies of your team members on the city wall into storage bags, with your old teammate Erhei helping you. This had been your habit in recent years. These dead team members all had families. You would return their bodies to their families so they could be buried at home, so they wouldn't disappear without a trace. People should return to their homeland after death, just as fallen leaves return to their roots. On the 6th day, the demonic path's offensive became a bit fiercer, but Jianqiu City still managed to resist. After the war on the 6th day ended, the city lord of Jianqiu City, true person Changming, brought good news. He told everyone that as long as they defended for 4 more days, reinforcements from the Righteous Path Alliance would arrive. Although the situation in the other counties of Qingzhou was also not optimistic, the Righteous Path Alliance still squeezed out some forces to go to Jianqiu City for reinforcements in response to Jianqiu City's request for help. It was said that several core formation stage true persons were leading the team. As long as these reinforcements arrived, Jianqiu City would definitely be as solid as a rock and might even be able to repel the siege of the demonic path. Could they defend for 4 more days? You had some doubts in your heart. It sounded like an easily achievable condition. Due to the appearance of you and the other reinforcements, it was difficult for the demonic path to launch an offensive, and even if they did, they could be pushed back. It seemed that defending for 4 more days was not difficult, but for some reason, you felt uneasy. Old Captain, if we defend for 4 more days, we can go home. The setting sun was like blood, the sun was setting in the west. On the war-torn city tower, you carried your sword, panting, and quietly looked at the corpses all over the ground. Beside you, your old teammate Erhei was lying on the city tower without any regard for his image. There was blood on his face, and he even held the head of a demonic path cultivator in his hand. It was a very bloody scene, but his face was filled with longing as he said that if they defended for 4 more days, they could go home. His son was 10 years old and had been found to have a mid-grade spiritual root. For Erhei, his son's talent was already good enough. If they defended for 4 more days, he could go home and see his wife and son. Hearing Erhei's words, looking at the corpses all over the city wall, some of which were very young with childish faces, and then turning your head to see the cheers of some survivors, and in the afterglow of your gaze, seeing the setting sun like blood and the wild geese flying south, you had a moment of trance, and finally silently said that you would return home alive. You did not voice the unease in your heart. Can we defend for 4 more days? Looking at the text simulated on the panel, Lin Chongqing also became immersed in it. Through the text, he saw scene after scene. It was as if he saw himself standing on a city wall filled with corpses, with a broken iron sword, in the setting sun. He couldn't help but worry about the fate of this city 4 days later. Would it be the arrival of reinforcements, or? On the 7th day, the seemingly advantageous situation for Jianqiu City continued, and the demonic path's offensive was once again resisted. Some people were very happy.
In 3 more days, reinforcements would arrive, and from today's perspective, the demonic path's offensive was weaker than in the previous 2 days. Defending for 3 more days was really not difficult. On the 8th and 9th days, 2 more days passed, and several waves of the demonic path's attacks were all resisted. Everyone in Jianqiu City gradually cheered with excitement. Your old teammates were all beaming with joy. In 1 more day, reinforcements would arrive. After the war on the 9th day ended, the city lord of Jianqiu City, true person Changming, personally inspected the city and told everyone good news: tomorrow morning, the reinforcements would arrive half a day early to Jianqiu City. Hearing this news, everyone cheered. They only had to defend for half a day tomorrow. When returning to the residence that evening, He, the old teammate, made a request to you, the old captain. He scratched his head and said with embarrassment that he wanted to ask you to take his good-for-nothing son as your disciple. You smiled and agreed. He had been your teammate for almost 20 years. There was nothing wrong with accepting his son as a disciple. Hearing you agree, He was very happy. In his heart, you, the old captain, were a legendary figure, a peak Qi training stage 9th level cultivator. To him, you were already a high mountain. To have such a person teach his son, his future would definitely be bright. After bidding farewell to He, you returned to your residence that evening, silently wiping your wooden Xian sword, knowing that you only needed to defend for another half-day. The unease you felt before, you now believe was just excessive suspicion. The situation seems clear now. Holding Jianqiu City for another half-day should be easy, and the anxiety in your heart lessened somewhat. The team you led, your subordinates, new recruits and veterans combined, numbered 200 when they arrived, but now only 130 remain. Over 70 have died. You hoped for the early arrival of reinforcements tomorrow, not wanting any more deaths. Going home alive, under the dim candlelight, a hunched figure, an old man in green robes with a full head of white hair, carefully wiped his wooden Xian sword before returning to bed to rest. The day's events had left you somewhat tired, and you returned to bed to rest, awaiting the arrival of tomorrow. Perhaps tomorrow will be better, with reinforcements arriving in time. Perhaps tomorrow. Ultimately, you did not receive reinforcements. On the morning of the 10th day, the red sun rose. The clouds were filled with rosy light, illuminating the bronze city walls, a beautiful and magnificent scene that should have represented hope. However, it was shattered by a series of terrified screams. The city walls were stained with blood. A dense army of demonic cultivators breached the city gates. On the 10th day, as the morning sun rose, at the moment the sun ascended into the sky, as the red light filled the clouds, everyone in Jianqiu City faced a scene of despair. The city gates had been breached. Old Captain, you must retreat quickly. Old Captain, there's a traitor in the city. The city gates were secretly opened. Beneath the bloodstained city walls, the ground was covered in blood, corpses, and terrified heads. He fought his way out of the encirclement of the demonic cultivators, covered in wounds and blood. He had lost an arm and stumbled towards an old man in green robes. A traitor in the city? You looked dazed, as if you hadn't heard He's words. Your eyes silently gazed at the corpses scattered across the city walls. In the brief span of the past quarter of an hour, over half of the 130 team members had died in the blink of an eye, leaving only 50 or so. You watched as your team members were surrounded and killed by enemies 5 or 6 times their number. Without a word, you directly began to kill with your sword, silently striking down demonic cultivators at the 6th or 7th level of Qi training, rescuing the besieged team members. But you couldn't kill them all. The city had already fallen, and more demonic cultivators were pouring in. Old Captain, you must escape quickly. Don't worry about us. Seeing you still fighting and rescuing people on the city walls, He was anxious. He urged you to escape, saying that the city couldn't be defended and that you, with your 9th level of Qi training, might be able to escape. Some other team members also told you not to worry about them and to run quickly. They deeply respected you, their old captain. You were fair in your dealings and clearly defined rewards and punishments for your subordinates. They didn't want to see you, their old captain, die with them. Escape? The rosy light of the sun shone on the bronze city walls, illuminating an old man in green robes,
wielding his sword, silently killing enemies one by one. You answered the team members who urged you to escape with your actions.
You had no intention of fleeing.
In these 30 years of life, you had killed people and been hunted. You had feared the old demons of the Foundation establishment stage and had some anxieties about the future, but in these 30 years, you had never been a coward.
Escape? Escape my ass. In this life, I will only move forward, only kill, using my 3-foot sword to slay demons and defend the Tao.
The red sun shone on the city walls, the cold sword gleamed amidst the corpses.
You laughed loudly as you killed enemies.
The surrounding team members understood their old captain's intentions, stopped trying to persuade you, and each began to focus on killing the demonic cultivators. Some shouted to kill enough to make it worthwhile, to kill 2 and make a profit.
Others seemed to be in a frenzy, shouting, "Kill you! Kill you! Kill you demonic beasts!"
Erhei used his only arm to kill a demonic cultivator leader at the 6th level of Qi training. He bathed in the blood of the sky, laughing and saying that killing demonic cultivators was so satisfying. However, he then said with regret that his little brat didn't have the fortune to become your disciple, old captain. After hearing these words, your sword slowed for a moment, then you continued to kill enemies one by one.
After Jianqiu City is breached, how many days can Blackwater Outpost hold?
A quarter of an hour later, more and more demonic cultivators poured onto the city walls. Only 30 or so of the old team members who had fought alongside you remained.
Moreover, the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable. 2 demonic cultivator leaders at the 9th level of Qi training had ascended the city walls.
These 2 9th-level leaders held you back, while the other demonic cultivators began to surround and kill your subordinates. You wanted to go and rescue them, but you were restrained and couldn't break free. 2/4 of an hour later, you killed with madness, cleaving the head of one 9th-level leader with your sword and severely injuring the other.
But when you looked
back, you saw the city walls covered in corpses and bones. Taking advantage of the time they had held you back, the other demonic cultivators swarmed in and surrounded your team members. Now, almost all of them were dead, leaving only Erhei alive.
Of the 200 people, only 1 remained alive.
And Erhei was also nearing his end, both arms severed, collapsing to the ground.
Blood foamed from his mouth, and seeing you, he forced out a smile, worthy of being the old captain. Slaying 2, 9th level, impressive.
After saying these words, Erhei died. His last words in life were praising you, his old captain. You felt an indescribable sorrow in your heart, gazing at the corpses scattered across the ground. You looked up towards the inner city walls.
Who was the traitor who opened the city gates? You felt anger in your heart.
If it weren't for this traitor opening the city gates, these corpses scattered across the ground wouldn't have had to die.
Lin Changqing's fingers brushed across the text on the panel, and his expression became silent.
The scene generated by the panel text was extremely realistic, like a person experiencing another life through VR simulation.
He seemed to truly see a day 30 years in the future when he would have a full head of white hair, fighting enemies alone, with the people around him dying one by one.
Who is the traitor? Lin Changqing wondered in his heart.
He looked at the panel, already having a guess.
Another quarter of an hour passed, and you wielded your sword to kill enemies, killing them to the point where the surrounding demonic cultivators were terrified.
Everyone looked at you with fear, not expecting your combat strength to be so astonishing, even in your old age, capable of consecutively slaying 2 cultivators of the same rank.
In these 30 years, you had been in constant battle. 30 years of fighting had made your combat experience far surpass that of cultivators of the same rank. After a while, the demonic cultivators sent over a figure at the peak of the 10th level of Qi training to deal with you. It was a middle-aged man in red robes. Although you are old and your Qi and blood are declining, you are still very strong.
I admire you.
But that's all. I will let you know the difference between the peak of the 10th level of Qi training and the 9th level of Qi training. The middle-aged man in red robes slowly walked towards the city walls, confident that he could kill you. Faced with the attack of a figure at the peak of the 10th level of Qi training, you had no time to pay attention, looking towards the horizon, because you saw
string. You see an extremely strong battle aura coming from the sky.
It's a battlefield of foundation establishment and core formation true persons. Your eyes are fixed on two figures in the sky battle. One is a core formation true person wearing a white robe, and the other is a foundation establishment cultivator wearing a black robe. The white-robed core formation true person is Wu Bai true person, sent by Blackwater Market this time, while the black-robed cultivator is Black Fire Taoist, regarded as a core formation seed by the righteous path. However, at this moment, Black Fire Taoist is standing with the demonic path camp, looking at the cultivators of Jianqiu City and Blackwater Market with a smug and disdainful smile. Blackwater Market has treated you and the Wang family well. How dare you betray us and defect to the demonic path? The sky is filled with murderous intent. Spiritual weapon iron swords and demonic weapon myriad soul banners clash against each other. Both sides use magical treasures to fight each other. Wu Bai true person blocks an attacking demonic weapon and angrily rebukes Black Fire Taoist in front. The city lord of Jianqiu City, Chang Ming true person, also glares at Black Fire. The city has fallen, and all of this is because Black Fire Taoist secretly opened the city gate. He was truly blind. He even praised this person as a core formation seed of the righteous path with a sense of justice a few days ago. Black Fire, you actually betrayed us and defected to the enemy. Blackwater Market has treated you well. Do you know what awaits Blackwater Market when Jianqiu City falls? Chang Ming true person said angrily. Wu Bai true person rebuked again, Black Fire, you ungrateful dog. Hearing the angry rebukes from Wu Bai and Chang Ming, Black Fire Taoist laughed loudly. He stood with his hands behind his back, standing in the demonic path camp, looking like a true demon, and sneered, forget about being ungrateful. A good bird chooses a tree to perch on. Everyone is not a fool. Blackwater Prefecture, Jianqiu City, including Blackwater Market, the Righteous Path Alliance will be defeated sooner or later. My Wang family doesn't want to die with you. I'm not afraid to tell you that the last time your Blackwater Market's core formation true person was attacked outside more than 10 years ago, I leaked the news. Including the siege of your Blackwater Market 5 years ago, I also leaked it. Black Fire Taoist said with a sneer and smugness. After speaking, he went up and slapped a foundation establishment cultivator of Blackwater Market to death. Seeing this scene, Wu Bai and Chang Ming felt even more angry. This person is so heartless. Wu Bai true person wanted to go up and kill the traitor Black Fire, but was stopped by a core formation demonic cultivator from the demonic path camp. For a time, no one could do anything to the traitor Black Fire. Let him laugh wildly. So the traitor is Black Fire Taoist, you mutter to yourself, then you pick up your sword and start flying towards the sky. You think of Black Fire Taoist's words. The siege of Blackwater Market 5 years ago, it turns out that Black Fire Taoist also leaked the information. Lier, the old subordinate who followed you for more than 10 years, died in that siege. Old Waste, where are you going? The demonic path chi refining 10th layer complete headman saw that you ignored him and went straight to the sky, and couldn't help but feel annoyed. He felt that you were old and muddled. You dared to treat him as nothing, ignoring him, a chi refining 10th layer complete, so he was also impolite in his words. Within 3 moves, I will kill you, old waste. This demonic path headman flew into the sky with anger to chase you. He was confident that he could kill you within 3 moves. After all, there is indeed a gap between chi refining 9th layer and chi refining 10th layer complete. A weeping sky, bronze stone walls. Corpses and bones all over the ground, a demonic path cultivator with chi refining 10th layer complete, chasing a hunched old man in green in the sky with a sneer. The demonic path cultivators on the city wall were all laughing. The old man in green from the righteous path can finally die. With Blood Luo Lord taking action, can the old man in green who only has chi refining 9th layer still live? Blood Luo Taoist is the demonic path headman with chi refining 10th layer complete. Moreover, these people had consumed a lot of the old man in green's mana just now. Although the old man in green had killed many people in a row, he must have exhausted his mana at this time, but Blood Luo Lord had just arrived and his mana was full. However, the next scene shocked all the demonic path cultivators on the city wall. The hunched old man in green in the sky drew his sword with an indifferent expression, not looking back, and slashed at Blood Luo below at will. Then, without leaving his head,
he continued to fly higher into the sky, leaving behind only the sword he slashed out. This sword separates the living from the dead. This sword left by the old man in green in the sky, slashed towards Blood Luo Taoist with an unparalleled aura. A sword from a chi refining 9th layer cultivator, Blood Luo should have been able to block it, but he felt that this sword was irresistible. He saw the sword slashing towards him, and various illusions arose. There were human bones, countless human tragedies, women crying in the fields, thousands of miles without the crowing of chickens, everywhere were bones. Finally, he saw a young cultivator in green with black hair walking out of the scene of bones and slashing a sword at him. This is a divine ability. A cultivator with chi refining 9th layer actually comprehended a divine ability. Blood Luo fell from the sky in disbelief. He was cut down by a sword. He fell heavily to the ground, and an invisible cyan sword light directly pierced through his body, and blood flowed out continuously. A sword from a chi refining 9th layer, directly seriously injured him with one sword. You seriously injured Blood Luo Taoist with one sword. You are not surprised, because you have just comprehended a divine ability. These 30 years of demon slaying, these 30 years of seeing human tragedies, women holding babies crying in the fields, scenes that should have been prosperous or full of wild grass and bones, these 30 years, how can you not be angry in your heart when you see this scene? For these 30 years, you have been accumulating anger in your heart, until just now, after confirming that the traitor was Black Fire Taoist, this anger broke out, because you know that if Jianqiu City is lost, the complete loss of Blackwater Prefecture is only a matter of time. That is to say, the remaining millions of people in Blackwater Prefecture will lose their lives because of Black Fire Taoist's defection. At that time, I don't know how many human tragedies will happen. 30 years of aggrieved anger, 30 years of demon slaying experience, allowed you to comprehend a sword-style divine ability, White Bone. Divine abilities can generally only be comprehended by talented people, and they are all comprehended under accidental circumstances. Once comprehended, this cultivator will be invincible in the same realm, and can also kill enemies across realms. Sometimes, even a heavenly spiritual root may not be able to comprehend their own divine ability, but you, a low-grade spiritual root, have comprehended it. This is a great opportunity, but you don't have the slightest joy of comprehending a divine ability. You continue to speed up and fly towards the sky. At this moment, you look indifferently at the figure of Black Fire Taoist in the distance, and just want to slash the last sword of your life. In order to increase the power of the last sword as much as possible, you are burning your own lifespan. Your hair is getting whiter and whiter, and your skin wrinkles are getting more and more, but the hand holding the sword is getting more and more stable, and the sword of anger hidden in your heart is even more fierce. Black Fire, I'm here to kill you. Black Fire Taoist, who was slaughtering righteous path cultivators, heard someone calling him in the distance. He turned his head, first stunned, then started laughing, even bending over laughing. An old man in green with only chi refining 9th layer said he was coming to kill him. It's really ridiculous. You are getting closer and closer to the Black Fire Taoist. You are only 100 steps away from him. You see him bending over and laughing loudly. There is not the slightest ripple in your heart. When you reach the 90th step, all the skin on your body is withered. You begin to use all the blood, flesh, life, and lifespan of your body to nourish the last sword in your human form. By the 80th step, the flesh and blood on your body begin to fall off piece by piece. At 40 steps, more than half of the flesh and blood on your body have fallen off. You are now half skeleton and half human. By the 20th step, all the flesh and blood on your body have fallen off, and you have become a skeleton. There is no life in your body, only a blue sword in your hand. The sword is wailing, knowing that its master has died. When the Black Fire Taoist sees this scene, he laughs even more wildly. He laughs so hard that tears come out of his eyes. He feels that he has seen the biggest joke today. First, an old waste at the 9th level of Chi training said he wanted to kill him, but before this old waste could even reach him, he died on his own. In the weeping blood sky, the Black Fire Taoist bends over and laughs wildly. In the distance, the city walls are full of corpses. People in the city are screaming in terror, and there are also the sinister smiles of the demonic path cultivators. The old man in blue in the sky has turned into a white skeleton.
He holds the sword and stops only 10 steps away from the Black Fire Taoist, and then begins to fall. As early as the 20th step, the old man in blue had turned into a skeleton and died. Now, after taking another 10 steps forward, it is only inertia. Now that this inertia has disappeared, the skeleton begins to fall. But it is at this moment, perhaps due to the inertia of the skeleton's body before its death, or perhaps due to an obsession that has spanned 30 years. The fingers of the white skeleton holding the sword move. At this moment, it seems that the sentence appears in the sky. Black Fire, I have come to kill you. This sentence is just an illusion after all. You are already dead, so how can you shout this sentence? There is no sound of you in the sky, but there is the momentary light of that sword. You finally slashed out the last sword in your life. The last sword in life, sacrificed with blood, flesh, life, and lifespan. What? This is a divine power? The Black Fire Taoist's face changes drastically. He sees the last sword that the white skeleton slashes towards him. This sword actually caused celestial phenomena and produced all kinds of illusions, the white bones of the mortal world, countless tragic scenes of the mortal world, white bones exposed in the wilderness, old women holding children and crying, abandoned ponds and tall trees, everywhere are white bones. A sword that causes celestial phenomena can only be done with divine power. Why can an Qi training 9th level cultivator comprehend divine power? The Black Fire Taoist's heart is now filled with incomprehension, shock, and intense jealousy. Why does heaven favor an old waste who is still at the 9th level of Qi training at the age of 60, and let this person comprehend divine power? Boom! However, a young cultivator in blue with black hair walks out from the white bones of the mortal world. He seems to have come across the long river of time and slashes out a sword. With this sword, all the celestial phenomena in the world disappear, and only a white sword light slashes towards the Black Fire Taoist. This sword makes the Black Fire Taoist, a Foundation Establishment's 7th level cultivator and a core formation seed, lose some color in his face. After the sword, the Black Fire Taoist's wild laughter resounds in the sky. I thought it was so powerful, but it only cut off a piece of my sleeve. The Black Fire Taoist blocks the sword. He stands with his hands behind his back, showing the demeanor of an expert. Only half a black sleeve floats in the sky. If he were at the 1st level of Foundation Establishment, what would be cut off would be your arm. If he were at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment, what would be cut off would be half of your body. If he were in the same realm as you, what would be cut off would be your head. It's a pity that this talented person who comprehended divine power didn't even have time to ascend to Foundation Establishment and unleash the brilliance of divine power before dying today. A voice with regret and admiration comes from the sky, and then a red-robed middle-aged man appears next to the Black Fire Taoist. You. Hearing such demeaning words, the Black Fire Taoist did not dare to refute, because this red-robed middle-aged man is a core formation true lord of the demonic path, the red-robed Taoist. The Black Fire Taoist is secretly annoyed. He thinks to himself, humph. It's a pity, this old waste will never reach the 7th level of Foundation Establishment in his life. So what if he comprehends divine power? Of course, at this moment, the Black Tiger Taoist also has intense jealousy in his heart. Although he said it easily just now, only a piece of sleeve was cut off. But this means that this sword broke through his protective true energy and touched his body. This is a sword slashed out by a Qi training 9th level cultivator. A sword slashed out by a Qi training 9th level cultivator can actually break through his protective true energy. This is already quite terrifying. Back then, when Blackfire reached the 10th level of Qi training, facing the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, let alone breaking through the protective true energy or cutting off a piece of sleeve, a single glance could have scared him to death. He didn't even have the courage to draw his sword. How could he not be jealous? Divine power, this heaven-defying means of increasing combat power, was actually comprehended by an old waste at the 9th level of Qi training. He feels that it is a waste of natural resources. You slashed out the last sword in your life. But unfortunately, the difference in strength between you and Blackfire is too great. Even if you condense the flesh and lifespan of your whole body, this sword will only barely break through the protective true energy of Blackfire true person and cut off a piece of his sleeve. In the year 360 of the Taishu era, Jianqiu City fell, millions of people perished, and you died in this demonic path siege. Your reputation spread somewhat after this war. The red-robed Taoist praised this sword of yours very much afterwards. So, through his mouth, many people learned about the fall of Jianqiu City that day. An old man at the 9th level of Qi training slashed out an extremely talented sword that broke through the protective true energy of a core formation seed. Some demonic path cultivators are glad, saying that this kind of person with heaven-defying combat power who comprehended divine power was fortunate to have died before breaking through to foundation establishment. People who comprehend divine power have invincible combat power in the same realm, and their growth is unimaginable. Some righteous path people also regret. This simulation is over. You died in the year 360 of the Taishu era with the cultivation of the 9th level of Qi training. The simulation is over. Lin Changqing sighed. The simulated text and images were too realistic. He also saw the scenes after Jianqiu City fell, and he couldn't bear to look at them directly. Settlement of simulation rewards, 9th level of Qi training. As these words appeared on the panel, an inexplicable force poured into Lin Changqing's body from the void. In an instant, Lin Changqing's cultivation broke through the 9th level of Qi training, and it was the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. Not only that, but the 30 years of combat experience and slaying demons in this simulation were all integrated into Lin Changqing's body at this moment. He seemed to have really fought with the demonic path cultivators for 30 years in another time and space. Of course, the most important thing is the divine power he comprehended. At this moment, a white bone rune appeared in Lin Changqing's dantian. As long as he gently activates this rune, he can use the sword-style divine power, white bone. It can be said that this simulation was an all-round harvest. His cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. When this simulation started, he was only at the 4th level of Qi training, which is equivalent to directly crossing 5 small realms. In the simulated life, it took him 30 years to go from the 4th level of Qi training to the 9th level of Qi training. But in real life, he only spent a dozen minutes in that simulation just now. However, despite the generous rewards from this simulation, Lin Changqing felt little joy. The simulation of the past dozen minutes had been too real, as if he had truly lived another life. Those tragic scenes of humanity were too much for him to bear. Even though he knew it was just a simulation, it was highly likely that these were real scenes that would unfold in the future. The Blackwater Prefecture will be completely lost. White bones everywhere, a scene of human tragedy, He Hua Dao Ren's betrayal as an inside agent. I must obtain enough power to change all of this. Lin Changqing looked at the panel again, determined to seize these 10 days of simulation to improve his strength as much as possible. He didn't want to see the tragic scenes from the simulation actually happen in reality. Remaining simulation attempts, 2. Begin simulation? Only 2 simulations left. Lin Changqing wished he could gain more simulation attempts from the panel, but he searched the panel from top to bottom without finding any indication of how to acquire more. Simulate first, then we'll talk. Lin Changqing confirmed the start of the next simulation. Beginning simulation. Time, Taishu year 330, March 11th. Location, Blackwater Market. You have been reborn with the cultivation of a Qi refining 9th layer peak. Your next choice is A. Still go to the Golden Sun Secret Realm, explore opportunities, and reveal your Qi refining 9th layer peak cultivation. B. Honestly cultivate at home. C. Go to the Golden Sun Secret Realm to explore opportunities, but hide some of your cultivation to preserve your strength. D. The war between the righteous and demonic paths is about to begin, quickly flee to other states of Wu Kingdom with your Qi refining 9th layer cultivation. Which option to choose? Lin Changqing stroked his chin thoughtfully, first eliminating B and D. The purpose of this simulation was simple, to intercept He Hua Dao Ren's opportunity. He Hua Dao Ren relied on the great opportunity he obtained in this secret realm to achieve Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. And in just over 20 years of cultivation, he became a Foundation establishment's 7th layer cultivator. He wanted to intercept this great opportunity. Therefore, he would definitely go to the Golden Sun Secret Realm this time. Options A and C both involved going to the Golden Sun's secret realm, but one was to reveal his cultivation, and the other was to hide it. The Wang family's recruitment requirement for entering the inner cave dwelling 2 days ago was a Qi refining 7th layer cultivation or higher. I should hide some of my strength and show only the Qi refining 7th layer. Lin Changqing chose option C, feeling that he needed to hide his strength and guard against He Hua Daorun. You choose to hide your strength, revealing a Qi refining 7th layer cultivation, and enter the Golden Sun's secret realm. 3 days later, the secret realm opens. The Wang family gathers its own manpower and a group of loose cultivators in the western part of the market. You arrive here and reveal your Qi refining 7th layer cultivation. The Wang family, seeing your Qi refining 7th layer cultivation, recruits you as personnel to enter the inner cave dwelling. This time, you are no longer a consumable to explore the road for the Wang family, like in the previous simulations. You can follow behind He Hua Daoren and enter the core cave dwelling later. He Hua Daoren is polite and amiable to you and the other recruited high-level Qi refining cultivators. The loose cultivators also return the greeting. In fact, the foundation establishment Wang family has a decent reputation in the market. He Hua Daoren has even demonstrated the act of killing demonic cultivators. Seeing He Hua Daoren's amiable and polite face at this moment, you can't help but feel strange. Who would have thought that this person would become the righteous path's greatest trader in a few decades? Then, you take another look at the high-level loose cultivators recruited by the Wang family. Including you, there are 9 Qi refining 7th layer cultivators, 3 Qi refining 8th layer cultivators, and 1 Qi refining 9th layer cultivator. You secretly think that the Wang family did not recruit Qi refining 10th layer cultivators, perhaps out of consideration for this heaven-defying opportunity in the Golden Sun's secret realm. The Wang family wants to ensure that He Hua Daoren's Qi refining 10th layer cultivation can suppress the other loose cultivators. Although you are at the peak of Qi refining 9th layer, with the supernatural powers you have comprehended, you can be comparable to a Qi refining 10th layer peak expert. You think that this may be your trump card for entering the secret realm next, which will give He Hua Daoren a big surprise. With the improvement of your cultivation, you at the Qi refining 7th layer have also obtained a lot of information about the Golden Sun's secret realm that you did not know before. Low-level Qi refining loose cultivators are cannon fodder for exploring the road. The Wang family has told you some information about the Golden Sun's secret realm to show respect to you high-level Qi refining cultivators. For example, the Golden Sun's secret realm was discovered by the Wang family's foundation establishment ancestor, but he could not enter because the Golden Sun's secret realm restricts cultivators above the foundation establishment stage from entering. Only Qi refining stage cultivators can enter. Also, the Wang family's main purpose for entering the Golden Sun's secret realm this time is to explore an inner cave dwelling where Changmu flowers grow. The Wang family tells you that the opportunity the Wang family wants to obtain in the Golden Sun's secret realm is the Changmu flower. Hearing the 3 words Changmu flower, your heart stirs slightly. The Changmu flower is a high-level spiritual medicine that can prolong life, and most importantly, it has the effect of breaking through realms for cultivators above the high-level Qi refining stage. This is a very rare spiritual medicine. In the market, one can sell for 7 or 8,000 spirit stones, and a good vintage can even sell for tens of thousands. You glance at the surroundings. The other loose cultivators are breathing rapidly, and it seems that everyone is looking forward to the Changmu flower in the inner cave dwelling. The Changmu flower is indeed very precious, but you know in your heart that the Wang family's purpose for coming to the Golden Sun's secret realm this time is definitely not just for the Changmu flower. The Changmu flower cannot possibly allow a middle-grade spiritual root to become a heavenly Tao foundation establishment. The Golden Sun's secret realm has an even more precious opportunity than the Changmu flower. What exactly is the treasure that can help people achieve heavenly Tao foundation establishment? Lin Changqing looked at the panel's text simulation ahead with anticipation. The secret realm opens, and you enter the Golden Sun's secret realm with a group of loose cultivators and the Wang family. As in the previous simulations, He Hua Daoren initially has the low-level Qi refining loose cultivators divide into 10 teams to explore the road. You see Scarface, who has once again become the captain of the 4th team. In the last simulation, he was squeezed into the 10th team because of you. After another 3 or 4 hours, you hear the loose cultivators exploring the road ahead say that they have discovered a cave dwelling containing enlightenment grass.
You know that finding that inner cave dwelling is not far away.
In the previous simulations, the Wang family found the inner cave dwelling not long
after finding the cave dwelling with enlightenment grass.
Sure enough, after a while, a member of the Wang family's law enforcement team excitedly returns and informs Heihua Daoren that they have found the inner cave dwelling where the Changmu flower grows.
Fellow Taoists, my Wang family has found an inner cave dwelling containing Changmu flower. Please follow me, fellow Taoists.
There is a Qi refining 10th layer demon beast, 2 Qi refining 9th layer demon beasts, and 7 or 8 Qi refining 7th and 8th layer demon beasts inside this inner cave dwelling. I will deal with the Qi refining 10th layer demon beast, and the other demon beasts will be handed over to you.
After the matter is completed, the Changmu flower in the cave dwelling will be divided between my Wang family and you fellow Taoists in a 70-30th split.
In the depths of the dense forest of the Golden Sun secret realm, Heihua Daoren said to the group of loose cultivators in front of him, and the other loose cultivators nodded in agreement after hearing this.
This condition is very reasonable. The Golden Sun secret realm was originally discovered by the Wang family.
In addition, the Black Fire Taoist would deal with the 10th level Qi training demon beast with the highest cultivation in the cave. Therefore, everyone had no objection to the Wang family taking 70% of the spoils. After deciding on the distribution plan, you and a group of rogue cultivators followed the Black Fire Taoist into the inner cave, located deep in the dense forest. The entrance to the cave was extremely narrow, only allowing 2 or 3 people to pass through. However, once inside, it was as if you had entered another world. What you saw was a vast cyan palace. Moreover, you could faintly smell the fragrance of medicine inside the cyan palace. This fragrance was very magical. After smelling it, your body felt lighter. After smelling it, some of the older rogue cultivators had fewer wrinkles on their skin. All the rogue cultivators were very excited, believing that they had encountered a great opportunity this time. Perhaps what was in the cyan palace was no ordinary evergreen flower. Just smelling the fragrance had such a magical effect. They couldn't imagine what kind of magical effect it would have after taking it. Everyone, don't get excited. Before entering this cyan palace and obtaining the evergreen flower, we still have to fight with the guardian demon beast. It was the Black Fire Taoist who spoke. He pointed to the front of the palace, and sure enough, there was a faint roar of beasts coming from there. When the rogue cultivators heard the words of the Black Fire Taoist, they also paid close attention. To enter the cyan palace and obtain the evergreen flower, they indeed had to pass the guardian demon beast first. After a while, the guardian demon beasts rushed out. There were more than a dozen of them. The leader was a strange demon beast with a tiger face and a wolf tail, a peak 10th level Qi training demon beast. The other demon beasts looked like they were of the same race as the leader, also with tiger faces and wolf tails, but their aura was not so strong. There were 2 9th level Qi training demon beasts, and the others were around the 7th or 8th level Qi training, which was the same as the information the Black Fire Taoist had said earlier. The battle went very smoothly. Only 2 rogue cultivators died. These tiger-faced wolf-tailed demon beasts were very weak in combat. After about half an hour, you, a group of rogue cultivators, and the Black Fire Taoist killed all these tiger-faced wolf-tailed demon beasts. After killing the guardian demon beasts, you entered the Cyan Palace. Following the fragrance of medicine for about 10 minutes, you came to a palace. The fragrance of medicine was emitted from this palace. In the depths of the palace, there was a spiritual field. This spiritual field was about 5 meters long and wide. The soil was cyan in color. On top of it, there were jade-like, crystal-clear, and completely cyan evergreen flowers growing. At first glance, there were actually more than 20 of them. We're rich. There are so many evergreen flowers. A rogue cultivator shouted excitedly. There were so many evergreen flowers in the spiritual field that it exceeded your imagination. There were actually more than 20 plants. Everyone's eyes widened. This was a huge fortune. Even if each person got 1 plant, it would be worth 7 or 8,000 spirit stones. Your attention was not on the evergreen flowers in the spiritual field.
You were quietly observing the Black Fire Taoist from behind the crowd. You saw that the Black Fire Taoist's attention was not on the evergreen flowers either. Instead, he kept looking around the palace. Sure enough, the opportunity that the Wang family wanted to seize in the Golden Sun secret realm was definitely not just the evergreen flowers. There was an even greater opportunity inside this palace. You thought to yourself from the back of the crowd, observing the Black Fire Taoist's small movements. After a while, the Black Fire Taoist's eyes locked onto the west side of the palace. There was a mural there. The mural depicted a towering giant tree, as well as countless mountain and sea giant beasts. There were also 10 suns in the sky. In the center of the mural, there was a man bending over and shooting an arrow. The Black Fire Taoist walked straight forward and touched the mural, his eyes filled with ecstasy, and finally he began to laugh wildly. This laughter contained pride and incomparable excitement. This wild laughter made a group of rogue cultivators a little stunned. Many people did not understand why the Black Fire Taoist was so excited. The opportunity was clearly the evergreen flowers in the spiritual field. Why was he holding a mural and laughing wildly? Only you understood that the opportunity that the Black Fire Taoist really wanted to find in the Golden Sun secret realm had been found. This mural might be the opportunity that would help the Black Fire Taoist become a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment cultivator. You also looked at the mural depicting the towering giant tree and the 10 suns. Was it this mural that allowed the Black Fire Taoist to become a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment cultivator? Could this mural be the ancient Jianmu painting? After a short while, looking at the wildly laughing Black Fire Taoist, an old man in gray robes stood up from among the rogue cultivators. He looked at the mural with some suspicion. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, and he was also the person with the highest cultivation on the surface besides the Black Fire Taoist. Grey Wolf, you are indeed knowledgeable, even knowing about the ancient Jianmu painting. I have been to Central Province and do have some understanding of the ancient Jianmu painting. The Black Fire Taoist and the old man in gray robes asked and answered each other. After that, the two of them talked for a few more words about the ancient Jianmu painting, and you also understood what the ancient Jianmu painting was all about. According to the old man in gray robes, the ancient Jianmu painting was a top-grade Tao artifact refined by a top-notch refiner from the Wu Kingdom 5,000 years ago. This Tao artifact was composed of 10 murals. The 10 murals depicted scenes of myths and legends that took place under the World Tree in ancient times. Each mural separately had the effect of a low-grade Tao artifact, and together they were a complete top-grade Tao artifact. Congratulations, Taoist Black Fire, on obtaining a low-grade Tao artifact. The old man in gray robes cupped his hands and congratulated him. The other rogue cultivators also congratulated him, their eyes filled with envy. No one had expected that inside this palace, besides the evergreen flowers, there would actually be a low-grade Tao artifact. That was a Tao artifact. A cultivator's magic weapon is divided into magic tools, spiritual tools, Tao artifacts. A Tao artifact, even a low-grade one, is enough for Golden Core true people to fight over. After congratulating the Black Fire Taoist, a group of rogue cultivators faintly surrounded the old man in gray robes, and some even had vigilance in their eyes. After all, this was a Tao artifact, a great opportunity. No one could say for sure whether the Black Fire Taoist would kill them in order to prevent leaks. You are indeed vigilant, knowing how to band together. If it were just this low-grade Tao artifact, the ancient Jianmu painting, I really wouldn't have killed all of you. After all, I, Black Fire, have always been righteous and don't really want to kill innocent people. But unfortunately, there is something inside here. The Black Fire Taoist suddenly turned cold, and he looked at everyone with killing intent. Hearing this, the rogue cultivators paled, and the old man in gray robes glared. Black Fire, what do you mean by this? Do you really want to leave us all here? Your Wang family recruited us. If we hadn't blocked those dozen demon beasts just now, could you have come here? You are ungrateful. Ungrateful? The Black Fire Taoist sneered twice. The cultivation world is where the strong are respected. What righteousness is there? You people are too naive. The Black Fire Taoist attacked.
His strength far exceeded the expectations of all the rogue cultivators. The aura he emitted was even stronger than when he had just killed the 10th level Chi training guardian demon beast. He went straight for the old man in grey robes, who was at the peak of the 9th level of Chi training, and killed him with one sword. A group of rogue cultivators panicked. Some wanted to escape, some tried to resist, and some cursed on the spot, saying that the Black Fire Taoist was faithless. Even more rogue cultivators began to kneel and beg for mercy. "Don't kill me, I beg you, I promise not to reveal the information about the ancient Jianmu painting, but..." A cultivator at the 8th level of Chi training knelt and begged for mercy. Only the dead can keep secrets. Without even a glance, Taoist Black Flame ruthlessly attacked, directly killing the kneeling, begging for mercy cultivator with a single palm. The group of rogue cultivators begged for mercy to no avail and began to resist with all their might. Taoist Black Flame sneered repeatedly, saying that resistance was futile and that killing them was like slaughtering dogs. Indeed, Taoist Black Flame's cultivation at the perfected 10th level of Chi refining was far superior to everyone present. Especially after the death of the grey-robed elder, who was at the 9th level of Chi refining, the others were even more powerless to resist. Taoist Black Flame began to kill with a grim smile, almost one palm per person. He continuously struck down the rogue cultivators. To hide the news from leaking out, Taoist Black Flame began to slaughter you rogue cultivators. At this moment, your choices are: A. Flee, escape the Golden Sun's secret realm. B. Attack, fight Taoist Black Flame for the opportunity. Lin Changqing didn't hesitate and directly chose option B. You chose option B. You unleashed your peak 9th level of Chi refining cultivation, and a sword blocked Taoist Black Flame's palm aimed at the crowd of rogue cultivators. You actually hid your cultivation? Interesting, a good breath concealment technique. A 9th level Chi refining cultivator disguised as a 7th level Chi refining cultivator, I didn't even notice. In the Cyan Palace, Taoist Black Flame stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the blue-robed young cultivator with a rather amused expression. He didn't expect that among the remaining rogue cultivators, there would actually be a 9th level Chi refining cultivator hiding, who had just blocked his palm strike. But that's all you are, Taoist Black Flame said with a cold expression. What a fool you are. Taking advantage of my carelessness, not knowing you were at the 9th level of Chi refining, you should have fled. But now you've exposed your cultivation. Then don't even think about escaping. Saying that, Taoist Black Flame's expression turned cold, and black flames appeared in his hands, scorching the sky. This was the Wang family's technique, the three-flame incantation. When cultivated to the extreme, flames would appear in both hands, reaching extremely high temperatures. If I don't kill you in 3 moves, I will commit suicide. Taoist Black Flame said coldly. He put his hands together, and the black flames actually merged to form a black fire dragon exuding terrifying power. As soon as the black fire dragon was formed, it let out a majestic dragon roar and attacked Lin Changqing with overwhelming killing intent. Let's see how you block this move. Taoist Black Flame sneered repeatedly, using a hand seal with his left hand to control the black fire dragon. Summoning the black fire dragon was his signature technique. He had once used this move to kill a perfected 10th level Chi refining cultivator of the same realm. He was very confident that under the attack of the black fire dragon, this blue-robed young cultivator would definitely not be able to resist. Taoist Black Flame curled his lips in mockery as he looked at Lin Changqing. So what if he hid his cultivation? He was just at the 9th level of Chi refining, still 1 level short of him. Earlier, he could kill the grey-robed elder with 1 sword. Now, he could kill this person again with 1 move. Is that so? Lin Changqing's eyes were indifferent as he calmly looked at the black fire dragon attacking him. In his previous life, he had tried his best to cut off a sleeve of Taoist Black Flame. Now, the two could be considered to be in the same realm. He wanted to see if Black Flame could block another strike. Roar! The black fire dragon attacked with overwhelming power, opening its bloody mouth to bite at Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing calmly drew his sword. Then, he unleashed a sword strike. This sword brought forth a desolate world of white bones. This sword caused the black fire dragon to wail. The desolate world of white bones, along with the surging Yellow Springs River from the other shore, descended upon the world, directly submerging the black fire dragon.
Taoist Black Flame's proud fire dragon technique was directly destroyed.
And not only that, after submerging the black fire dragon, the Yellow Springs River from the other shore continued to surge. The yellow, turbid water flowed within the Cyan Palace, and the accumulated white bones gradually formed a giant bone sword. It continued forward, relentlessly slashing. The target of this giant bone sword strike was Taoist Black Flame, who was now in a state of great shock.
What is this? My fire dragon technique was actually broken. This is impossible. He's just at the 9th level of chi refining, why? Taoist Black Flame was shocked. His technique was actually destroyed by this person in one move?
Then, when he saw the giant bone sword formed from the accumulated white bones slashing towards him, he became even more terrified. He felt a life-threatening danger from this sword. I am at the 10th level of chi refining, I will not be defeated. Taoist Black Flame went mad. He used all the spiritual power in his body to cast the 3-flame incantation again, summoning 2 more fire dragons. But it was useless. The giant bone sword slashed over like a millstone. With this slash, the Yellow Springs River from the other shore flowed torrentially, directly submerging the 2 fire dragons summoned by Taoist Black Flame again. Taoist Black Flame screamed miserably. Without the protection of the 2 fire dragons, the giant bone sword directly slashed onto his body. He screamed on the ground like a dead dog, his body covered in wounds, and crawling all over him were little white bone figures. You defeated Taoist Black Flame with 1 sword, and the giant bone sword struck Taoist Black Flame's body. The terrifying power of this divine ability lies in its ability to injure the soul. Taoist Black Flame screamed miserably on the ground, and the little white bone figures crawling on his body were gnawing at his soul. You didn't have the slightest sympathy. In the previous life, countless human tragedies were caused by this person. In your previous life, you only cut off a sleeve of this person. Now that the 2 are in the same realm, you severely injured him with 1 move. You suddenly remembered what Taoist Black Flame had just said about killing you rogue cultivators like slaughtering dogs, but now, in the same realm, killing him is indeed as simple as slaughtering a dog. You raised your sword and slowly walked in front of him. You began to interrogate him about what was inside the ancient Jianmu diagram, because you just heard Taoist Black Flame's words and knew that the reason this person wanted to kill you rogue cultivators was not just because the ancient Jianmu diagram was a low-grade Dao artifact. Perhaps there were other, greater opportunities hidden inside. After all, although a low-grade Dao artifact is very precious, it is still impossible to help someone achieve the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. Hearing your interrogation, Taoist Black Flame endured the pain, stopped screaming, and looked at you with a sneer. You want the opportunity? Dream on in your next life. You think you can get this opportunity just because you defeated me? I admit you are very strong, defeating me at the 9th level of chi refining, but my Wang family has Foundation establishment experts. Let's see if your sword can kill a Foundation establishment expert. After saying that, Taoist Black Flame looked at you with a sneer. Taoist Black Flame's words made you feel uneasy. The Wang family has Foundation establishment experts. Could it be that the Foundation establishment ancestor is also in this Golden Sun secret realm? But isn't this secret realm only accessible to chi refining realm cultivators? Feeling uneasy, you immediately raised your sword, preparing to kill Taoist Black Flame with 1 strike, and then take the Jianmu diagram and retreat. But this sword strike was blocked, and an overwhelming aura descended within the Cyan Palace, or rather, an overwhelming power emanated from Taoist Black Flame's body. Junior, you are so audacious. You dare to plot for my Wang family's opportunity. You are really courting death. Taoist Black Flame's voice at this moment completely changed into another person's, even older. Moreover, when he opened his mouth to speak, the little white bone figures gnawing at his soul all disappeared. Foundation establishment power. The Wang family's ancestor actually descended upon Taoist Black Flame's body. The Foundation establishment ancestor of the Wang family actually descended upon Heihua Daorang using some unknown method. This is the Wang family's trump card for entering the Golden Sun mystic realm.
At a crucial moment, the Foundation Establishment ancestor can allow his divine soul to descend upon a younger generation disciple. This method of divine soul descent can unleash about half of the Foundation Establishment cultivator's strength, but even so, you are no match for the Wang family's ancestor with only half his power. You two exchanged 3 moves, and you were utterly defeated. The difference in strength between the 9th level of Qi training and Foundation Establishment is too great. Even if the Wang family can only unleash half of their power, you cannot defeat him. Fortunately, you comprehended a divine ability and, relying on the white bone divine ability, you escaped the Golden Sun Mystic Realm with serious injuries. That great opportunity that could allow someone to achieve Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment still fell into the hands of the Wang family. The Wang family actually has a trump card that allows a Foundation Establishment divine soul to descend. I wonder what method they used. This mystic realm clearly only allows Qi training cultivators, but this Wang family ancestor's divine soul can still descend. Indeed, one cannot underestimate anyone in the world. Looking at the simulated text on the panel, Lin Chongqing narrowed his eyes. This simulation of vying for the opportunity has failed. He hid his strength and gained an advantage over He Hua Daorun. But the Wang family is not to be trifled with either. At a crucial moment, they also have a hidden trump card that allows the Foundation Establishment ancestor's divine soul to descend. If this were the real world, then he would really miss out on the opportunity that could allow someone to achieve Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. But fortunately, this is a simulation, and he still has another simulation opportunity. Now the problem is very clear. If I want to seize this great opportunity, I must possess the strength to deal with Foundation Establishment. That Wang family ancestor is at the 2nd level of Foundation Establishment. After using Divine Soul Descent, he can unleash about the strength of the 1st level of Foundation Establishment. Then in the next simulation, if I want to seize the opportunity, I must improve to the point where I have the strength to deal with the 1st level of Foundation Establishment in this simulation. Lin Chongqing's eyes showed contemplation as he paced back and forth in the room. In this simulation, it would not be difficult for him to achieve Foundation Establishment. In the last simulation, he was already at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. In this simulation, he estimates that he will reach the 10th level of Qi training perfection in 2 or 3 years. At that time, he will only be short of a Foundation Establishment pill to achieve Foundation Establishment. And Foundation Establishment pills can be exchanged for contribution points. After the last simulation, he knows many of the demonic path sect's attack plans. He can use these prophetic advantages to exchange for a large number of contribution points, and it would not be difficult to exchange for a Foundation Establishment pill. But the key problem has come: he cannot use a Foundation Establishment pill to achieve Foundation Establishment. If he achieves Foundation Establishment this time, even if he seizes that opportunity in the next simulation, it will be useless. A cultivator can only achieve Foundation Establishment once in their life. If he wants to achieve Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment, he must use this opportunity to achieve Foundation Establishment, and not a Foundation Establishment pill. But if he doesn't achieve Foundation Establishment, then how can he have the strength to deal with that Wang family ancestor? This has become a dead knot. If I don't achieve Foundation Establishment, I can't deal with the Wang family ancestor. If I achieve Foundation Establishment, even if I seize the opportunity, it's useless and I can't achieve Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. Lin Chongqing suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a dilemma. Is there any way to allow someone to have the ability to fight against Foundation Establishment without achieving Foundation Establishment? Lin Chongqing began to think about the experiences of the last simulation. In the last simulation, 30 years of demon-slaying experience not only allowed him to reach the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, but also gave him a greater understanding of the cultivation world. Foundation Establishment and Qi training cultivators are indeed worlds apart, but it is not impossible for Qi training cultivators to fight against Foundation Establishment. Formations, magical treasures, and talismans can all increase strength. In the previous simulation experience, he saw a 10th level Qi training perfection cultivator ambush and kill a Foundation Establishment demonic path cultivator with a 2nd tier high grade talisman. A 2nd tier high grade talisman is comparable to a full blow from a high level Foundation Establishment cultivator. With this, dealing with the Wang family ancestor is not difficult. But second-tier high-grade talismans are expensive. If he wants to use talismans to deal with the Wang family ancestor in the next simulation, that would mean that he would have to get a lot of money to buy a second-tier high-grade talisman 3 days before the Golden Sun Mystic Realm opens. This is a bit difficult. Formations, magical treasures, talismans, spirit beasts.
Lin Shangqing thought about these methods of increasing strength one by one. Suddenly, he slammed his thigh.
He thought of a method that he was absolutely sure could deal with the Wang family ancestor. I can practice body refinement.
Lin Shangqing suddenly looked at the panel. He had figured out how to use this simulation to improve his strength, so that he would have the strength to deal with the Wang family ancestor in the next simulation.
That is body refinement.
Legend has it that body refinement was also a grand path in the ancient primordial era, and many cultivators practiced body refinement. There were even races like the Witch Clan who specialized in body refinement, without cultivating divine souls or spiritual power. The Witch Clan relied solely on body refinement and still produced true immortals and golden immortals, and even the 12 ancestral witches at the Great Luo golden immortal level. It can be said that the Witch Clan became one of the overlord forces in the ancient primordial era solely by relying on body refinement. But slowly, with the Lich Cataclysm, the Witch Clan slowly declined. Later, with the wars of the ancient and medieval eras, the Witch Clan even gradually disappeared and perished. The method of body refinement also gradually declined with the disappearance of the Witch Clan. Now, body refinement has become a minor path that could not be smaller. Cultivating divine souls and spiritual power has become the mainstream among cultivators. No one would choose body refinement as their main cultivation path. This is mainly due to the following reasons. First, because of the disappearance of the Witch Clan, the subsequent path of body refinement has also disappeared. Many body refinement methods ended at foundation establishment, and the subsequent core formation and nascent soul body refinement methods disappeared with the demise of the Witch Clan. Choosing body refinement, it is possible that you will have nothing to do with core formation and nascent soul in this lifetime. The second reason for the decline of body refinement is that it consumes too many cultivation resources. Cultivating divine souls and spiritual power only requires spirit stones. But body refinement requires spiritual medicines and herbs that have been around for years to boil into soup to temper the body and bones. Many cultivators do not have this money. But these two drawbacks of body refinement are not a problem for Lin Shangqing. Many body refinement techniques no longer have methods after foundation establishment. It doesn't matter, Lin Shangqing only needs to refine his body to the point where he can fight against foundation establishment. Body refinement consumes resources, but that doesn't matter either. This time, with the advantage of foresight, Lin Shangqing will have many contribution points. Exchanging for body refinement cultivation resources will not be difficult for him either. I'll choose body refinement. Lin Shangqing made a decision. He plans to use a lifetime of simulation to practice body refinement. Escaping the entrance of the Golden Sun Mystic Realm. You have thought about the main purpose of this simulation, which is body refinement. In this simulation, you will use a lifetime to hone your body to a realm where you can fight against foundation establishment. You first spent a month healing your injuries. At this time, the war between the righteous and demonic paths has already broken out. After healing your injuries, you disguised yourself and came to the city lord's mansion to participate in the law enforcement team. The reason why you went incognito was because you were afraid that the Wang family would recognize you. 3 months later, relying on the prophetic advantage of the last simulation, you reported a demonic path attack plan to the Blackwater Market City Lord's Mansion. Fairy Nishong relied on this information to win a great victory over the demon sect, and you gained a large number of contribution points by contributing this information. You used contribution points to exchange for resources and pills to break through the 10th level of Qi training, as well as a body refinement technique. The name of this body refinement technique is Dragon Demon Body Refinement Technique. Dragon Demon Body Refinement Method, according to legend, is a body refinement method researched by ancient cultivators observing the true dragon race. After achieving great success, it is said that it can make a cultivator's physical body comparable to the power of a true dragon.
And it can evolve all kinds of incredible physical body acupoint divine powers. However, it is a pity that, like other body refinement methods, this dragon demon body refinement method only records up to bone forging. All body refinement methods after bone forging are lost. The realms of body refinement are most likely skin refinement, opening up the human body's meridians, which is equivalent to a cultivator's chi refinement. After skin refinement is bone forging, which is equivalent to a cultivator's foundation establishment. It is said that after bone forging, there are still realms in body refinement for cultivating the human body's 5 internal organs and 6 bowels, but the dragon demon body refinement method only records the method of bone forging. There is no method for how to refine the 5 internal organs and 6 bowels. This also means that cultivating the dragon demon body refinement art can only reach the foundation establishment stage, and there is no hope for future core formation or nascent soul stages. But you don't care. In this life, you only need to cultivate the dragon demon body refinement method to the bone forging realm to achieve your goal. Forging 1 bone is equivalent to the strength of the first level of foundation establishment. Forging 2 bones is equivalent to the second level of foundation establishment. In this life, forging 2 bones will be considered achieving the goal, which is enough for me to deal with the Wang family's old ancestor in the next simulation. Blackwater Market, Inner City, a residence in the City Lord's Mansion. Lin Changqing is holding the dragon bone body refinement method, carefully observing it. Unlike cultivators who only need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. Body refinement requires practicing boxing and then using a special secret recipe medicinal soup to temper the physical body. Lin Changqing has already exchanged a large batch of spiritual medicines and herbs with exchange points and moved them to his home. These spiritual medicines and herbs are what he needs to temper his physical body with after finishing his boxing practice. Dragon Demon Body Refinement, First Form, Mountain Dragon Battles Tiger. Putting away the Dragon Demon Body Refinement method, Lin Changqing comes to the courtyard and starts practicing boxing according to the visualization diagram he watched before. The first visualization diagram of the Dragon Demon Body Refinement method depicts an ancient era, in the desolate mountains, a true dragon fighting a giant tiger. A body refiner who cultivates the Dragon Demon Body Refinement method must visualize himself as the true dragon fighting the giant tiger. Lin Changqing stood in his boxing stance, left fist upward, right fist inward, like a pair of dragon horns, and punched forward. When this punch was thrown, there was a faint meaning of a dragon's roar, shaking Lin Changqing's physical body. The body refinement method is indeed magical, but after throwing a punch, you can feel the power of the physical body has improved. Lin Changqing retracted his fist, felt the changes in his own physical body strength, and then continued to practice boxing. After practicing continuously for 4 hours, Lin Changqing stopped. At this moment, his physical body was very red, as if it had been hammered. And his physical body made a crackling sound. Lin Changqing looked inside his body. At this moment, he could feel that a meridian in his left hand was open. This is the skin refinement realm of body refinement. Skin refinement is to temper the body through continuous boxing practice. Opening up 10 meridians is equivalent to the first level of chi refinement. 20 meridians, the second level of chi refinement. Opening up 108 meridians is the 10th level of chi refinement. You exchanged for the Dragon Demon Body Refinement method and quickly got started. After an afternoon of boxing practice, you opened up a meridian. But you are not too happy. Opening up meridians becomes more and more difficult as you go on. You have already prepared to spend more than 20 years to open up all the meridians. Taishu 330, June 13th, after a month of boxing practice, you have opened up 10 meridians. June 16th, you received a mission that demonic cultivators are appearing in White River County. After you complete the mission and slay the demons, you continue to practice boxing. July 18th, you opened up 14 meridians. August 17th, you accepted a mission. In this way, a year passed. This year, you practiced boxing to temper your body every day, and then went out to slay demons. After a year, you have opened up 21 meridians in your whole body. Next, the simulation text on the panel all shows Lin Changqing practicing boxing and slaying demons. Taishu 331, practicing boxing and body refinement, slaying demons.
This year, you opened up 38 meridians.
Taishu 332, practicing boxing and body refinement, slaying demons.
This year, you opened up 50 meridians.
Taishu 333, practicing boxing and body refinement, slaying demons.
This year, the speed of opening up meridians slowed down, reaching 58 meridians.
In addition, this year your Qi refinement 10th level is complete. Taishu 334. This continued until Taishu 342. Taishu 342, this is the 12th year you have cultivated the dragon demon body refinement method.
In these 12 years, you have opened up 90 meridians, equivalent to the 9th level of human cultivator's Qi refinement, and there are still 18 meridians away from breaking through to bone forging. As expected, the further you go in body refinement, the more difficult it becomes.
Lin Changqing's finger brushed over the text on the panel, according to the text displayed on the panel. In the first few years, his speed of opening up meridians was very fast, and he could open up more than a dozen in a year, but the further he went, the slower it became. Especially in the last few years, he could only open up 5 or 6 in a year. This is still because he has the advantage of being a prophet, reporting some of the strategic intentions of the demonic path from his previous life, obtaining a large number of contribution points, which can be exchanged for a large number of spiritual medicines and herbs for body refinement. In this way, in a full 12 years, he only opened up 90 meridians, which shows the difficulty of body refinement. But it's not a big problem.
This is a simulation, and he has plenty of time to slowly open up the meridians throughout his body.
Taishu 343, you opened up 93 meridians. Taishu 344, you opened up 95 meridians. Taishu 345, you opened up 97 meridians.
In addition, at the end of the year, you received news that Black Fire Daoist quickly broke through to the 5th level of Foundation Establishment and killed 2 demonic Foundation Establishment cultivators. Immortal Ni Chang was overjoyed and praised Black Fire Daoist for promoting the prestige of the righteous path and rewarded the Wang family.
Hearing this news, you sighed. Your words carry little weight.
In the past 10 years, you have indeed mentioned to some of the upper echelons of Blackwater Market that Black Fire Daoist may be a demonic spy, but no one believes you. Like last time, Black Fire Daoist is still a Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment cultivator, a core formation seed that the entire righteous path values very much. You are just a Qi refinement cultivator, and Black Fire Daoist is a core formation seed that all righteous paths value.
If you rashly accuse him, no one will believe you.
Moreover, Black Fire Daoist and the Wang family are hiding extremely deeply. In the past 10 years, you have wanted to catch some evidence of the Wang family's transactions with the demonic path, but unfortunately, you have gained nothing.
Black Fire Daoist is hiding too deeply. If it weren't for the last simulation, you wouldn't dare to believe that Black Fire Daoist could be a demonic spy.
After all, just looking at his performance in the past 10 years, Black Fire Daoist has even killed demonic Foundation Establishment cultivators, and his hands are stained with the blood of countless demonic cultivators. No matter who looks at him, Black Fire could not possibly be someone who was defected to the demonic path. Knowing that Black Fire Daoist was rewarded by Immortal Ni Chang, you feel a surge of emotions.
Now you have the following choices. A. Expose the fact that Black Fire Daoist is a demonic spy.
B. Endure it, wait for the opportunity, and cultivate with peace of mind.
Lin Changqing chose option B.
Just like the previous analysis, his words carry little weight. If a Qi refinement cultivator says that Black Fire Daoist is a demonic spy, others will only think he is crazy, and no one will listen to him.
It's better to cultivate with peace of mind. In this simulation, don't care about anything.
Increase your strength to bone forging to prepare for the next simulation. You chose option B, waiting for the opportunity, enduring, and concentrating on cultivation. Year 346 of the Taishu era, this year, you continued to cultivate. For the entire year, you opened 2 more meridians, reaching 99 meridians. You are getting closer and closer to bone forging. Year 347 of the Taishu era, on March 1st, you received a mission to defend Baiwei County from a demonic path siege. You accepted the task, slaying demons and rescuing Baiwei County, then returned to practice your fist techniques. On September 1st, you accepted a mission to slay demons and returned to practice your fist techniques. And so, throughout the year, slaying demons and practicing your fist techniques, you open 2 more meridians, reaching 101 meridians. At this moment, your physical strength alone is comparable to a human cultivator at the 10th level of chi refining. The dual 10th level cultivation of both physical body and spiritual power makes your combat strength far surpass your peers. You have gained some fame, and some people call you a foundation establishment seed. Year 348 of the Taishu era. This year, your speed of opening meridians slowed down. Throughout the entire year, you only opened 1 meridian, reaching 102 meridians. You weren't too concerned. Opening meridians becomes more difficult as you progress, so it's normal for the speed to slow down. Year 349 of the Taishu era. For the first 11 months, your speed of opening meridians remained very slow. You didn't open even a single meridian. You faintly felt that opening the 103rd meridian would probably take another year. Although you had been mentally prepared for the difficulty of opening meridians in the later stages, you couldn't help but wonder, when it came to the 103rd meridian, it would actually take 2 years. Could it be that the last 6 meridians would take you 10 years? Year 349 of the Taishu era. On December 18, you opened 6 meridians, reaching 108 meridians. Your skin refinement is complete, and all meridians in your body are open. You are only 1 step away from bone forging. In the last month of the year 349 of the Taishu era, you miraculously opened the last 6 meridians at an incredible speed. The reason for your rapid progress is due to Fairy Nishang. For nearly 20 years, you have made many contributions to the Blackwater market, reporting a lot of demonic path intelligence and preventing many losses for the Blackwater market. Because of your 20 years of contributions, Fairy Nishang remembered your merits, so she decided to help you and specially selected a Black Sun Dragon Bone Pill from the treasure vault to reward you. The Black Sun Dragon Bone Pill is a second-grade, high-quality spiritual pill. It uses the bones of a flood dragon with a lifespan of 3,000 years as the main material for alchemy, and is refined in a pill furnace with great fire for 49 days. The refining process also requires collecting the heart blood of 3,005 colored male chickens born at the yang hour on the yang day to be successfully refined. This kind of pill is extremely precious. Taking it will give a person the dragon nature of dragon bones, which can enhance physical strength. You didn't expect Fairy Nishang to reward you with such a precious pill. After taking it, you broke through 6 meridians in just a few days, and you felt that the effect of the Black Sun Dragon Bone Pill was more than that. You felt that there was still residual medicinal power in your whole body. You feel that you are not far from bone forging. This Fairy Nishang is really nice, helping me a lot. 1 Black Sun Dragon Bone Pill saves me more than 10 years. Lin Changqing's finger brushed across the panel, and the panel text had this line. Year 349 of the Taishu era, December 10, Fairy Nishang received you and rewarded you with a Black Sun Dragon Bone Pill. Brushing his finger across this line of text, you can see the scene of Lin Changqing being received and rewarded with the pill by Fairy Nishang. That was in the city lord's mansion. You can see in the picture a cold and exquisite woman in a moonwhite palace dress handing a pill to Lin Changqing. Li Qingyi, for more than 10 years, you have made significant contributions to the Blackwater market. Today, this palace bestows a Black Sun Dragon Bone Pill, hoping that after your breakthrough, you will continue to slay demons and promote the prestige of our righteous path. Thank you for the city lord's reward. Li Qingyi is Lin Changqing's alias in this life, originally used to hide his identity and escape the Wang family. Therefore, Fairy Nishang calls Lin Changqing Li Qingyi. Fairy Nishang is impeccable to people, but unfortunately. Seeing this scene in the text, Lin Changqing shook his head. In all fairness, from Fairy Nishang giving him such a valuable pill as the Black Sun Dragon Bone Pill, it can be seen that this person is indeed wholeheartedly for the righteous path. The Black Sun Dragon Bone Pill is extremely precious. Although he has made contributions to the city lord's mansion in the past 10 years, he is not, after all, a direct descendant of the city lord's mansion, and is only a chi refining cultivator. He heard that many fake core true persons who had followed Fairy Nishang for hundreds of years in the city lord's mansion wanted to ask for this precious pill for their descendants.
But because his physical body had been trained to 102 meridians, and this pill was most suitable for him, Fairy Nishang gave it to him without hesitation. He could guess some of Fairy Nishang's intentions in giving him the pill, which was to help him become a bone-forging cultivator and add a foundation establishment combat strength to the Blackwater market. Fairy Nishang is such a selfless person. In the past 10 years, she has rewarded Blackfire Daoist a lot, also wanting Blackfire to quickly become a core formation cultivator and add strength to the righteous path. Unfortunately, this Blackfire is a traitor. In the previous simulation, the reason why Blackfire Daoist was able to quickly break through from the first level of foundation establishment to the 7th level in just over 20 years. Besides being a heavenly Dao foundation establishment cultivator with fast cultivation speed. Another major reason was Fairy Nishang's generous rewards to Blackfire Daoist. In order to add a core formation true person to Blackwater Market and the righteous path, Fairy Nishang tilted a lot of the City Lord's Mansion's cultivation resources towards Blackfire Daoist. For example, Lin Changqing had heard that in a precious secret realm quota the year before last, Blackwater Market had allocated it to Blackfire Daoist. Unfortunately, Fairy Nishang's actions did not add a core formation seed to the righteous path, but instead laid a great hidden danger for the complete destruction of Blackwater County in the future. Year 350 of the Taishu era, June 8, after another half-year of cultivation, you finally digested all the medicinal effects of the Black Sun Dragon Bone Pill bestowed by Fairy Nishang, and at this moment, you have finally reached the point of impacting bone forging. Once bone forging is successful, your combat strength can be comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator. The world is a sea of suffering, a boundless sea of suffering. Reaching the other shore, one can obtain eternal life. The physical body is the boat for humans to cross the sea of suffering. Today, I will forge my bones. Forge my boat of the physical body to cross the sea of suffering. In the inner city, a middle-aged man with black hair was setting up fist stakes in the courtyard of his residence, punching them one by one. His whole body was emitting white smoke, and his whole body was crackling. It could be seen that his spine was like a great dragon, constantly making roaring sounds, and there were faint illusions. Behind the middle-aged man, there seemed to be real dragons floating. These real dragons, with blue scales and white whiskers, revealed age and majesty. This middle-aged man is Lin Changqing in the simulation. Because of cultivating the dragon demon body refining technique. In this simulation, his physical strength has been greatly enhanced, so even at 50, he still looks slightly younger, like a middle-aged man in his 40s. Unlike the last time, when he was 50 years old, he already looked like a 60 or 70-year-old man with white hair. Dragon Demon Bone Forging. Lin Changqing punched out again. As he punched out one punch after another, the real dragon behind him roared, washing away his physical body. At this moment, the dragon demon body refining technique also continued to play its role. Lin Changqing's left arm bone faintly had the roar of a dragon. The first bone forged by the dragon demon body refining technique is the human left bone, corresponding to the true dragon's left claw. Dragon demon bone forging. In the courtyard, Lin Changqing shouted again, his left leg tightened, his abdomen contracted slightly, his back spine straightened slightly, his tongue touched the upper palate, and he pushed out a punch with his left hand alone. His whole body was cooperating with the punch from his left hand. Looking down from the sky, Lin Changqing's posture was like an ancient and wild true dragon. The punch from his left hand was like the horn of an ancient and wild true dragon. It's almost time to forge the bones. Lin Changqing continued to throw punches with his left hand, one after another. He could feel something brewing in his left hand, and once it succeeded, it would mark the beginning of his bone forging. At this moment, he didn't dare to be careless. He concentrated and used the dragon demon body refining fist technique to temper his left arm bone. The blood and energy of his whole body surged into his left hand. Looking inside his body, he could see a little bit of a rune being outlined and nurtured in his left arm bone. This rune revealed an aura of ancient, wild, and old. The human body has all kinds of mysteries. Cultivators absorb spiritual energy to cultivate their divine soul, which is one path. But refining the body and exploring the power of the human body is also a path. During bone forging, if the bone forging is successful, runes will spontaneously generate on the bones,
communicating with the energy between heaven and earth. Now Lin Changqing has reached the most critical step, the rune of his left arm bone is about to be generated.
Bang bang bang.
Lin Changqing concentrated, punching out one punch after another. Behind him, true dragons with green scales, white whiskers, and ancient majesty, kept roaring. Finally, at a certain point in time, all the true dragons with green scales and white whiskers let out a frantic roar. These true dragons actually rushed towards Lin Changqing's left arm bone frantically. Some of the most mysterious changes between heaven and earth were happening in Lin Changqing's left arm.
His left hand began to emit heat. As the true dragons poured in, the rune nurtured by this left arm bone was quickly generated. Those true dragons seemed to have turned into nutrients for outlining this rune. Bone forging. Dragon roars occurred in Lin Changqing's left arm bone. The rune was gradually outlined completely. It looked like a rune from the ancient wilderness era, wild and ancient, composed of ancient characters from an unknown era. Just looking at the font, it was like seeing a true dragon stretching for thousands of feet overlooking you. Finally, when this set of runes was only one stroke away from being outlined, Lin Changqing punched out with his left hand. Roar! It was impossible to describe Lin Changqing's punch with his left hand. This punch seemed to come from the ancient era, carrying countless true dragon roars, and also seemed to come from the endless wild void, a true dragon stretching for thousands of miles fused with this punch. As this punch was thrown, the left arm bone rune was completed. As this punch was thrown, the spiritual energy of the entire courtyard went berserk. Boom boom boom. If outsiders saw this scene, they would be extremely surprised. Because in the courtyard, a middle-aged man, relying solely on his left hand to bombard with punches, could pull the spiritual energy back and forth in a frenzy, and even the space was faintly broken by this middle-aged man's punch. Breaking space, this could only be done when the spiritual power of a foundation establishment cultivator formed a solid state. But now this middle-aged man could actually do it with just the physical strength of his left arm. This showed that this middle-aged man had already forged his bones, comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator. Finally forged my bones, I have the combat power of a foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Changqing retracted his fist. He quietly looked at his left arm. The skin of his entire left arm was crystal clear like jade. Looking inside his body, he could see that the entire left arm bone was engraved with a complete rune. This rune exuded an aura of ancient, wild, and old, and seemed to contain infinite power. This was the sign of successful bone forging. The left arm bone rune was completed. The power of the flesh is indeed not smaller than the divine soul spiritual power. Lin Changqing gently waved his left arm, mobilizing the rune power on his left arm bone. Immediately, a small true dragon with green scales and white whiskers emerged from the tip of his left hand. He flicked it forward gently, and the little green-scaled dragon roared, like a sharp sword, directly passing through more than 10 meters away, breaking the void. This was the power of the physical rune. After successful bone forging, the human body can also perform all kinds of mysterious spells with just the physical body. The little cyan true dragon just now was a technique, or rather a body technique, recorded in the dragon demon body refining technique. This kind of body technique uses the human body rune power, not the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. In the 350th year of the Tai Su, on June 8, you successfully forged your bones. With the power of your physical body alone, you can shatter the void, and your combat power is comparable to foundation establishment. In addition, after successfully forging your bones, you also felt the mysterious power of the physical body. Why are human body runes generated? Where does the rune power come from? It doesn't even need spiritual energy. Relying solely on the rune to outline power can generate all kinds of body techniques with extremely great power. You heard that if you reach the stage of sacrificing and refining the 5 internal organs, the mystery of the physical body will develop further. It is said that body refining cultivators will cultivate gods in their bodies when they reach the stage of sacrificing and refining the 5 internal organs. The lungs belong to metal, sacrificing and refining the lungs. The Grand E White Gold Ancient God will be cultivated, and the Grand E White Gold Sword energy that can cut the sky can be sacrificed. The liver belongs to wood, and if the sacrifice is successful, it will cultivate It's a pity that the methods of sacrificing the internal organs have been lost. The mysteries of body refining are no less than the divine soul spiritual power cultivated by cultivators. Looking at the panel, Lin Chongqing exclaimed. Just now, through the text simulated by the panel, he could see the various mysteries displayed by the physical power when he broke through the bone forging. The bones would actually generate runes that nurture mysterious power. Lin Chongqing could feel that these rune powers were like excavating the body's own power. In his previous life, he had heard that when a child was crushed by a truck, a mother actually lifted the truck and rescued the child. This was an unheard of event. A weak woman could actually lift a big truck. Perhaps this was the potential of the human body. And body refining was to stimulate all kinds of human potential. Body refining is definitely a bright path, just like cultivating the divine soul, but unfortunately, it has declined to this day. Lin Chongqing's heart moved slightly, and he thought of the Wu clan in the ancient prehistoric era. This race only cultivated the physical body, and 12 ancestral witches of the great Luo golden immortal level could emerge. It was enough to show that body refining was also a path of cultivation that directly pointed to the great Tao. Great Luo golden immortal, meaning eternal immortality in endless time and space, endless void, is the end point of all great Taos. And a path of cultivation that can directly point to the great Luo golden immortal must be a path that is more righteous than righteous. But this kind of cultivation path was gradually becoming extinct now, and the highest realm ended at bone forging, which was really puzzling. It can't help but make people think, why did the body refining method become extinct? Was it brought about by the decline and extinction of the Wu clan after experiencing the prehistoric, ancient, and Middle Ages? Or was it because of something else? Lin Chongqing shook his head. He felt that the disappearance of the body refining method might have some secrets. But these were not things he could explore now. Concentrate on simulating. Thinking about these is useless. This may involve the game of some forbidden existences. Lin Chongqing looked at the panel again. You successfully forged your bones, and after the news spread, many people came forward to congratulate you. Bone forging can be comparable to Foundation establishment combat power, and Foundation establishment can be considered a figure who can be called an ancestor in the world of cultivation. In today's righteous and demonic paths, a Foundation establishment can be regarded as the backbone of both sides. For 2 consecutive days, many guests came to your home to give you gifts, as many people wanted to build a relationship with you, the newly advanced Foundation establishment cultivator. Another day passed, and news came from the city lord's mansion. You were promoted. Fairy Nishang appointed you as an elder of the enforcement hall. In the previous simulation, you, at the 9th level of Qi refining, were the captain of a certain enforcement squad, but now, you have tempered your bones, comparable to Foundation establishment battle prowess, and were directly promoted to an enforcement hall elder, able to directly lead 10 enforcement squads. After being promoted to an elder of the enforcement hall, you transferred the original 4th squad to your command and made Li Er and Er He members of your personal guard. Li Er and Er He were old members who had followed you for decades in the previous simulation. Li Er died during that time. But this simulation, with the improvement of your cultivation, changed the fate of many people. Many of the old members who followed you last time are now living well. Li Er He, and many other old members of the 4th squad respected you, the bone tempering elder, very much. Of course, many people also wondered, feeling that you, the bone tempering elder, were taking too much care of them. You didn't explain much. These old members were all veterans who had followed you for decades in the previous simulation, experiencing countless bloody battles and fighting with demonic cultivators for decades. Even though it was just a simulation, the realistic scenes still made you take care of them in this simulation. In the year 350 of the Taisu calendar, on July 13th, you received your first mission after becoming a bone-tempering cultivator. Intelligence showed that the demonic path was launching a large-scale attack on several cities in the western Heishui prefecture, which was the territory of the righteous sect, the Three Swords sect. The Heishui market decided to support the Three Swords sect. Real person Wu Bai led the support of the Three Swords sect, and you were among them. This support force was a mighty group of thousands of cultivators. In the year 350 of the Taisu calendar, on July 14th, you arrived in the western Heishui prefecture, the territory of the Three Swords sect.
On July 19, the support forces from other parts of Heishui Prefecture also arrived one after another.
On July 21, you encountered a demonic path force led by a pseudocore formation real person.
Real person Wu Bai killed the pseudocore formation demonic cultivator, and you also struck and killed a foundation establishment demonic cultivator of the same rank.
In the first battle, you achieved a great victory.
For the next few months, from July 21 to November 8, the war went smoothly. The forces supporting the Three Swords sect from all sides won consecutive victories against the demonic path in the western Heishui Prefecture. For a time, the momentum of the demonic path's attack on the western Heishui Prefecture seemed to be suppressed. But on November 13, the situation changed. The Heavenly Demon sect, led by the Autumn Moon Demonis, after conquering Wannan County in Qingzhou, freed up its hands and sent a large number of demonic path forces to support the demonic path in the western Heishui Prefecture. It is said that 4 core formation real persons came from the demonic path, and one of them was even a core formation real person in the mid-stage. The addition of this force immediately caused a drastic change in the strength of both sides. You began to retreat steadily. On November 25, the Righteous Path lost 4 cities in the western Heishui Prefecture, and a core formation real person of the Three Swords sect was killed. On December 19, in less than a month, 3 more cities were lost. The support force from the Heishui market had already lost 1/3 of its strength, and you were besieged by 2 foundation establishment demonic cultivators. You desperately killed one of them before escaping with serious injuries. On December 20, the entire western Heishui Prefecture was in a state of panic. Some people rumored that the western Heishui Prefecture was about to be completely occupied by the demonic path.
The situation is not good.
It was the winter month, and the cold wind was bleak. In the camp stationed by the Heishui market, the wounded were all over the ground. Lin Changqing, along with Er He and Lier, inspected the condition of the wounded in the several teams he led. In just over a month, 1/3 of the team he led had been killed or wounded. Many of the old members from the previous simulation had also died.
My strength is still not enough.
Lin Changqing looked at the wounded all over the ground, and the corpses of some of his familiar old subordinates who had died, and sighed slightly. Even though he had achieved bone tempering, he still couldn't change much about this war. In the previous simulation, he remembered that the complete fall of the western Heishui Prefecture was in the year 359 of the Taisu calendar. This time, due to his arrival, he reported a lot of demonic path intelligence, allowing the Righteous Path to preserve some of its forces.
But now it seems useless.
The western Heishui Prefecture is about to be occupied by the demonic path soon. His intelligence only allowed the Righteous Path to delay for some time, but it was useless. In the final analysis, in this war, the strength of the demonic path had completely suppressed the Righteous Path. Perhaps, like in the previous simulation, the complete destruction of Heishui Prefecture was only a matter of time. You deeply felt that your strength was not enough. In this great war between the righteous and demonic paths, foundation establishments still couldn't change much. You could hardly protect yourself. For example, yesterday, you were besieged by 2 foundation establishment demonic cultivators and almost died. You can't even protect yourself, so how can you change others, change the fate of the entire Heishui Prefecture, or even the people of the entire Qingzhou? In the year 351 of the Taisu calendar, on January 18, you lost several more cities in the western Heishui Prefecture. Now, the Righteous Path only has 5 cities left in the western Heishui Prefecture.
Complete annihilation is only a matter of time.
In the year 351 of the Taisu calendar, on February 13, after several months of bloody battles, every life and death battle stimulated your body's potential. You actually tempered a second bone, the right arm bone.
You didn't have much joy in the improvement of your cultivation.
In 2 months, the Righteous Path lost several more cities in the western Heishui Prefecture, and the loss of each city meant. In the year 351 of the Taisu calendar, on November 13, after nearly a year of resistance, you still couldn't stop the demonic path's offensive in the western Heishui Prefecture.
You fled in panic, and the western Heishui Prefecture was completely occupied by the demonic path.
When withdrawing, real person Wu Bai encouraged everyone, saying that the temporary loss of the western Heishui prefecture was nothing, and one day, the righteous path would fight back. You silently listened to these words, but only you knew that the righteous path would never be able to return. The loss of the western Heishui prefecture was only the beginning. Like in the previous simulation, in the next 10 years, from the west to the north, then to the east, and finally to the south, everything would slowly fall into the hands of the demonic path. In the end, only a few cities like Heishui Market and Jianqiu City would remain.
The sun was setting in the west. You looked back at the cities in the west.
These cities were where the sun set. They should have been bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. Every city should have had the atmosphere of daily life in the evening, and every street should have had the hawking of vendors and the playing of children. The farmlands of the cities should have had old farmers leading old oxen, working hard in the fields. After a day's work, these old farmers would sit on the ridges of the fields, smoking dry tobacco, talking about the trivial matters of farming families, with smiles on their wrinkled faces. But at this moment, you looked back and couldn't see anything, only the black smoke of the myriad soul banners covering every city.
All you could see was bones, still bones, still bones. The situation unfolded as you predicted, with the entire Blackwater County deteriorating.
The fall of western Blackwater County was just the beginning.
Taisu Calendar 352, January 7th, northern Blackwater County is in critical condition. Taisu Calendar 352, September 6th, half of northern Blackwater County has fallen.
As usual, Blackwater Market made its support. You are in the support team, because body refiners need constant battles to make breakthroughs quickly. Normally, forging a bone to breakthrough takes 7 or 8 years, but last time it only took you a few months to breakthrough, because you fought repeatedly in the war with the demonic path in the west, stimulating your body's potential, so you quickly forged the second bone.
However, unlike last time, the support force was vast last time, with thousands of cultivators and reinforcements from all over Blackwater territory.
Everyone had the confidence to stop the demonic path. But this time, the scale of the support force is much smaller, everyone's eyes lack confidence, and as an elder, you know a lot of high-level information. For example, this time, you know that the purpose of Blackwater Market's support for the north is no longer to stop the demonic path's offensive, but to save as many people as possible. The entire righteous path has little confidence in stopping the demonic path's offensive.
Everyone is psychologically prepared for the north of Blackwater County to be occupied.
Everyone is here to support this time, and the purpose of all parties is to do their best and accept fate, saving as many people as possible.
September 8th, you arrived.
September 17th, you had 3 encounters with the demonic path, with mutual damage. September 21st, you rode a spirit boat to an uncaptured city in the north, preparing to take away some of the people.
Immortal Master, I beg you, let my child board the spirit boat. Immortal Master, I will be your ox and horse, let my child board the spirit boat. Immortal Master. Blackwater County, a city in the north.
Tens of thousands of people surrounded a spirit boat, with old people pulling their young children, kneeling and begging for mercy, hoping to board the spirit boat.
Some women looked desperate when they heard that their children did not meet the requirements. Lin Changqing watched this scene in silence.
Because the situation in the northern part of Blackwater County is extremely critical, and the demonic paths. Troops may attack at any time, they cannot take everyone back, and can only select a portion of people to board first.
And what kind of people can board first? Young children with spiritual roots. Logically speaking, this is the best choice, saving people to maximize value.
These young children with spiritual roots have a life-and-death feud with the demonic path. In the future, cultivation will evolve into a living force against the demonic path. But emotionally, looking at the crying and begging of these people, Lin Changqing felt a little unbearable.
Everyone knows the consequences of not boarding the spirit boat.
Boarding the spirit boat and escaping from the north means there is hope of survival. Staying behind will only result in being, by the demonic path.
Everyone, don't panic. Our spirit boat will come back. Let the young children with spiritual roots board first. Our spirit boat will come back again to pick up the elderly and women.
Some law enforcement team members comforted the crying and terrified people.
But Lin Changqing knew that this sentence of returning was just a lie, just like the western part of Blackwater County that could not be returned to. The north cannot be returned to either. You finally sighed, boarded the spirit boat, and couldn't bear to look at these begging people. In fact, you could use your privileges to bring some people without spiritual roots on the spirit boat. But what's the use of that? This city alone has hundreds of thousands of people. Can your spirit boat take them all away? Even if you take all the people from this city away, so what? The entire north has thousands upon thousands of such cities densely packed. How many people can you save? Still not enough, still not enough. You muttered to yourself, the power of foundation establishment is still not enough, only core formation, and even core formation is not enough. Only by forming a golden core, achieving the late stage of the 10th level of golden core like the female demon Xiaoyu, or even the nascent soul above golden core, can this war-sweeping Qingzhou be changed. Taisu calendar 353, January 7th, you retreated, because the northern part of Blackwater County had been completely occupied by the demonic path. In these months, you had many battles with the demonic path, and you killed several foundation establishment demonic path of the same level. Every life and death battle has stimulated a lot of your potential. You feel that your second forged bone has reached its peak, and the third bone is not far away. Taisu calendar 353, September 8th, Eastern Blackwater County is in critical condition, and Blackwater Market sent support, you are among them. Taisu calendar 354, October 8th, the eastern part of Blackwater County completely fell. Like the last time supporting the north, you were mentally prepared, saved a group of people and pulled them onto the spirit boat, and then retreated back to Blackwater Market. More than a year of fighting, with life and death battles every day, your body's potential is constantly being stimulated, you are forging the third bone. The third bone is your left leg bone. Taisu calendar 355, August 7th, Southern Blackwater County is in critical condition, but this time Blackwater Market did not send support. Because Blackwater Market is also under siege. Taisu 356, Blackwater Market blocked this siege. Support troops from all over Qingzhou came to southern Blackwater County and also blocked the demonic path's offensive, and the south was also preserved. For a time, righteous path cultivators from all over the place gradually regained confidence, feeling that counterattacking the demonic path seemed to be just around the corner. But only you know that this time the righteous path has the upper hand in Blackwater County is just a flash in the pan. As expected, from Taisu 357, the demonic path gradually increased its offensive. Taisu calendar 358, April, you were besieged by the demonic path. In the process of supporting the south, you were seriously injured, half of the members of the guard were killed, and Lier also died. Taisu calendar 358, November, you led the remnants back to Blackwater Market, because the south was also occupied by the demonic path. At this moment, in the entire Blackwater County, only 5 cities remain for the righteous path: Blackwater Market, Jianqiu City, Jinyang City. Taisu 359, for a whole year, 3 cities including Jinyang City and Taibai were successively occupied, and only 2 cities remained in the entire Blackwater County, Blackwater Market and Jianqiu City. Taisu 360, February 2nd, Jianqiu City is in critical condition. Like the simulation in the previous life, Blackwater Market sent a support force led by real person Wu Bai, and you are among them. The location of Jianqiu City is extremely important. Blackwater Market must rescue it. If Jianqiu City does not fall, Blackwater Market and Jianqiu City can rely on each other to guard the last hope of Blackwater County, but if Jianqiu City falls, Blackwater Market is afraid. It has come to the point of destiny's choice. As the sun sets, the Blackwater Market rescue force silently hurried towards Jianqiu City. A middle-aged man with black hair in the team looked into the distance. This middle-aged man with black hair is Lin Changqing, and his cultivation is still at the third forged bone at the moment. In Taisu calendar 354, he forged the third bone. But after another 6 years, he is still hovering in the third bone. Because the fourth bone is equivalent to the middle stage of foundation establishment. So it is extremely difficult for him to forge the fourth bone. In 6 years, he has never been able to forge the fourth bone. But this is also a normal phenomenon. For example, the foundation establishment old ancestor of the Wang family has been stuck in the second level of foundation establishment for decades. His cultivation speed of forging bones is already extremely fast. From this, it can also be seen how heaven-defying the opportunity obtained by Black Fire Taoist is, allowing him to quickly come from the first level of foundation establishment to the 7th level of foundation establishment like a fly. Thinking of Black Fire Taoist, Lin Changqing looked at the team and narrowed his eyes. This is the point of Destiny's choice. In the previous life simulation, Black Fire Taoist was an undercover agent and secretly opened the city gate, causing Jianqiu City to fall. In this life, with him here, where will the fate of Jianqiu City go? After a day's travel, you arrive at Jianqiu City. Just like in the previous simulation, the city lord, Changming Jinren, warmly welcomes your support unit. That evening, a banquet is held in the city lord's mansion. In the previous life, you were only at the 9th level of Qi training and were at the outer banquet of the city lord's mansion. In this life, you have forged the 3rd bone, equivalent to the 3rd level of foundation establishment, and entered the inner banquet of the city lord's mansion. Reaching foundation establishment signifies a certain status. At the banquet, Changming Jinren raises his cup to thank you foundation establishment cultivators who have come to provide support one by one. Thank you all for your support. It is righteousness that you have come. I, Changming, will drink this cup to the fullest. Inside the city lord's mansion, in the spacious hall, Changming Jinren, dressed in a white robe, raises his wine cup and drinks it all in one gulp. Changming Jinren's statement that your support is a matter of righteousness isn't just empty words. Each foundation establishment cultivator has their own legend. They are a pivotal force between the righteous and demonic paths. Therefore, righteous cultivators receive excellent treatment if they defect to the demonic path. Thus, those foundation establishment cultivators who still insist on fighting the demonic path at this stage truly do so for the sake of righteousness in their hearts. In fact, if righteous cultivators were to defect to the demonic path, their families would receive very favorable conditions. Halfway through the banquet, the same situation as in the previous simulation occurs. Heihua Jinren stands up and declares that he will save the wine in his cup and drink it after he has slain the demonic individuals. Changming Jinren begins to praise Heihua Daoran as a golden core seed and a star of the righteous path. Many guests present also offer praises. You remain silent, quietly drinking your wine. You have already contemplated a plan to deal with Heihua Daoran in your mind. In this life, it won't be so easy for Heihua to open the gates of Jianqiu City. After the banquet ends, you return to rest. The following days are similar to the simulated situation in the previous life. Your support unit from Heishui Workshop is assigned to various city gates to resist the demonic attacks. From the first day to the 5th day, just like in the previous simulation, you successfully fend off the demonic attacks. On the 6th day, you receive the news that Changming Jinren announces that reinforcements will arrive after 4 more days of resistance. Elder, if we resist for 4 more days, reinforcements will arrive, and we can go home then. On the evening of the 6th day, after repelling another wave of demonic attacks, He, covered in wounds, speaks with endless longing about returning home in 4 days. In the previous life, you told He he could go home, but you glance at He, then look towards the distant sky. The setting sun casts its rays upon the bronze city walls, stained with blood. A middle-aged man with black hair silently gazes at the returning geese heading south. The turning point of fate has arrived. You know that in 4 days, everyone will not receive reinforcements because Heihua Daoran will open the city gates at dawn on the 10th day, letting the demonic forces in. At this moment, you have the following options. A. Announce to the entire city that Heihua Daoran is an undercover agent and gather people to kill him. B. Intercept him alone. At dawn 4 days later, you lie in ambush at the city gate and kill Heihua Daoran the moment he prepares to open the gate, saving Jianqiu City. C. Find Wu Bai Jinren and explain to him some relevant information about Heihua Daoran, so that he and you can lie in ambush at the city gate at dawn 4 days later. D. Find Heihua Daoran, appeal to his emotions, reason with him, and persuade him not to open the city gate in 4 days. Which one to choose? Lin Changqing examines the 4 options on the panel one by one. He first eliminates options A and D. Option A is out of the question. Announcing that Heihua Daoran is a spy at this time will only alert the enemy. Option D is too naive.
From the previous simulation, it is known that someone like Heiwa Daoran may have been preparing to defect to the demonic path for over 20 years.
If you talk to him about righteousness, Heiwa Daoran will only laugh at you for being a fool. Option B, intercept him alone.
Lin Changqing's finger brushes over this option.
Option B is also not feasible.
If his strength were higher, he could choose option B. But he is currently only at the third bone forging stage, equivalent to the third level of foundation establishment. Heiwa Daoran is at the seventh level of foundation establishment, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and also a heavenly Dao foundation establishment, possessing the inferior grade Dao artifact, the ancient Jianmu diagram.
He is no match for Heiwa Daoran in his current state. He cannot intercept him alone.
Just a single inferior grade Dao artifact can amplify a cultivator's combat power by 2 to 3 times, not to mention that Heiwa's cultivation is higher than mine, and he is a heavenly Dao foundation establishment.
Intercepting him alone, I am definitely not his opponent.
Lin Changqing shakes his head.
Dao artifacts are extremely precious items.
Every time a Dao artifact appears, Golden Core cultivators will fight tooth and nail for it. With this Dao artifact in hand, Heiwa Daoran's combat power may be comparable to ordinary 9th level foundation establishment cultivators. Therefore, intercepting him alone is not a safe option. In the end, Lin Changqing looks at option C.
Option C is the most reasonable of the 4 options. Find Wubai Jinren. Wubai Jinren is at the Golden Core realm. If he lies in ambush 4 days later and makes a move, Heiwa Daoran will definitely not escape.
Therefore, all that is needed is to convince Wubai to believe that Heiwa Daoran may have betrayed them.
But how difficult is it to convince Wubai?
Lin Changqing narrows his eyes, then directly chooses option C.
You choose option C, find Wubai Jinren. That night, you directly find Wubai Jinren and state the fact that Heiwa Daoran is an undercover agent for the demonic path. Hearing your words, Wubai Jinren's first reaction is disbelief.
After all, Heiwa Daoran is a Golden Core seed and has consistently performed well in battles against the demonic path. Without direct evidence to prove that he is an undercover agent, it is indeed difficult to believe. But fortunately, the effect of your third bone forging has manifested. You are comparable to a third-level foundation establishment cultivator and have made great contributions to the City Lord's mansion over the past 20 years. After you reveal that Heiwa is an undercover agent, Wubai becomes somewhat doubtful. In Wubai's heart, you are also an old-timer who has been with the City Lord's mansion for nearly 30 years and has made significant contributions to Heishui Workshop. An old-timer with such high strength and great contributions would definitely not make groundless accusations. Perhaps Heiwa Daoran really has a problem. Wubai has doubts in his heart. Seeing that Wubai is about to believe your words, you decide to add fuel to the fire. You pick up a sword. Jinren, whether Heiwa Daoran is a demonic spy or not will be known in 4 days. Today I come for the sake of the millions of lives in this city, for the sake of Heishui Workshop. Jinren only needs to lie in ambush with me at the city gate in 4 days. If Heiwa is not a spy after 4 days, please take this sword and cut off my head. In the dim candlelight, a middle-aged man with black hair picks up a sword and hands it to a white-robed cultivator with a face full of surprise and doubt. The middle-aged man with black hair is Lin Changqing, and the white-robed cultivator is Wubai Jinren. You pick up the sword and hand it to Wubai Jinren, indirectly making a military pledge, meaning that if Heiwa is not a spy, you are willing to offer your head as collateral. Seeing you use your head as a guarantee, Wubai finally sighs and accepts your sword. An old-timer who has been with the City Lord's mansion for 30 years and has made significant contributions to Heishui Workshop is today using his head as a guarantee that Heiwa Daoran is an undercover agent. Wubai has no choice but to believe your words. After accepting your sword, Wubai agrees to lie in ambush with you at the city gate in 4 days. Hearing this, you feel a little relieved. Wubai has finally been persuaded. With Wubai's core formation stage cultivation, Black Flame won't be able to stop you. After returning to your residence, you quietly wait for the arrival of the 4th day. Then the 7th, 8th, and 9th days all unfold according to the simulations of your previous life.
The only difference is that in the early hours of the 10th day, you and Wubai conceal your auras and lie in ambush at the city gate, quietly waiting for the arrival of Taoist Black Flame. Meanwhile, in Jianqiu City, the western part of the inner city, inside Taoist Black Flame's residence. Black Flame, is everything prepared? It's prepared. Inside a residence in the western part of the inner city of Jianqiu City, a middle-aged man in black robes and an old man in gray robes are discussing something with serious expressions. The middle-aged man in black robes is Taoist Black Flame. And the old man in gray robes is the Wang family's foundation establishment ancestor. Tonight's matter concerns the Wang family's grand plan for the next 1,000 years. Today, as long as you and I offer up the city gate, with this achievement and your talent, my Wang family will have at least 1,000 years of glory in Blackwater Prefecture. So, when opening the city gate later, you must be prepared, the Wang family ancestor said. His cultivation was at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. In these 30 years, he hasn't made much progress, only advancing 1 level. There's no way around it. His body's potential has already been exhausted. Even if he cultivates further, he won't be able to improve. However, the Wang family ancestor's proudest achievement in these 30 years is the opportunity he obtained in the Golden Sun Secret Realm 30 years ago, which allowed him to nurture Black Flame into a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment cultivator. He is old and can't break through in cultivation, which is nothing as long as Black Flame can break through. Ancestor, rest assured, everything has been prepared long ago. In these few days, your grandson has already figured out 80 or 90% of the city gate's restrictions, Taoist Black Flame replied. Tonight, there are only 2 foundation establishments 7th level cultivators guarding the city. Although these 2 are at the same level as your grandson, with my Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment and a Tao artifact in hand, I can defeat them within a single move, break the restrictions, and open the city gate. Taoist Black Flame's answer exuded confidence. Hearing this, the Wang family ancestor nodded. Now it seems that everything is ready, and all that's lacking is the east wind. As long as they successfully open the city gate in the early hours of the morning, his Wang family will be able to enjoy the protection of the demonic path by virtue of their merit in surrendering the city. However, after you and I successfully surrender the city, the Blackwater market is likely to fall, and Immortal Ni Chang will probably die. In these 30 years, it must be said that Immortal Ni Chang has taken care of the Wang family and you in many ways. Moreover, Jianqiu City and Blackwater Market together have 10 million people. All of this is because our Wang family is surrendering the city. This sin. The Wang family ancestor suddenly said in a deep voice, seemingly thinking of something. Taoist Black Flame directly shook his head. Ancestor, the more critical the moment, the more you can't be soft-hearted. This is what you taught your grandson. In these 30 years, Immortal Ni Chang has been kind to our Wang family, but now the demonic path is powerful, and the righteous path is about to end. Our Wang family can't perish with the righteous path. Besides, think about what you have done in these 30 years. What has our Wang family done? In these 30 years, we have been constantly leaking information to the demonic path. Countless people in Blackwater Market have died because of the information we leaked. If one day, Immortal Ni Chang finds out about this, will she spare you and me? So what if 10 million people die? In the future, you and I should hand over all the internal intelligence of the Blackwater Market to the demonic path, helping the demonic path to conquer the Blackwater Market as soon as possible. The sooner Immortal Ni Chang dies, the sooner Blackwater Market perishes, the more at ease you and I will be, and the more at ease the Wang family will be. Taoist Black Flame's tone was very calm. But the content of his words was so cold and cruel. The 2 cities of Jianqiu City and Blackwater Market together have tens of millions of people. But in Black Flame's mouth, these tens of millions of lives are better off dead sooner, in exchange for his peace of mind. You're right. I was soft-hearted for a moment just now. Compared to the future of the Wang family, 10 million lives are indeed nothing, the Wang family ancestor replied in a deep voice. Taoist Black Flame and the Wang family ancestor, grandfather and grandson, have already decided to sacrifice the million people of Jianqiu City in exchange for the future glory and wealth of their Wang family. They slowly wait for the arrival of the hour of Chou, 1 to 3 a.m., at night. Taoist Black Flame chooses to attack the city gates restrictions at this time because this is when the city gates restrictions are at their weakest. Ancestor, it's time. We should set off. Let's go. The Wang family's wealth and glory today depend on this one move. Ha, Ancestor, rest assured, your grandson is 100% confident in opening the city gate today. Those two Foundation establishment's 7th level wastes, I can kill them with one move. The hour of Cho has arrived. Taoist Black Flame and the Wang family ancestor confidently head towards the city gate. This is impossible. Wu Bai, why are you here? When they arrive at the city gate, just as they are about to secretly open the city gate to let the demonic path in, you and real person Wu Bai appear. Seeing the two of you, especially real person Wu Bai, Taoist Black Flame looks puzzled and terrified, and the Wang family ancestor also looks frightened. Because this means the exposure of the Wang family's conspiracy. Taoist Black Flame can't understand why his foolproof plan to open the city gate was seen through. But there's no time to think. Taoist Black Flame decides to run away immediately. At this moment, he feels extremely remorseful. The fact that opening the city gate has been discovered means that the plan to surrender the city to the demonic path in exchange for merit has completely failed. Taoist Black Flame wants to run, but it's too late. Real person Wu Bai angrily strikes with his sword. Real person Wu Bai feels both anger and great relief in his heart at this moment. He is relieved that you told him in advance that Taoist Black Flame was a spy, which is why he was able to prevent the city gate from being breached tonight. Otherwise, he doesn't dare to imagine the consequences if Black Flame had opened the city gate tonight. He is angry that the Blackwater market has treated Black Flame so well, yet this person is so heartless and ungrateful. On that side, Wu Bai strikes with his sword at Black Flame, who wants to escape. On this side, you also stop the Wang family ancestor, who wants to escape. Wang family ancestor, where do you want to escape to? In the deep of the night, a black-haired middle-aged man, his blood and chi soaring, like a demon god, punches the sky one punch after another, and bursts of dragon roars echo wildly in the sky, targeting the escaping Wang family ancestor. No! The Wang family ancestor exclaims in terror. He sees the sky filled with fist shadows, and he can't describe these fist shadows. At this moment, in the eyes of the Wang family ancestor, he seems to see himself falling into a mountain full of blood, with blue-scaled, white-bearded true dragons surrounding and killing him with great extinction and great murderous aura. Die! The black-haired middle-aged man punches again, then takes a step to the left, directly arriving in front of the Wang family ancestor with a face full of horror. His hands are like two large iron hammers, smashing towards the Wang family ancestor's head. Bang! Fresh blood rains down, and the black-haired middle-aged man stands in the blood, his feet on a headless corpse that has fallen. He kills the Wang family ancestor with one punch. No! Ancestor! Taoist Black Flame, who is desperately resisting Wu Bai, sees this scene and his eyes are about to split. Li Qingyi, you dare to kill my Wang family's ancestor. I, the Black Flame, swear to never rest until one of us is dead. You blasted the Wang family's ancestor to death with a single punch, and from afar came the hateful, painful voice of Taoist Black Flame. The Wang family's ancestor plotted for Taoist Black Flame to enter the Golden Sun secret realm, nurturing Taoist Black Flame to become a Heaven's Path Foundation establishment cultivator. The bond between these grandfather and grandson was extremely deep. Therefore, Taoist Black Flame's face is full of hatred, wanting to avenge the Wang family's ancestor by killing you, but he was stopped by true man Wu Bai. Black Flame, you dare to kill in front of me? True man Wu Bai snorted coldly, directly striking out with a palm, blocking Taoist Black Flame. This palm resembled 5 enormous, ancient mountain peaks, directly materializing in the sky, actually trapping Taoist Black Flame. So what if you're a core formation cultivator? Ancient Jianmu diagram, break for me. Taoist Black Flame went berserk. His ancestor had been killed, and his heart was now filled with hatred. He directly spat out 3 mouthfuls of vital blood, urging his magic power, and slapped his storage bag with his left hand. A blue scroll painting, 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, floated in the sky. This was the lower-grade Dao artifact, Ancient Jianmu diagram.
Under Taoist black flame's urging, the ancient Jianmu diagram directly collided with the 5 enormous mountain peak fingers. On this ancient Jianmu diagram were drawn the heaven-reaching Jianmu that existed in the primordial era, with savage, giant beasts in the 4 corners of the painting, as if from the primordial era. The painting's sky had 10 great suns, and below was a fur-clad man bending and shooting an arrow.
"Break for me!"
Taoist black flame spat out another mouthful of heart's blood, urging his magic power.
Under his urging, the figures in the ancient Jianmu diagram seemed to come alive.
One by one, the giant beasts leaped out, colliding with the mountain peak fingers. Finally, the fur-clad man in the center of the Jianmu diagram leaped out of the painting and shot an arrow with a bent bow. With a bang, the 5 mountain peak fingers shattered directly. This was the power of a Tao artifact, allowing a Foundation Establishment Cultivator to break a core formation True Man's attack. If an ordinary 7th level Foundation Establishment Cultivator, or even a 10th level Foundation Establishment Cultivator, encountered True Man Wu Bai, these 5 enormous mountain peak fingers would probably only be able to await death.
But this black flame, relying on the Tao artifact ancient Jianmu diagram, actually shattered the mountain peak fingers.
Lin Changqing, who was watching the battle from the side, thought to himself that this Tao artifact ancient Jianmu diagram was indeed a good treasure and that he must obtain it in his next simulation.
It is rumored that once the ancient Jianmu diagram is activated, it can display mythical scenes from the primordial era.
Now, with just a fragment, it can allow the giant beasts and great shamans that existed in the primordial era to take action.
This Jianmu diagram is indeed well deserved of its reputation.
However, if you were a core formation cultivator, this old man would definitely retreat 3 times, but it's a pity that you are only Foundation Establishment. On the other side, seeing the 5 mountain peak fingers being broken, True Man Wu Bai's expression remained unchanged. He directly opened his mouth and spat out 3 pure white Tai Xian swords.
Tai Xian myriad sword formation.
True Man Wu Bai shouted coldly. The 3 Tai Xian swords instantly generated 2, 2 generated 3, 3 generated myriad things, transforming into tens of thousands of sword bodies with killing intent.
And formed a sword formation that directly attacked Black Flame. In an instant, the Tai Su sword formation enveloped Black Flame again.
And this time, no matter how Black Flame urged the Jianmu diagram, he could no longer break the Tai Su myriad sword formation. The Tai Su myriad sword formation is True Man Wu Bai's trump card. Once this move is used, even if Taoist Black Flame is a Heaven's Path Foundation Establishment Cultivator and has a lower-grade Tao artifact in hand, he is still no match for True Man Wu Bai.
The gap between Foundation Establishment and core formation is too great.
It is not a gap that a lower-grade Tao artifact can bridge. To some extent, core formation is a key point that determines the direction of the war between the righteous and demonic paths. The reason why the righteous path is retreating steadily is because it is inferior to the demonic path in terms of the number of core formation true men.
The battle continued for another 2 minutes.
Under the attack of the Tai Su myriad sword formation, Taoist Black Flame was repeatedly and severely injured.
He was directly beaten into serious injuries in these 2 minutes. You are watching the battle from the side. Judging from the current situation, your plan has been implemented perfectly.
You persuaded True Man Wu Bai to ambush Black Flame.
Now the matter is coming to an end.
Under the Tai Su myriad sword formation, Taoist Black Flame looks like he is about to be killed.
But you always feel that something is wrong in your heart.
On the surface, Taoist Black Flame has already used all his trump cards, Heaven's Path Foundation Establishment and the lower-grade Tao artifact Jianmu diagram. But you know that the opportunities Taoist Black Flame obtained in the Golden Sun Secret Realm are definitely not just a lower-grade Tao artifact. You feel that Taoist Black Flame should still have a trump card.
Li Qingyi, Wu Bai, you wait for me, especially you, Li Qingyi. Today you killed my grandfather, this hatred is irreconcilable.
Taoist Black Flame looked at Lin Changqing and Wu Bai with resentful eyes. At this moment, his whole body was seriously injured, and his divine soul was almost destroyed.
I didn't want to use this treasure, you forced me, you forced me.
Taoist Black Flame shouted loudly, directly forming a Tao seal with his left hand. The skin and flesh of his whole body strangely and rapidly withered. He weakened from middle age to old age at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a vast blue light suddenly enveloped him. That was a power that seemed to come from endless time and space, the end of endless void.
There were even bursts of sacrificial chants from ancient times.
Immortals, ancient gods, Buddhas, and great demons were chanting around a towering, giant Jianmu. Gradually, a piece of wood fragment appeared in Black Flame's hand.
This piece of wood fragment was entirely cyan yellow, with an indescribable antiquity.
In the instant it appeared, the Taisu myriad sword formation was instantly shattered, and True Man Wu Bai spat out blood and retreated.
Li Qingyi, Wu Bai, you two wait for me.
You can never imagine what kind of opportunity one have obtained.
I will come back to kill you too. The wood fragment directly wrapped the weak and disfigured Black Flame and disappeared. True Man Wu Bai wanted to stop him but couldn't, because this wood fragment was an unknown treasure and was too fast.
You saw this scene from the side.
Your previous guess was correct. Daoist Black Flame indeed had a trump card. That cyan yellow wood fragment may be the heaven-defying treasure that allowed Daoist Black Flame to become a Heaven's Path Foundation establishment cultivator. You guessed what level of treasure that wood fragment was, that it could shatter True Man Wu Bai's trump card, the Taisu myriad sword formation, in an instant, and lead Black Flame to disappear directly, leaving a core formation expert like Wu Bai helpless and unable to pursue him.
You must know that True Man Wu Bai is not an ordinary core formation cultivator, but a peak third-level core formation cultivator. The Taisu myriad sword formation has once trapped and killed a first-level core formation demonic cultivator. The wood fragment can shatter the Taisu myriad sword formation at once.
Perhaps it is a middle-grade Dao artifact, an upper-grade Dao artifact, you guessed in your heart.
While you were wondering what that wood fragment was, True Man Wu Bai's words made you.
To think that traitor ran away.
I didn't expect that this traitor would obtain such a heaven-defying opportunity, actually obtaining a world tree fragment.
What, a world tree fragment?
True Man Wu Bai said that the wood was a world tree fragment.
Hearing this, a monstrous wave arose in your heart.
The world tree is something that is both distant and unfamiliar yet familiar to every cultivator. In every myth and legend, there is a shadow of the world tree. According to legend, in the primordial era, or even before the primordial era, in the center of the world, there was a heaven-reaching giant tree that connected the origin immortal realm of the myriad worlds. It is said that mortals who climb the world tree can climb to the immortal realm step by step, thereby becoming immortals.
The world tree is said to possess incredible power of all kinds.
Legend has it that during its prime in the ancient times, the world tree had 1.08 billion leaves, each swaying with a planet. Each planet had hundreds of millions of living beings, including ancient gods, Buddha kings, great demons, and illusory immortals, all sorts of unbelievable beings. Unfortunately, later, at the end of the ancient era, a series of mythological wars, the dragon and phoenix calamity, the war of the witch and demon, the dispute of the seven sages, the world tree gradually declined. At the end of the ancient era, someone saw an ancient mighty figure wielding a giant axe, directly chopping down the world tree. The world tree has declined ever since, leaving behind only a huge wooden trunk.
Later, in the ancient era, the last human emperor, Xin, wanted to establish a heavenly court in the human world. He refined the huge trunk left by the world tree into the Tongtian Jianmu divine boat, preparing to establish an unprecedented great undertaking, taking the entire Deshang nation to ascend to the immortal realm on the Jianmu divine boat. Unfortunately, Xin failed. Countless ancient giant demons and great immortals jumped out to stop Xin from establishing the great undertaking of national ascension, and eventually, Xin was killed. The huge trunk left by the world tree was also completely shattered in that era, scattered in various places. But even as fragments, the world tree possesses incredible power. Lin Changqing had heard that the world tree fragments have the ability to reshape a person's roots and bones. Integrating a world tree fragment can instantly make one the most top-notch cultivation physique in the human world. You finally understand why He Hua, with a mid-grade spiritual root, was able to cultivate Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. It turns out it was because he fused with a world tree fragment, changing his physique. In addition, the world tree also has various magical abilities, such as accelerating the growth of spiritual plants, spiritual medicines, and spiritual herbs, and also helping wood-type cultivators in their cultivation.
You think to yourself, this world tree fragment is perfect for you, as you are a wood spiritual root cultivator. In addition, legend has it that collecting 9 world tree fragments can locate the treasury left by Emperor Xian of the Great Shang dynasty.
Xian was a mighty figure who dared to ascend to the immortal realm with his entire nation, and no one can imagine how many rare and precious things Xian left behind. You now have an unprecedented desire to start the next simulation and seize the world tree opportunity.
Unfortunately, this traitor He Hua actually possesses a world tree fragment. He will surely become a great disaster for the righteous path in the future, real person Wu Bai said, sighing as he watched He Hua's escaping figure in the distance. A person who possesses a world tree fragment will have unlimited growth potential. Hearing real person Wu Bai's words, you also sigh, yes, fortunately, this is a simulation, and there is still a chance to change things. He Hua, who possesses a world tree fragment, is indeed difficult to kill. Wu Bai couldn't kill him even with all his strength. But you can start the next simulation and seize the world tree fragment opportunity in advance. Then, killing He Hua will be as easy as pie. Overall, you are quite satisfied with this operation. Although you didn't kill He Hua, you prevented the fall of Jianqiu City. At the same time, you also learned what the Golden Sun Secret Realm opportunity is, preparing you for the next simulation. Real person Wu Bai chatted with you about some questions regarding the world tree, and then he rushed to the city lord's mansion to report the situation to real person Changming, while you stayed at the city gate. Now you have the following choices. A. Rush out of the city gate, challenge a demonic path core formation real person to a one-on-one duel, then self-destruct and die, quickly ending this simulation and starting the next simulation to seize the world tree fragment. B. Let nature take its course, guard the city peacefully, and quietly experience this simulation life. There's even this kind of choice? Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes as he looked at option A on the panel. He didn't expect the panel to give him a suicide option. He did want to quickly start the next simulation and then obtain the heaven-defying opportunity of the world tree fragment. But it's better to let nature take its course. Every simulation opportunity is precious, and he feels he can't waste it. Moreover, perhaps if this simulation is extended for a longer period, he can break through the 4th bone forging. This way, he will have a greater chance of seizing the opportunity in the next simulation. So Lin Changqing chose option B. You chose option B, guarding the city peacefully. Day 10, a day passed. Because there was no mole like He who was secretly opening the city gate, Jianqiu City blocked the demonic path's attack and welcomed reinforcements. That was a righteous path support force from other prefectures in Qingzhou. 7 false core real persons, 2 core formation real persons, and even one who was in the mid-stage of core formation came. Seeing this lineup, you breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of strength is enough to defend Jianqiu City. Sure enough, with the addition of this living force, another month passed, and the demonic path did not capture Jianqiu City, eventually retreating. Jianqiu City was defended. After the city defense battle, you were also greatly rewarded for thwarting He Hua's conspiracy. In particular, the city lord of Jianqiu City, real person Changming, heard that you had been stuck at the 3rd bone forging for a long time, and specially took out an ancient fire 8 pill from his treasury. The ancient fire 8 pill was obtained by real person Changming in a relic. The pill is dedicated to body refining cultivators. It is said to contain the true spirit fire of the ancient true spirit fire 8 clan. After taking it, the true spirit fire burns away impurities in the body. You took this ancient fire 8 pill, and after 7 days of hard cultivation, the true spirit fire burned away the impurities in your body every day. Finally, on the evening of the 7th day, you broke through and successfully forged the 4th bone, comparable to a 4th-level foundation establishment cultivator. Fortunately, I didn't choose option A. Lin Changqing's fingers stroked the text on the panel. He could see himself in the picture, his whole body burning with flames after taking the ancient fire 8 pill, and finally the bone rune on his right leg was outlined and completed. The 4th bone is complete. Taishu calendar, year 360, March 13th, you became a cultivator who has forged the 4th bone. At the same time, you faintly feel in your heart that the potential of this body is probably at its end.
Just like the Foundation Establishment old ancestor of the Wang family, who stayed at the second level of Foundation Establishment for decades before reaching the third level of Foundation Establishment, you stayed at the third bone forging for 6 years before. After that, it will only become more and more difficult. I'm afraid that in your lifetime, you will only be able to forge the fifth bone, and core formation is hopeless. You once again thought of the World Tree Fragment. If you fuse with the World Tree Fragment, your cultivation physique and roots and bones will undergo earth-shattering changes, and your cultivation speed will definitely be greatly accelerated. Taishu Calendar, Year 361, Year 362, since the demonic path's siege of Jianqiu City failed last time, the entire Blackwater Prefecture has fallen into a rare period of peace. For 2 consecutive years, the demonic path has not launched a major offensive. However, you know that this is temporary. The demonic path will definitely remove the last 2 nails left in Blackwater Prefecture, the Blackwater Market and Jianqiu City. Sure enough, on April 5, Taishu Calendar, Year 363, the demonic path launched a large-scale attack on both Blackwater Market and Jianqiu City at the same time. It is said that the demonic path has come out in full force this time, and the demonic path has also transferred 2 mid-stage core formation cultivators from other prefectures in Qingzhou. Adding the local forces of the demonic path and Blackwater Prefecture, there are a full 4 mid-stage core formation cultivators this time. This power is overwhelming. Currently, the righteous path in Blackwater Prefecture only has Fairy Ni herself as a mid-stage core formation cultivator, plus the mid-stage core formation cultivator who supported Jianqiu City. There are only 2. The power of the righteous path is still inferior to the demonic path. Taishu Calendar, Year 363, April 7, you died. It wasn't that you were seeking death yourself in order to quickly start the next simulation, but you didn't intentionally seek death. Instead, you were ambushed by the Black Fire Daoist, who escaped in a hurry 2 years ago. You were fighting the demonic path in a valley outside Blackwater Market when the Black Fire Daoist ambushed you. The Black Fire Daoist who escaped back then was in a terrible state. His ancestor was killed, and he sacrificed his entire body of flesh and blood to the World Tree Fragment. His lifespan was greatly reduced, and his appearance went from middle-aged to elderly. But now, he has regained his middle-aged appearance. His flesh and blood are full of vitality, and his aura is several times stronger than it was 2 years ago. His cultivation has actually increased again, reaching the perfect 10th level of Foundation Establishment, only 1 step away from core formation. Li Qingyi, did you ever think this day would come when you killed my Wang family ancestor? Blackwater Market. In a valley filled with blood and corpses, the Black Fire Daoist looked down with smugness and contempt at a black-haired middle-aged man who was seriously injured. This seriously injured black-haired middle-aged man was Lin Changqing. Just now, he had finished killing a small team of demonic path cultivators in this valley. But he didn't expect the Black Fire Daoist to ambush him in secret, directly using the Dao artifact, the ancient Jianmu diagram, to seriously injure him. He is only at the 4th bone forging stage, while Black Fire is at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment. The difference in their realms is too great. Plus, Black Fire ambushed him. Lin Changqing was directly seriously injured. Li Qingyi, I, Black Fire, am a person with great luck. So what if you and Wu Bai severely injured me and forced me to escape back then? I should thank you and Wu Bai instead. My serious injuries led to a great opportunity. Black Fire said smugly. I don't mind telling you, a dying man, that I, Black Fire, am born with great luck. I obtained a World Tree Fragment. After escaping with serious injuries, I came to Tianyang Valley to heal, and I actually found another World Tree Fragment. After swallowing it, I broke through 3 levels in a row, reaching the 10th level of Foundation Establishment, only 1 step away from core formation. And I must also tell you that with the World Tree Fragment, I will form a golden core in the future. Do you know what a golden core is? The Black Fire Daoist laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with infinite joy. He believed that he would kill you today, so he proudly spoke about his experiences over the past 2 years. After hearing his words, you had to admit that this Black Fire was indeed a lucky person, first obtaining a World Tree Fragment and achieving Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment. 2 years ago, he was beaten to the point of serious injury and near death, and his lifespan was greatly reduced. He randomly ran to a place to heal, and he was able to find another world tree fragment. This black fire is really like the protagonist in a novel, but... Black fire, I've remembered this place, Tianyang Valley. You are a good person. Your world tree opportunity, the opportunity to form a golden core, I will gladly accept them all in the next life. Li Qingyi, what do you mean by that? While Black Fire was still wondering what you meant, you finished speaking, without any more nonsense, and directly self-destructed. Knowing that you couldn't escape this time, since you killed the Wang family ancestor, and this Black Fire hated you to the bone, you might as well self-destruct directly and start the next simulation. The Black Fire Taoist didn't expect you to self-destruct. People have a survival instinct, and few cultivators facing difficulties would self-destruct. Therefore, your self-destruction caught him off guard, directly causing him to suffer serious injuries and cough up blood. Li Qingyi, I hate it. You actually self-destructed. The Black Fire Taoist was covered in embarrassment. He didn't expect Li Qingyi to self-destruct. He was very frustrated in his heart. He originally wanted to capture Li Qingyi and torture him severely to avenge the killing of his ancestor, but he didn't expect Li Qingyi to be so unyielding, not giving him the chance. In the 363rd year of the Taishu calendar, you died. This simulation has ended. This Black Fire still wanted to torture me? See how I deal with you in the next simulation. Lin Changqing looked at the few lines of text displayed on the simulation panel, which showed the scene of the Black Fire Taoist being extremely distraught and frustrated after Lin Changqing self-destructed. But having said that, this Black Fire's luck is really strong. He is a lucky person. Lin Changqing stroked his chin and thought. This simulator simulates the future scene by scene. That is to say, the things in the simulator may happen in reality. Just thinking about how this insidious villain, Black Fire, who has committed countless murders and betrayed the righteous path, will rely on the world tree fragment to form a golden core in the future makes him feel that the heavens are blind. Such a person can receive the favor of luck. Sure enough, good people don't always get good rewards. But fortunately, he has a simulator, which can intercept Black Fire's opportunities in advance. His obtaining Black Fire's opportunities can also be regarded as a correction to the luck of the heavens. Settlement of this simulation. Reward: in this simulation, your cultivation has been raised to the 10th level of Qi training, and you have forged your bones 4 times. Therefore, you will receive the rewards: 10th level of Qi training, for bone forging. Remaining simulation times, 1 time. The panel began to update line by line of text. At the same time, a mysterious force entered Lin Changqing's body from the void. In an instant, Lin Changqing's cultivation in reality reached the 10th level of Qi training in 4 bone forging. Who? Is this the feeling of power? Lin Changqing clenched his hands and quietly experienced the changes in his body. The feeling of forging bones 4 times in the simulator was not very deep, but when it came to forging bones 4 times in reality, he felt that his whole body was full of explosive power. Lin Changqing even felt that the skin on his palms was much younger. He took a mirror and looked at his face, and it was actually much younger again. Before, he was 30 years old, but after forging 4 bones, he seemed to be 10 years younger, and now he looked like a young man in his 20s. In the simulation, I was about 60 years old when I forged 4 bones. At that time, my whole body's qi and blood had already declined. But in reality, I am only 30 years old, and my qi and blood have not yet declined. Lin Changqing looked at the changes in his body thoughtfully. He felt that his body didn't seem to have such a big change when he forged 4 bones in the simulation. Perhaps this has something to do with age. A 30-year-old who has forged 4 bones and a 60-year-old who has forged 4 bones are 2 different concepts. The simulation triggered an important item, World Tree Fragment. Therefore, a simulation mission is open. In reality, seize the World Tree Fragments of the Jinyang Secret Realm in Tianyang Valley, and reward 5 simulation times. Simulation times obtained can be restored over time, 1 time per month. Can also be obtained by completing simulation missions.
Whenever the host encounters important items during the simulation process, a simulation mission will be triggered, such as World Tree Fragments, Ancestral Witch Blood, Dragon Girl Tears. For example, in this simulation, the host came into contact with the World Tree Fragments of the Jinyang Secret Realm and Tianyang Valley during the simulation process, so a simulation mission was triggered. Seizing these 2 World Tree Fragments in reality will reward simulation times. If other important items are encountered in other simulation processes, a simulation mission to seize the important items in reality will also be triggered. So that's how simulation times are obtained. Lin Changqing saw the newly updated text on the panel. He felt that completing the simulation mission and obtaining simulation times coincided with his own thoughts. In the first 4 simulations, he discovered that he could only obtain cultivation feedback information in reality. That is to say, if he wants to obtain the World Tree Fragment in reality, he really has to go to the Jinyang Secret Realm in reality 3 days later to kill the Black Fire Taoist and obtain the World Tree Fragment. Even if this simulation mission is not issued, he will still go. How could he only enjoy the World Tree Fragment, such a treasure, in the simulation? He must possess it in reality as well. Start the next simulation? Yes. After a short rest and adjustment, Lin Changqing immediately started the 5th simulation. In the 5th simulation, Lin Changqing's goal was very simple. The first was to intercept the opportunity of Taoist Black Fire, obtain the World Tree Fragment, and complete the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. The second goal was to improve his cultivation with all his strength in this simulation and strive to reach the 10th level of Foundation establishment. Even core formation. Core formation. Huff. Lin Changqing let out a long breath. At this moment, he had a very strange feeling in his heart. Core formation. In the past, he only dared to think about breaking through the 4th level of Qi training. But now, the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is within easy reach. He's even about to plan for core formation. Needless to say, core formation holds a certain status in the world of cultivation. Once core formation is successful, far from anything else, one's lifespan can be extended to 300 years. That's 300 years. The rise and fall of a dynasty is only 300 years. Some short-lived dynasties even end after a few decades, passing on for only 2 generations. 300 years can be considered immortality in a sense. Life's encounters are truly unpredictable. Just over 10 minutes ago, I was still thinking about breaking through the 3rd level of Qi training, and now I'm already thinking about core formation. Lin Changqing shook his head, sighed a few times, and then looked at the panel again. He will now concentrate on the simulation, striving to raise his cultivation to core formation in this simulation. If he reaches core formation, he will be able to truly influence the situation of the war between good and evil. The reason why the righteous path cannot defeat the demonic path is that the number of core formation cultivators is not as large as that of the demonic path. If foundation establishment is the backbone, then core formation is the decisive force that determines the course of the war between the 2 sides. Therefore, Lin Changqing's next big goal is to achieve core formation. Only by achieving core formation can he be qualified to become a chess player on the chessboard of the war between good and evil in Qingzhou. Of course, if he becomes a nascent soul cultivator, he will be qualified to overturn this chessboard. But one step at a time. First Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, then the 10th level of Foundation establishment, then core formation, and then nascent soul. The goals of future simulations flashed through Lin Changqing's mind one by one. At this moment, the panel in front of him also began to update with lines of simulated text. You have been reborn with the cultivation base of the 10th level of Qi training and the 4th level of bone forging from the previous simulation. Your next choice is A. Go to the Golden Sun Secret Realm, intercept the opportunity of Black Fire, and obtain the World Tree Fragment. B. Honestly hide at home and cultivate. C. Go out to experience and look for opportunities for core formation. Lin Changqing did not hesitate and directly chose option A. The other 2 options were just for show. Option C, going out to experience and looking for opportunities for core formation, will have to wait until he obtains the World Tree Fragment and completes the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. You chose option A.
3 days later, the secret realm opened. You hid your strength and showed the cultivation of the 7th level of Qi training. You were recruited by the Wang family, and then you and a group of rogue cultivators followed Daoist Black Fire into the Golden Sun secret realm. After entering the secret realm, as in the previous simulations, Daoist Black Fire asked some rogue cultivators to explore the way. You waited silently in the team for the good show to come, and at the same time, you thought about some things in your heart. You remember that in the last simulation, some law enforcement team members of the Wang family said that the Golden Sun secret realm restricts Foundation establishment cultivators from entering, only allowing Qi training cultivators to enter. But last time, the ancestor of the Wang family was at the 2nd level of Foundation establishment, but his soul descended into the Golden Sun secret realm. At this moment, you are at the 4th level of bone forging, comparable to Foundation establishment, and you have also entered the Golden Sun secret realm, and nothing happened. You secretly thought, could it be that the Golden Sun secret realm restricts cultivators whose spiritual power reaches Foundation establishment? The ancestor of the Wang family descended with his soul, and you have forged 4 bones, and your physical body is comparable to Foundation establishment, but your spiritual power is still at the Qi training stage, so you entered the Golden Sun secret realm. You think this is very likely. The events that happened in the next 3 hours were the same as in several simulations. Finally, after another half an hour, a law enforcement team member from the Wang family came to report the discovery of an internal cave. You and a group of rogue cultivators followed Daoist Black Fire into the internal cave, killed the external guardian monster, and arrived at the deepest part of the Cyan Palace. The situation is still the same as in the previous life. The rogue cultivators were very excited when they saw the Changmu flowers, and Daoist Black Fire laughed wildly when he saw a mural. Ha, heaven blesses my Wang family. My Wang family's 30 years of planning will finally come true today. This Dao artifact, the ancient Jianmu diagram, contains world tree fragments. As long as I merge with it, I can achieve Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment and protect my Wang family's glory for thousands of years. Daoist Black Fire looked at the mural depicting 10 rounds of great suns and a towering giant tree with excitement and obsession. This is the foundation of his future glory, the foundation of the future glory of the Wang family. Oh, I forgot, there are still some bugs to be solved. Daoist Black Fire suddenly turned his head, looked at the group of rogue cultivators looking at the Changmu flowers, and sneered. Such a great opportunity as the World Tree Fragment, of course, cannot be leaked. When his Wang family recruited these rogue cultivators, they initially intended to kill all of these people. Now that the guardian monsters of the palace are dead, these people have no value and can all die. In order to prevent the news of the World Tree Fragment from leaking, Daoist Black Fire took action. He planned to kill all the recruited rogue cultivators. But at the same time, you also took action. In the last simulation, you were only at the 9th level of Qi training, and you had already crushed Daoist Black Fire. Now you are at the 10th level of Qi training, and your physical body is at the 4th level of bone forging. Hitting Black Fire is like killing a stray dog on the side of the road. You smashed half of his body with one punch, and then stepped on his face with one foot. Good treasure, it is indeed the ancient Jianmu diagram, truly extraordinary. Inside the Cyan Palace, Lin Changqing stepped on Daoist Black Fire's face with one foot, while carrying his hands on his back and admiring the scene with an appreciative expression. He leisurely admired the mural depicting 10 rounds of giant suns and a giant tree. Lin Changqing was deliberately humiliating Daoist Black Fire. He felt that for a demonic path spy like Black Fire, who had slaughtered countless people, killing him directly with one punch would be too easy for him. It would be better to torture him well before sending him on his way. Who are you? How dare you humiliate me like this? Daoist Black Fire felt a piercing pain. His eyes were filled with endless humiliation. A foot was heavily stepping on his face, and he looked with resentment and hatred at the young cultivator in green clothes who was stepping on his face. Who is he? The future patriarch of the Wang family. He is respected everywhere, with the cultivation of the 10th level of Qi training, and now he is being stepped on his face by someone. This is a great shame. Daoist Black Fire looked at you with hatred on his face. He didn't understand why these recruited rogue cultivators were hiding a master like you,
but soon he looked at you and sneered. You dare to humiliate me like this, you are dead, you are dead.
Do you think you can get this opportunity by defeating me? Want this opportunity? Dream on.
I admit that you are very strong, and you defeated me with one punch, but my Wang family has a Foundation Establishment Cultivator. I'd like to see if you can kill a Foundation Establishment Cultivator with one punch.
Taoist Blackfire looked at Lin Chongqing with resentment. Today, he had a mishap.
This person hid his cultivation and defeated him. But fortunately, his Wang family also had a plan. His grandfather is a Foundation Establishment Cultivator and can descend his soul into his body. When the ancestor of the Wang family comes, he will see if this person can still be arrogant. He vowed that when the ancestor of the Wang family came, he would repay the humiliation this person had given him 100-fold. Hearing the threat from Taoist Blackfire, your heart remained unmoved. You continued to leisurely admire the mural. In your previous life, this trump card of the Wang family, the descent of a Foundation Establishment ancestor's soul, had indeed caused you a great loss, making you miss the opportunity. But in this life, having forged 4 bones, even if the Wang family's ancestor's soul descends, you are confident you can kill him with a single punch.
Oh, are you saying that your Wang family's ancestor will descend with his soul? Then let him come.
I'll be waiting here, Lin Chongqing said calmly, with his hands behind his back. You'll never know how vast the difference between you and Foundation Establishment is.
Blackfire sneered twice.
This person was hiding his cultivation, but he was certain this person's spiritual power hadn't reached Foundation Establishment. He had sensed it earlier.
This person was courting death, daring to shout wildly?
Once his Wang family's ancestor arrived, he would know the might of Foundation Establishment.
Ancestor, please descend and help me kill this thief. Taoist Blackfire roared wildly.
Then, suddenly, an overwhelming power erupted from his body, one that belonged solely to Foundation Establishment.
The Wang family's ancestor's soul had descended. Junior, you have great. How dare you scheme to seize my Wang family's opportunity? Truly seeking death.
Taoist Blackfire reopened his eyes, those eyes filled with vicissitudes. They were completely different from Blackfire's previous gaze.
This was the Wang family's Foundation Establishment ancestor.
Very well, daring to step on my face, you already have. The Wang family's ancestor opened his eyes, surveyed the situation, and discovered a young cultivator in green robes stepping on his face.
However, unlike Blackfire's rage, the Wang family's ancestor was very calm, very confident. He looked at Lin Chongqing coldly, his gaze like looking at a dead man. This was the confidence of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. He was confident he would kill this person in a moment. So he wasn't furious because his face was being stepped on. But just as he had uttered, "You already have," before he could finish the sentence, he saw the young cultivator in green robes stepping on him casually throw a punch. It was hard to describe this punch. This punch seemed to come from the origin of the myriad realms and spaces, the surrounding space twisting. It was also like coming from the ancient, desolate mountains, a blue-scaled, white-bearded true dragon stretching for 10 million feet hunting with a giant tiger. With this punch, the Wang family's ancestor saw countless fist shadows and billions of true dragons roaring at him. What is this? How can you have such cultivation? The Wang family's ancestor's eyes were about to split, and he couldn't help coughing up blood. The power of this punch was too strong. Even before it hit him, he felt the danger of his soul being destroyed. He could see that the power of this punch far exceeded his own cultivation. The power of this punch, even if his physical body descended and merged with his soul, he couldn't withstand it. You threw a punch. The Wang family's ancestor couldn't withstand it. You have already forged 4 bones, comparable to the 4th level of Foundation Establishment cultivation. The Wang family's ancestor himself only had the 2nd level of Foundation Establishment cultivation. Furthermore, with the soul descent, he could only exert the power of the 1st level of Foundation Establishment. Of course, he couldn't withstand this punch. This punch directly annihilated half of the Wang family's ancestor's soul. In fact, this punch could have completely annihilated the Wang family's ancestor's soul, but you didn't. You deliberately left him with half a life.
You slowly extracted the Wang family's ancestor's soul, which had half a life left, from Taoist Blackfire's body. A minute later, a transparent soul body with only half a body appeared in your palm. As you extracted the Wang family's ancestor's soul, Taoist Blackfire's consciousness also awakened. He looked at you with fear and disbelief. He had also seen what had just happened. The Wang family's ancestor, who was at the first level of Foundation establishment, had half his body annihilated by your punch. The Wang family's trump card was easily broken by you. His heart was filled with despair. How is this possible? Grandpa is at Foundation establishment. Who exactly are you? Blackfire roared in despair, his heart filled with immense fear. Who am I? The one who will kill you. Lin Chongqing was incomparably indifferent, and directly attacked, killing Blackfire with a punch. Why is this happening? This was Blackfire's doubt before he died. He didn't understand why the opportunity that was about to be in his hands would suddenly be snatched away by a Foundation establishment expert like you. Clearly, his Wang family had been very careful and cautious regarding the Golden Sun's secret realm. Moreover, he was very certain that only his Wang family knew about the World Tree Fragment opportunity in the Golden Sun's secret realm. Why would someone like you suddenly appear? Unfortunately, no one answered him. After killing Blackfire, you once again searched the Wang family's ancestor's soul. You left him with half a life for this reason. The Wang family's ancestor's soul body screamed miserably. Soul searching was definitely torture, but Lin Chongqing didn't waver. A large hand gripped the transparent soul body, constantly reading the Wang family's ancestors' memories about the Golden Sun's secret realm and the World Tree. He hadn't been idle before either. This mural was the ancient Jianmu diagram, but he hadn't yet figured out where the World Tree fragment was. He left the Wang family's ancestor's soul with half a life in order to search his memories and find out where the World Tree fragment was. 10 minutes later, the Wang family's ancestor's soul was completely destroyed, and you had also completely read his memory, understanding where the World Tree fragment was. It turned out that this had to be explained starting from the ancient Jianmu diagram. In the Wang family's ancestor's memory, the ancient Jianmu diagram was a top-grade Dao artifact refined by a top refiner from the central state of Wu Kingdom. It was said that this refiner was a God transformation heavenly lord. This God transformation heavenly lord traveled to other cultivation countries and accidentally obtained a World Tree fragment in the southern wilderness cultivation world at the northernmost edge. Thus, he divided it into 10 pieces and hid them in the ancient Jianmu diagram. There are 10 ancient Jianmu diagrams. Each painting contains a well-cut World Tree fragment. It was said that this God transformation heavenly lord planned to swallow the World Tree fragment when he broke through to the Void Return Almighty in the future, but as a result, he accidentally died in a battle, and this top-grade Dao artifact was also broken into 10 pieces and scattered in various places. Why did the Wang family's ancestor know all this? 30 years ago, he accidentally entered a cave and obtained a portion of this refiner's inheritance. He obtained a mantra and an incomplete refining technique. As long as this mantra was used, it could summon the World Tree fragment hidden in the Jianmu diagram. Over the past 30 years, the Wang family's ancestor had been cautious and inquired about many secret information. Finally, he found an ancient Jianmu diagram in the Golden Sun's secret realm. The Wang family's ancestor's original intention was to allow his grandson to merge and become a heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, so that the Wang family would be glorious in the future. But now, all these opportunities have been intercepted by Lin Chongqing. This Wang family does have strong luck. They were even able to obtain the inheritance of a God transformation heavenly lord. After Lin Chongqing digested the memory, he directly took the mural away, and at the same time glanced at the other rogue cultivators present. These rogue cultivators looked at you with fear in their eyes. After all, your methods of killing the Wang family's ancestor and Black Tiger earlier were very cruel. These people were also afraid that you would kill them to silence them. But you didn't silence them. You used methods to completely erase these people's memories, and then took the ancient Jianmu diagram and walked out of the Golden Sun's secret realm. You are preparing to find a place to fuse the World Tree Fragment, cultivate in peace, and become a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. After leaving the Golden Sun Mystic Realm, you were not in a hurry to find a place to fuse the World Tree Fragment. You refined a memory fragment of the Wang family's ancestor into a jade slip and sent it to the City Lord's mansion. This is a memory of the Wang family's ancestor, containing evidence of him being bought by the demonic path. You know that in a few days, the Heavenly Demon Sect will launch a large-scale attack on Blackwater Fortress City. From the memory of the Wang family's ancestor, you learned that the Heavenly Demon Sect had already bought a group of people in Blackwater Fortress City to act as internal agents. You sent this information to the City Lord's mansion, hoping to reduce some losses. Fairy Nishang of the City Lord's mansion was very surprised to receive the information you sent. She was very grateful to you, the messenger, and wanted to thank you in person, as your information was very timely and could save Blackwater Fortress City from many losses. But you drifted away. I hope this information can help Blackwater Fortress City preserve some of its strength. It's time for me to build my foundation too. Lin Changqing ran his fingers over the text on the panel, feeling very emotional. In the picture, a young cultivator in green robes declined Fairy Nishang's invitation and left Blackwater Fortress City alone with his sword, passing through villages, towns, cities, and many other prosperous scenes of the mortal world. Foundation establishment. The former Qi training cultivator can now build his foundation. Lin Changqing was very emotional. He didn't have this feeling when he was forging his bones. But now that he is about to build his foundation, he really feels a little lost. Dreams that he never dared to think about before can now be easily achieved. He is not only going to build his foundation, but he is also going to complete the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment will have 5 times more profound mana than those of the same realm. Moreover, the probability of forming a core will be higher than that of his peers. And he is expected to form a golden core. Core formation is divided into 3 situations. The first is for those with poor qualifications or hidden injuries, who will form a false core, called a false core true person. A false core is stronger than foundation establishment, but weaker than a normal core formation cultivator. The second situation is called a true core, which is what most people form. Fairy Nishang and True Person 5 White in Blackwater Fortress City have both formed true cores. The third type is the golden core. This can only be formed by geniuses among geniuses, and generally only those with heavenly spiritual roots have a chance to complete it. Once a golden core is formed, it will be invincible among peers. Why did the Heavenly Demon Sect become the overlord of Qingzhou? It is because the sect master, the devilish woman Xiaoyu, formed an imperishable golden core. She alone can fight 5 or 6 cultivators of the same realm. This is simply outrageous. In Qingzhou, the orthodox path probably only has about 10 late-stage core formation great cultivators in total. The devilish woman Xiaoyu can fight 5 of them alone. How can this battle be fought? This is also the reason why the orthodox path is at a disadvantage in this war. The high-level combat power is not as good as the opponent. If I can form a golden core, I can reverse the comparison of high-level combat power between the 2 sides. However, 1 world tree fragment should be enough for me to complete the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, but it should not be enough to form a golden core. Lin Changqing thought. After completing the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, I should immediately go to Tianyang Valley to find the 2nd world tree fragment. Lin Changqing completed some arrangements for this simulation in his heart, and at the same time, new lines of text were updated on the panel. You travel north all the way. 5 days later, you arrive at a secret cave in the southern part of Blackwater County. This place is sparsely populated. You set up a formation here, preparing to fuse the World Tree Fragment and complete the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. You circulate the incantation from the Wang family's ancestors' memory. Slowly, the ancient Jianmu diagram floating in the air trembled. Before long, a cyan wooden block about a foot long and irregularly shaped emerged from the ancient Jianmu diagram. Is this the World Tree Fragment? Lin Changqing held the cyan wooden block in his hand, a woody aroma coming from his nose. Looking at its appearance, the cyan wood was emerald green, with jade-like green light flashing from time to time, giving it an indescribable magical quality. Holding it in his hand, his skin felt a warm sensation. Listening carefully, the wood trembled slightly. At first, it was a vibrato, but listening carefully, the cyan wood seemed to transmit a vast and ancient sacrificial sound. Perhaps it was an illusion, but as Lin Shangqing held the wood, he seemed to see a towering tree standing in the center of the world in a vast and distant spacetime. Its 180 million leaves were all incredibly huge, and each leaf swayed with an ancient star. Ancient Buddhas, giant demons, ancestral immortals, and many other magical creatures and races worshipped this giant tree.
The primordial era is really fascinating.
Lin Changqing was shocked by this vast scene.
It was hard to imagine how powerful the world tree was at its peak. But even such an existence was cut down in the late primordial era. That era really contained many secrets. Why was the world tree, which was worshipped by countless ancient Buddhas, giant demons, and ancestors, cut down? In the ancient era, why did Emperor Xin use the trunk of the world tree to build the Jianmu divine boat and ascend to the immortal realm with the whole country? The primordial and ancient eras have too many secrets. Forget it, it's useless to think about these things. Let's build the Heavenly Tao Foundation first.
Lin Changqing shook his head and then focused his attention, beginning to circulate his spiritual power to wrap the cyan wooden block.
Before long, the cyan wooden block disappeared from Lin Changqing's hand. When it reappeared, it was already inside Lin Changqing's dantian.
This was the fusion method he had searched for in the Wang family's ancestors' memory. First summon it with an incantation, then wrap it with spiritual power. In this way, the world tree fragment will automatically enter the dantian. I can start attacking the foundation establishment. Lin Changqing sat down cross-legged. The moment the world tree fragment appeared in his dantian, he felt a vast amount of spiritual power filling his dantian.
Although this spiritual power was vast, it was not violent. Instead, it was extremely gentle and full of vitality. He began to slowly digest the spiritual power brought by the world tree fragment. As time passed, the liquid spiritual power in his dantian began to solidify little by little. This is foundation establishment. The so-called foundation establishment is the transformation of the spiritual power in the body from a liquid state to a solid state. After about 3 days and 3 nights, the spiritual power in Lin Changqing's dantian had completely solidified. Looking inside the dantian, one could see a cyan wooden fragment floating in the center of the uppermost part of the dantian, and the spiritual power at the bottom of the dantian was completely solidified, like stones. If an outsider saw this scene, they would be surprised. This complete solidification of spiritual power is the mark of complete foundation establishment. But the solid spiritual power in Lin Changqing's body's dantian did not stop, and began to gradually merge together. The world tree fragment in the center of the upper space continued to emit cyan spiritual power, as if guiding something. Slowly, these solid spiritual powers accumulated and merged together in the dantian, forming a stone pillar 3 zhang long. On this stone pillar, there were Tao patterns, as well as cranes flying in the clouds, spiritual clouds, yellow mist, and various other visions, which were extremely mysterious. Earthly Tao Foundation establishment, not enough. Lin Changqing continued to urge the world tree fragment, and the cyan spiritual power continued to radiate, guiding the stone pillar to change again. For ordinary foundation establishment, the liquid only needs to form a solid. For earthly Tao Foundation establishment, the solid spiritual power condenses together to form a pillar of the Great Tao. The stone pillar that Lin Changning had just formed was the pillar of the Great Tao, with various immortal visions of cranes and spiritual fish leaping. But Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is more than that. After another 7 days and 7 nights, the pillar of the Great Tao in Lin Changqing's dantian grew taller. At this moment, it reached a height of 9 zhang and 9 qi, which was a height that conformed to the numbers of the Great Tao. 9 and 9 zhang, vaguely containing the meaning of limit. The Great Tao stone pillar, grown to a height of 9 and 9 zhang, is now emitting various miraculous phenomena within Lin Changqing's dantian. There are ancient immortals tossing elephants, great demons imparting Tao, ancient gods roaring in anger, golden crows soaring, and white lotus flowers suddenly appearing in a green pond. All sorts of wondrous scenes are indescribably wonderful.
Lin Changqing can see these scenes simulated by the text through the panel's description. He only feels that the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment is truly extraordinary. It hasn't even been completed yet, and so many phenomena have already emerged. The Earthly Dao Foundation establishment only had 2 types just now. Lin Changqing continues to watch the simulated scene. The miraculous changes
within the Dantian are still happening. And gradually, these various miraculous phenomena merge together.
The ancient immortals tossing elephants, the great demons imparting Tao, the ancient gods roaring in anger, slowly merge at the apex of the great Tao stone pillar, forming a chaotic mist, within which are various great Tao sacrificial sounds.
These great Tao sacrificial sounds are primordial and ancient.
These syllables are extremely complex, like ancient scriptures telling of the remote primordial era. Every time the chaotic mist emits a sacrificial sound, Lin Changqing can feel his physical body being cleansed. Some impurities on his body surface are slowly being expelled.
This is an astonishing transformation.
The Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment is changing him in all aspects. Not only is his spiritual power increasing, but his physical body has also undergone another evolution. Perhaps I can not only achieve the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment but also forge the 5 bones, Lin Changqing muttered to himself. He could feel his left foot bone heating up, which was a sign of forging the 5th bone. He had long heard that during the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, the Great Dao Stone Pillar would grow to 9 and 9 zhang, corresponding to the numbers of the Great Dao, attracting many Great Dao phenomena. These Great Dao phenomena would cleanse and sublimate the spiritual power of the human body, but he didn't expect that his physical body would also transform along with it. Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, the Great Dao Pillar grows to 9 and 9 zhang, attracting Great Dao phenomena to form a chaotic mist. Finally, use spiritual power to stimulate the chaotic mist, ushering in the Great Dao Immortal Palace.
This is how the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment is considered complete.
Lin Changqing muttered to himself as he inspected the chaotic mist within his dantian. Next, he only needs to complete the last step to complete the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. That is to use spiritual power to stimulate the chaotic mist and evolve the Great Dao Immortal Palace. That's right, the standard for completing the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment is to create a Great Dao Immortal Palace within the dantian.
For ordinary people's foundation establishment, solidified spiritual power is sufficient.
After that, a core is formed, and the solidified spiritual power condenses to form a core body. For Earthly Dao Foundation establishment, solidified spiritual power forms a Great Dao Stone Pillar. When forming a core body will emerge on the Great Dao Stone Pillar, symbolizing the Great Dao Core. For Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, an immortal palace will emerge on the Great Dao Stone Pillar. Finally, a core body will form within the Immortal Palace, symbolizing the Immortal Pill of Immortality. Some say that the reason why the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment forms a core body within the Immortal Palace is a manifestation of the Great Dao. It means that this person has the potential to become an immortal.
The potential to become an immortal.
Lin Changqing couldn't wait to stimulate the chaotic mist with his spiritual power.
3 hours later. Suddenly, with a boom.
Like the ringing of the Great Dao Bell, the chaotic mist stimulated by Lin Changqing suddenly exploded. And at this moment, an astonishing change occurred within the dantian.
As if another spacetime had appeared, a huge immortal palace descended.
The immortal palace seemed to have arrived from the primordial era, with tens of millions of palaces. Each palace was cast from Tai-Bai immortal jade, and each pillar supporting the palace was tens of millions of zhan high. Each palace was surrounded by divine beasts such as true dragons, phoenixes, and xuanwu. Even in front of the largest palace at the very front, there was a thunder giant about 1,000 meters tall, holding a giant hammer.
What is this? Lin Changqing was stunned.
He remembered that the Great Dao Immortal Palace brought by the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment was empty and only had a palace frame. But how could the Great Dao Immortal Palace brought by his Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment seem so real, with thunder giants, true dragons and phoenixes, and tens of millions of palaces?
Lin Changqing looked at the Great Dao Immortal Palace in his dantian in shock.
He found that inside the Immortal Palace, layers of mist shrouded everything, giving off an indescribable mystery. And vaguely, he saw 3 words in the southern part of the Immortal Palace. South Heaven Gate. I'll go. Could it be that I've really brought the legendary Heavenly Court into my Dantian? Lin Changqing's heart was surging, and he was very uneasy. South Heaven Gate, this is a palace name that only the Heavenly Court of the Primordial Era dared to use. These 3 words have great taboos. It is said that in the Middle Ages, there was a sect that produced immortals and called its central palace the South Heaven Gate. As a result, overnight, this powerful medieval sect disappeared. From then on, South Heaven Gate completely became a taboo in the major cultivation worlds. But now, these 3 words have appeared in Lin Changqing's Dantian. Could this be related to the World Tree Fragment? Lin Changqing turned his gaze to the cyan wooden block floating in the center of the sky above his Dantian. He felt that the fact that his Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment had attracted such a magical Great Dao Immortal Palace was likely related to the World Tree Fragment. Boom boom boom. But just as Lin Changqing was pondering the reason, the Great Dao Immortal Palace suddenly shrank, making a loud booming sound, and finally shrank to 3 and 3 chi, becoming a miniature Immortal Palace, and finally descended to the top of the Great Dao stone pillar. 3 and 3 chi is also a number that implies the Great Dao. And at this moment, the spiritual power of Lin Changqing's whole body skyrocketed. The Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment is complete. Forget it, fortune or misfortune cannot be avoided. Lin Changqing shook his head. He couldn't tell whether it was good or bad that his Dantian could attract such a strange immortal palace. But no matter what, his Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment is now complete. He could feel the surge of his own spiritual power. At the same time, he forged the 5 bones. The left foot bone rune is completely outlined. You used the World Tree Fragment to complete the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment and also completed the forging of 5 bones. You feel that your current strength can even compete with the 7th level of Foundation establishment. There is no doubt that the World Tree Fragment has greatly increased your strength, but at the same time, you also have many questions in your mind. Why is your Great Dao Immortal Palace different from other Heavenly Dao Foundation establishments? Is it caused by the World Tree Fragment? Is this Immortal Palace the Heavenly Court of the Primordial Era? Otherwise, why can you see the 3 words South Heaven Gate? Are those thunder giants holding giant hammers the giant spirit gods of the Primordial Era? Moreover, you can see that there are layers of mist lingering inside the Immortal Palace. If you improve your cultivation in the future, can you see what is in the palaces within these mists? You have too many questions. Is this change good or bad? Is it a blessing or a curse? This Immortal Palace, Lin Changqing stroked his chin, looked at the last few lines of text on the panel, and couldn't help but ponder. From the simulated picture, it can be seen that the Great Dao Immortal Palace in his Dantian is very different. He suddenly remembered some legends of the cultivation world. After several simulations, almost 100 years, he also learned a lot about various legends in the cultivation world. Among them, of course, there are legends about the World Tree and the Heavenly Court. According to legend, at the end of the Primordial Era, many primordial great powers fell, and myths and legends were extinct. Not only was the World Tree cut down, but the ancient and noble Heavenly Court was also shot down. There are rumors that the fallen Heavenly Court Palace fell on a main branch of the World Tree. You thought of some legends about immortal cultivation, and you felt a strange connection between the World Tree and the Heavenly Court. You guessed that this might be the origin of the Great Dao Immortal Palace in your Dantian. Could it be that as your cultivation level increases in the future, your Dantian will truly recreate the Heavenly Court of the ancient times? You shook your head and immediately stopped thinking about it. These things are too far away for you, so you should focus on improving your cultivation. Now that you have merged with a fragment of the World Tree to establish the Heavenly Dao Foundation, your next plan is to go to Tianyang Valley to find and merge with the second World Tree fragment. In the last simulation, Daoist Black Fire, at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, found the second World Tree fragment. After swallowing it, he broke through 3 levels in a row, reaching the 10th level of Foundation establishment. If I get the second World Tree fragment now, my strength will break through even more.
It is likely that I will directly go from the first level of Foundation establishment to the 5th or even 6th level. Lin Changqing stared at the panel with fiery eyes. He couldn't wait to get the second World Tree fragment. You walked out of the cave and began to fly in the direction of Tianyang Valley, preparing to find the second World Tree fragment. Tianyang Valley, located in the southern part of Blackwater County, is a small market town where chi refining cultivators usually trade. Occasionally, Foundation establishment cultivators will come. It is not large, only about 100 miles in radius. Although you don't know exactly where the World Tree fragment is in Tianyang Valley, you are not afraid that you won't be able to find it. After possessing one World Tree fragment, you will have the ability to sense other World Tree fragments. As long as the two are within 10 miles of each other, you will be able to sense it. Therefore, as long as you determine the target location to be Tianyang Valley, it will be easy to sense where the other World Tree fragment is. 2 days later, you arrived at Tianyang Valley and easily sensed where the other World Tree fragment was. You can sense that the World Tree fragment is about 1 kilometer in front of you. The distance is so close, but you can't take another step forward to get it, because Tianyang Valley has already been occupied by the demonic path. Run, everyone, run! Bloodfiend Hermit has occupied Tianyang Valley. Lin Changqing swiped his finger across the panel and saw a large number of people panicking in the picture, as groups of demonic path cultivators occupied Tianyang Valley. You didn't expect the demonic path to be so fast. Tianyang Valley has already been occupied, but you are not willing to leave like this. The World Tree fragment is so close to you. You stopped some fleeing people and inquired about the situation of Bloodfiend Hermit. Through inquiries, you learned that Bloodfiend Hermit is a pseudocore formation cultivator, with 2 Foundation Establishment 9th level disciples under his command. This time, Bloodfiend Hermit launched a full-scale attack on Tianyang Valley, and he himself and his 2 Foundation Establishment 9th level disciples have all come. Then this World Tree fragment will be difficult to obtain. Lin Changqing pondered, thinking about what to do next. His current strength is about the same as the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. Not to mention Bloodfiend Hermit, he can't even beat the 9th level disciples of Foundation Establishment. You have learned about the strength of Bloodfiend Hermit, and now you have the following choices. A. Bloodfiend Hermit is too strong, it is better to go back and practice quietly, accumulate enough strength, and then come back to snatch the World Tree fragment. B. Go up and be reckless, go directly to Tianyang Valley to snatch the World Tree fragment. C. Lurk down and wait for the opportunity. Which one should I choose? Lin Changqing directly eliminated option B, this option is just courting death. Option A looks feasible, and it seems to be the most reasonable. With his current strength, he will definitely not be able to snatch the World Tree fragment in Tianyang Valley. Going back to practice and accumulate strength, cultivating to the 8th level of Foundation Establishment should be almost enough. However, with the treasure right in front of him, Lin Changqing was unwilling to let it go. Choose option C, see if I can find an opportunity to sneak in. Lin Changqing pondered slightly and chose option C. You chose option C, waiting for the opportunity. You feel that after occupying Tianyang Valley, Bloodfiend Hermit and his disciples cannot stay in this place all the time. You want to wait here quietly, waiting for the opportunity for Bloodfiend Hermit to leave. 1 day, 2 days, you waited for a month in a row, but things still didn't change. Bloodfiend Hermit seemed to have turned Tianyang Valley into his base camp and stationed himself here. However, you still remained patient and continued to wait. After another month, you finally waited for an opportunity. Bloodfiend Hermit left. That day, you saw people from the Heavenly Demon sect come to Tianyang Valley with tokens, summoning Bloodfiend Hermit and his disciples to fight in other counties of Qingzhou. You were overjoyed to see this scene. Going to fight in other counties of Qingzhou will take at least 3 or 4 months to go back and forth. Now you have a chance to go to Tianyang Valley to get the World Tree fragment. Another day passed, and you saw a large number of demonic path cultivators flying west from Tianyang Valley, led by Bloodfiend Hermit and his 2 disciples. You inquired about the news. Bloodfiend Hermit drew a lot of combat power for this battle in other counties, leaving only 2 Foundation Establishment 5th level cultivators in Tianyang Valley.
Your strength is enough to easily deal with 2 Foundation Establishment 5th level cultivators, but you didn't rush into Tianyang Valley in the first place. You waited patiently for 2 days, and after confirming that Bloodfiend Hermit had gone far away, you quietly sneaked into Tianyang Valley at night. You sensed the location of the other world tree fragment and found that it was in a courtyard in the western part of Tianyang Valley. That courtyard happened to be the Bloodfiend Hermit's headquarters in Tianyang Valley, but fortunately, Bloodfiend Hermit is fighting in other counties at the moment. At this moment, there are only 2 Foundation Establishment 5th level cultivators left in the headquarters. You used the Dao artifact, the ancient Jianmu diagram, and silently killed the 2 Demonic Path Foundation Establishment 5th level cultivators guarding the headquarters. The whole process was very easy. You showed a smile. Now no one can stop you from obtaining the World Tree Fragment. But 3 minutes later. Human, you're courting death. Lin Changqing swiped his finger across the panel, and you could see in the picture a 10-meter-long giant 3-eyed blood wolf chasing a young Qingyi cultivator. The aura emanating from this 3-eyed blood wolf was impressively at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment. This 3-eyed blood wolf is Bloodfiend Hermit's demon beast. No one thought that Bloodfiend Hermit would leave his demon beast in Tianyang Valley when he went to fight in other counties. You originally thought that after killing the 2 Foundation Establishment 5th level cultivators, no one could stop you from obtaining the World Tree Fragment, but unexpectedly, a 10-meter-tall blood wolf suddenly jumped out of this courtyard. This is the demon beast left by Bloodfiend Hermit, at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment. You sacrificed the ancient Jianmu diagram to fight against it, but you were no match for it, and finally escaped in embarrassment. This defeat made you understand that the World Tree Fragment in Tianyang Valley is not so easy to obtain. With a Foundation Establishment 10th level demon beast guarding it, you are definitely not an opponent right now. But you immediately comforted yourself that it would not be too late to come and take this World Tree Fragment after you cultivate to the 7th or 8th level of Foundation Establishment. If you cultivate to the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, you have the confidence to contend with ordinary pseudo-core formation cultivators. At that time, even if Bloodfiend Hermit is there, you can still take the World Tree Fragment away. Wait until the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, then come and take it. At that time, swallowing this World Tree Fragment will break through 3 levels in a row, reaching the 10th level of Foundation Establishment. That's also okay. Lin Changqing comforted himself in this way. After escaping from the blood wolf, you found a place to heal. After 10 days of recovery, you now have the following choices. A. Continue to be reckless, return to Tianyang Valley, fight the blood wolf, and take the World Tree Fragment. B. Choose a place to stay put and cultivate. C. Like in your previous life, choose to join the City Lord's mansion. This way, you can slay demons while exchanging contribution points for cultivation resources. Lin Changqing didn't hesitate and directly chose option C. Option A is obviously just there to make up the numbers. Returning to Tianyang Valley now is not a wise choice. Option B, staying put and cultivating, is feasible, but it's not conducive to Lin Changqing's rapid increase in strength. Option C, joining the City Lord's mansion, can help Lin Changqing quickly improve his strength. He has the experience of his previous lives and can easily obtain a large number of contribution points in the City Lord's mansion. These contribution points can be used to exchange for many cultivation resources in the City Lord's mansion. Moreover, if you want to improve your bone forging, you need a lot of life and death training. Joining the City Lord's mansion to fight against the demonic path allows you to earn a lot of contribution points while improving your bone forging cultivation. Why not do it? If he were to stay put and cultivate, it would probably take more than 10 years to forge another bone. There is another reason. He remembers that in his previous life, Taoist Black Flame became a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment and showed amazing talent. Fairy Nishong gave a lot of cultivation resources to Taoist Black Flame. Lin Changqing remembers that about 10 years later, Fairy Nishong gave him the spot for an important secret realm in order to cultivate Taoist Black Flame. It is said that this important secret realm has a spiritual liquid that can quickly improve the strength of Foundation establishment cultivators. Taking a drop can break through 1 level of strength. There are even golden core spiritual objects and many other secret treasures inside the secret realm. If he wants to quickly improve his strength in this simulation, Lin Changqing feels that joining the City Lord's mansion to replace Taoist Black Flame's ecological niche is the best choice. This way, 10 years later, he will be able to get the spot for that important secret realm.
You chose option C and joined the City Lord's mansion.
After a short rest, you begin to fly towards Heishui town.
5 days later, you enter the City Lord's mansion of Heishui town.
At this time, the Heavenly Demon sect has finished attacking and retreated.
Heishui town is in a mess, and the City Lord's mansion is recruiting law enforcement personnel.
You revealed your foundation establishment first layer cultivation. In order to gain the City Lord's attention, you also revealed that you were the one who sent intelligence to the City Lord's mansion half a month ago, exposing the Wang family's ancestor and several other spies. Upon receiving this news, Fairy Nishan personally met with you, thanked you for sending the intelligence last time, which allowed Heishui town to avoid some losses. At the same time, she appointed you as an elder of the law enforcement hall. After becoming an elder of the law enforcement hall, another 7 months passed. In these 7 months, relying on the advantages of rebirth from the previous simulations, you reported some intelligence about the demonic paths attacks, giving Heishui town a certain advantage. With these, your status in the City Lord's mansion is getting higher and higher. In the 331st year of the Taisu calendar, you revealed your talent. On April 5th, you killed a demonic path cultivator at the Foundation Establishment 4th layer in Baihe town, while you were only at the Foundation Establishment 1st layer. Upon receiving this news, Fairy Nishan was overjoyed, because you, at the Foundation Establishment 1st layer, reversed the situation and killed a Foundation Establishment 4th layer cultivator, spanning 3 minor realms.
This is the performance of a genius.
Fairy Nishan believes that Heishui town has recruited a talent, and she decided that you should be given key treatment. You received a large amount of cultivation resources from the City Lord's mansion. You said that you also received the treatment of Taoist Black Flame in the previous life. In the 332nd and 333rd years of the Taisu calendar, under the inclination of a large amount of cultivation resources, you broke through to the Foundation Establishment 2nd layer after 2 years of cultivation. Reaching the Foundation Establishment 2nd layer in 2 years is already very amazing.
The Wang family's ancestors stayed at this realm for decades.
On August 9th of the 334th year of the Taisu calendar, you killed a Foundation Establishment 4th layer demonic path cultivator in the process of supporting the eastern part of Heishui County. On June 2nd of the 335th year of the Taisu calendar, you killed Mo Yang, a true genius disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect, in front of Weha City. This person had a Foundation Establishment 6th layer cultivation. As soon as this news came out, the entire Heishui County was in an uproar. Reversing the situation and killing a Foundation Establishment 6th layer cultivator at the Foundation Establishment 2nd layer, and this Foundation Establishment 6th layer cultivator was still a genius. Everyone knew your name, Lin Changqing of Heishui town. The demonic path regarded you as a future threat, while the righteous path regarded you as a new generation of genius, the hope of the future, and a seed for golden core. Without a doubt, Fairy Nishang valued you even more, and your genius performance caused the City Lord's mansion to allocate a lot of resources to you. But at the same time, the preferential treatment you received made some people jealous. Some of the old people in the City Lord's mansion, they are false core true persons, and they are complaining for their younger generations. They feel that it is unfair. They have dedicated so many years to the City Lord's mansion, and their younger generations cannot get the treatment, so why can Lin Changqing, who came halfway, get it? Just because he has good talent? You don't care about these things and continue to concentrate on cultivation. In the 336th year of the Taisu calendar, you are at the Foundation Establishment 2nd layer. In the 337th year of the Taisu calendar, you forged the 6th bone. In the 338th year of the Taisu calendar, you are at the Foundation Establishment 3rd layer. So, until the 340th year of the Taisu calendar, it is the 10th year since you came to the City Lord's mansion, and you are still at the Foundation Establishment 3rd layer. Objectively speaking, it is already very good to go from the Foundation Establishment 1st layer to the Foundation Establishment 3rd layer in 10 years, breaking through 3 layers in 10 years. But you are still not very satisfied, you are quietly waiting for the opening of that important secret realm. In the previous life, you remember the Taoist Black Flame was at the Foundation Establishment 3rd layer like you at this time, and entered this secret realm, and in just 3 days, he went from the Foundation Establishment 3rd layer to the Foundation Establishment 5th layer. In this life, you are stronger than Taoist Black Flame at the same time period, and you are confident to seize more opportunities in this secret realm. In the 340th year of the Taisu calendar, on March 18, the spot for the secret realm you were waiting for came. That secret realm, called the Mountain and Sea Secret Realm, is the ruins of a sect called the Mountain and Sea Sect in the ancient times. There are many very precious cultivation resources inside, and spiritual liquid that allows Foundation Establishment cultivators to quickly break through their spiritual power. There are also golden core spiritual objects, as well as various ancient cultivation methods. It is said that there is the inheritance of the Mountain and Sea Sect inside. In short, the spot to enter the Mountain and Sea Secret Realm is very precious, and Heishui Town only got one this time. Fairy Nishang said before allocating the spot that whoever has the most hope of breaking through to the Golden Core will get the spot. Without a doubt, Fairy Nishang allocated this spot to you.
As soon as this news came out, many people were dissatisfied.
Those false core true persons who were jealous of your treatment before jumped out, feeling that you are an outsider and that such a precious thing as the Mountain and Sea Secret Realm spot should be given to the younger generations of these old people. Faced with these people, Fairy Nishang only said one sentence to make them speechless.
This palace does not know what insiders and outsiders are.
This palace only knows that, in terms of contribution, Lin Changqing has killed countless demonic path people in the past 10 years. In terms of talent, Lin Changqing is a golden core seed, and he is expected to form a golden core in the future.
Even if this palace gives the spot to your descendants, can they form a golden core?
Inside the city lord's mansion, a court lady with sharp, phoenix-like eyes reprimanded a group of core formation cultivators.
Fairy Ni coldly looked at her subordinates.
She was very disappointed, they were still fighting amongst themselves at a time like this.
Do you all know what time it is?
Fairy Ni said coldly.
My Blackwater market is about to fall.
Fairy Ni's words shocked all the core formation cultivators present, with some saying it wouldn't come to that.
But Fairy Ni's words silenced them.
Fairy Ni explained that the demonic path had twice as many core formation cultivators as the righteous path, making the future of Blackwater market, and even the entire righteous path, quite obvious. The demonic path was strong, and in a prolonged battle, the righteous path would definitely be defeated. Therefore, the top priority now was to use all means to increase the strength of the righteous path. Giving the spot to Lin Changqing was the best way to increase that strength. One more core formation cultivator in the future could potentially save millions of lives.
Fairy Ni's words completely
silenced the group of core formation cultivators, and no one said another word about Lin Changqing's spot. Taisu calendar, April 1st, the Mountain Sea Secret Realm is about to open, and you are heading to Qingzhou's Tiandu Prefecture under the leadership of Fairy Ni.
The Mountain Sea Secret Realm is located in Tiandu Prefecture.
Tiandu Prefecture is one of the largest prefectures in Qingzhou, rich in various spirit stone mines and strategically located, making it the front line of the current struggle between the righteous and demonic paths. Even the Autumn Moon Demoness of the Heavenly Demons sect has focused her main efforts on Tiandu Prefecture. April 7th is the official opening day of the Secret Realm, and you arrive at Mountain Sea Peak in the western part of Tiandu Prefecture with Fairy Ni.
Mountain Sea Peak is the entrance to the Mountain Sea Secret Realm.
At this time, it is already crowded with people. Mountain Sea Peak is divided into eastern and western halves, with the righteous and demonic paths lined up on each side. You can see the demonic path on the west side, with many people wearing the clothing of the Heavenly Demon sect or the Bone Demon sect, while the east side is the righteous path, with the righteous Sun sect, the Three Gates sect, and some rogue cultivators. You and Fairy Ni fly towards the eastern side of the mountain, where you can see many core formation cultivators of the righteous path, as well as some geniuses.
Some people greet Fairy Ni upon her arrival. Fairy Ni is here too. Is that Lin Changqing next to you?
I've heard of this kid's reputation in Wanshui Prefecture. Killing a Foundation Establishment 6th layer while only at the 2nd layer, really makes our righteous path proud.
Some of the core formation cultivators even praised you. Your reputation has grown quite a bit in the past decade. Not only Blackwater Prefecture, but the entire Qingzhou's righteous path knows that you are one of the most promising individuals to form a core. You thank each of the core formation cultivators for their praise and then calmly wait for the opening of the secret realm. After 10 minutes, a dragon's roar suddenly echoes from the northern sky. Everyone is drawn to the roar, and you are no exception. Following the sound, you see 9 flood dragons pulling a black chariot in the northern sky. On the chariot stands a young man with his hands behind his back. Like a demon god, his long black hair is draped over his shoulders, his eyes are exceptionally cold, and he wears black brocade robes with several skulls embroidered on the front, making him look extremely sinister and terrifying. Many people are amazed. What a grand display! Actually using flood dragons to pull his chariot. Although it can be seen that these 9 flood dragons are all dragon beasts with thin bloodlines, they are still related to dragons. Being able to use 9 flood dragons to pull a chariot shows that this person has an extraordinary background. Humph! What a grand display, Emotion. Once inside the secret realm, I'll have to teach him a lesson. Forget it, this Emotion is at Foundation Establishment 10th layer, he's not easy to mess with. It was some righteous path disciples next to you who were discussing. Hearing these people's words, your heart stirred, because you were very familiar with the name Emotion. This person is the direct grandson of the heavenly demon sect's Grand Elder, with astonishing talent. Like you, he is also a heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Moreover, in the previous simulation, you had heard others say that Emotion was the biggest winner in the Mountain Sea secret realm. Some said that Emotion obtained a high-grade Tao artifact, the Annihilation Spear, in the Mountain Sea secret realm. He even obtained a large number of core formation spiritual objects, and formed a 9-pattern golden core after coming out. 9-pattern golden core. Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes, looking at the domineering figure on the chariot in the sky. 9-pattern golden core, huh? Just like the quality of the form true core is divided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. Golden cores also have differences. The common ones are 3-pattern golden cores. A very few are 6-pattern golden cores, the Autumn Moon Demonis is a 6-pattern golden core. As for 9-pattern golden cores, they are the minority of the minority. In Qingzhou's cultivation world, it seems that only Emotion has ever produced a 9-pattern golden core in thousands of years. It is said that only in places like Central Province, where spiritual energy is abundant, are 9-pattern golden cores more common. In Qingzhou, Emotion's 9-pattern golden core may be one of a kind in thousands of years. It seems that I have to follow this guy after entering the secret realm this time. Lin Changqing calculated in his heart. Even if he obtained the second world tree fragment, he would not be confident in forming a 9-pattern golden core. After all, it was just a fragment, and it had been cut into 10 pieces. You are Lin Changqing? Very good. You killed a direct disciple of my heavenly demon sect, I will repay you tenfold. You better not enter the secret realm, otherwise I will personally extract your soul to offer as a sacrifice to my junior brother. Indeed, as the flood dragon chariot passed the eastern part of Mountain Sea Peak, Emotion suddenly cast his cold gaze towards Lin Changqing in the crowd below. Emotion threatened him, but Lin Changqing's heart was unmoved, and he even wanted to laugh. In his opinion, Emotion's position was the same as Black Fire Taoists, both of them provided him with various opportunities. Very good, Emotion wants your soul to be scattered, then you will intercept all of his opportunities. Your high-grade Tao artifact, the Annihilation Spear, and the spiritual objects that allowed you to form a 9-pattern golden core are all mine, you thought silently in your heart. After another 20 minutes, the Mountain Sea secret realm officially opened. 8 core formation cultivators from both the righteous and demonic paths flew out, operating their full spiritual energy to strike the top of the mountain, and at this time a crack slowly appeared in the sky. All disciples can enter the Mountain Sea secret realm. The secret realm will be open for a total of 10 days. Operate your full spiritual energy and enter the crack to enter the Mountain Sea secret realm. The crack leads to the Mountain Sea secret realm. The opening of the Mountain Sea secret realm requires the joint effort of 16 core formation cultivators. You enter the crack, feel a darkness before your eyes, and when you open them again, you appear in a wild mountain range. You know you have arrived at the Mountain Sea Secret Realm. The Mountain Sea Secret Realm is divided into inner and outer layers. The outer layer is the Mountain Secret Realm, full of wild mountains and countless demon beasts. The demon beasts here are very magical. After being killed, they turn into a drop of water. After killing 100 demon beasts, these 100 drops of water merge together to form a drop of spiritual liquid. A drop of spiritual liquid is equivalent to 10 years of ordinary hard cultivation. Foundation establishment cultivators can quickly break through by taking this spiritual liquid. The inner city is the Sea Secret Realm. The environment is a deep sea palace, with core formation spiritual objects inside, but it can only be entered after reaching Foundation Establishment's 6th layer, and it will open in 5 days. Finalize your plans for this secret realm. For the first 5 days, kill as many demon beasts as possible to reach the 6th level of Foundation Establishment, and then enter the inner layer of the secret realm. Now, I'll go find demon beasts to kill, extract spiritual fluid, and consume it to enhance my strength. After deciding on his plan, Lin Changqing flew towards the western side of the mountain range. The perception of a Foundation Establishment cultivator is very keen. As soon as he entered the depths of the wild mountains in the secret realm, he could hear the roars of demon beasts everywhere. And the roars of demon beasts were densest on the western side of the mountain range. So, he flew towards the west. 10 minutes later, you arrive in a deep mountain area on the western side of the mountain range, where you encounter your first demon beast. It is a giant demon tiger, 3 meters long and entirely black, exuding the aura of the first level of Foundation Establishment. The demon tiger sees you and attacks. You draw your sword and kill it with one move. Roar! A black demon tiger roared fiercely, its face filled with ferocity and its body radiating baleful energy. However, the young cultivator in green robes in front of it casually drew his sword. This one sword strike directly cleaved the demon tiger in two. The black demon tiger let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. A miraculous thing happened. No blood flowed from the black demon tiger's severed body. Instead, as the black demon tiger breathed its last, the 2 halves of its corpse burned away like air with a whoosh, forming a transparent droplet that flew into the hands of the young cultivator in green robes. How truly miraculous! After the demon tiger dies, it transforms into this trinket. The corpse turns into a water droplet, and 100 droplets combine to form a spiritual fluid. Lin Changqing curiously examined the transparent droplet in his palm. Its texture was cool and refreshing. When he probed it with his mind, he felt that it was just an ordinary water droplet, without sensing any spiritual power. Yet, the seemingly ordinary water droplet, when combined with 99 others, could form a spiritual fluid that could rapidly advance one's cultivation. The world of cultivation is truly full of wonders. Lin Changqing exclaimed. He continued to fly forward, and before long, he encountered a white giant ape about 5 meters tall. The white giant ape's claws alone were 20 centimeters long, and its body was also shrouded in black baleful energy. Seeing Lin Changqing, it bared its fangs and pounced. This white giant ape was slightly higher in realm than the black demon tiger, at the 2nd level of Foundation Establishment. But the result was the same. Lin Changqing killed it with a single sword strike. Another water droplet appeared in Lin Changqing's palm. Strange, the water droplet formed from the 2nd level Foundation Establishment white ape is the same size as the water droplet formed from the 1st level Foundation Establishment demon tiger. Lin Changqing frowned as he looked at the 2 water droplets of the same size in his palm. He had thought that the water droplet formed after killing this white giant ape would be larger. But it seemed that they were the same. With this bewilderment in his heart, he shook his head and continued to fly forward, seeking out demon beasts to kill. 5 more minutes pass, and you encounter another giant tiger demon beast, which you slay. 20 minutes later, you encounter a bit more trouble. You have encountered a pack of wolves. This is a pack of demon wolves, totaling 12. The leading wolf king has a cultivation base of the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment, and the other 11 are all at the 1st level of Foundation Establishment. But these are only slightly troublesome for you.
After all, you have already forged 5 bones, and with the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, your strength can rival the 7th level of Foundation establishment.
This pack of demon wolves is not enough to threaten you.
You spend half an hour killing all of these wolves, obtaining 12 more water droplets.
A great harvest.
Lin Changqing happily looked at the 12 newly appeared water droplets in his palm. At this rate, he felt that in another 4 or 5 hours, he would be able to condense a spiritual fluid.
Another hour passes.
You encounter a group of spiders inside a cave.
A dozen spider demon beasts, each a meter long, surround and attack you.
You draw your sword and slay them one by one, ultimately obtaining a dozen more water droplets. After that, you encounter a giant python 10 meters long, kill it.
Thus, you continue to walk westward, encountering demon beasts along the way. Most of them are at the 1st or 2nd level of Foundation establishment.
You don't encounter much trouble and kill them easily.
3 hours later, you encounter another pack of wolves.
After killing them all, you obtain 10 water droplets, and at this time, you have finally collected 100 water droplets.
I've gathered enough.
Lin Changqing looked at the newly obtained 10 water droplets with joy. Then, he took out the remaining 90 water droplets from his storage bag and placed them one by one in the palm of his hand. Perhaps because the number had reached 100, the 100 water droplets began to merge with each other. Before long, the 100 water droplets had finished merging. An emerald green water droplet appeared in Lin Changqing's palm. Its texture was slightly warm, and at the same time, Lin Changqing could feel that this emerald droplet contained immense spiritual power.
Is this the spiritual fluid?
After observing it carefully for a while, Lin Changqing directly swallowed the emerald droplet in one gulp. At the same time, a surge of immense spiritual power flooded into his dantian.
This feeling.
Lin Changqing felt that the spiritual power surging into his body was very similar to the feeling of merging with fragments of the world tree. But it wasn't as gentle as the world tree fragments.
Could this secret realm be related to the world tree? Lin Changqing wondered as he cultivated to break through.
It was just that the feeling of swallowing the spiritual fluid was somewhat similar to swallowing the world tree fragments. However, he immediately felt that he was overthinking it.
An hour later, Lin Changqing opened his eyes. The aura emanating from his body was even stronger than before.
He had broken through to the 4th level of Foundation establishment.
Spiritual fluid is truly exaggerated.
Logically speaking, to reach the 4th level of Foundation establishment, I should need another 4 or 5 years of cultivation. But now, a single drop of spiritual fluid has allowed me to reach the 4th level of Foundation establishment in just 1 hour.
Good stuff, good stuff.
Lin Changqing licked his lips.
Now, the next step was to continue hunting demon beasts and then gather another spiritual fluid. You continue to travel westward along the mountain range and encounter 2 more demon beasts. It seems that the further west you go, the stronger the demon beasts become.
These 2 demon beasts are both at the 3rd level of Foundation establishment, comparable to the Wolf King of the previous wolf pack.
You kill these 2 3rd-level Foundation establishment demon beasts, obtaining 2 water droplets.
10 minutes later, you encounter a crocodile demon beast, 20 meters long, in a black water lake. This crocodile demon beast is at the 4th level of Foundation establishment.
This is the strongest demon beast you have encountered. You spend a bit of effort to slay it.
You obtain a 3rd water droplet, but at the same time, you are surprised to discover the water droplet formed from this crocodile demon beast has actually become larger. Lin Changqing looked at his palm in surprise. He could see that there were now 3 water droplets in his palm.
One of them was significantly larger, twice the volume of the other 2 water droplets.
The large water droplet was formed from the 4th level Foundation establishment.
Crocodile demon beast. The small water droplets were formed from the previous 2 3rd-level Foundation establishment demon beasts. The water droplets are different now. Could it be because this crocodile was at the 4th level of Foundation establishment? Lin Changqing pondered.
Compared to the first 3 levels, the 4th level of Foundation establishment was a completely different realm, representing the middle stage of Foundation establishment. The demon beasts he had encountered before, at the first, second, and third levels of foundation establishment, all belonged to the early stage of foundation establishment, so the water droplets they formed were the same. But now, this crocodile was at the fourth level of foundation establishment, the middle stage, so the water droplet it formed was larger.
Lin Changqing felt that this was a possibility.
Immediately, he carefully stored the 3 water droplets and continued to move forward. Whether his guess was correct or not would be known after killing a few more demon beasts.
Roar!
10 minutes later, Lin Changqing encountered a tough opponent deep in the mountains, a giant snake about 10 meters long. This giant snake was entirely black, with a black horn on its head, as if it were about to transform into a flood dragon. The spiritual power emanating from its body was clearly at the 6th level of foundation establishment.
Roar! Seeing Lin Changqing, this black unicorn snake's eyes were full of baleful aura.
It opened its bloody mouth, and strands of black spiritual power, filled with terrifying baleful aura, directly attacked Lin Changqing.
How dare you!
Lin Changqing retreated, dodging the attack, and then drew his sword.
White bone!
Lin Changqing shouted loudly. This snake was at the 6th level of foundation establishment, stronger than any demon beast he had encountered before. So he directly used the white bone divine power.
Boom!
The sword strike from Lin Changqing directly transformed into a white bone giant in the sky, extending a huge white bone palm. This white bone palm grabbed the black unicorn snake. The black unicorn snake revealed a look of horror, clearly not expecting a human at the 4th level of foundation establishment to unleash such terrifying divine power. The black unicorn snake wanted to struggle, but Lin Changqing directly activated his spiritual power. The white bone giant palm gently squeezed, directly crushing the black unicorn beast. As Lin Changqing's strength increased, the white bone divine power he comprehended also became stronger and stronger. Now he could actually kill a demon beast at the 6th level of foundation establishment with a single sword strike. As expected, it's different from the water droplets transformed from those at the early stage of foundation establishment. Lin Changqing descended from the sky to the ground. The corpse of the black unicorn snake transformed into a water droplet and came to the palm of his hand. He looked at the palm of his hand, lost in thought. The water droplet transformed from the black unicorn snake was also larger than that of the demon beasts at the early stage of foundation establishment. But it was the same size as those at the 4th level of foundation establishment.
This verified Lin Changqing's previous guess.
It was very likely that the demon beasts in the early, middle, and late stages of foundation establishment transformed into water droplets of different sizes.
After killing the black unicorn snake, you continued forward. 10 minutes later, you encountered a group of mantis demon beasts.
Each of these mantis demon beasts was 2 to 3 meters tall, and each had the strength of the 4th level of foundation establishment. There were a total of 12, and the leader was even at the 5th level of foundation establishment. You spent about half an hour killing this group of mantis demon beasts, obtaining 12 water droplets. After resting briefly, you continued westward. You were attacked by a giant strange bird beside a river. This giant strange bird was actually at the 7th level of foundation establishment, the strength of the late stage of foundation establishment. This strange bird was not so easy for you to kill.
The 7th level of foundation establishment was 3 minor realms higher than you.
You spent an hour killing this strange bird, but you yourself were also injured. In addition, your guess was verified again. The water droplet transformed from this strange bird in the late stage of foundation establishment became even larger. After killing this strange bird in the late stage of foundation establishment, you found a place to heal your wounds. Now, after the battle with the strange bird, you have a better understanding of your own strength. Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, coupled with forging 5 bones, allows your combat power to far exceed those of the same realm. You can kill those at the 7th level of Qi training across 3 minor realms, but you will also be injured after killing them. It's not possible to be unscathed like when you killed the black unicorn snake at the 6th level of foundation establishment before. Half an hour later, you healed your injuries and began to continue killing demon beasts. You glanced at the sky. At this moment, the sun had already set in the west, and it was about to enter the night. 12 hours passed, and the night passed. On a piece of open ground, your surroundings were filled with demon beast corpses. You had just killed a group of demon beasts at the middle stage of Foundation establishment that had besieged you.
And at this moment, you finally collected 100 water droplets.
Or rather, you collected 100 water droplets transformed from demon beasts at the middle stage of Foundation establishment. As early as 3 hours ago, you had already collected 100 water droplets in your storage bag, but they were composed of 7 small water droplets, 90 medium water droplets, and 3 large water droplets. The 7 small water droplets were from the demon beasts at the early stage of Foundation establishment that you killed, and the 90 medium water droplets were from the demon beasts at the middle stage of Foundation establishment that you killed. The 3 large water droplets were from the demon beasts at the late stage of Foundation establishment that you killed. There were enough water droplets, 100, but these 100 water droplets were incompatible and could not form spiritual liquid. You guessed that this was because they were of different sizes. Perhaps only 100 water droplets of the same size could fuse into one spiritual liquid. As expected, only water droplets of the same size can fuse. Lin Changqing looked at the palm of his hand. At this moment, 100 water droplets transformed from intermediate Foundation establishment demon beasts were slowly fusing.
Tzz. As the water droplets fused, the sound of air burning was emitted.
Before long, a drop of emerald green spiritual liquid appeared in Lin Changqing's hand. Without hesitation, Lin Changqing directly swallowed it in one gulp. And a moment later, an extremely strong spiritual power surged into his dantian. In a very short period of time, the aura emanating from Lin Changqing's body doubled again. He was now at the 5th level of Foundation establishment.
I should be able to kill those at the 7th level of Foundation establishment unscathed now, right?
Lin Changqing muttered to himself. You swallowed another spiritual liquid. At this moment, your cultivation reached the 5th level of Foundation establishment, and you felt that your own strength had increased a lot. After resting briefly, you set off again to kill demon beasts and collect another spiritual liquid. The 5th level of Foundation establishment undoubtedly made you even stronger.
You advanced along the mountain range, unstoppable. Wolf demons and tiger demons were all killed by your single sword strike.
In this way, after a day and a night of fighting, you killed another 200 demon beasts, collecting 200 water droplets. Among them, 100 water droplets were from the demon beasts at the early stage of Foundation establishment that you killed. After synthesizing spiritual liquid, your cultivation did not increase much after you swallowed it. You muttered to yourself, it seems that the spiritual liquid synthesized from the early stage of Foundation establishment is of little help to the increase of your cultivation. After all, you are already in the middle stage of Foundation establishment. The other 100 water droplets were transformed from the demon beasts at the middle stage of Foundation establishment that you killed. After swallowing the spiritual liquid, your cultivation broke through again, reaching the 6th level of Foundation establishment.
The successive breakthroughs in cultivation made you very happy.
You have only been in this secret realm for 2 days, and you have already broken through 3 levels in a row, from the 3rd level of Foundation establishment to the 6th level of Foundation establishment. If it were ordinary people cultivating, even with the speed of Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, it would take about 10 years from the 3rd level to the 6th level.
You lamented that you had come to a good place.
You have to seize the time to kill demon beasts and collect more spiritual liquids, and strive to break through to the 7th level of Foundation establishment and reach the late stage of Foundation establishment. On the 3rd day, you only killed demon beasts for an hour before stopping, because you encountered a big guy.
That was in a valley full of flames.
You were killing a group of bull demons at the 5th and 6th levels of Foundation establishment. After killing this group of bull demons, you were not in a hurry to leave, because you felt that there was something inside this flame valley that was attracting you. You felt that you had encountered a treasure. But just as you were walking towards the inside of the flame valley, suddenly, a monstrous bull roar erupted from the very center of the valley. That was a giant black bull king 10 meters tall, and the aura emanating from it was actually at the 10th level of Foundation establishment. You fought with it, but were no match and retreated. Now your strength is equivalent to the 9th level of Foundation establishment of ordinary cultivators, and you can't compete with this Black Bull King at the 10th level of Foundation establishment. But you were not discouraged. You set a plan to come back and kill this Black Bull King after breaking through to the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. Once you reach the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, your strength will undergo another transformation. At that point, your strength will be able to contend with ordinary 10th level Foundation Establishment cultivators, and then you will be confident in dealing with the Black Bull King.
That treasure must be extraordinary.
Lin Chongqing looked back at the Flame Valley behind him. He could feel that there was something extremely attractive to him inside the Flame Valley. This thing made the blood all over his body jump. And it faintly made his left shoulder bone show signs of fever.
Could it be a treasure that can forge bones?
Lin Chongqing licked his lips, his eyes filled with desire. In the past 3 days, his spiritual power had improved rapidly, from the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment to the 6th level. However, there was no progress in his physical body, which was still at the 5th level of bone forging. His divine soul spiritual power had already surpassed his physical strength. If there really was a treasure in this Flame Valley that could increase one's physical strength, then he was determined to get it. So, the next goal is to kill demon beasts, accumulate enough spiritual liquid, break through to the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, and then kill back to this Flame Valley. Lin Chongqing jumped and flew into the sky. He began to fly towards the distant mountains and forests. He was going to kill demon beasts to increase his strength.
Moo!
But the Black Bull King suddenly rushed out of the Flame Valley. It was black all over. Its 2 big black bull horns were as sharp as black iron swords. It was full of murderous intent, and it killed Lin Chongqing, who was flying away. It was not enough for this Black Bull King to drive Lin Chongqing out of the Flame Valley, it even wanted to chase him all the way. The Black Bull King rushed out of the Flame Valley to chase you, but you were not flustered.
You sacrificed the Tao artifact ancient Jianmu diagram, and your speed sword. In less than half an hour, you shook off the Black Bull King who was chasing you. After avoiding the Black Bull King's pursuit, you landed in an open area full of yellow boulders. You originally wanted to take a rest, but unexpectedly, as soon as you landed, those yellow boulders roared and began to attack you. You were a little surprised. You didn't expect these yellow boulders to be goblins. The stones had become demons. These stone demons are about the 4th level of Foundation Establishment. There are 20 of them. You spent an hour killing them all, and you got 20 more droplets. Great harvest. It seems that the speed of accumulating the next spiritual liquid is very fast. Lin Chongqing happily put the 20 droplets back into the storage bag. After 4 more waves of such stone monsters, he would be able to break through again. After killing the stone monsters, you walked east and continued to find demon beasts to kill. 10 minutes later, you encountered a group of wolf demons, about 23 of them. An hour later, you killed them and got 23 more droplets. You continued to walk east, killing demons all the way. Your luck was not bad. You encountered many groups of demon beasts, which saved you a lot of time. In this way, 3 hours later, you killed another 100 demon beasts in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment and accumulated enough spiritual liquid. You swallowed this spiritual liquid and reached the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. I can't believe it, I'm already at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. In a cave, Lin Chongqing clenched his hands with joy. At this moment, the spiritual power in his dantian was unprecedentedly vast. It was 3 or 4 times thicker than when he was at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. The 7th level of Foundation Establishment and the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. Although there is only a difference of 1 level. But it is a difference in the realm of a stage. Reaching the 7th level of Foundation Establishment is the late stage of Foundation Establishment. Lifespan and combat power will be greatly improved. The opportunities one have obtained in this secret realm have far exceeded those of Taoist Black Fire. Lin Chongqing muttered to himself. In his previous life, he remembered that Taoist Black Fire was only at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment when he came out of this secret realm. But he is now at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. This is only the 3rd day that the secret realm has been opened. Who knows what opportunities he will be able to obtain in the future. Thinking of opportunities, Lin Chongqing narrowed his eyes. It's time to go to the Flame Valley.
After breaking through to the 7th level of Foundation establishment, you did not hesitate and directly flew to the Flame Valley to prepare to seize the treasure that resonated with the blood all over your body.
Half an hour later, you arrived at the Flame Valley. Your arrival made the Black Bull King feel angry. It didn't expect that the human kid who had been driven away a few hours ago would dare to come again. It roared moo and attacked you. The Black Bull King's attack was earth-shattering, and the power of the 10th level of Foundation establishment was displayed vividly. If it were a few hours ago, you would have turned around and ran away, but you are not what you used to be. You drew your sword, used the White Bone Divine Power, and fought with the Black Bull King. An hour later, you were covered in blood and sat on the ground panting, and under your feet was a huge Black Bull Demon Beast corpse. You killed the Black Bull King. You killed a 10th level Foundation establishment demon beast with the strength of the 7th level of Chi training. If this news spreads, it will shock many people. The 10th level of Foundation establishment represents the hope of forming a core. Those who can cultivate to the 10th level of Foundation establishment have great luck and great opportunities, and are the legends of their own lives. You actually killed it across the border. The demonic genius Emotion before was like you, and also had the performance of killing the 6th level of Foundation establishment across the border at the 2nd level of Foundation establishment. But Emotion had never killed the 10th level of Foundation establishment across the border when he was at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. Because as the cultivation level increases, the gap between everyone is narrowing. The further the realm goes, the more difficult it is to kill across the border. It can be said that if the news that you killed the 10th level of Foundation establishment across the border spreads, it will definitely shock many people. It's time to find the treasure. Lin Chongqing stood up from the ground. Following the feeling in his heart, he walked towards the inside of the Flame Valley. The further he went, the more he could feel the attraction of that thing to him. After killing the Black Bull King, you began to search for the treasure. Following the feeling in your heart, you walked towards the inside of the Flame Valley. 10 minutes later, you came to a huge cave. This seemed to be the Black Bull King's lair. You entered it. After walking for about 10 minutes, you came to the deepest part of the Black Bull's lair. You looked surprised, because you saw a huge blood pool and a plaque. The plaque read, Dragon Blood Martial Pool, dedicated to the Shanghai sect disciples for physical body training. All disciples of the Shanghai sect can enter the Dragon Blood Martial Pool, absorb dragon blood, and forge the physical body. The stronger the talent, the longer the time spent in the Dragon Blood Martial Pool, the greater the benefits obtained for the physical body. Lin Chongqing walked to the front of the plaque and read it word by word in his heart. He didn't expect that the treasure that attracted him was actually the Dragon Blood Martial Pool of the Shanghai sect. At this moment, Lin Chongqing's heart was full of excitement. That was the Dragon Blood Martial Pool of the Shanghai sect, which was used by the sect's disciples to enhance their physical strength. The Shanghai sect was a hegemonic force in the date cultivation world in the ancient times, ruling 1/10 of the territory of the date cultivation world, hundreds of immortal cultivation countries. The Wu Kingdom at that time was also one of the many immortal cultivation countries ruled by the Shanghai sect. From here, you can see how huge the Shanghai sect was. Lin Chongqing's Blackwater County was just a county in Qingzhou. Qingzhou was just the most remote and backward state of the Wu Kingdom. But the entire Wu Kingdom in the ancient times was actually just one of the many immortal cultivation countries ruled by the Shanghai sect. The things left behind by this hegemonic sect are definitely extraordinary. You jumped into the Dragon Blood Martial Pool with anticipation and excitement. You are looking forward to what extent the things left behind by this hegemonic sect will transform your physical body. This feeling is so cold. Lin Chongqing immediately bared his teeth from the cold as he entered the Dragon Blood Martial Pool, feeling as if he had jumped into an icy cavern in a frozen wasteland. Moreover, it was the kind of extreme Arctic cold. One must know that he was already at the 5th bone forging stage, and his physical strength was unmatched by ordinary people. Yet, even so, he couldn't withstand the cold upon entering this pool, which showed just how low the temperature was. So cold, Lin Chongqing shivered all over, and even his hair gradually formed icy strands. Moreover, he felt colder and colder. Looking down, he saw the red blood in the dragon blood martial pool slowly turning into an ice-colored liquid. This ice-colored liquid enveloped his body and skin, entering through his pores. This sensation was like countless ice knives stabbing into his skin. He only felt extreme cold. There was no pain, because he was already numb from the cold. This ice-colored liquid is greatly beneficial to my body. While gritting his teeth and enduring the cold, Lin Changqing's eyes flashed with joy. He felt that as the ice-colored liquid poured in, his body seemed to be strengthening. This ice-colored liquid was transforming his body. His left shoulder bone was constantly heating up, and it seemed that runes were about to be outlined on it. Persist. Lin Changqing gritted his teeth, endured the extreme cold, and began to use the dragon demon body refining technique to slowly absorb these ice-colored liquids. The plaque said that the longer one persisted in the dragon blood martial pool, the greater the benefits one would receive. He had to persist. Dragon Demon Body Refining Technique. As Lin Changqing performed the Dragon Demon Body Refining Technique, whether it was an illusion or not, he faintly saw a true dragon with blue scales and white whiskers slowly devouring an ice-colored true dragon. This was the first level of the Dragon Blood Martial Pool, the Ice Dragon Barrier. The Ice Dragon Barrier's dragon blood was created by the mountain and sea sect using the blood of a 10,000-year-old ice dragon and placing it inside to temper the martial artist's body with extreme cold. There were several more barriers behind: Fire Dragon, Earth Dragon. However, generally speaking, there were not many who could persist in the first barrier, the Ice Dragon Barrier. Ordinary people could only withstand it for 20 to 30 minutes before their physical strength gave out. Time passed little by little. After 20 minutes, Lin Changqing was already frozen to the point of losing consciousness. At this moment, he only had one thought. Quickly escape this pool, otherwise, staying here any longer would lead to freezing to death. But as soon as this thought arose, he immediately suppressed it. I can't leave. This dragon blood martial pool is too helpful for the physical body. I must persist. Lin Changqing glanced at his left shoulder. 1/3 of the runes on his left shoulder bone had already been outlined. Persist a little longer. Lin Changqing became ruthless. He accelerated the activation of the Dragon Demon Body Refining Technique, quickly absorbing the surrounding ice-colored liquid. Gurgle, gurgle. From a distance, those ice-colored liquids were like ice-colored small dragons drilling into Lin Changqing's body, and some black impurities were discharged from his flesh. Although he was enduring extreme cold and pain, his physical body was also becoming stronger and stronger. 20 minutes later, half of Lin Changqing's body was already frozen. Half of the runes on his left shoulder bone had been outlined. 40 minutes later, the ice-colored liquid in the entire dragon blood martial pool was boiling, like a large furnace burning. But in contrast, Lin Changqing, sitting in the center of the pool, had become an iceman. If Lin Changqing didn't have a faint rise and fall of breath, he would have looked like a corpse frozen in ice, his face blue. Almost there, almost there. Lin Changqing breathed out. He had no sensation in his whole body. The only thing he could feel was his left shoulder bone. At this moment, 99% of the runes on his left shoulder bone had been outlined. From a distance, the rune looked like a text from the ancient era, and also like an ice-colored true dragon. This rune was only short of one dot to be completed, or rather, only short of adding the eyes to the ice dragon. The runes on the left shoulder bone could be outlined. Another half an hour passed. The ice-colored liquid in the dragon blood martial pool completely boiled, and at this moment, a picture suddenly appeared behind Lin Changqing, a true dragon with blue scales and white whiskers completely swallowed an ice-colored true dragon. At this moment, on the runes on his left shoulder bone, a dot fell. This dot was like a painter drawing an ice-colored true dragon. This ice-colored true dragon was lifeless, lacking eyes. As this dot fell, the ice-colored true dragon had eyes and also had spirit. Roar! As if from a vast world of ice and snow of hundreds of millions of years, an ancient ice dragon stretching for thousands of feet arrived with a blizzard. Appeared behind Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing suddenly opened his eyes. The runes on his left shoulder bone were completed, like an ice-colored true dragon swimming on his left shoulder bone. The sixth bone has been forged. I seem to have mastered the power of ice.
Lin Changqing gently reached out and waved his hand, and the ice that had frozen him split apart. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, these ice blocks merged in his palm to form a small ice-colored dragon. The ice that made him feel extremely cold before, he didn't feel anything now. Now, the ice-colored liquid in this pool had a warm feeling for him instead. This bone forging is different from the others. It is indeed something left by the mountain and sea sect. Lin Changqing waved his hand again, and the water elements in the entire cave air condensed, and then transformed into ice. Before long, a small snowstorm fell in the cave. It's really magical. Now I can manipulate the ice elements between heaven and earth with my physical body alone. Lin Changqing's eyes were fiery. He felt that with the help of the dragon blood martial pool, perhaps he was not an ordinary bone forger. His physical body seemed to have undergone some kind of evolution, as if he had stolen the ice dragon's ability to manipulate ice elements. I heard that some large sects have mastered some secret methods. After the sect disciples temper their physical bodies, they can allow people's physical bodies to undergo some kind of evolution and master some kind of heaven and earth elemental power, which can be called an elemental body. I can now perhaps also be called an ice dragon elemental body. Lin Changqing felt that this dragon blood martial pool was perhaps the greatest opportunity he had obtained in entering the secret realm. Perhaps it was not inferior to the 9-pattern golden pill opportunity obtained by Motion. Gurgle, gurgle. The ice-colored liquid in the dragon blood martial pool began to boil again, and slowly changed color. Before long, the entire pool turned fiery red, like fiery true dragons swimming in the pool. Lin Changqing again felt the ultimate heat. Well done. This heat made Lin Changqing's skin dry and cracked, as hot and painful as oil burning on his body, but Lin Changqing was not surprised but delighted. He had tasted the sweetness from the ice-colored liquid just now. He was looking forward to what elemental power he could gain after enduring this fiery red liquid. Fiery red liquid, it should be the fire element, Lin Changqing muttered to himself, and he began to use the dragon demon body refining technique to absorb the fiery red liquid little by little. Behind him, a true dragon with blue scales and white whiskers was fighting a Taiku fire dragon. Moreover, this blue-scaled and white-bearded true dragon was different from before. At this moment, ice-white dragon patterns appeared on the body of this blue-scaled and white-bearded true dragon. This represented that Lin Changqing had passed the first level, the ice dragon barrier, and obtained the ability of the Taiku ice dragon to control ice elements. You have begun to pass the second level in the dragon blood martial pool, the fire dragon barrier. The fire dragon barrier is where the mountain and sea sect puts the dragon blood of the 10,000-year fire dragon into it to temper the physical bodies of the sect disciples. In this level, the human body will be subjected to the feeling of being burned by hundreds of millions of flames, and it is difficult to pass. The difficulty is greater than the first level, the ice dragon barrier. In the first hour, the fire dragon blood in the pool boiled into a black-red flame. These flames burned your body, and you felt extreme pain, but you persevered. After an hour passed, under the burning of the black-red flames, you persevered. At this moment, the runes on your right shoulder blade were 1/3 complete. In the second hour, the fire dragon blood in the pool boiled into a ghostly blue flame. The heat brought by this flame was a kind of cold heat. Before long, your whole body was enveloped in ghostly blue flames. Slowly, your skin began to dry up, your flesh began to wither, and you began to gradually age. This is the horror of the second level, the fire dragon trial. Many people fall at the first step. When the pool transforms into a ghostly blue flame, it will burn the flesh and vitality. If you can't hold on, you will die. It is said that this is a kind of nether fire. Out of 1,000 disciples, 990 fall at this level of ghostly blue flames. If you can withstand the ghostly blue flames, you have a 90% chance of passing the fire dragon trial, but if you can't, then nothing else matters. Persevere! Lin Changqing roared. He gritted his teeth. At this moment, he looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s. His flesh had withered to the extreme, leaving only a skeleton. The ghostly blue flames continued to burn him. But he knew he couldn't give up. If he could get through this step, the future would be bright.
You continued to persevere. After an hour, you persevered. The process in the middle was extremely difficult.
You were almost burned to death by the ghostly blue flames. But fortunately, you had a heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, and your dantian also had fragments of the World Tree. The vitality in your body far exceeded that of others, and you survived this hour. In the end, the ghostly blue flames in the pool gradually extinguished, and your withered flesh gradually recovered. Your whole person returned to normal, your flesh looked crystal clear like jade, and the vitality contained in your flesh was a few points richer than before the burning. You knew that after being burned by the ghostly blue flames, your flesh was stronger than before. At this moment, the runes on your right shoulder blade were half complete. Having passed the most difficult burning of the ghostly blue flames, the next few flames of the fire dragon trial were much easier. In this way, you went through white flames, yellow flames, and many other flames.
You passed them one by one.
Finally, after 3 hours, you passed the last flame, the purple fire. And you also successfully passed the second level, the fire dragon trial. At this moment, the second rune on your right shoulder blade was also completed. You have forged the 7th bone.
In the dragon
blood martial pool, a young man like a god or demon gradually stood up. His upper body was naked, his right shoulder blade was hot, and behind him was a true dragon, fiery red all over, roaring like lava erupting. With a gentle wave of his hand, like the monarch of flames in the world, the flame trees in the entire cave condensed together, turning into a flame giant kneeling in front of him.
This is the power of the fire element.
Lin Shangqing felt as if he had stolen the authority of the ancient fire dragon over the fire element. He felt that he was the king of the fire element in the world. This was too worth it. You must know that fire-based techniques have always been a mainstream technique for cultivators. Now, Lin Shangqing felt that in a battle with fire-based cultivators, he would naturally have a 3-point advantage. The suffering was worth it. Lin Shangtian played with the fire element for a little while. He felt that the suffering he had endured in the past few hours was worth it. Not only did he successfully forge the 7th bone, but he also mastered an element of the world. Gurgle, gurgle. But the liquid in the dragon blood martial pool began to change again, from a fiery red liquid to a lust-colored liquid. This also marked the arrival of the 3rd level, the Earth Dragon Trial. You continued to accept the test of the 3rd level, the Earth Dragon Trial. The difficulty of the Earth Dragon Trial is similar to that of the Fire Dragon Trial. If you pass the Fire Dragon Trial, you have a good chance of passing the Earth Dragon Trial. In this level, the lust-colored liquid will condense into various stone weapons to hammer people's flesh. In the first hour, the lust-colored liquid in the pool turned into a lust-colored stone hammer, hammering your body again and again. Although you felt pain from being hammered by the stone hammer, black impurities also flowed out of your body. After the first hour, you survived the attack of the stone hammer. At this moment, your sternum was heating up, and the runes were 1/4 complete. In the second hour, the lust-colored liquid transformed into a stone giant sword, slashing at you again and again. For the next 3 hours in a row, the lust-colored liquid successively transformed into guns, knives, axes, and other weapons, hammering your body. In the end, you survived them one by one, and the sternum runes were completely completed, completing the forging of the 8th bone. And you mastered the 3rd element, the earth element. Now I have mastered 3 elements, ice, fire, and earth. Next, I will master the 2 elements of metal and wood. Then I can be called the 5 elements body. Lin Shangqing gently waved his fist, and a true dragon with green scales and white whiskers transformed between his fists. This true dragon's body was interwoven with 3 dragon patterns, ice and snow, fiery red, and yellow earth. The 3 elements of heaven and earth element, ice element, and fire element, all surrounded his fist. After passing the 3rd level, the Earth Dragon Trial, you began to accept the test of the 4th level. I saw that the pools in the Dragon Blood Martial Pool were transformed into a white gold liquid. This is the 4th level in the Dragon Blood Martial Pool, the Gold Dragon Trial, also known as the Trial of Slaughter. Gold governs killing intent, and the Gold Dragon is also known as the Dragon of War, the Dragon of Slaughter. This level is extremely difficult to pass. The difficulty has suddenly increased tenfold compared to the Fire Dragon and Earth Dragon trials. In the historical records of the Mountain and Sea sect, out of 10,000 people who passed the Earth Dragon trial to pass the 4th level, the Gold Dragon trial, only one person might be able to pass. A 1 in 10,000 chance of passing. The reason why it is difficult to pass is because the killing intent is too strong. The blood of the Gold Dragon is too domineering. If the first 3 levels still left a glimmer of hope, then this level is a great extinction, a great slaughter. In the first hour, you felt the horror of the Gold Dragon trial. When the white gold liquid enveloped you, you felt like you had arrived on an ancient battlefield, where countless people were fighting, and there was a white gold, majestic dragon eye in the sky. It stared at you. Then everyone on the battlefield looked at you with killing intent and then attacked you. For a whole hour, you endured in this battlefield for a whole hour, and you didn't know how many times you died. Each time you died, you felt your soul weaken a little. In the second hour, you died countless times on this battlefield again. At this moment, your soul had shrunk by half. In the third hour, you had been killed numb. Your soul was completely gone, leaving only a small dot, like a candle flame. You knew you were about to die. In fact, this conforms to the laws of history. 99% of the disciples of the Mountain and Sea sect did not survive the third hour on the ancient battlefield when passing the Gold Dragon trial. Most people's souls had already been destroyed in the first hour. To survive to the second hour was already considered a genius disciple. It was already remarkable that you survived to the third hour. But it looks like you won't be able to last any longer. Because your soul is as weak as a candle flame, you can no longer withstand any more deaths. Am I going to die? Lin Changqing's face was extremely pale. At this moment, he was in a huge primordial battlefield, surrounded and attacked by countless people. His body was covered in sword wounds and knife wounds. His body had wound after wound, bleeding. Die! A black-armored general riding a bronze horse held a black iron spear and pierced Lin Changqing's body with a single thrust. Lin Changqing endured the pain and threw a left punch. 3 true dragons of different colors revolved around it, an ice dragon, a fire dragon, and an earth dragon. The 3 dragons merged into one, breaking the spear shaft and killing the general. Ah! The black-armored general was swallowed by the 3 true dragons. His flesh flew in all directions, and he died in a short while. After killing this person, Lin Changqing felt no joy, because looking around, the primordial battlefield was filled with boundless figures. He couldn't kill them all. And he couldn't withstand another death, because his divine soul was already weakened to the extreme. Could it be that this simulation is going to end early? Lin Changqing was slashed on the body by a black-armored soldier wielding an axe. The black-armored soldiers conjured by this primordial battlefield were equivalent to the early stage of Foundation establishment. The black-armored generals were at the late stage of Foundation establishment. If it were before, he would definitely be able to dodge the attacks of these black-armored soldiers, but he was now weakened to the extreme. He was actually slashed on the body by an axe from a soldier in the early stage of Foundation establishment. Lin Changqing sighed in his heart. Could it be that he was really going to die in this 4th level, ending this life simulation early? You have arrived at Golden Dragon Pass for the 4th hour. You seem unable to hold on. You kill the soldier holding the axe, and countless people surround and attack you. You know that you are already at the end of your rope. As you speak, another green-armored general in the late stage of Foundation establishment comes to kill you with a sword. You know that you can't dodge this time, and just as you are mentally prepared for this simulation to end early, a surge of vitality suddenly comes over your body. In the blink of an eye, you are restored. Your originally weakened divine soul becomes strong again. It's the World Tree. The World Tree has once again provided you with a surge of vitality. You laugh heartily, knowing that the heavens have not forsaken you. At this critical moment, the World Tree fragment has played a role. Having died countless times on the primordial battlefield, your divine soul gradually weakened to the extreme. The World Tree in your Dantian realized that its host was in imminent danger of death, so it provided vitality. Relying on the vitality provided by the World Tree, you survived the 4th hour. In the following 5th hour and 6th hour, you died countless times on the primordial battlefield again. But whenever your divine soul weakened to the extreme, the world tree would always provide you with vitality. And so, when you arrived at the 7th hour at Golden Dragon Pass, you finally saw the white gold dragon eye on the primordial battlefield. It slowly descended and merged into your body. You have passed the 4th level, Golden Dragon Pass.
At the same time, your eye bone begins to heat up.
The 9th bone you forged is mysterious and extraordinary.
It is actually an eye bone.
You can feel your eyes glowing. The white gold dragon eye completely merges with your eyes.
The runes of your eye bone are quickly outlined and completed. The shape of the complete rune is the dragon eye of a tie by Golden Dragon.
You have forged the 9th bone.
You open your eyes and test your abilities. Behind you, there is an ancient golden dragon eye, revealing antiquity and majesty. This represents that you have mastered the 4th element in the world, the gold element. You are very happy and joyful. You have forged 4 bones in an extremely short period of time, going from forging the 5th bone to the 9th bone. This is a terrifying cultivation speed. Ordinary people may need to spend 40 or 50 years, but in this secret realm, you only spent about a day to do it. Moreover, you are not an ordinary 9th bone forger. You have become an elemental body that controls 4 of the strongest elements. You marvel at how you have truly obtained a great opportunity in this secret realm. In addition, you feel that your current strength can compete with the strongest among those at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment. What strongest among those at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment? People like Emotion. Emotion and the Black Bull King both belong to the 10th level of Foundation Establishment, but Emotion is 10 times, even 100 times, more terrifying than the Black Bull King. Because Emotion, like you, also belongs to the Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment, and may even have Tao artifacts in his possession. After all, he is the direct grandson of the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Such an opponent is terrifying and definitely has many trump cards. He cannot be judged by ordinary 10th level Foundation Establishment cultivators. But you are now forging the 9th bone, and not just an ordinary 9th bone. The Dragon Blood Dance Pool of the Mountain and Sea Sect has greatly transformed your physical body, and you control the power of the 4 strongest elements in the world. You feel that even if there is a difference in realm between you and Emotion now, you can still defy the realm and defeat him. If I pass the 5th level later and reach the 10th bone forging, then I will be 100% sure to defeat Emotion.
Lin Shangqing muttered to himself. He looked at the Dragon Blood Dance Pool, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the 5th level. As long as he passed the 5th level and reached the 10th bone forging, his strength would increase dramatically, and then he would be fully confident in defeating Emotion. And by that time, the 9-pattern golden core opportunity in the Inner Sea secret realm would also be in his pocket. You are looking forward to the arrival of the Wood Dragon Pass, the 5th level of the Dragon Blood Martial Pool, but the color of the liquid in the pool has not changed for a long time. It is still white gold. After a while, the color of the liquid in the pool still hasn't changed, but slowly a cyan token emerges from the center of the pool, which you grasp in your hand. So the 5th level, Wood Dragon Pass, is not here, but in the inner secret realm. Lin Shangqing narrowed his eyes. When this cyan token came into his palm, he received a piece of information. He learned something about the Dragon Blood Martial Pool. It turns out that the Dragon Blood Martial Pool is divided into inner and outer pools. The outer pool has 4 levels, ice, fire, earth, and gold, located in the outer secret realm. The inner pool has only 1 level, which is the Wood Dragon Pass, located in the inner secret realm. Only by passing all 4 levels in the outer secret realm can one obtain the cyan token. With this cyan token, one can go to the inner secret realm to accept the test of the 5th level, the Wood Dragon Pass. The reason why the inner and outer pools were separated in the first place, and the Wood Dragon Pass was separated, was because the Wood Dragon bloodline obtained by the Mountain and Sea sect was extremely special. The token did not provide much detail, only mentioning that if one accepted the complete test of the Wood Dragon Pass in the inner secret realm, one would obtain great benefits for their physical body. So be it. Calculating the time, it's about time for the inner secret realm to open. Since the Wood Dragon Pass is in the inner city secret realm, then I will go to the inner city secret realm. You put the cyan token into your storage bag and begin to fly towards the center of the mountain range in this secret realm. Because the way to enter the inner secret realm is to come to the central mountain range. On the 5th day, a crack will appear in the outer secret realm. One can enter the crack from the central mountain range and then enter the inner secret realm. You estimate that you have 5 hours to reach the central mountain range, and by that time it will be almost time for the official opening of the inner secret realm. Emotion, you are so overbearing. You actually won't allow us righteous cultivators to enter the inner secret realm. Ha, strength is respected, you righteous cultivators are too weak. Just now, we fought 3 of your righteous cultivators at the 10th level of Foundation establishment in a row, and I defeated them one by one. You weaklings are not worthy to enter the inner secret realm. In the central mountain range, a black-clothed man surrounded by demonic cultivators, standing with his hands behind his back, laughed arrogantly. In front of him were many righteous cultivators coughing blood on the ground. Just as you were rushing towards the central mountain range, an unexpected situation occurred there. Demonic cultivators and righteous cultivators initiated a conflict. Emotion, as expected of a demonic prodigy with a heavenly Tao foundation, overpowered the masses, defeating many righteous cultivators one by one. He guarded the entrance to the central mountain range, preventing the righteous cultivators from entering. Emotion is very arrogant. He wants to guard the entrance and not let the righteous path enter the inner secret realm. You righteous cultivators are too weak and unworthy to enter the inner secret realm. This time, the opportunities within the inner secret realm will belong entirely to my demonic path. Of course, if you want to enter, you can, but only if you defeat me. However, I don't think that's possible. 3 of your Foundation establishment stage 10th level prodigies have already fallen to my hands. I want to see who else among you dares to fight me. Emotion stood with his hands behind his back, laughing loudly, his black hair draped over his shoulders, making him as terrifying as a demon god. This Emotion is too arrogant. Faced with Emotion's words, the righteous cultivators were all filled with anger, but then lowered their heads and remained silent. There was no choice. Emotion's battle prowess was too strong, and none of them were a match for him. Just now, 3 Foundation establishment stage 10th level prodigies had already been defeated by Emotion. What to do? Are we really going to be stopped by Emotion and unable to enter the inner secret realm? The inner secret realm holds the opportunity for core formation. One righteous cultivator said with unwillingness. There's no choice. Emotion is too terrifying. He has a heavenly Tao foundation. He is indeed the number 1 prodigy of the demonic path, having defeated 3 of our 10th level Foundation establishment cultivators in a row. I think this person is already invincible in the same realm. Someone in the crowd replied with helplessness. Don't inflate his ego and diminish our own morale. It's true that Emotion is very powerful to have defeated 3 10th level Foundation establishment cultivators in a row, but our righteous path's number 1 prodigy hasn't arrived yet. If he comes, how can it be Emotion's turn to be arrogant? At this moment, a young disciple wearing the uniform of the Righteous Sun sect stood out from the righteous path crowd. This person was called Wang Tian. Hearing Wang Tian's words, many righteous cultivators began to discuss among themselves. Could it be that the number 1 prodigy of the righteous path that Wang Tian is talking about is Wang Zhengyang, the number 1 direct disciple of the Righteous Sun sect? Didn't they say that this person didn't enter the secret realm because he was in closed-door cultivation? If this person entered the secret realm, he would indeed be able to compete with Emotion. Some people whispered. Even some demonic cultivators, upon hearing that Zheng Yangzi might be in the secret realm, had solemn expressions. Zheng Yangzi was the number 1 prodigy of the righteous path and was as famous as Emotion. Could it be that Zheng Yangzi really entered the secret realm? A group of righteous cultivators looked at Wang Tian. Fellow Daoist Wang, did fellow Daoist Zheng Yang really enter the secret realm? Wang Tian nodded directly. That's right, senior brother Zheng Yang did enter the secret realm this time. Due to some reasons, senior brother announced his closed-door cultivation on the surface, but in reality, he secretly concealed his identity and entered the secret realm with us.
Hearing Wang Tian's words, many righteous cultivators were overjoyed. That's great. If fellow Taoist Zheng Yang comes, let's see how Mo can still be arrogant.
Although fellow Taoist Zheng Yang doesn't have a heavenly Tao foundation, he is the #1 prodigy of our Azure province's righteous path, upholding the righteous path's fortune. He is naturally blessed with opportunities and bathed in an ancient blood pool. It is said that he has cultivated a certain elemental body, and his physical body is tyrannical, making him virtually invincible in the same realm. A righteous cultivator said with joy. Fellow Taoist Zheng Yang will definitely be able to fight Mo when he arrives. With Wang Tian's words, many righteous cultivators regained their confidence. They believed that when Zheng Yangzi arrived, he would definitely defeat Mo and lead them into the inner secret realm. Ha, are you waiting for Zheng Yangzi? Very good, he actually came too. I thought this game would be very boring. It's okay, when Zheng Yangzi comes, I will personally defeat him, and your righteous path will understand how terrifying I, Mo am. As long as I am here, don't even think about entering the inner secret realm. Mo laughed loudly. He heard these righteous cultivators discussing that Zheng Yangzi might have also come to the secret realm and would arrive soon. But he didn't care. He was very confident in his strength. He firmly believed that he was invincible in the same realm and could defeat all enemies in the world. Even if the #1 prodigy of the righteous path came, he was confident that he could defeat him. At this moment in the central mountain range, the confrontation between the righteous and demonic paths has reached a fever pitch. The righteous path is waiting for the arrival of their #1 prodigy, Zheng Yangzi, hoping that he will defeat Mo and lead the righteous path into the inner secret realm. And Mo is very confident in himself. He has the confidence to defeat all enemies in the world. Even if Zheng Yangzi comes, he is not afraid. After 20 minutes, the sound of many chanting scriptures came from the distant horizon. Streaks of golden light flashed past, revealing a young scholar-like man holding a book of poetry, riding a green ox, slowly arriving from the horizon. This scholar-like man is none other than Zheng Yangzi, the #1 prodigy of the Azure province's righteous path, with a peak 10th level foundation establishment cultivation. Senior brother Zheng Yangzi is here. Our righteous path is saved. Everyone, our righteous path's #1 prodigy is here. Let's see how the demonic path can still be arrogant. With the arrival of this young scholar, many righteous cultivators were excited. They were too frustrated just now. 3 10th level foundation establishment cultivators in a row were defeated by Mo, but now Zheng Yangzi is here. Zheng Yangzi is not an ordinary 10th level foundation establishment cultivator. He has cultivated a certain elemental body, and his physical body is invincible. There is definitely hope for him to defeat Mo. Seeing Zheng Yangzi's arrival, Mo narrowed his eyes, then slowly spoke. Zheng Yangzi, you came at the right time. The previous 3 people were too boring. I would like to experience your fire ape elemental body. Mo, I would also like to see if my fire ape elemental body is stronger, or your heavenly Tao foundation is stronger. The young scholar riding a green ox in the sky replied. The fire ape elemental body and the fire dragon elemental body that Lin Changqing comprehended in the dragon blood martial pool are both elemental bodies that control the fire element between heaven and earth. Zheng Yangzi once had an adventure and accidentally discovered a blood pool in a cave. This blood pool contained the demon blood of an ancient fire ape. The ancient fire ape was a fire attribute demon beast left over from ancient times. It was born with immense strength, was 10 zhang tall, and had the ability to control fire. Zheng Yangzi soaked in this pool of fire ape blood, greatly strengthening his physical strength and gaining the fire ape's ability to control fire. Zheng Yangzi's adventure was not small. The ancient fire ape was also considered an extremely powerful demon beast race. It was said that the desolate flame desert in the far west was their dominant race. Zheng Yangzi bathed in the fire ape blood, achieving the fire ape elemental body, stealing the fire ape's authority over the fire element, making his battle prowess extremely powerful in the same realm. However, the fire ape cannot be compared to the fire dragon. The dragon is the strongest divine beast and sacred beast between heaven and earth. The fire dragon elemental body is higher than the fire ape elemental body.
Not to mention that Lin Changqing also has the Golden Dragon, Earth Dragon, and Ice Dragon.
A single fire ape elemental body created Zheng Yangzi's reputation as the #1 prodigy. Lin Changqing has gathered the elemental bodies of 4 dragons, the Ice Dragon, Fire Dragon, Golden Dragon, and Earth Dragon.
This is also why Lin Changqing said before that the opportunities he obtained in the Dragon Blood Martial Pool alone could be comparable to a 9-pattern golden core. Elemental bodies allow people to control the power of the elements, which is something everyone dreams of. Zheng Yangzi's single fire ape elemental body made him the #1 prodigy of the righteous path, making everyone envious.
But Lin Changqing directly has 4, and they are even higher level true dragon elemental bodies.
Kill.
Today, let me test how powerful you, the #1 prodigy of the righteous path, truly are.
Emotion shouted loudly, his hands swirling with countless black shadows and baleful energy, combining into a baleful blood wolf that charged towards Zheng Yangzi. Zheng Yangzi's expression remained unchanged.
He thrust out a punch with both hands, causing the surrounding space to distort, and a loud roar echoed from behind him.
A 10-jang-tall ancient fire ape appeared behind Zheng Yangzi, its entire body wreathed in flames.
The moment the fire ape appeared, a collision erupted between the sky-filled flames and the black blood wolf. As expected of senior brother Zheng Yangzi, he actually condensed the fire ape avatar.
Is this the power of the fire ape elemental body?
Just the fire ape alone can block the blood wolf.
Emotion relied on his baleful energy blood wolf to defeat 3 Foundation Establishment Stage 10th layer cultivators.
Many righteous path cultivators discussed among themselves, and the battle between Emotion and Zheng Yangzi in the sky reached a fever pitch. One side was filled with baleful energy, and the other was covered in flames.
For a time, they were evenly matched. Zheng Yangzi and Emotion began to fight.
Both being prodigies, for the first 10 minutes, they were evenly matched, neither gaining an advantage. By the 20th minute, the two sides had exchanged 200 or 300 moves.
At this moment, Zheng Yangzi's fire ape avatar opened its mouth and swallowed Emotion's blood wolf.
The righteous path cultivators were overjoyed at this scene, because it meant that Zheng Yangzi had gained the upper hand.
With the blood wolf swallowed, Emotion fell into a disadvantageous position, but he remained calm and unhurried.
He opened his mouth again and spat out countless ghosts, which condensed around him, gradually forming a 10-jang ghost king that charged towards Zheng Yangzi. Time reached the 30th minute, and the two sides had exchanged another 100 or 200 moves. At this moment, Zheng Yangzi had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Because the 10-jang ghost king conjured by Emotion swallowed the fire ape in one gulp. The situation reversed in an instant, and many righteous path cultivators revealed worried expressions.
Zheng Yangzi, you are defeated.
The avatar you condensed, the fire ape, has already been swallowed by my ghost king.
What other tricks do you have?
In the sky, Missouri Tian stood with his hands behind his back, while Zheng Yangzi on the opposite side had a calm expression.
Defeated? It's still too early.
Zheng Yangzi patted his storage bag, and a crimson-red sword appeared in his hand. Then, he spat 3 mouthfuls of blood essence onto the sword. The crimson-red sword grew larger in the wind, actually transforming into a crimson-red palace. This palace spewed out 5 kinds of flames. 5 fire sword palace, you actually mastered this divine ability.
Emotion's expression changed slightly.
The 5 fire sword palace was a secret divine ability passed down in the Zhangyang sect. It was said that no one had mastered it for hundreds of years, but he never expected Zheng Yangzi to display it today. The fire ape elemental body gave me a natural ability to control flames, so I was naturally able to master it. Zheng Yangzi laughed loudly, and with a Dao incantation from his left hand, the Crimson Palace spewing out 5 kinds of flames charged towards Emotion. Zheng Yangzi displayed the secret divine ability of the 5 Fire Sword Palace, reversing the disadvantageous situation. It even seemed that Emotion was helpless against this divine ability, and the summoned Ghost King was also burned to death by the flames. For a time, Zheng Yangzi gained the upper hand, and many righteous path cultivators revealed joyful and excited expressions. But at this moment, Good. This 5 Fire Sword Palace is quite interesting, but that's all it is.
Your fire is only fire ape fire, so the divine ability you've mastered, the 5 Fire Sword Palace, is only a defective product that can't hurt me. If you use true fire of the fire dragon, I would still be somewhat wary of your divine ability, but now, that's all it is. Emotion clapped his hands repeatedly, and black shadows of baleful energy condensed in his palm, eventually forming a giant black demon claw. Emotion used some kind of divine ability, and a giant black demon claw filled the sky, actually crushing the Crimson Palace spewing flames with one claw. Zheng Yangzi's divine ability was broken, and then Emotion unleashed a punch, blasting out a sky full of blood-colored soul shadows. Zheng Yangzi's body was directly shattered by the punch, losing half of his body. Zheng Yangzi was defeated. Many Righteous Path cultivators watched this scene in disbelief. The number 1 prodigy of the Righteous Path was defeated just like that. Many people revealed despair, because if Zheng Yangzi was defeated, who else in the Righteous Path could defeat Emotion? Everyone, I'm sorry, I lost today.
Zheng Yangzi, with only half of his body remaining, coughed blood and said with difficulty. Around him, a circle of Righteous Path cultivators surrounded him, some with worried expressions, concerned about Zheng Yangzi's injuries, and also worried about what to do in the future. No one expected that Zheng Yangzi, the number 1 prodigy of the Righteous Path, would also be defeated by Emotion.
Eldest brother, there's nothing to be sorry about. Just focus on healing your wounds. It's nothing to lose today.
Wang Tian said with a worried expression. He could see that his eldest brother's injuries were very serious.
Alas, Wang Tian, you don't need to comfort me.
I truly am sorry to all of you fellow Taoists, and I'm also sorry to the Righteous Path of Qingzhou. If we can't enter the inner layer of the secret realm, our Righteous Path will miss out on many opportunities to form our golden cores. Perhaps this will widen the gap in the number of golden core true persons between our Righteous Path and the demonic path in the future.
Zheng Yangzi coughed blood, his face filled with guilt. Hearing these words, Wang Tian fell silent, and the surrounding Righteous Path cultivators also fell silent. In fact, Zheng Yangzi's words were true.
The inner layer of the mountain and sea secret realm had many opportunities to form a golden core. According to past practice, the opportunities to form a golden core obtained in the inner layer of the secret realm could help the Righteous Path produce 4 or 5 more golden core true persons.
But now that they had been defeated by Emotion, they couldn't enter.
This time, the demonic path would definitely monopolize all the opportunities to form a golden core in the inner layer of the secret realm.
All things considered, the gap in the number of golden core true persons between the Righteous Path and the demonic path would definitely become even greater. But what could they do? Zheng Yangzi had been defeated, so who else in the Righteous Path would be Emotion's opponent? Could it be that there is no one left in our Righteous Path?
Suddenly, someone in the crowd said unwillingly.
This was a white-robed middle-aged cultivator, and he was very unwilling. Could it be that there really was no one in the Righteous Path who could be Emotion's enemy? Did Emotion suppressing all the prodigies of the Righteous Path also mean that the future war between the righteous and demonic paths would end with a complete victory for the demonic path?
The white-robed cultivator's words were spoken, and everyone was very silent.
Yes, there was indeed no one in the younger generation of the Righteous Path who was Emotion's opponent.
This was a cruel fact that everyone had to admit.
Zheng Yangzi had been defeated, so who else could be his opponent? In a moment of silence, a gray-clothed cultivator from Blackwater County Weekly said, "Perhaps Lin Chongqing can?"
His words were uncertain. His name was Li Sanchuei, and he was a Foundation Establishment cultivator from Blackwater County. He remembered Lin Chongqing's powerful record of killing Foundation Establishment Stage 6th layer cultivators when he was only at the Foundation Establishment Stage 2nd layer, and he blurted out these words without knowing why. However, he regretted it as soon as he said it. No matter how much of a prodigy Lin Chongqing was, how could he defeat Emotion? After all, Zheng Yangzi, the number 1 prodigy of the Righteous Path, had been defeated.
Lin Chongqing? Hearing this name, many Righteous Path cultivators frowned.
Some had heard this name and knew that this person was a Righteous Path prodigy from Blackwater County. Moreover, he was suspected to have established his foundation with the Heavenly Tao. Because he had the same performance as Motion, killing Foundation Establishment Stage 6th layer cultivators at the Foundation Establishment Stage 2nd layer. I've heard of this person, Lin Changqing.
He is indeed a prodigy among prodigies.
He killed Foundation Establishment Stage 6th layer cultivators at the Foundation Establishment Stage 2nd layer, and his combat power is amazing at the same realm, just like Motion. But he is only at the Foundation Establishment Stage 3rd layer when he entered the secret realm. Even if he desperately kills demon beasts and consumes spirit liquid to increase his cultivation these few days, I estimate that he will be at most at the Foundation Establishment Stage 7th layer.
There is a difference of 3 minor realms with Motion, so how can he defeat Motion? Some cultivators shook their heads.
The Righteous Path cultivators discussed among themselves, wondering who else had the hope of defeating Motion.
Someone mentioned your name, but then everyone denied it in their hearts. After all, your realm is too low. Even if you are a prodigy, it is impossible to defeat Motion by going against 3 minor realms, right? And it was at this time that you finally rushed to the Central Mountain Range. You arrived at the Central Mountain Range and saw demonic cultivators controlling the entrance, blocking numerous righteous cultivators from entering. You also saw Zhang Yangzi, who only had half his body remaining, along with many righteous cultivators with despair in their eyes. You realized that something major had happened. Subsequently, you learned that Motion had defeated many righteous prodigies and declared that only by defeating him could the righteous path enter the inner secret realm. Your arrival did not cause much stir in the righteous camp. After all, the cultivation you currently displayed was only at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, and no one would expect a 7th level Foundation Establishment cultivator to defeat Motion, who was at a higher level. However, the demonic faction noticed you because you had previously killed a true disciple of the heavenly demon sect. Motion had vowed to kill you when he saw you in the secret realm. The second reason was that the righteous faction had just been discussing who could defeat Motion, and someone mentioned your name. The demonic path heard these words, and at this moment, they were using this matter to mock the righteous path and you. Ha, this is Lin Changqing?
The righteous path really has no one left.
Can a mere 7th level Foundation Establishment cultivator defeat Senior Brother Motion?
Senior Brother Motion can crush him with one finger. When the righteous path mentioned Lin Changqing just now, I thought he was at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment. It turns out he's only at the 7th level.
How is he worthy to compare with Senior Brother Motion? Many demonic cultivators mocked him.
Wantonly, and Motion also cast a cold gaze at Lin Changqing.
Lin Changqing, do you remember what I said before?
Dare to kill a true disciple of my heavenly demon sect, and I will repay you 100-fold. I told you that you'd better not enter the secret realm, otherwise, I would personally extract your soul. It seems you didn't listen to my words.
Then I have no choice but to let you die today.
Motion spoke coldly, standing with his hands behind his back, staring at Lin Changqing with indifferent eyes, as if staring at a dead ant.
Motion spoke with killing intent, saying he would kill you.
After hearing this, you said nothing, only drew your sword and slowly walked forward, pointing the sword at Motion's head. Seeing your behavior of wanting to challenge Motion, the righteous path was shocked. Many righteous cultivators advised you to escape quickly, saying that Motion was invincible.
Even Zhang Yangzi persuaded you. Fellow Daoist Lin, you should escape quickly.
You are only at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment now and are not Motion's opponent.
Your talent is very good, you can't die here. I will hold back Motion for you, you escape quickly.
Zhang Yangzi said, coughing blood, looking anxiously at Lin Changqing's figure as he drew his sword to meet the enemy.
He knew Lin Changqing.
He had excellent talent, a core formation seed, and was suspected of having a heavenly Tao foundation. Such a person must not die here. He, Zhang Yangzi, had already been defeated, and he had to leave some hope for the righteous path, which was Lin Changqing. He hoped that Lin Changqing would reach the 10th level of Foundation Establishment before fighting Motion again.
Zhang Yangzi's words made you stop because you were very surprised.
You and Zhang Yangzi had no previous friendship, but you didn't expect Zhang Yangzi, this number 1 prodigy, to say he would hold back Motion for you.
However, in an instant, you understood why Zhang Yangzi would do this.
Lin Chongqing, wait until you reach the 10th level of Foundation establishment before fighting Ma Tian. Zheng Yangzi and many righteous cultivators persuaded you to escape and wait until you reach the 10th level of Foundation establishment to fight Ma Tian again.
You turned around with your sword and said, "No need for the 10th level of Foundation establishment, I can defeat him now."
After you said this, you turned around to face Ma Tian. Your words caused an uproar, and the demonic path mocked you for being ignorant and courting death.
Ma Tian also sneered repeatedly.
Very good, Lin Chongqing, you are truly ignorant to the extreme.
You want to defeat me?
Don't say that I am 3 minor realms higher than you at the 10th level of Foundation establishment. Even if you and I were at the same level, I would kill you like slaughtering a dog. Ma Tian sneered, taking a step forward and arriving in the sky, suppressing his cultivation to the 7th level of Foundation establishment, staring at Lin Chongqing with cold eyes. It seemed that Ma Tian was very confident, and he even suppressed his cultivation.
Ma Tian, you should raise your cultivation to the 10th level of Foundation establishment.
That way, you still have a chance to defeat me, Lin Chongqing said, holding his sword.
These words made Ma Tian laugh loudly. Do you know what? I won't even be angry when you say this. Because people won't be angry at the existence of ants. I have been invincible in the same realm throughout my life.
What are you?
How dare you talk to me like this? If you can last 10 moves under my hand in the same realm, I'll consider you the winner. Is that so?
Lin Chongqing stopped talking and slowly drew his sword. He did not fly into the sky, but slowly drew his sword on the ground. Then he slashed towards the sky. Before this sword was slashed out, there was Ma Tian flying high in the sky, confidently and arrogantly laughing, the faces of the demonic cultivators mocking him, and the righteous cultivators showing worry. But after this sword was slashed out, everyone was shocked. How to describe this sword? This sword was like everything before the destruction of the heavens and the great world, with many white bones floating. It was also like the weeping sword of hundreds of millions of ghosts on the Naiha bridge in the underworld. This sword slashed into the sky, and the surrounding space shattered in an instant and then returned to its original state. After the final sword, blood rain poured down from the sky, and half of Ma Tian's body was gone, cut off by a single sword. At this moment, Ma Tian's face did not have the confidence and arrogance he had just had, only a face full of horror and disbelief.
This is impossible. How could you slash such a powerful sword? This is impossible. Ma Tian murmured to himself, unable to believe that a 7th level Foundation establishment cultivator could slash such a powerful sword.
I said, you need to raise your cultivation to the 10th level of Foundation establishment to have a chance to defeat me. Lin Chongqing began to slowly step into the sky with his sword. He walked towards Ma Tian step by step, with only indifference on his face. I'll borrow a sentence you said just now, in the same realm, I can indeed kill you like slaughtering a dog.
You can't even block one sword from me.
Lin Chongqing, I will kill you, I will kill you.
Ma Tian felt extremely humiliated. 10,000 blood demon claws.
Ma Tian used the divine power that he had used to defeat Zhang Yangzi in anger, and a bloody demon claw condensed in the sky, but you blocked them all. Originally, your strength was enough to contend against Ma Tian at a higher level, not to mention that Ma Tian had been careless just now and suppressed his cultivation to the 7th level of Foundation establishment, allowing you to succeed with one sword and cut off half of his body. At this moment, Ma Tian was completely at a disadvantage and was not your opponent. Seeing this scene, seeing you beating Ma Tian, the cultivators of both the righteous and demonic paths were shocked and dumbfounded. They were still immersed in the shock of you cutting off half of Ma Tian's body with one sword.
That was Ma Tian.
The number one prodigy of the demonic path, the existence who had just defeated Zhang Yangzi, was cut off half of his body by you with one sword.
Moreover, you were only at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. Everyone was shocked by you. Impossible, impossible. How could senior brother Ma Tian be defeated? The demonic cultivators who had just mocked Lin Chongqing were all dumbfounded.
Their invincible Ma Tian was being beaten like a dead dog in the sky by Lin Chongqing. Their expressions could only be described as pale. No one expected that the invincible senior brother Ma Tian would be cut off half of his body by one sword. Some demonic cultivators even turned pale, as they thought about how they had just mocked the righteous path for having no one, only Lin Changqing, a mere Foundation Establishment Stage 7 cultivator, who dared to say he could defeat Immortal. But now, the ironclad truth was before their eyes. Lin Changqing had indeed defeated Immortal at Foundation Establishment Stage 7, and with a single sword strike, he had severed half of Immortal's body. Lin Changqing is cheating. He deliberately concealed his cultivation level to deceive senior brother Immortal into fighting him at Foundation Establishment Stage 7, only to be taken advantage of.
Some demonic cultivators couldn't accept the fact that Immortal had been defeated and began to accuse Lin Changqing of cheating.
This caused the righteous path to retort with ridicule, with some saying that the demonic path couldn't afford to lose. Some righteous cultivators even laughed heartily, feeling that Lin Changqing had vented their frustrations. They had been too oppressed earlier, with Immortal suppressing all the righteous prodigies. But with Lin Changqing's arrival, the momentum of attack and defense had shifted. Leaving aside the reactions of the righteous and demonic factions for now, on the battlefield in the sky, Missouri Tian has been beaten miserably by you. Many of Immortal's divine abilities have been deciphered by your sword strikes, and you have completely suppressed him. In fact, with your current 9-bone forging and Foundation Establishment Stage 7 cultivation, although you have a chance to defeat Immortal despite the difference in level, it's impossible for Immortal to be beaten so completely helpless as he is on the battlefield now. After all, Immortal is a Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment cultivator, the #1 prodigy of the Azure Province's demonic path, and 3 levels higher in cultivation than you, so he has a certain amount of strength. The reason why this situation is presented now is mainly because Immortal was too arrogant and confident just now, suppressing his cultivation to Foundation Establishment Stage 7 to fight you, and as a result, half of his body was blown away by your sword, greatly reducing his strength, giving you the upper hand. Lin Changqing, you are very good, very good. You are the first person to push me to such a state. But I will not be defeated. On the battlefield in the sky, Missouri Tian was retreating steadily. At this moment, he had only half a body left, looking extremely miserable, but his eyes were full of murderous intent as he stared fiercely at Lin Changqing. Even Lin Changqing had to admit that his opponent was indeed worthy of being the #1 prodigy of the demonic path. Even in such a miserable state, he still had such fighting spirit. Bang! But Lin Changqing sent out another sword strike, which caused Immortal to cough up blood again and retreat more than 10 steps before stopping. Lin Changqing, I was born with great luck, and I once obtained the inheritance of the undying old man, and I was fortunate enough to obtain a drop of his demonic blood. Immortal wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Lin Changqing with a gloomy expression, and then pinched a Taoist seal with his left hand, and streaks of blood-colored baleful aura began to surround him. I originally didn't want to use this drop of demonic blood, I wanted to save it for my core formation. But you forced me, you forced me. After saying this, the blood-colored baleful aura around Immortal suddenly condensed into a drop of black-red blood, and Immortal swallowed it in one gulp. But in just a split second, half of Immortal's body actually recovered in the blink of an eye. The aura on his body also returned to its peak state before the injury, even a few points stronger. Lin Changqing, I do admit that you are very strong. In the same realm, I am not your opponent. But I am at Foundation Establishment Stage 10, 3 levels higher than you. If I were in my prime, you would never be my opponent. Today, my Immortal, with the undying old man's demonic blood, has regained his full strength. In this battle with you, I will surely defeat you. Immortal stood up, his body recovered as before, his black hair draped over his shoulders, with a strange demonic nature, and streaks of demonic patterns began to condense on his body. Seeing this scene, the reactions of the righteous and demonic factions were once again varied. Ha, senior brother Immortal has recovered to his full strength. The reason why senior brother Immortal was being suppressed earlier was entirely because Lin Changqing launched a sneak attack with a sword. Now that senior brother has recovered to his full strength, that Lin Changqing will definitely not be his opponent. This was what the demonic cultivator who had just shouted that Lin Changqing was cheating excitedly shouted. Not only him, but many demonic cultivators were also very excited. Immortal had recovered to his full strength, and even 3 points stronger. This time, there was
hoped to defeat Lin Changqing. Unlike the excitement on the demonic path side, the righteous path cultivators all showed worried expressions. No one had expected that Immortal would have such a trump card, actually possessing a drop of the Undying Old Man's demonic blood. The Undying Old Man was a legendary figure, rumored to be a demonic path overlord from the central province 3,000 years ago, whose cultivation level was likely to have reached the god transformation Heavenly Lord realm. Such an invincible figure, Immortal actually obtained a drop of his demonic blood? Lin Changqing, be careful, don't engage him in close combat. The Undying Old Man's demonic blood may have the ability to transform the physical body. It was Zheng Yangzi who spoke to remind him. He knew more than anyone else present. He knew what the 4 words Undying Old Man meant. Taking the Undying Old Man's demonic blood was likely to turn him into a kind of demonic body, with a powerful physical body, similar to his fire ape elemental body. Now, Immortal, who had taken the demonic blood, was definitely several points stronger than fighting him earlier. Therefore, he wanted to remind Lin Changqing to be careful. Zheng Yangzi, your reminder is useless. Today, I will let you see the power of the undying demonic body. Lin Changqing, you are fortunate to become the first dead soul under my undying demonic body. Immortal laughed loudly, and demonic patterns continued to condense on his body. Slowly, his body actually swelled up in an instant, becoming a 5-meter-tall demonic pattern giant, and a huge headless demonic shadow appeared behind him. Lin Changqing didn't speak and sent out a sword strike, but Immortal had recovered to his full strength, not the half-bodied remnant he was earlier. He threw a punch, and the headless demonic shadow condensed in front of him, directly blocking Lin Changqing's punch. Lin Changqing, your sword is useless against me. Immortal laughed loudly. Seeing this scene, the many demonic cultivators became even more excited. Senior brother Immortal had gained the upper hand, and Lin Changqing's sword was useless. Lin Changqing didn't speak. He slowly put his sword back. In fact, he had a chance to injure Immortal by using the white bone sword divine ability. But he suddenly became interested. It was too easy to fight Immortal just now, and he didn't have a chance to use the 4-dragon elemental body. Now he wanted to test whether his true dragon elemental body was more powerful or Immortal's undying demonic body was more powerful. Lin Changqing, are you putting down your sword because you want to surrender? Immortal smiled coldly, then took a step forward. In an instant, a 5-meter-tall demonic pattern giant punched Lin Changqing with murderous intent. Lin Changqing didn't rush or panic. His left foot moved abruptly to the side. In an instant, his eyes seemed to have changed, lighting up slightly, and a huge white gold dragon eye descended behind him. He stared indifferently at Immortal's punch. Then, he threw out his left fist. This punch seemed to open the door to the primordial dragon realm. Lin Changqing's body suddenly lengthened and meandered. He seemed to have transformed into a primordial golden dragon that stretched for thousands of feet, dominating many primordial battlefields, and stretched out his left claw in a state of panic. This punch was the power of the primordial golden dragon. Lin Changqing's left fist that he punched out was like the primordial golden dragon stretching out its true dragon left claw, grabbing fiercely at Immortal's punch. With this grab, Immortal's palm was directly torn with blood and flesh, revealing the white bones. Ah! This punch of yours! How can your physical body be so strong? Immortal screamed, looking at his hand with exposed bones in disbelief. He was the undying demonic body, but the other party's physical body seemed to be even more powerful than him. In a palm-to-palm confrontation, he was directly blasted with blood and flesh, revealing his bones. Everyone was shocked once again at this scene. The demonic cultivator who had accused Lin Changqing of cheating earlier was pale-faced. This time, he had no words to say. At this moment, Immortal was at his peak, yet he was defeated by Lin Changqing with a single punch. Zheng Yangzi was also extremely shocked. He actually shattered Immortal's undying demonic body with one punch. Even my fire ape elemental body can't do that. Could it be that this Lin Changqing possesses? Zheng Yangzi's heart surged with emotions, filled with shock and uncertainty. Just now, he saw a primordial golden dragon behind Lin Changqing when he unleashed that punch. Could it be that this Lin Changqing possesses the legendary golden dragon elemental body?
Thinking of this, Zheng Yangzi was even more shocked.
The golden dragon elemental body was an invincible physique even higher in grade than his fire ape elemental body. He never expected Lin Changqing to actually possess it. Zheng Yangzi guesses that you possess the golden dragon elemental body.
In the sky, Missouri Tian goes berserk. He doesn't believe that his undying demonic body would be defeated by you and attacks you again.
You didn't hold back, successively unleashing the power of the primordial ice dragon, fire dragon, and earth dragon's 3 true dragon elements. Every dragon clan grand divine power you used sent Emotion's flesh flying. With the true dragon elemental body unleashed, who can compete? Moreover, you possess 4 types of true dragon elemental bodies, completely suppressing Emotion's undying demonic body.
The righteous cultivators watching from below were all excited, while the demonic cultivators were dejected.
This time, Emotion's defeat was undeniable.
He was at his peak, but he was still completely suppressed by you. The righteous path was delighted that you, an invincible genius who suppressed Emotion, had emerged.
The demonic path was dejected. The once invincible Emotion was actually suppressed and beaten by a Foundation Establishment Stage 7 cultivator. However, an unexpected situation suddenly occurred in the sky. Just as you used another true dragon elemental fist, causing Emotion to cough up blood repeatedly, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. The inner layer of the secret realm has opened. Lin Changqing, I will not be defeated.
I was born with great luck and am the son of destiny of the demonic path.
Once I obtain that thing, you and I will have another battle. Emotion looked at Lin Changqing with a resentful gaze.
He had never been beaten so miserably before. Today was a great humiliation. He was completely suppressed by a Foundation Establishment Stage 7 cultivator. His heart was filled with unwillingness and anger. He was unwilling to be defeated by Lin Changqing just like that. So, he decided.
Emotion ran away, exceeding everyone's expectations.
When the crack in the sky appeared and the inner layer of the secret realm opened, Emotion uttered a few harsh words, then turned around and ran, running into the inner layer of the secret realm. The righteous and demonic cultivators watching the battle were all stunned by Emotion's actions. The demonic cultivators didn't expect their invincible senior brother Emotion to actually run away, and the righteous path was also dumbfounded.
After all, you, Emotion, have such a great reputation, and you spoke so harshly, but the result was that you actually ran away. Only you had a slight change in expression. Emotion said that he would fight me again after obtaining that thing. Could he be talking about the opportunity that can help one achieve a 9-pattern golden core? However, it's good that he ran away. Fortunately, I left a contingency plan on him.
Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes, looking at the crack in the sky, and then his figure flashed as he also entered that layer of the secret realm. You know that Emotion simulated obtaining the opportunity for a 9-pattern golden core in the inner layer of the secret realm in his previous life. You guess that this Emotion may have some understanding of the inner layer of the secret realm.
Now, Emotion's words have confirmed your guess. It's possible that his obtaining the 9-pattern golden core opportunity in the inner layer of the secret realm was not accidental.
It's very likely that the entire demonic path planned for 100 years for this entry into the mountain and sea secret realm, all for the sake of making Emotion achieve a 9-pattern golden core.
You are very glad that you left a contingency plan just now. During the battle between you and Emotion just now, you secretly attached a wisp of aura to Emotion's body in order to track him. With this wisp of aura attached to Emotion's body, no matter where Emotion runs, you will be able to track him. In this way, you will also be able to follow Emotion to find the opportunity for the 9-pattern golden core. As you and Emotion successively entered the inner layer of the secret realm, righteous and demonic cultivators who had reached Foundation Establishment Stage 6 and above also entered one after another. The environment of the inner layer of the mountain and sea secret realm is a deep-sea palace. This kind of deep-sea palace is incomparably huge, containing countless small palaces inside. When cultivators enter it, they will be randomly distributed in these small palaces.
Some small palaces have opportunities, containing some spiritual herbs and pills that can allow people to break through their cultivation after consuming them.
Some palaces have threats, guarded by demonic beasts.
These demonic beasts are all at the peak of foundation establishment, and those who enter them may be killed.
There are even golden core spiritual objects in some small palaces.
And the purpose of all cultivators entering the inner layer of the secret realm is to find these small palaces containing golden core spiritual objects.
But overall, it is not easy to find.
Most people rely on luck, and only a very small number of people can find small palaces containing golden core spiritual objects without relying on luck.
For example, Motion. He is very likely to know which palace contains the 9-pattern golden core.
After all, the Heavenly Demons sect is the overlord force of Azure Province, and countless disciples have entered the mountain and sea's secret realm over the years, so they must have some understanding of the inner layer of the secret realm.
This is the difference between the foundation of loose cultivators and large sections.
You entered the inner layer of the secret realm and were assigned to a small palace in the far west. This palace had a demonic beast, which you killed with one sword, and then you began to fly towards the east.
Because according to the aura left on Motion's body, you sensed that Motion was in a palace in the east.
2 hours later, you hid your aura and arrived at this small palace.
You saw Motion healing his injuries here. Obviously, the small palace was what Motion was initially assigned to, not the one containing the opportunity for the 9-pattern golden core.
You waited patiently. About 6 hours later, you saw Motion finish healing his injuries and get up to fly north.
You secretly followed him.
Ha ha ha.
Who would have thought that the opportunity for the 9-pattern golden core would be in an inconspicuous small palace in the north?
Lin Changqing, you wait.
When I become a 9-pattern golden core, I will definitely kill you.
Motion looked at a small, unremarkable palace in front of him, filled with excitement.
The Heavenly Demon Sect's 100-year plan is finally about to come true today. When he, Motion, becomes a 9-pattern golden core, what will Lin Changqing be?
He can crush him to death with one claw.
At that time, the
Heavenly Demon Sect will have hope of unifying the entire Azure Province.
You followed Motion to an inconspicuous small palace in the far north.
Seeing Motion's excited emotions, you knew that this small palace was very likely to hide the opportunity for the 9-pattern golden core.
However, you didn't act immediately. You waited patiently and followed Motion into this palace.
Entering this palace, it suddenly became clear that the unremarkable small palace actually had a large space inside. At the top of the palace, there was a black and white chessboard. And next to the chessboard was a golden flower. This golden flower was extremely magical, with many golden figures around it holding scriptures as if chanting the sound of the great Tao. Seeing this golden flower, Motion was filled with excitement, and you also had a slight change in expression. Because you recognized what this golden flower was, the flower of the great Tao. You sighed, no wonder this kind of golden core spiritual object can make people achieve a 9-pattern golden core. It turned out to be the flower of the great Tao. There are many kinds of golden core spiritual objects, and the flower of the great Tao is the most top-notch kind. So-called core formation spiritual objects are spiritual objects that help people increase the probability and quality of core formation. These core formation spiritual objects generally contain a trace of the great Tao laws.
Core formation is about forming the great Tao.
The reason why the flower of the great Tao can become the top core formation spiritual object and help people become 9-pattern golden cores is because it is rumored that the flower of the great Tao is what immortals transform into after death. Other core formation spiritual objects may only contain a trace of the great Tao laws, but the flower of the great Tao may contain dozens or even hundreds of traces. This is the terror of the great Tao. Once you swallow it and become a 9-pattern golden core, the great Tao laws you contain will be at least dozens or even hundreds of times that of your peers.
How can others fight you like that?
No wonder even though Motion was defeated by you, he dared to utter harsh words, saying that he would defeat you again after finding that thing.
Indeed, if Motion really swallows this flower of the great Tao, his mana will increase 100-fold. At that time, you might not be his opponent.
But now, Motion has no chance to obtain this flower of the great Tao.
You are about to make your move. Ha ha ha.
Lin Changqing, you just wait for me. Once I swallow this flower of the great Tao and become a 9-pattern golden core, I'll see how you fight me. At that time, I will repay you 100-fold for the humiliation you gave me today.
Mo Tian laughed wildly in his heart.
Unable to conceal his excitement, he walked step by step towards the golden flower next to the black and white chessboard on the top floor of the palace. As long as he obtains this flower of the great Tao, he will be able to become a 9-pattern golden core. At that time, he will be able to crush Lin Changqing to death with a single slap. Lin Changqing, Lin Changqing, you are just a rogue cultivator, how can you compare to me?
My grandfather is the supreme elder of the heavenly demon sect.
This opportunity with the flower of the great Tao is a century-long plan of the heavenly demon sect. You are not fighting me alone, you are fighting the heavenly demon sect behind me.
Can you win?
Mo Tian was getting closer and closer to the flower of the great Tao. He was complacent and smug in his heart.
How was Lin Changqing's talent? So what if he defeated him at the 7th level of Foundation establishment? Does Lin Changqing have the heavenly demon sect behind him, a grandfather who was a supreme elder? No. But he, Mo Tian, does. Mo Tian was now extremely comfortable.
He thought that Lin Changqing must be bumping around
in the inner palace like a fly, trying his luck, searching for which palace had core formation spiritual objects.
Unlike him, who had the heavenly demon sect behind him and a grandfather who was a supreme elder. So he could directly obtain the exact location of this palace containing the flower of the great Tao.
Mo Tian is very proud, but just as he is about to reach out and touch the flower of the great Tao, you make your move. Mo Tian, how dare you touch my things?
Lin Changqing revealed himself.
His left hand suddenly stretched out, transforming into a huge fire dragon claw in midair, grabbing Mo Tian, who was about to touch the flower of the great Tao at the front of the palace, and throwing him aside. Mo Tian let out a miserable scream.
The fire dragon claw directly caused him to vomit blood, but he didn't care about the pain.
His first reaction was, why would someone attack him in this place? This place was top secret.
When he turned his head and saw that it was Lin Changqing, his face was full of shock and disbelief. It's you, Lin Changqing, how is it possible for you to appear here?
At this moment, a huge wave arose in Mo Tian's heart.
He murmured to himself, impossible, impossible.
Why would Lin Changqing know this location?
The location of the palace containing the flower of the great Tao is a top secret of my heavenly demon sect. Besides me, only my grandfather and the sect leader should know. Why would Lin Changqing come here?
However, after a moment, Mo Tian reacted. Coughing blood, he stared at Lin Changqing with resentment and venom, spitting out 4 words, you followed me?
This was the only possibility he could think of. The palace containing the flower of the great Tao was extremely remote.
If he hadn't been following him, he wouldn't have been able to find it. Ha, Mo Tian, you're not too stupid.
Lin Changqing shook his head and smiled. He slowly walked forward. Mo Tian, you are really my lucky star, a treasure-giving boy. I guess that in order to find this palace of the flower of the great Tao, your heavenly demon sect has sacrificed countless people in this mountain and sea secret realm for hundreds of years. Generations of disciples have died, and it wasn't easy to find the location of the palace today, preparing to let you, this heavenly demon prodigy, achieve a 9-pattern golden core. But now it seems that your heavenly demon sect's century-long plan has been a wedding dress for me. I will accept this flower of the great Tao on behalf of you, this heavenly demon prodigy. Lin Changqing's tone was unhurried, but the content of his words was very irritating.
Especially Mo Tian, who was directly enraged upon hearing this.
He stared at Lin Changqing with a face full of anger. Lin Changqing, you despicable villain, you actually followed me.
I'm going to fight you. Mo Tian was unwilling to have his opportunity taken away by you like this.
He burned his lifespan, preparing to fight you with all his might. But you were prepared, unhurriedly summoning the 4 elements of heaven and earth.
Ancient Ice Dragon, Fire Dragon, Earth Dragon, Gold Dragon, and the 4 dragons combine into 1.
Half an hour later, both sides fought to the point of madness. In the end, you stood covered in blood. A punch was thrown out, and the surrounding myriad worlds were distorted, with 10,000 dragon roars.
Emotion was directly beaten to half his body. You won the final war for the flower of the great Tao.
Lin Changqing, I am not convinced.
This flower of the great Tao should have been mine, you despicable villain followed me. Emotion lay dying on the ground.
At this moment, he was missing half of his body, his life was in danger, extremely weak, but he still stared at Lin Changqing with resentment. He had never hated a person so much, but now he did, and that was Lin Changqing. He should have obtained the flower of the great Tao, formed a 9-pattern golden core, and led the Heavenly Demon sect to unify Qingzhou in the future. This was supposed to be his glorious life, but now it was all ruined.
Lin Changqing jumped out halfway. He couldn't understand why Lin Changqing was following him. Could it be that Lin Changqing knew in advance that he could find the opportunity for a 9-pattern golden core?
Lin Changqing, I am not convinced, you despicable, Emotion cursed Lin Changqing repeatedly with great unwillingness.
And Lin Changqing smiled slightly after hearing this. Emotion, are you very angry?
I'll tell you, there are even more infuriating things to come. This flower of the great Tao should have been your opportunity, but now it has become mine, Lin Changqing's.
I will swallow it and achieve a 9-pattern golden core. What do you think will happen next? Lin Changqing's words suddenly made Emotion's heart tighten. Yes, what would happen if Lin Changqing achieved a 9-pattern golden core?
Lin Changqing was already so terrifying now, able to suppress and beat him at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment.
If he achieved a 9-pattern golden core, who in the demonic path would be his opponent when he grew up? And Lin Changqing's next words made Emotion feel like he had fallen into an ice cave.
Your grandfather, your whole family, and everyone in the Heavenly Demon sect behind you will die. I, Lin Changqing, will sweep away all the demonic paths in Qingzhou one by one. Lin Changqing said indifferently with his hands behind his back.
Impossible, you are daydreaming. Emotion roared, so what if you become a 9-pattern golden core? Do you think you can grow up?
Moreover, I'm telling you, you won't get the flower of the great Tao so easily.
Lin Changqing, you better pray your luck is good enough. Even if you kill or defeat me, so what? If you don't know the correct answer, you'll most likely die. Emotion sneered. Hearing Emotion's words, you sensed that this flower of the great Tao might have some secrets. You didn't hesitate and immediately searched Emotion's memories. From Emotion's memories, you learned. Black and white go bored, life and death is a gamble, so that's how it is. Lin Changqing's palm gripped Emotion's head as he searched his memories.
From Emotion's memories, he learned that to obtain the flower of the great Tao, one must pass the test of the black and white go board. And the test of this black and white go board is very simple, it is to make you gamble your life. The spirit of the black and white go board will ask you a question, making you make a choice, choose a black piece or a white piece. Choose one of them. One of the choices is correct. Choosing the correct color of the piece will not only allow you to obtain the flower of the great Tao but also the inheritance of this black and white go game. In Emotion's memory, the black and white go game is like a small space, with many rare treasures inside. The high-grade Tao artifact, the Extinction Spear, is among them.
A high-grade Tao artifact, that is something even nascent soul true monarchs would fight madly for.
But choosing wrong means waiting for death.
This is why Emotion told Lin Changqing to pray that his luck was good enough.
This test doesn't look at cultivation, doesn't look at strength, it only looks at your luck.
That's not right, perhaps Emotion should know which piece color is the correct answer. While searching Emotion's soul, Lin Changqing suddenly narrowed his eyes because he saw such a scene in Emotion's memory. It was a dignified old man and a young man. The young man looked like Emotion, and the dignified old man should be his grandfather, the supreme elder of the Heavenly Demon sect.
Tian'er, you must seize this opportunity. The sect leader has requested that Supreme Existence to help you deduce the correct answer for the black and white go game. If it is deduced, you must 100% secure the flower of the great Tao. The dignified old man said. The young man also nodded, don't worry, Grandpa, with my cultivation, I can sweep through the mountain and see secret realm.
What I lack is not knowing the correct answer to the black and white Go game.
If the sect leader obtains the correct answer, then I will be 100% certain to obtain the flower of the Great Tao and achieve a 9-pattern golden core.
The scene changed again, still this young man and dignified old man, but another person appeared in the scene, a woman, the female demon Shoyu. This palace has obtained the correct answer for the black and white Go board for you, Emotion. Come forward, and I will tell you which color piece to choose. In the scene, Emotion excitedly came to the side of the female demon Shoyu, and the female demon Shoyu was about to speak, seemingly about to say which color piece to choose. However, at this moment, just as the female demon Shoyu was about to say those two words, the scene shattered. Emotion also let out a miserable scream.
Lin Chongqing suddenly took 3 steps back, his brows slightly furrowed. Just now, a mysterious force prevented me from searching his soul.
Damn it, I was only 1 second away from knowing the correct answer.
Lin Chongqing said regretfully.
Lin Chongqing, you want to search my soul and get the correct answer? Don't even dream about it. Emotion stared at Lin Chongqing with resentment. The sect leader set a restriction on this part of my memory long ago. You can forget about getting the correct answer. Just gamble your life. I'll see if the heavens favor the demonic path or the righteous path. If they favor the righteous path, they'll let you guess the correct piece color, but I think it's impossible. Now that the general trend in Qingzhou is that my demonic path's fortune is strong, you will 100% guess the wrong answer. I, Emotion, will be waiting for you down below, waiting for you to guess the wrong answer and be blasted to death by the black and white Go board.
Emotion laughed madly, but his laughter stopped abruptly.
Lin Chongqing made a ruthless move. Noisy!
Lin Chongqing's left hand suddenly reached out, like a true dragon extending its left claw, punching half of Emotion's body.
Emotion screamed miserably.
He felt as if he had fallen into an ancient battlefield.
Countless true dragons were tearing at his flesh. This kind of pain touched the soul. Speak the correct answer, and I'll give you a quick death.
Lin Chongqing, you underestimate me too much.
What is this pain? I will die, but I will not say the correct answer. I'm waiting for you to die with me.
You wanted to torture Emotion to extract the correct answer, but Emotion, as a proud son of the demonic path, has some backbone. He would rather die than say the answer, and in the end, he directly self-destructed.
It seems I really have to gamble my life. You muttered to yourself as you stepped forward,
wanting to reach out and touch the golden flower of the Great Tao, but as expected, you couldn't take it away.
The moment your hand touched the golden flower of the Great Tao, the golden flower of the Great Tao instantly disappeared.
At the same time, the black and white Go board suddenly expanded, engulfing you.
This is, Lin Chongqing frowned.
He saw the environment around him changing. Everywhere around him were black and white pieces. It was no longer a palace.
He seemed to be in a black and white Go world.
Before long, he heard the sound of thunder rumbling in the sky. He looked up and saw a pair of huge eyes, or rather, black and white eyes composed of a huge black piece and a white piece.
Inheritor, please choose your answer.
Choose the correct answer, and you will obtain the flower of the Great Tao, obtain the high-grade Tao artifact Extinction Spear, obtain the Wood Dragon Blood Martial Pool, obtain the Life and Death Token, obtain. The voice of the black and white eyes was both ruthless and dignified. As he spoke, images appeared, including the golden flower of the Great Tao, the heaven-destroying and earth-extinguishing Extinction Spear, the Dragon Blood Martial Pool filled with cyan liquid, and I didn't expect the last Wood Dragon attribute Dragon Blood Martial Pool to be here. Lin Chongqing narrowed his eyes. It must be said that there were indeed many good things inside this Go board.
Flower of the Great Tao, 9-pattern golden core. Dragon Blood Martial Pool with Wood attribute.
Obtaining this, he could immediately achieve the perfection of the 5 elements.
There was also the high-grade Tao artifact Extinction Spear. There were too many good things in the Go board. But the problem was, he had to choose the correct answer. Choose a black piece or a white piece. Choose correctly, obtain the inheritance, choose wrongly, die. Of course, you can also give up this inheritance opportunity. the black and white eyes said once again. Just kidding, how could Lin Chongqing give up the inheritance opportunity? If it were someone else, they would have to hesitate. After all, this question was a matter of luck, with a 50% chance of answering correctly and a 50% chance of answering incorrectly. Lin Chongqing wasn't afraid. If he answered incorrectly, then this simulation would end early. He still had countless simulation opportunities. So even though Motian self-destructed just now and he couldn't get the correct answer, Lin Chongqing wasn't too anxious. He still had countless opportunities to try and make mistakes. I choose. After thinking for a moment, you chose the white piece. Unsurprisingly, you chose the wrong one. The spirit of the black and white go board erased you. You sighed at your bad luck, but fortunately, this was just a simulation, and you could choose again. This simulation has ended. Settlement of this simulation's rewards. In this simulation, you raised your cultivation to the 7th level of foundation establishment and forged 9 bones. Therefore, you obtained the rewards, 7th level of foundation establishment, forged 9 bones. As the last line of text appeared on the panel, an inexplicable force entered Lin Chongqing's body from the void. In an instant, Lin Chongqing's spiritual power cultivation reached the 7th level of foundation establishment, and his physical strength reached the 9th bone of forging. Not bad, not bad. This simulation improved my cultivation very quickly. Lin Chongqing nodded in satisfaction. Although this simulation ended early, and he guessed the wrong answer and was obliterated by the black and white go board's artifact spirit, overall, his gains from this simulation were great. Not to mention the cultivation aspect, reaching the 7th level of foundation establishment and the 9th bone of forging, he was only one step away from core formation. More importantly, the experience he gained in this simulation could prepare him for the next one. He already knew the correct answer to the black and white go problem. It could be said that in the next simulation, he would be 100% certain of achieving a 9-pattern golden core. So now the most crucial issue is to obtain more simulation opportunities. Lin Chongqing looked at the panel, which currently showed that his simulation chances were 0. Remaining simulation chances, 0. Obtaining simulation chances can be restored over time, once per month. Alternatively, complete simulation tasks to obtain simulation chances. Simulation task: obtain the World Tree fragments from the Golden Sun Secret Realm and Heavenly Sun Valley. Completing this will grant 5 simulation chances. If I wait for time to slowly restore them, it will take a month to restore 1 chance. By then, the day lilies will be cold. I need to obtain simulation chances as soon as possible. I must push my cultivation to the nascent soul stage within the remaining few days. Lin Chongqing stroked his chin, preparing to complete these 2 simulation tasks. The 2 simulation tasks were simple and easy for him. 3 days later, when the Golden Sun Secret Realm opened, with his strength, he could ambush outside the Golden Sun Secret Realm, wait for Black Fire to come out, and easily kill him to obtain the World Tree fragment. The other task in Heavenly Sun Valley was also very simple. Heavenly Sun Valley had not yet been attacked by the demonic path. It was a market town, and the highest cultivation level was only in the mid-foundation establishment stage. His cultivation level could completely dominate the field, and obtaining the World Tree fragment in Heavenly Sun Valley would not be a problem. He remembered that the World Tree fragment in Heavenly Sun Valley should be in a courtyard on the west side of the market town. This courtyard seemed to be the residence of the Heavenly Sun Valley's market town lord. After the blood demon old man captured it, he used this courtyard as his main residence. Having determined the location, obtaining the World Tree fragment from Heavenly Sun Valley would not be difficult. In that case, I'll rest for one night and go to Heavenly Sun Valley tomorrow to get the World Tree fragment. A round trip of 2 days will be just right, and I'll be back in time to go to the Golden Sun Secret Realm. Lin Chongqing set his plan in his mind. The Golden Sun Secret Realm would open in 3 days, so he would go to Heavenly Sun Valley first. Anyway, Heavenly Sun Valley was far from Blackwater Market, and a round trip would take him 2 days, which would be just enough to kill the time in between. It wasn't that Lin Chongqing hadn't thought about leaving now, but his spirit couldn't handle it. He had consumed a lot of energy after 5 consecutive simulations. He also needed to rest for one night to adjust his condition. Thinking this way, Lin Changqing went to bed. Early the next morning, Lin Changqing woke up, tidied up briefly, and flew towards Heavenly Sun Valley. It should take about a day to get there. Lin Changqing estimated his speed. In the previous simulation, it took him 2 days to get from Blackwater Market to Heavenly Sun Valley. But in the previous simulation, he only had the first level of foundation establishment in the early stage. Now that he had forged 9 bones and reached the 7th level of foundation establishment, his speed would naturally increase. Heavenly Sun Valley, in a courtyard on the west side, this was the Heavenly Sun Valley Market Lord's residence. At this moment, deep underground in the Market Lord's residence, a verdant wooden fragment was sleeping quietly. On the ground, in the main house of the Market Lord's residence, an angry voice came. Li Hu of the Three Sun Market is really going too far, trying to swallow my market's foundation, and even wanting to take Yuer as a concubine. Yun Tianqing, the Market Lord of Heavenly Sun Valley, was filled with anger. In front of him was a girl in a red dress. She was exceptionally beautiful, with a high-nose bridge and snow-white skin. The girl in the red dress was called Yunyu, the daughter of the Heavenly Sun Valley Market Lord. The reason why the Heavenly Sun Valley Market Lord was so angry was related to this. Li Hu, whom he had just mentioned, was the Market Lord of the neighboring Three Sun Market. Like him, he was in the mid-foundation establishment stage. He was at the 5th level of foundation establishment, and Li Hu was at the 4th level. The two families were usually considered competitors, evenly matched. But recently, Li Hu had obtained some opportunities and had become particularly arrogant. Yesterday, he sent his steward to his house to deliver a message, saying that he wanted him to marry his daughter to him. Li Hu had even thought about the dowry, which was to be the Heavenly Sun Market. This directly infuriated Yun Tianqing. His first reaction was that Li Hu had fried his brain. Wanting to take his daughter as a concubine and asking him to send up the Heavenly Sun Market as a dowry? Did Li Hu think he was a core formation ancestor? He was at the 5th level of foundation establishment, 1 level higher than Li Hu. This Li Hu is really courting death. He wants my Heavenly Sun Market's foundation? And even wants to take Yuer as a concubine. This old man will risk half his life to kill him. Yun Tianqing said hatefully. He was at the 5th level of foundation establishment. If he fought desperately, he had a 70% chance of killing Li Hu. Father, please calm down. That Li Hu has suddenly become so arrogant and dared to send such an absurd letter, he must have some support. The beautiful girl in the red dress said slowly. She stretched out her slender fingers and took the letter sent by Li Hu from her father's desk, examining it carefully. Her beautiful eyes were thoughtful. Yuer, what do you mean by that? Daughter is thinking that Li Hu may have taken refuge with some people. These past 2 days, daughter has inquired about some news and found that Li Hu is very close to the blood demon old man's 3rd disciple. The beautiful girl in the red dress said. Hearing this, Yun Tianqing frowned slightly. The blood demon old man's 3rd disciple was famous, at the 8th level of foundation establishment, with the Taoist title of Blood Serpent Taoist. Some time ago, he had offended the Blood Serpent Taoist because of something. If Li Hu relied on the Blood Serpent Taoist, then this matter would be really. Father need not worry, daughter has a way to deal with it. Seeing her father frown, the beautiful girl in the red dress said again. Oh, Yuer, what method do you have? That Blood Serpent Taoist is at the 8th level of foundation establishment. Father, have you forgotten about the woman I saved in the past? She is a true disciple of the Violet Sun sect. The beautiful girl in the red dress said, the Violet Sun sect is a famous Orthodox sect in the southern Blackwater County, with several pseudocore cultivators guarding it. They are not afraid of the blood demon old man at all and usually have grievances with the blood demon old man. Recently, daughter told that elder sister about this matter, and that elder sister remembered my kindness in saving her and gave me a token. With this thing, there is no need to be afraid of Li Hu causing trouble, even if he leads the blood demon old man's 3rd disciple. Saying that, the beautiful girl in the red dress took out a purple token. Seeing this thing, Yun Tianqing's tightly frowned eyebrows turned to relaxation, with a happy expression. Good, good,
good. So you went to the Violet Sun sect yesterday. That woman is really grateful and repaid her kindness, actually giving you the Violet Sun token.
Yun Tianqing was very happy.
The Violet Sun token was the Violet Sun sect token, extremely precious. Holding the Violet Sun token, whoever attacked the person holding the token was equivalent to attacking the Violet Sun sect.
With this thing, even the Blood Serpent Taoist would not dare to come.
So, father, there's no need to worry.
With this Violet Sun token, that Li Huan Blood Serpent Taoist will definitely show some restraint, the red-skirted girl said.
On the other side, the Heavenly Sun Valley Market's master, Yun Tianqing, also nodded, that's right. That Li Hu thought that by latching onto the Blood Serpent Taoist, he could make my Heavenly Sun Valley submit, but he didn't expect Yuera to obtain a Violet Sun sect token.
With this token, let's see how Li Hu can still be arrogant.
Just as Yun Tianqing thought he was safe with the Violet Sun sect token. On the other side, in the Sanyang Valley Market Master's mansion, a thin, dark old man was respectfully speaking to a young man with blood-red hair. The dark, skinny old man was none other than Li Hu, the master of the Sanyang Valley Market. It's no wonder Yun Tianqing was so furious when he heard that Li Hu wanted to marry his daughter. This Li Hu looked to be in his 50s or 60s, and his face was wretched. The young man with blood-red hair on the other side was the famous blood demon old man's third disciple, Blood Serpent Taoist. He could be considered a demonic prodigy, having reached the 8th level of foundation establishment at a young age. Lord Blood Serpent, are we really going to send a wedding procession to Heavenly Sun Valley in a day to forcibly marry that Yun Tianqing's daughter? I heard that his daughter, Yunyu, has connections with the Violet Sun sect. The dark, skinny old man Li Hu asked nervously. What is the Violet Sun sect? Don't mention that she has connections with the Violet Sun sect. What if she was a direct disciple of the Violet Sun sect? The young man with blood-red hair smiled coldly. If it were before, I would still be wary of the Violet Sun sect. But I'm telling you now, in a few days, this Violet Sun sect might be gone, so don't be afraid. One day later, the wedding procession will forcibly marry that Yunyu. What? Lord Blood Serpent, you said the Violet Sun sect will be gone? Hearing this, Li Hu's heart was filled with shockwaves. The Violet Sun sect had several pseudocore formation experts. But judging from the Blood Serpent Taoist's words, he didn't seem to be lying, otherwise he wouldn't be so arrogant. Don't ask too much. You just need to know one thing. You are lucky to have joined my demonic path in advance. You will get many things you never dared to dream of before, such as this Yunyu. With me backing you, you can rest assured to go and marry her in a day. The Violet Sun sect can't stop it. The Blood Serpent Taoist said domineeringly. Hearing this, joy appeared on Li Hu's face, and he quickly said, Thank you, Lord Blood Serpent. Ha ha. It seems that my joining the demonic path was the right choice. According to this Blood Serpent, perhaps the Violet Sun sect will be destroyed soon, and even the entire righteous path will be destroyed. Fortunately, I defected in advance and jumped onto the ship of the demonic path. Li Hu's heart was full of pride. A good bird chooses a tree to perch on. Joining the demonic path can not only save his life, but also marry a woman like Yunyu that he had coveted before. Now it seems that his joining the demonic path was the wisest choice. On the other hand, his old rival Yun Tianqing is still foolishly clinging to the Violet Sun sect at this time. Now even a fool can see that the demonic path is weakening, so let this Yun Tianqing die with the righteous path. His daughter will also be taken by him to be played with. Li Hu had a lewd smile on his face. Yun Tianqing, Yun Tianqing, this is the end for you not joining my demonic path. Not only will you die, but your daughter will also become someone else's plaything. However, the Blood Serpent Taoist had a sneer on his face. The reason why the Blood Serpent Taoist supported Li Hu to snatch Yunyu. It was also because Yun Tianqing had angered him. A week ago, the Blood Serpent Taoist received instructions from the demonic path to recruit Yun Tianqing and Li Hu respectively. Li Hu sensibly joined him, but Yun Tianqing actually refused and scolded him, saying that he disdained to associate with the demonic path. This made the Blood Serpent Taoist extremely angry.
In a day, I will see if you regret not joining my demonic path when you see your daughter's miserable state. The blood serpent Taoist was looking forward to tomorrow's arrival. A day later, the blood serpent Taoist and Li Hu personally led the wedding procession from Sanyang Market to forcibly marry Yunyu from Heavenly Sun Valley Market. Sanyang Valley Market is closer to Heavenly Sun Valley Market. According to the time, Lord Blood Serpent and Li Hu should be able to reach Heavenly Sun Valley in about an hour. And it was at this time that, after a day of rushing, Lin Chongqing arrived at Heavenly Sun Valley Market. Finally arrived. Lin Chongqing came to Heavenly Sun Valley and entered the market directly, heading towards the west. The World Tree Fragment is in a courtyard on the west side of Heavenly Sun Valley Market. It should be this courtyard. Lin Chongqing stopped in front of an extremely luxurious and imposing courtyard. The plaque on the courtyard read 3 words, Market Master's Mansion. There is a foundation establishment aura inside, the 5th level of foundation establishment. It should be the Heavenly Sun Valley Market Master. Lin Chongqing narrowed his eyes, then directly hid his aura and entered the Market Master's mansion. He was at the 7th level of foundation establishment. Under the circumstances of hiding his aura, the Heavenly Sun Valley Market Master couldn't detect him at all. Underground. Lin Chongqing used the power of the Earth Dragon. His whole body floated with earthy yellow elemental power, wrapping him like an earth escape, and he directly burrowed into the ground of the Market Master's mansion. In the last simulation, the World Tree Fragment in his Dantian could sense that another World Tree Fragment was hidden about 1,000 meters underground in this Market Master's mansion. So this time, he directly used the power of the earth element to move towards his destination. 10 minutes later, he arrived at his destination, which turned out to be an underground passage. He entered it, and there was also a secret room inside. At the top of the secret room was a portrait of an old man in gray. Under the portrait was a table with some papers piled on it, and a green wooden piece. Found the World Tree Fragment. Lin Chongqing walked to the table with joy and took the World Tree Fragment in his hand. This was the first time he had obtained a World Tree Fragment in reality. These papers? Lin Chongqing put the World Tree Fragment into his storage bag, and then saw the papers on the table. He picked up a piece, which read, Taishu Year 32, this old man fought with the Blood Demon sect. Taishu Year 33, this old man broke through to the 1st level of core formation, fought the demon. Lin Chongqing read several pieces of paper in succession. These papers seemed to be a diary, recorded by a core formation expert named Yun Changshan, recording his life. In addition, this Yun Changshan seemed to be the founder of Heavenly Sun Valley Market. The current Heavenly Sun Valley Market, Yun Tianqing, is his descendant. After a while, Lin Chongqing saw the following sentence on the last piece of paper. Taishu Year 58, this old man accidentally obtained a World Tree Fragment in a cave. This World Tree Fragment was actually obtained by Yun Changshan, the founder of Heavenly Sun Ancient Market, 300 years ago. This is not the same batch as the World Tree Fragment in my ancient Jianmu map. Lin Chongqing read these diaries and was thoughtful. From Yun Changshan's records, it could be seen that Yun Changshan simply obtained the World Tree Fragment and did not obtain the ancient Jianmu map. That looks like it's not the same batch of World Tree Fragments. The World Tree Fragments in the ancient Jianmu map are all hidden in the map and can only be summoned with a special magic formula. With this World Tree Fragment in hand, half of the task is completed. I can return to solve the Black Fire, but before returning, Lin Chongqing respectfully bowed to the portrait on the table. Knowing from the diary that this true person Yun Changshan had been doing chivalrous deeds and slaying demons throughout his life, and he had obtained the World Tree Fragment left by Yun Changshan, he should pay his respects. I'll go up and see if there's anything I need to help the descendants of this Yun family. After all, I took the World Tree Fragment left by someone else's ancestor, Lin Chongqing thought after bowing. We, from Three Yang Valley, have come today to welcome the bride, Miss Yunyu, the eldest daughter of Tianyang Valley City. You guards, quickly open the gate. At this moment, on the ground, Li Hu and the Blood Flood Dragon Taoist led the wedding procession to the entrance of Tianyang Valley City. Li Hu was dressed in bright red clothes, riding a tall red horse, with a large red embroidered ball on his chest, looking like a groom.
However, his face was wretched, and he was a dark, thin old man. This appearance made him look extremely ugly.
Some people nearby watched in disgust. What? Why haven't I heard that the city lord is going to marry the young lady to this Li Hu? Wasn't Li Hu rejected by the city lord when he proposed marriage before? How dare he come again?
The city lord is at the 5th level of foundation establishment, 1 level higher than him. Some rogue cultivators in Tianyang Valley discussed among themselves, while the 2 guards at the gate stood up and cupped their fists, saying, "City Lordly, please forgive us for not allowing you to enter. We have not heard any news of the city lord marrying the young lady to you, so you cannot enter. You won't let me in? If I kill the 2 of you, won't I be able to enter?" Li Hu's expression turned cold, and he suddenly thrust out his left palm, directly killing the 2 guards at the gate.
This scene shocked everyone.
The rogue cultivators who were watching the excitement around them fled in all directions. No one expected that Li Hu would dare to attack directly. You should know that Li Hu can't beat Jin Tianqing. Attacking on the territory of the city is directly tearing face with Yun Tianqing. Where did Li Hu get the confidence? Humph. Ignorant things, daring to stop me with your mere 8th level of Qi training.
Let's go, enter.
I want to see who dares to stop me from marrying Yunyu today.
Li Hu waved his hand, riding the tall red horse, swaggering and leading the wedding procession into Tianyang Valley City. Good, Li Hu, you did well. Our demonic path should be like this. The demonic path should be free to do whatever it wants. Whoever dares to stop us, we will kill. Today, I am supporting you from behind. No one can stop you from marrying Yunyu. However, you still did something wrong.
As a member of the demonic path, you only killed 2 people, which is a bit disappointing. After entering the city, the Blood Flood Dragon Taoist continuously struck out with blood-colored palm prints. Each palm print killed many of the rogue cultivators who had been watching the excitement and running away. Not good, run quickly, Li Hu has brought the demonic path in. Help, don't kill me. Many rogue cultivators screamed and begged for mercy, but they were all killed by the Blood Flood Dragon Taoist's palm strikes. Seeing this scene, Li Hu grinned, but his scalp tingled a little. How should I put it? Li Hu is not a good person, he has killed people and seized treasures, and he is greedy and lustful, but compared to this Blood Flood Dragon Taoist, he is like heaven and earth. Whether he kills people or not, it is for profit, and he only kills when there are treasures. But the Blood Flood Dragon Taoist is indiscriminate, killing as soon as he comes, and even with a look of enjoyment on his face. It seems that he is killing for the sake of killing. This made Li Hu's scalp tingle a little. What, Li Hu, are you disgusted with my style? The Blood Flood Dragon Taoist killed another person, staring at Li Hu with a sinister gaze.
No, no. These people are killed well.
Saying that, Li Hu also started to attack, killing rogue cultivators. Seeing this scene, the Blood Flood Dragon Taoist nodded. After that, Li Hu and the Blood Flood Dragon Taoist led the wedding procession towards the city lord's mansion, killing rogue cultivators along the way. Before long, Tianyang Valley City was filled with screams and corpses everywhere.
Why don't you open the door quickly? Let that old scoundrel Yun Tianqing come out and offer up the little beauty Yunyu. Li Hu and the Blood Flood Dragon Taoist led the wedding procession to the city lord's mansion, but the gate of the city lord's mansion was tightly closed. Li Hu, you're dreaming. My young lady will not marry you. The gate of the city lord's mansion opened, and a team of personal guards walked out, led by a young personal guard commander who angrily rebuked Li Hu. This young personal guard commander is called Wang Long, and he usually admires the young lady very much. Now, upon hearing that Li Hu was going to marry the young lady, he was naturally furious. In addition, Wang Long didn't know that Li Hu had brought the Blood Flood Dragon Taoist with him. He felt that his city lord's 5th level of foundation establishment cultivation was not afraid of Li Hu, so he directly rebuked him angrily. Where did this junior come from, daring to talk to me like that, courting death? Li Hu's gaze turned cold. He directly struck out with a palm, and the power of the 4th level of foundation establishment directly enveloped Wang Long. Wang Long's face was filled with fear upon seeing this.
He never expected that Li Hu would dare to attack directly.
Bang! Before long, Wang Long was killed by Li Hu's palm. Ha ha ha, Yun Tianqing, are you acting like a tortoise? If you don't come out, I will kill everyone in your mansion.
Li Hu was arrogant and laughed loudly. Li Hu, you brought the blood flood dragon Taoist to my Tianyang Valley to kill wantonly.
Aren't you afraid of Ziyang sect's questioning? My Tianyang Valley city holds the Ziyang sect token. Attacking someone holding the token is attacking Ziyang sect.
Yun Tianqing and the red-skirted girl walked out. Yun Tianqing held the Ziyang sect token in his hand, with a solemn expression, looking at Li Hu and the blood flood dragon Taoist. At this moment, Yun Tianqing was secretly feeling lucky. No one expected that Li Hu would really dare to come and make trouble with the blood flood dragon Taoist.
Fortunately, Yuer invited the Ziyang sect token. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to deal with a blood flood dragon Taoist at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. Ha, Yun Tianqing, do you think you can scare me with a Ziyang sect token?
The blood flood dragon Taoist sneered with his arms folded. Today I will tell you, your daughter must marry Li Hu today. I want to make you regret your choice that day. No one can stop your daughter from being taken away. Follow the righteous path to ruin and destruction. Follow the demonic path to enjoy happiness day and night. Today's family ruin and destruction is the consequence of you rejecting me that day. Li Hu, who was on the side, also said with a lewd smile, this is the little beauty Yunyu, right? Not bad, she is indeed beautiful. Quickly listen to Lord Blood Flood Dragon's words and come with this old man. Yun Tianqing's threat with the Ziyang sect token seemed to be ineffective. Li Hu didn't care at all, and didn't retreat because it was the Ziyang sect token. Instead, he had a lewd smile on his face, teasing Yunyu. The blood flood dragon Taoist on the other side also sneered with his arms folded. Seeing this scene, Yun Tianqing and the red-skirted girl exchanged glances, and they had a bad feeling in their hearts. This Ziyang sect token doesn't seem to work. Come here. I'll fight you. Yuer, run quickly. The blood flood dragon Taoist suddenly thrust out his left hand, turning it into a blood-colored giant palm in the sky, wanting to grab the red-skirted girl. Yun Tianqing, seeing his daughter in danger, also became anxious and desperately blocked this palm. But he only had the 5th level of Foundation Establishment Cultivation, how could he block it? He was directly hit by this palm, seriously injured and vomiting blood. Father! The red-skirted girl was shocked. She looked at her injured father in panic. Yuer, run quickly, Yun Tianqing said, coughing blood. Father, don't say anything, daughter won't run, seeing her father. So weak, his chest full of blood, and blood foam at the corner of his mouth, the red-skirted girl burst into tears, shaking her head and sobbing. Don't you want to marry me? I'll go with you, let my father go. The red-skirted girl stood up, looking at Li Hu with wooden eyes, tears on her snow-white face. She hated the person in front of her immensely. But in order to save her father's life, she had to submit to her enemy. Alright, my little beauty Yunyu, as long as you obediently come with me, I can naturally consider sparing your father's life. Li Hu was triumphant, his face full of lewd smiles, feeling he had made the right choice in joining the demonic path. The woman he couldn't get in the past, he could now obtain with ease. Okay, I'll go with you. The red-skirted girl wiped the tears from her face, walking forward woodenly step by step, feeling only disgust when she looked at Li Hu. Li Hu was a dark, skinny old man with a wretched face full of wrinkles, greedy, lustful, and capable of any evil deed. But for her father's life, she had no choice but to submit to this kind of villain. Haha, little beauty. Li Hu rubbed his hands excitedly, taking 2 or 3 quick steps as he was about to grab Yunyu's soft, white hand, but just as he was about to grasp it, a voice suddenly rang out. Hold on. Who shouted hold on? Li Hu turned his head, quite annoyed. He was just about to grab the little beauty Yunyu's soft hand, who dared to shout hold on, at this time. Interrupting his pleasure. He turned his head, ready to scold, but when he saw clearly who had shouted hold on, his face immediately turned into a flattering expression. So it's Lord Blood Serpent, I wonder what instructions Lord Blood Serpent has?
Blood Serpent Taoist coldly snorted, hands behind his back, staring indifferently at Li Hu. Li Hu, ah Li Hu. You still don't understand the ways of my demonic path. I am very dissatisfied with your behavior just now. Our demonic path never negotiates with others. Saying that, Blood Serpent Taoist turned around, staring at the red-skirted girl with a grim expression. Who do you think you are? Still trying to negotiate with my demonic path, I'm telling you. Today, your father must die, and you must also become a plaything of my demonic path. You have no choice. My demonic path will both kill and seize you. It's not up to you to negotiate. Hearing Blood Serpent's words, Li Hu immediately understood that Blood Serpent Taoist was dissatisfied with his being too benevolent, that he still had the old righteous pathways. Indeed, Blood Serpent Taoist was truly of the demonic path, not negotiating with you at all, both killing your father and seizing you. So Li Hu also said coldly, your father must die, and you must also become my concubine. You have no choice. Hearing these words, the red-skirted girl trembled all over. These people were going to kill them all. She said resentfully, are you going to exterminate us today? This is the Purple Sun Sect's token. The Purple Sun Sect has several pseudo-core realm experts overseeing it. The red-skirted girl held the Purple Sun Sect token in front of her, knowing it probably wouldn't work. But she was already in a desperate situation. She could only try again with the token. Sure enough, Blood Serpent Taoist laughed loudly after hearing it. Still trying to scare me with the Purple Sun Sect, ha, I used to be a little afraid, but in a few days. Not to mention the Purple Sun Sect, the entire righteous path will be destroyed. What am I afraid of it doing? Blood Serpent Taoist's words were extremely arrogant, his blood-colored long hair draped over his shoulders, giving him a demonic aura. And after these words were spoken, the red-skirted girl trembled all over, bitterness on the corners of her mouth. As expected, the token was useless. Now, who could save her and her father? Blood Serpent Taoist then looked at Yun Tianqing. Yun Tianqing, do you regret it? This is the consequence of not joining my demonic path. Now your family will be destroyed, your daughter will become a plaything, and you yourself will die. Ha ha. If you had joined my demonic path a few days ago, you would still be the lofty master of the market. How could you be in such a state today? Hearing these words, Yun Tianqing's heart was in turmoil. Regret? He did indeed have some regret. Now that he was about to die, the most important thing was that he couldn't protect his daughter. He only felt that he had let down his deceased wife and his daughter. For the sake of upholding the righteous path, he had caused his family to be destroyed. His heart was in chaos. Blood Serpent Taoist, Li Hu, your kind of demonic path will not have a good end. I admire my father's decision. We would rather die than be with the demonic path. The red-skirted girl glanced at her father's expression, and then said firmly, it's just death. Your demonic path kills innocent people indiscriminately. Heaven will not let you go, it will punish you. You err. Yun Tianqing's expression was complicated, both guilty and proud. Ha, heaven punish us? I'm telling you, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect refined the myriad soul banner using the souls of tens of thousands of people, and is now 280 years old. How come your heaven hasn't punished him? Blood Serpent Taoist sneered disdainfully. You hypocritical righteous path people just don't understand the essence. This world is all about strength. My demonic path has the strength to do whatever we want. No one can punish us. Blood Serpent Taoist laughed loudly towards the sky. Is that so? Just at that moment, as Blood Serpent Taoist laughed arrogantly, and as the red-skirted girl in Yin showed despair, a young cultivator in green robes appeared. He was tall and handsome, with a cyan profound sword on his back, looking like a wandering swordsman. The young cultivator in green robes came out of the market master's mansion and slowly walked to the door. Bold, who are you? Blood Serpent Taoist asked coldly. He didn't like his words being interrupted. Li Hu on the side also shouted like a lackey, Lord Blood Serpent is asking you a question, answer quickly. What, are you here to be a hero to save the beauty? Don't even look at your own strength. This is Lord Blood Serpent, Foundation Establishment 8th Layer. Li Hu shouted loudly. Li Hu was innately displeased with this young cultivator in green robes. There was no way, his own face was wretched, and seeing this handsome young cultivator in green robes, he was innately disliked. Lin Chongqing did not answer. He directly asked Yun Tianqing, who was lying on the ground, "Are you the market master of Tianyang Valley?" "Yes, I am."
Yun Tianqing coughed blood as he replied. He was extremely weak. Yin Yu on the other side turned her head, watching her father and the inexplicably appearing young cultivator in green robes talking. She had a little hope in her heart, but mostly despair. She didn't think that this suddenly appearing strange young cultivator could save her and her father. After all, that was Lord Bloodserpent, a Foundation Establishment 8th layer cultivator. "What is your relationship with Yun Changsheng?" Lin Chongqing asked again. "That is my ancestor," Yun Tianqing replied. Hearing this sentence, Lin Chongqing slowly nodded, and then began to walk forward step by step. The reason he asked just now was to confirm whether this person was a descendant of Yun Changsheng. Since it could be confirmed, then a fact could be determined: these people could all die. First, to repay the World Tree Fragment's favor. Second, thinking of this, Lin Chongqing looked coldly into the distance. He saw some corpses. These demonic path people really deserve to be killed. They all deserve to die. "Boy, you have guts," not answering when asked. Li Hu shouted again like a lackey. "Answer what?" Lin Chongqing said. Li Hu was smug, thinking that Lin Chongqing was afraid, and shouted loudly. Lord Bloodserpent asked, "Who are you? Quickly explain your origins clearly." "Who am I?" Lin Chongqing nodded. Then his left foot suddenly stepped forward. This step directly stepped in front of Li Hu, and then he grabbed his head and slammed it hard on the ground. Bang bang bang. Ah ah ah. Li Hu screamed miserably. Lin Chongqing, while fiercely grabbing Li Hu's head and slamming it hard on the ground, said coldly, "You said, who am I?" Bang bang bang. Lin Chongqing kept pressing Li Hu's head up and down against the ground like grabbing a dead dog. Before long, the ground was full of blood. Half of Li Hu's head was already rotten, and he was already in so much pain that he couldn't speak. "Didn't you like to ask who I am?" "Ask. Keep asking." Lin Chongqing asked coldly, and then continuously pressed Li Hu's head, smashing it against the ground a dozen times. Li Hu did not answer, because he couldn't answer. He could only scream, "Ah! Lord Bloodserpent, save me! Such audacity, daring to touch my people! Release Li Hu!" Bloodserpent Taoist shouted coldly, his left hand suddenly striking out with a bloody palm print towards Lin Chongqing. Lin Chongqing's expression remained unchanged, his left hand continuing to press Li Hu's head downwards, while his right hand casually blocked, emitting a blue light that directly collided with the bloody palm print. With a bang, the blue light directly shattered the bloody palm print. He actually blocked Bloodserpent Taoist's attack. Could he also be at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment? The red-skirted girl watched this scene, filled with disbelief. Want to save Li Hu? Lin Chongqing ruthlessly grabbed Li Hu's head again, slamming it hard against the ground, causing Li Hu to scream repeatedly. Afterwards, Lin Chongqing clapped his hands, stood up, and then stepped on Li Hu's face with one foot. Crack! The foot directly crushed Li Hu's face, leaving it a bloody mess, causing him to scream incessantly. Seeing this scene, Bloodserpent Taoist's gaze became even more stern. He felt he was being provoked. Through the confrontation just now, he confirmed that Lin Chongqing's cultivation's spiritual power fluctuations were at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. He sneered inwardly, no wonder he dared to disrupt his scene. So it was the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, but this cultivation was not enough to impress him, Bloodserpent. Daring to be presumptuous with a 7th level Foundation Establishment cultivation, I will let you know how to write the word regret. Bloodserpent Taoist said with killing intent, his body surrounded by condensed blood shadows, carrying a towering baleful aura as he began to walk towards Lin Chongqing step by step. Benefactor, run quickly, your 7th level Foundation Establishment cultivation is no match for him. The red-skirted girl anxiously said. She had just heard that Lin Chongqing's cultivation was at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, and naturally wanted this kind-hearted young man in azure robes to escape quickly, lest he lose his life because of her family. Lin Chongqing slightly shook his head, releasing his foot from Li Hu's face. Seeing this scene, Bloodserpent Taoist laughed arrogantly. Ah! You know you're afraid now?
But it's too late to release your foot, in a moment you will have to kneel before me, and only then will I spare your life. As he spoke, Blood Serpent Taoist condensed a Blood Shadow Demon Wolf to attack Lin Changqing. Benefactor, run! I will self-detonate in a moment.
My 5th level foundation establishment's self-detonation can definitely hold him back. I only have one request, and that is to take Yuer away as well.
Yun Tianqing staggered to his feet, filled with determination, seemingly preparing to self-detonate to block Blood Serpent Taoist's attack. Lin Changqing
suddenly smiled. It seemed his actions had caused many people to misunderstand.
He lowered his head to look at Li Hu, and smiled. What do you think I released you for? Ha ha! You brat are afraid of Lord Blood Serpent, so what if you're at the 7th level of foundation establishment? Lord Blood Serpent will avenge me. Li Hu shouted frantically again. He hated Lin Changqing to the core at this moment. He had never suffered such humiliation, being stepped on the face. Releasing you is because I'm afraid of stomping you to death, that way you won't be able to see Blood Serpent's miserable state. That would be too regrettable for me. Didn't you want Blood Serpent to save you? Then you should watch carefully next, and see if he can save you. As he said the last word, Lin Changqing's face suddenly turned cold, filled with endless killing intent, as he took another step forward with his left foot. At this moment, a green-scaled white-whiskered true dragon stretching for 10 million feet appeared behind him. As this true dragon roared softly, Blood Serpent Taoist's Blood Shadow Demon Wolf directly collapsed. Lin Changqing had used the power of primordial elements. What is that? Blood Serpent Taoist suddenly paused, his expression horrified, because he felt a terrifying power from this dragon's body. With just a roar, it shattered his strongest attack, the Blood Shadow Demon Wolf. This was not right. Why would a 7th level foundation establishment possess such a strong power? You just said that no one could punish you? You just said you wanted Lin Changqing to kneel? Lin Changqing sneered, taking another step forward with his right foot, and then suddenly reaching out with his left hand. Like a true dragon stretching for 10 million feet extending its left claw, he grabbed Blood Serpent Taoist. You come over and kneel. This claw directly grabbed Blood Serpent Taoist to Lin Changqing's front, and then Lin Changqing punched out, hitting Blood Serpent's shoulder, directly breaking and collapsing Blood Serpent's shoulder bones, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Blood Serpent Taoist screamed. He didn't want to kneel and suffer such humiliation, but Lin Changqing's punch was too strong, causing his shoulder to splatter with blood. His legs weakened, and he directly knelt on the ground, filled with unwillingness as he said, "Who exactly are you? How can you be so strong?" Lin Changqing did not answer him, but instead smiled coldly, raised his left foot, kicked Blood Serpent Taoist over, and then directly stepped on his face, and then stomped hard. Didn't you want to save Li Hu? You save him. You save him for me. Lin Changqing said coldly again and again, while constantly stomping hard with his foot. Blood Serpent Taoist could not make any sound, his face a bloody mess. He can only scream. Yun Tianqing, the red-skirted girl, and Li Hu on the side were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. That was Blood Serpent Taoist. How arrogant and imposing he was just now. In their hearts, the 8th level foundation establishment demonic Taoist was defeated just like that? And was defeated in one move. Li Hu, didn't you want Blood Serpent to save you? What if he comes? Lin Changqing asked Li Hu with a sneer while stepping on Blood Serpent Taoist's face. Li Hu shuddered. This. Li Hu swallowed hard. He was dumbfounded. At this moment his heart was filled with fear. He couldn't imagine, who exactly was this young man in azure robes? The Blood Serpent Taoist, the demonic genius, the true successor of Old Man Blood Demon, who had always been invincible in his heart. Such a noble person, at this moment, was actually being stepped on like a stray dog. Lord, please spare my dog's life. I am just a dog. Please treat me like a fart and let me go. The reason why I do things for the demonic path is because I was forced by Blood Serpent. Lord, please spare my dog's life. Li Hu suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the ground with loud thuds, crying and wailing. Too late. Lin Changqing said coldly, directly punching out. This punch condensed a huge true dragon fist shadow, carrying a dragon roar as it blasted towards Li Hu. Seeing this scene, Li Hu was extremely horrified. He still wanted to beg for mercy, but found that he couldn't make a sound. Bang! Flesh and blood flew everywhere, blood rained down. Lin Changqing directly killed Li Hu with one punch. Seeing this scene, Blood Serpent also became frightened. He was afraid that he would also be killed by Lin Changqing with one punch. However, he did not beg for mercy, but instead resorted to threats. Lin Changqing, you can't kill me. Do you know who my master is? Old Man Blood Demon, a fake core true man. Both of my senior brothers are at the 10th level of Foundation establishment. You can't kill me. Blood Serpent Taoist roared madly. He really didn't want to die, so at this moment he brought out the name of his master. Oh? Threatening me, you want your master to save you? Very good. Then I will send your master and you on your way together. Lin Changqing said coldly, and then stomped down hard again. This stomp directly caused Blood Serpent to scream incessantly. Do you know what you are saying? My master is a fake core true man. You wait to die. You wait to die. So what if you defeat me? Blood Serpent roared frantically. Do you know how powerful my master is? He is the invincible pseudo-core true person. Do you dare to touch me? Do you dare to touch me? My master once withstood 10 moves from senior brother Emotion. You are dead. You are dead. Blood Serpent Taoist roared madly, feeling that Lin Changqing was too ignorant. So what if he defeated him? His master was a pseudo-core true person, and even with the pseudo-prefix, it was still related to core formation. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary pseudo-core true person. He had withstood 10 moves from the demonic path's senior brother Emotion. Such an impressive record was truly remarkable. What? Blood Demon Old Man actually has such a record, having withstood 10 moves from Emotion. Yun Tianqing and the red-skirted girl, who were listening nearby, simultaneously revealed shocked expressions. The father and daughter had naturally heard of the Blood Demon Old Man's reputation and knew he was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. After all, being able to withstand 10 moves from Emotion was too unbelievable. Who was Emotion? The demonic path's #1 genius, the direct grandson of the heavenly demon sect's supreme elder. Although such a person was only at the 10th level of Foundation establishment, his strength could definitely challenge a true core formation true person. As a pseudo-core true person, the Blood Demon Old Man being able to withstand 10 moves from Emotion was indeed enough to be proud of. Ha, you're scared, aren't you? But it's too late. Especially you, Lin Changqing. You actually humiliated me so much. When my master arrives, I'll let you know how to write the character death. Blood Serpent Taoist looked like a madman. Seeing the fearful expressions of Yun Tianqing and the red-skirted girl, he felt extremely proud. He stared at Lin Changqing with resentment. He had already secretly sent a message, just waiting for his master to come and save him. When his master arrived, this person would be dead. Oh, I thought he was strong, but he only withstood 10 moves from Emotion. It seems he's just trash, Lin Changqing said indifferently. Hearing this, Yun Tianqing and the red-skirted girl's expressions changed. Emotion was the demonic path's #1 genius, with a prominent reputation throughout Qingzhou. At the 10th level of Foundation establishment, he had the strength to contend against a true core formation true person. The Blood Demon Old Man being able to withstand Emotion for 10 moves was already an invincible figure in Yun Tianqing's mind. But such a person was called trash by their benefactor. How strong was their benefactor? Ha ha! Blood Serpent Taoist directly burst out laughing, looking at Lin Changqing as if he were an idiot. It seems you're really scared silly, saying such nonsense. You actually said my master is trash. Do you know how invincible and powerful it is to withstand 10 moves from senior brother Emotion? Before Blood Serpent Taoist could praise his master's prowess, Lin Changqing's eyes turned cold, and he slapped him, noisy. This slap directly stunned Blood Serpent Taoist, knocking out 2 of his teeth. He covered his face, filled with disbelief and shame. He didn't expect that even after mentioning his master's name, Lin Changqing would still dare to humiliate him like this, even slapping him. Lin Changqing sneered, "Didn't you just ask if I dared to touch you? What if I slap you?" Saying that, he slapped him again. This slap directly spun Blood Serpent Taoist around 3 times, knocking out 8 teeth. Ah, 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 ah. You dare to humiliate me like this, Lin Changqing. Blood Serpent Taoist covered his face filled with shame, and roared loudly with resentment, when my master comes, you're dead, you're dead. My master will avenge me. He will avenge me. Avenge you. Lin Changqing laughed loudly, eager to see what Blood Serpent Taoist's expression would be when he beat the blood demon old man to his knees, screaming miserably. Lin Changqing, don't be arrogant. My master is coming soon, my master is coming soon, you wait to die. You talk too much. I don't need to wait for your master to come, I'll go find him directly. Lin Changqing sneered, directly interrupting Blood Serpent Taoist's words, and stomped on him. This stomp made Blood Serpent Taoist scream ah 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 ah, spitting out mouthfuls of blood, unable to bark anymore. Whether your master is trash or not, we'll know soon enough, Lin Changqing said indifferently, then looked at Yun Tianqing and his daughter. Do you two know where the blood demon old man's lair is? I know, benefactor, Yun Tianqing nodded, wondering why their benefactor was asking this question, but still answering truthfully. The blood demon old man's lair is in Blood Demon Valley, in the deepest part of a mountain range northwest of our market. That mountain range is called Blood Demon Mountain. Good, it's good to know the location, Lin Changqing nodded. You two lead the way to Blood Demon Valley. I want to let Blood Serpent see if his master can save him. Hearing this, Yun Tianqing and the red-skirted girl were shocked. What? What did their benefactor say? Did they hear correctly? Their benefactor said he was going to storm Blood Demon Valley. Yun Tianqing and his daughter looked at each other, swallowing hard. They felt like they were dreaming. Their benefactor was too invincible, right? He was actually going to directly storm the blood demon old man's lair. This was something even the Violet Sun sect wouldn't dare to do. Ha ha ha. Lin Changqing, you're courting death. You actually want to go to Blood Demon Valley to find my master. You're courting death. You're dead. You're dead. It's really a case of not taking the road to heaven, but rushing to the gate of hell. Blood Serpent Taoist shouted again, feeling that he had heard the best joke of his life. Did this Lin Changqing become arrogant after defeating him? He actually dared to go to Blood Demon Valley to find his master. His master was a pseudo-core true person who had withstood 10 moves from senior brother Emotion. He never thought anyone would be like this, actually courting death. Lin Changqing, you're too arrogant and conceited. You defeating me at the 7th level of Foundation establishment is indeed genius, Blood Serpent Taoist said coldly. If you killed me at this moment and ran away, my master might not really be able to kill you. You're so arrogant that you're going to Blood Demon Valley to find my master? You really don't know how big the difference between core formation and foundation establishment is. 10 minutes later. Lin Changqing suddenly said a number. Hearing this number, the chattering Blood Serpent Taoist paused, not knowing what Lin Changqing meant by this number. 10 minutes later, you will see your master beaten to his knees like a stray dog. Ah, you're daydreaming, Lin Changqing. My master is invincible. Invincible. My master once withstood Emotion. Blood Serpent Taoist was again endlessly talking about how powerful his master was, having withstood 10 moves from Emotion. Lin Changqing was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and directly kicked him. This kick sent Blood Serpent Taoist spinning in circles 7 times, and then he slapped him 7 times, causing Blood Serpent Taoist to scream repeatedly. Finally, Lin Changqing directly knocked him unconscious. Let's go, lead the way. Lin Changqing dragged Blood Serpent Taoist like a dead dog into the sky, simultaneously summoning his flying sword to fly, letting Yun Tianqing and his daughter lead the way. 3 people plus 1 stray dog flew towards the blood demon old man's lair, Blood Demon Valley. 10 minutes later, Lin Changqing arrived at Blood Demon Valley. At this time, Blood Serpent Taoist also happened to wake up and, seeing that he had arrived at his home, Blood Demon Valley, cried out miserably, "Master, save me! Master, save me!" Blood Demon Valley was located deep within the Bloodline Mountains, covering an extremely vast area. In the center of the valley, a blood-colored palace rose straight into the sky, with blood-colored dark clouds densely covering the sky,
making it look extremely eerie and terrifying. This blood-colored palace had 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. At the entrance of the palace, there were also 2 huge blood-colored stone pillars, with 2 giant blood-colored demon wolves chained to them as guards, along with a group of gatekeeper disciples.
To some extent, Blood Demon Valley could also be considered a sect.
The Blood Demon Old Man had recruited 3,000 demonic cultivator disciples here, divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and direct disciples. That Blood Serpent Taoist was the 3rd direct disciple of Blood Demon Valley. Due to the Blood Demon Old Man's formidable reputation, this place was usually avoided by strangers, and no one dared to approach this forbidden land of the demonic path.
Even if someone came, they would be extremely cautious.
But today, the gatekeeper disciples of Blood Demon Valley saw an incredible scene. They saw a young cultivator in green robes dragging their 3rd senior brother like he was dragging a stray dog. That was their 3rd senior brother. A Foundation Establishment Stage 7th Layer Cultivator. The 3rd direct disciple. In the hearts of these outer disciples, he was like a celestial being high above. Outside, the Blood Serpent was considered to have a fearsome reputation, but now he looked incomparably miserable. His face was swollen 3 times its original size, he had lost 7 or 8 teeth, and he was kneeling on the ground, miserably shouting, "Master, save me! Master, save me!" These disciples were all shocked. Who exactly was this young cultivator? Some people realized that something had happened and began to run towards the mountain gate, wanting to report the incident. And it was at this moment, from the deepest part of the blood-colored palace in the center of Blood Demon Valley, from within a secret underground chamber, an old man wearing a blood-red robe flew out. His expression was somewhat angry. This was the Blood Demon Old Man. He had just received a message from his 3rd disciple, the Blood Serpent Taoist, saying that someone was trying to kill him in the Tianyang Valley Market and that his life was in imminent danger. This made the Blood Demon Old Man quite annoyed. Truly ignorant of death, someone actually dares to kill my disciple. Tired of living? The Blood Demon Old Man said coldly. He flew outwards. He wanted to see, when he arrived at Tianyang Market, who was so blind as to dare to kill the Blood Demon Old Man's disciple. He, the Blood Demon, would make this person regret it. He would make this person understand how the word death was written. Dare to provoke him, the Blood Demon Old Man. "Master, why did you suddenly come out of seclusion?" A young man wearing a purple robe flew from the ground towards the sky and cupped his fist, saying. This person was the Blood Demon Old Man's eldest disciple, Blood Tiger, with a Foundation Establishment Stage 10th Layer Cultivation. He was originally in seclusion in his residence, but he suddenly felt his master's aura in the sky, and it was quite angry. So he came out to see what was happening. Seeing his eldest disciple, the Blood Demon Old Man nodded and said, "Blood Tiger, you've come too, that's good. Your 3rd junior brother asked me for help, saying that someone wants to kill him. You and I will go to Tianyang Valley together." What? Someone wants to kill 3rd junior brother, truly ignorant of death. This disciple will go with you immediately, Blood Tiger said angrily. His relationship with the Blood Serpent Taoist had always been good. He wanted to see who was so ignorant as to dare to hurt his 3rd junior brother. The Blood Demon Old Man nodded, waved his hand, and took Blood Tiger with him. The 2 of them flew outwards together. However, as they were flying, the Blood Demon Old Man suddenly noticed something was wrong. He saw many disciples running frantically from the outside in. His eyes narrowed, and he casually summoned a disciple into the sky and scolded, "What kind of behavior is this, panicking and running around?" "Master, something terrible has happened. A young cultivator in green robes has brought 3rd senior brother here." 3rd senior brother looks extremely miserable. This green-robed man is also extremely domineering, stepping on 3rd senior brother's face. 3rd senior brother is kneeling on the ground. Before the disciple could finish speaking, the Blood Demon Old Man was already furious after hearing it. Someone actually made his disciple kneel on the ground. He really didn't take him, the Blood Demon Old Man, seriously. He had already guessed who this person was. This person was so arrogant. He hadn't even arrived at Tianyuan Valley Market yet, and this person dared to come to Blood Demon Valley? Good,
It seems that I haven't killed anyone for too long, too many people have forgotten my prestige. Ignorant things. The blood demon old man snorted coldly and accelerated to fly outside the gate. He wanted to see who dared to be so bold. Junior, you are truly ignorant of death, daring to make my disciple kneel? The blood demon old man came to the front of the gate and became even more furious when he saw his third disciple kneeling on the ground in such a miserable state. He stared at Lin Changqing coldly and said, "Very good, you have angered me. No one has ever dared to make my disciple kneel." After saying these words, the blood demon old man's murderous aura condensed, and a power unique to a pseudo-core true person rose into the sky, instantly forming a 1,000-meter blood-colored dark cloud in the sky, looking extremely terrifying. Seeing this scene, Yun Tianqing and his daughter were frightened. In their hearts, the blood demon old man had always been synonymous with invincibility. They were somewhat uncertain whether their benefactor could defeat the blood demon old man. After all, within a radius of 3,000 miles, the blood demon old man, as a pseudo-core true person, was the most powerful existence. Could their benefactor defeat him? Ha, now you know how powerful my master is, right? You wait to die, Lin Changqing. Wait to die. The blood serpent. Taoist was extremely excited when he saw his master displaying his divine power. He couldn't wait to see Lin Changqing's praying and begging appearance in a moment. Junior, daring to make my disciple kneel on the ground. I will make you wish you were dead, and regret your actions. The blood demon old man said coldly, word by word, while waving his hand. The 1,000-mile blood-colored dark cloud in the sky formed a blood-colored giant sword that seemed to fall from the sky and slash towards Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing was indifferent, looked up at the sky, and then said coldly, "You old dog said that no one dares to make your disciple kneel? There are many things you haven't seen. Today, you will also kneel down to me." Lin Changqing suddenly soared into the sky, like a martial god returning from ancient times, his black hair scattered on his shoulders, punching towards the sky one punch after another, punching 7 times in a row. These 7 punches condensed into a bloody dragon that directly dispersed the blood-colored dark clouds in the sky. What? Impossible, how could you, a junior, have such power? The blood demon old man's eyes were about to split. His strongest move was broken like this? However, an even more incredible scene was behind. Lin Changqing instantly slapped out a palm, like a true dragon extending its dragon claws, grabbing the blood demon old man and dragging him in front of him. The blood demon old man looked in horror at the giant claw grabbing him. He wanted to break free, but he couldn't break free no matter what. You also kneel down to me. Lin Changqing grabbed the blood demon old man's head with his left hand, like pressing down on a stray dog, and pressed him down hard. Bang! The blood demon old man's head slammed heavily on the ground. The blood demon old man, who was famous in both the righteous and demonic paths within a radius of 3,000 miles, knelt down like his disciple. Junior, how dare you humiliate me like this? The blood demon old man was crazy. Who was he? A pseudo-core true person. Such a precious existence was actually forced to kneel on the ground. This was a great shame, a great shame. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Only the blood demon old man kept screaming "Ah!" Everyone on the scene was stunned. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. What did they see? The blood demon old man was beaten to his knees. This, impossible. Impossible. My master wouldn't be defeated. Blood Serpent Taoist stammered, his heart filled with extreme terror. What did he see? His invincible master was beaten to his knees like a stray dog. Who exactly is Lin Changqing? Even the demonic prodigy, Immortal, couldn't defeat his master in a single move. Doesn't that mean this Lin Changqing is even stronger than the #1 demonic prodigy? Blood Serpent Taoist's heart was completely suffocated at this moment. He actually provoked such a person. He was scared. Father, I didn't see it wrong, did I? The one kneeling before our benefactor, beaten like a stray dog, is the blood demon old man? The red-skirted girl's pretty little face was full of shock and disbelief. She suspected she was dreaming countless times.
Even if several pseudodan true men from the Purple Sun sect came together, they wouldn't be able to beat the blood demon old man to this extent in one move.
But our benefactor can. What is our benefactor's strength, exactly? You err, you didn't see it wrong.
Our benefactor indeed defeated the blood demon old man in one move. It seems that our Yun family is fortunate enough to have met such a senior to help us. Yun Tianqing was also shocked. Now, he had infinitely elevated Lin Changqing's cultivation in his heart.
Could he be a hidden true Dan old ancestor? Junior, let me up. Let me up. How dare you humiliate me like this?
The blood demon old man was going crazy. He gritted his teeth, feeling extremely humiliated at this
moment. He was actually beaten to his knees.
Especially with all his disciples and grandchildren around.
He couldn't bear to be humiliated like this. He stared at Lin Changqing with resentment. Junior.
However, before the blood demon old man could finish his sentence, Lin Changqing's eyes turned cold. He suddenly grabbed the blood demon old man's head with his left hand, then slammed it down hard onto the ground.
Bang! 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 1, 2, 3, 4 times.
The blood demon old man's head was smashed into a bloody mess, and he screamed repeatedly.
Still dare to bark like a dog? You don't seem to recognize your situation.
Lin Changqing sneered, pressing the blood demon old man's head to the ground again and again with his left hand.
Didn't you say I dared to make your disciples kneel? Now I'm making you kneel too. What can you do to me? Speak. What can you do to me? Speak. Speak. Speak.
Lin Changqing grinned, slamming the blood demon old man's head against the ground again and again.
Ah, 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 ah. The blood demon old man couldn't answer.
He could only be described as miserable at this moment. The continuous ground impacts had made him dizzy.
Bang!
But it seemed that Lin Changqing was tired of this ball-bouncing game. When the blood demon old man's head touched the ground again, he suddenly let go. With a paw sound, the blood demon old man's head bounced up from the ground, and then Lin Changqing slammed his foot on the blood demon old man's face with a bang.
Weren't you quite arrogant? Speak. Stray dog. Try barking again. Still asking if I dare? You tell me if I dare. Speak. Speak.
Lin Changqing was simply a demon among demons at this moment. He grinned like a demonic behemoth, stomping on the blood demon old man's face with his foot.
Ah, 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 ah.
Half of the blood demon old man's face was ground down to the bone, and he screamed in pain. He had never suffered such torture before. At this moment, he felt a little fear in his heart. How can I speak if you don't let go? How dare you torture him like this? Is this the righteous path? How could the righteous path seem even more demonic than him?
Master.
Master, the blood serpent Taoist on the side swallowed hard when he saw his master's miserable state. His heart was now filled with complete fear. His master was beaten like a stray dog and couldn't fight back. Moreover, this person seemed even more demonic than the demonic path. Oh, I almost forgot about you, little shrimp. After kicking the blood demon old man hard again, Lin Changqing suddenly turned his head to look at the fearful blood serpent on the side.
Weren't you very arrogant just now, saying to let your master save you, and saying to let me wait for death?
Lin Changqing's tone was very gentle, even light, and his face wore a very kind smile. But seeing this smile, the blood serpent Taoist shivered directly. He only felt that Lin Changqing's smile at this moment was the smile of a devil. The blood serpent Taoist trembled with fear and said, "Sir, I am just a dog. What I said was all dog talk. Please spare my life. Spare my life." As he spoke, the blood serpent Taoist actually began to kowtow on the ground with a bang, begging for mercy, even with snot and tears. His performance was not even as good as Li Hu's just now. Seeing this scene, the red-skirted girl and Yun Tianqing looked at each other. They only felt that the scenes they saw today had refreshed their bottom line. This was the arrogant and overbearing blood serpent Taoist just now, but his appearance at this moment was so unbearable.
Ha ha ha.
Lin Chongqing laughed loudly. He looked at the blood serpent Taoist kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, then looked at the blood demon old man who was beaten half to death and trampled under his feet, and finally looked at the demonic path members around him who looked at him with fear. He was so happy. He was so happy in his heart. He admitted that he was a bit perverted and twisted in his heart now. But this was all forced. Forced. 5 simulations, experiencing scenes of misery one after another, he had been holding back for 5 lifetimes. His psychology had already become abnormal. Perhaps the old, good-natured Lin Chongqing, who was kind to others and introverted and silent, had already died when he saw the tragic scene of white bones all over the ground in the simulation? Boring. If you, a stray dog, didn't beg me for mercy, I might have spared your life. But now, it's too boring. You can go die. Lin Chongqing laughed loudly, then his face suddenly turned cold, and then his left hand suddenly stretched out, grabbing the blood serpent, who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy like a stray dog, and then crushed him alive in the blood serpent's extremely frightened eyes. Bang! Blood rained down. Lin Chongqing stood in the blood, his black hair scattered on his shoulders, and his green shirt was soaked in blood. He was as demonic as a demon among demons. Third junior brother. It was Blood Tiger who saw his corpse being blown up with one punch, and couldn't help but cry out sadly. His eyes suppressed hatred. Oh? You want to avenge your junior brother? Then you can go die too. Lin Chongqing punched out again, and this punch directly transformed into a white bone giant claw in the sky, grabbing towards Blood Tiger. No! Blood Tiger cried out in horror. He wanted to escape, but it was useless. The white bone giant claw also crushed him. He followed in the footsteps of his junior brother. Tiger! Serpent! The blood demon old man cried out sadly, letting out a miserable wail like a wounded wild wolf. His 2 direct disciples, whom he regarded as his own sons, were killed just like that. He stared at Lin Chongqing with resentment. You will not die well, you will not die well. Heaven will not spare you. You will not die well. Ha ha ha. Lin Chongqing laughed loudly. He put his hands behind his back. What? You started cursing me? Isn't the demonic path about respecting strength? Did you start begging heaven too? The blood demon old man gritted his teeth and said resentfully, Junior, you killed my 2 beloved disciples today. In 7 days, my demonic path will launch a full-scale attack on Qingzhou. This world will be filled with white bones and stained with blood. I'll see how you stop it, how you survive. What's the use of defeating me? Can you defeat my demonic path's million-strong army? I'll be waiting for you to die then, waiting for you to die. The blood demon elder's resentful and hateful voice echoed through the Crimson Palace. Yun Tianqing and his daughter exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fear. The blood demon elder's words filled the father and daughter with extreme terror. They had actually heard such a shocking and terrifying secret? In 7 days, the demonic path will launch a full-scale attack on Qingzhou. You're talking nonsense. How dare the demonic path launch a full-scale attack on Qingzhou and provoke a war with our righteous path? The righteous path has a large number of core formation experts stationed here. Even if your demonic path attacks, our righteous path can stop you. The red-skirted girl, emboldened, jumped out and pointed at the blood demon elder, loudly scolding him. She scolded the blood demon elder for talking nonsense, but the look of fear on her face couldn't be concealed. Ha, you're afraid, aren't you? You're just deceiving yourselves. You say my demonic path wouldn't dare to provoke a war? The blood demon elder sneered, your righteous path has a large number of core formation experts stationed here, but doesn't my demonic path have them too? Moreover, over the past 100 years, the strength of my demonic path has greatly increased in all aspects. The number of core formation experts has completely surpassed your righteous path. You know this, so what's the use of acting like ostriches here? Hearing this, the red-skirted girl fell silent. Indeed, just as the blood demon elder had said. In recent centuries, the demonic path's power has completely suppressed the righteous path, especially in the last 50 years. The number of demonic path core formation experts has doubled, and may even be more than twice that of the righteous path. If they really fight, the righteous path might not be able to withstand it. Ha ha ha, in 7 days, my demonic path army will attack. You can just wait to die. Wait to die. Especially you, Lin Changcheng. Seeing that the red-skirted girl had been silenced by his words, the blood demon elder felt that he had gained the upper hand. He laughed wildly, clamoring, and stared at Lin Changcheng with resentment, hoping to see fear on Lin Changcheng's face. But he was disappointed. Lin Changcheng stood with his hands behind his back, his expression very indifferent, as if he didn't care at all about the demonic path's full-scale attack on Qingzhou in 7 days. Lin Changcheng, are you pretending to be calm? I know that you must be extremely afraid in your heart right now. Extremely afraid. When my demonic path army arrives, no one will be able to save you. No one will be able to save you. They will avenge me, avenge my dead disciples. The blood demon elder roared like a madman. Oh? You seem very confident? Lin Changcheng stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes turning, filled with endless indifference. He stomped on the blood demon elder's face again. You're pinning your hopes on the demonic path's attack in 7 days, hoping that I will suffer retribution? The blood demon elder raised his head with difficulty, looking at Lin Changcheng with resentment. Of course I'm confident. I can see your strength. You definitely haven't reached core formation. Your spiritual power fluctuations are at the 7th level of foundation establishment. You are indeed an unprecedented genius. You can defeat me in 1 move at the 7th level of foundation establishment, but you have no chance to grow. In a few days, my demonic path will launch a full-scale attack on Qingzhou. Let's see what you can do. No matter how strong you are, can you stop my demonic path's million-strong army? Can you stop my demonic path's hundreds of core formation experts? Can you stop the heavenly demon sect master, Xiuyu, who is at the 10th level of core formation? The blood demon elder's arrogant and triumphant words echoed in the palace. Hearing this, Lin Changcheng's expression was neither happy nor sad. After a moment, he looked at the blood demon elder and spoke, word by word. Then I might as well tell you. Lin Changcheng suddenly shouted. He drew the Saiyan longsword from his waist, his entire face like a god or a demon, filled with boundless killing intent, and pointed his sword at the sky. Your plan to rely on the demonic path to kill me in 7 days is wrong. Your plan to rely on the demonic path to cause misery to the people of Qingzhou in 7 days is also wrong. All your plans are wrong. No. The entire demonic path's plans are wrong. In 7 days, I, Lin Changcheng, will pacify the demonic path in Qingzhou 1 by 1. I will kill until no one in Qingzhou dares to call themselves demonic. Kill 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 kill. Lin Changcheng pointed his sword at the sky, looking like a madman. When he said the last word, endless crimson thunder suddenly rumbled in the sky, rolling up boundless crimson dark clouds. It seemed to be echoing this godlike and demon-like man, echoing a man who had already gone mad. Ha 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 ha. So you're a madman. Do you know what you're saying? The blood demon elder laughed wildly, he even laughed until tears came out. Did this foundation establishment's 7th level man know what he was saying? Yes, indeed, this man was a genius, defeating him in 1 move at the 7th level of foundation establishment. But so what if he defeated him? He was just a fake. Core. Did this madman think he was a nascent soul old monster? And he even said he would destroy his demonic path's million-strong army. He was truly overestimating himself. The blood demon elder raised his head and mocked, "You've really lost your mind. Do you know Qiuyu, the current sect master of my demonic path's heavenly demon sect? 10 years ago, 4 shameless core formation 10th level experts from your righteous path besieged sect master Qiuyu, and they were all defeated by her alone. 5 years ago, sect master Qiuyu single-handedly defeated the number 1 person in your righteous path, the Sword Palace Elder at the peak of the 10th level of core formation. Even the number 1 person in your Qingzhou righteous path has been defeated. What qualifications do you have to destroy my demonic path's million-strong army?
Sect Master Chiu, you can crush you with a single finger. Hearing this, Lin Changqing slapped him hard. So you can talk again, huh? Bang bang bang.
Lin Changqing slapped the Blood Demon Elder dozens of times in a row, knocking out 7 or 8 of his teeth and swelling half of his face.
Not talking anymore?
Lin Changqing signaled the Blood Demon Elder to continue speaking, but the Blood Demon Elder could only wail miserably, because Lin Changqing was slapping him one after another.
Say, Ven, de, ys.
The Blood Demon Elder was beaten until he screamed repeatedly. His mouth was a bloody mess, and he couldn't even say a complete sentence, but his meaning was very clear. In 7 days, he would wait for the Demonic Path Army to come and kill Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing stopped slapping him. He looked at the Blood Demon Elder coldly. Not bad, you have successfully bought yourself 7 more days to live. I was thinking before that killing you would be too easy. Now I will extract your soul. I will use the most poisonous fire to roast your soul every day, making you wish you were dead. I will make you live in the pain of being burned by flames every day for these 7 days, and then, 7 days later, I will let you see with your own eyes how I pacify Qingzhou. Saying that, Lin Changqing grabbed the Blood Demon Elder's head with a deep chill in his eyes, using all his mana to extract the Blood Demon Elder's soul bit by bit. The Blood Demon Elder screamed miserably. His soul was forcibly extracted. This was one of the Demonic Path's top 10 cruel tortures. Extracting the soul was 10,000 times more painful than skinning. So you can imagine the pain the Blood Demon Elder was in at this moment. The Blood Demon Elder only felt like millions of needles were piercing him. He couldn't help but scream involuntarily. Lin Changqing remained unmoved, extracting his soul bit by bit. 10 minutes later, a soul body the size of 10 centimeters appeared in Lin Changqing's hand. Lin Changqing waved his hand and threw it into his storage bag, and used the most poisonous fire to roast the Blood Demon Elder. He mastered the fire element between heaven and earth, and naturally could mobilize the most poisonous fire. This kind of most poisonous fire was comparable to the human skin oil fire in hell, and a single drop would cause a person's soul to scatter in pain.
Ha ha ha. Lin Changqing, you want to torture me?
Good.
Great.
In the storage bag, the Blood Demon Elder's soul body was twisted by the most poisonous fire. He was in extreme pain, but he twisted and laughed. I'm waiting for my Demonic Path Army to attack in 7 days. How will you die? Then let's wait and see whether Lin will destroy your Demonic Path in 7 days, or your Demonic Path will destroy Lin. Lin Changqing coldly snorted, and with a wave of his sleeve, he indeed increased the power of the supreme poisonous fire. Instantly, the Blood Demon Elder, who was being burned by the supreme poisonous fire in the storage bag, once again let out miserable screams of ah.
The supreme poisonous fire, entirely a dark cyan color, could be seen that every time Lin Changqing increased the power of the supreme poisonous fire while burning the Blood Demon Elder's soul body, the Blood Demon Elder's soul body would shrink by a fraction. And the expression on the Blood Demon Elder's face would also become more painful. This kind of torment was worse than death. Lin Changqing, you torment me. Ha ha. I'm waiting. In 7 days, my demonic path will repay you 100-fold. Even though he was being burned by the supreme poisonous fire, the Blood Demon Elder had already reached the extreme of pain. He was like being thrown into a boiling oil pot in hell, enduring immense pain every moment, every minute, every second. But the Blood Demon Elder endured it strongly. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to wait until 7 days later. He didn't believe that in 7 days, Lin Changqing could withstand his demonic path's million-strong army and the Autumn Moon Sect Master, who was at the 10th level of the Golden Core stage. Damn it, why can't we escape? That blue-clothed demon has set up an array. He has trapped us in Blood Demon Valley.
It turned out that at the edge of Blood Demon Valley, some of the Blood Demon Elder's disciples looked at the array in front of them with despair. The moment Lin Changqing defeated the Blood Demon Elder, these people saw that the situation was not good and wanted to sneak away quietly.
But how could Lin Changqing be unprepared?
He had already set up an array around Blood Demon Valley.
None of these demonic cultivators could escape. Lin Changqing, aren't you a righteous cultivator? Are you going to learn from our demonic path and kill us all? Spare our lives, and we will reform. At this moment, in Blood Demon Valley, those who had escaped and those who had not, in any case, all the Blood Demon sect disciples knelt on the ground and began to beg for mercy. Begging Lin Changqing to spare their lives. Some begged for mercy, saying that they regretted it, that they were ignorant before, that they would reform and do good deeds every day. Some said that Lin Changqing was a righteous cultivator and should not kill them all. Some said they knew they were wrong and begged for their lives. Some. Whoosh! But the blood-colored lightning in the sky suddenly roared again, shining on the blue-clothed man standing in the center of the blood-colored palace. He stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes coldly looking at the large groups of demonic sect disciples kneeling before him and begging for mercy. After a moment, Lin Changqing coldly opened his mouth. It's not that you know you were wrong, it's just that you know you are about to die. At the instant these words were spoken, Lin Changqing drew his sword and then slashed out with it. The moment this sword was slashed out, the myriad forms of the demonic path disciples were revealed. Some cried loudly, lamenting their impending death. Some were furious, cursing Lin Changqing that he would not die a good death in 7 days. Some laughed loudly, some were terrified, and got up, wanting to escape frantically. But everyone's expression froze in a fraction of a second. Because the sword that Lin Changqing slashed out, in a fraction of a second, descended with the aura of ancient hell and the majesty of an ancient underworld emissary. Whoosh! White bones appeared, and the yellow spring shore arrived. The white bones of the sky descended into Blood Demon Valley. Amidst the white bones of the sky, a yellow river surged upwith, and countless ghosts emerged from the Yellow Corpse River. These ghosts, like underworld emissaries, dragged those Blood Demon sect disciples into the Yellow Corpse River. What is that? Yun Tianqing and his daughter were surprised that their benefactor's sword actually attracted such a change in the heavens. The second divine ability. Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes, looking at the changes before him. To be honest, he was also very surprised. He was exterminating these demonic sect disciples. The sword he had just slashed out used the white bone divine ability. But now it seemed that his sword had undergone a completely new change, and a Yellow Corpse River had actually appeared, with even hundreds of millions of ghosts emerging. This seemed to be the prototype of a second divine ability. But Lin Changqing felt that it was not yet perfect. Something was missing. Lin Changqing stood there, silently comprehending. An hour later, at this moment, Blood Demon Valley had returned to normal. The piles of white bones in the Yellow River had disappeared, and all the demonic path disciples in the entire Blood Demon Valley had also been dragged into the Yellow Corpse River by the ghost soldiers and turned into ashes. Lin Changqing was still standing there, comprehending the second divine ability, while Yun Tianqing and his daughter quietly waited for their benefactor. After a few incense sticks, Lin Changqing shook his head. Perfecting the second divine ability was not so easy. He always felt that something was missing. However, this still brought him many surprises. An ordinary person being able to comprehend a divine ability on their own was already terrifying. He had spent his entire life of 30 years in the simulator, exterminating demons, before comprehending a white bone divine ability. Now, in reality, in just a short day, he had already begun to comprehend the prototype of a second divine ability, which was already very surprising. The second divine ability may be related to that sentence. Lin Changqing thought silently. An hour of comprehension was not without its gains. In his first life, he had seen many of the tragic scenes of the human world and comprehended the white bone divine ability. And the second divine ability was related to that sentence of the Blood Serpent Taoist. The Blood Serpent Taoist said that this world respected strength, that these demonic cultivators, even if they did evil, would still live well in this life, and even used the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Demon sect as an example, saying that it was a dream for mortals to entrust their punishment to the heavens. That they, the demonic path, even if they did evil, would still live well. Perhaps this was the reason for the appearance of the Yellow Corpse River of the second divine ability. I have seen many human tragedies caused by the evil deeds of the demonic path, and I comprehended white bones. I want to deny the words of the Blood Serpent Taoist. I hope that good deeds will have good rewards, and evil deeds will have evil retribution, so the Yellow Corpse River appeared.
Lin Changqing raised his head to look at the sky. In the legends of his previous life, the underworld had a Yellow Springs River. The underworld entrusted the most simple wishes of the common people. There are gods 3 feet above one's head. Doing good deeds in this life will allow one to be reborn in a good womb on the Yellow Springs River in the underworld, and doing bad deeds will send one into the underworld, never to be reincarnated. The words of the blood serpent Daoist touched him, allowing Lin Changqing's second divine ability to have a prototype. If the first divine ability was White Bones, then the prototype of the second divine ability could be named Yellow Springs. Let the good return to good, and the evil return to evil. The wind blew through the blood-colored palace, and Lin Changqing silently raised his head to look at the sky, seeming to be looking at the yellow river that existed in the simple wishes of the common people. After a long time, he sighed and raised his foot, preparing to leave. At this time, Yun Tianqing and his daughter also clasped their hands and thanked him. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives today. We, father and daughter, are extremely grateful." "No need to thank me. Moon, do you think our benefactor can really quell the demonic turmoil in Qingzhou in 7 days?" In the empty, blood-colored palace, Yun Tianqing and the red-skirted girl watched Lin Changqing's departing figure in the sky. After a long while, Yun Tianqing spoke to his daughter with worry. Learning from their benefactor that the demonic path would truly launch a full-scale attack on Qingzhou in 7 days filled Yun Tianqing's heart with fear and anxiety. Although the benefactor reassured them that Qingzhou would be fine in 7 days. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree, the one leading the demonic path of Qingzhou in 7 days was the Autumn Moon Demoness, the current sect master of the Heavenly Demon sect, at the peak of the 10th layer of the Golden Core stage. The Sword Palace Elder, the #1 expert of the righteous path in Qingzhou, had been defeated by the Autumn Moon Demoness 5 years ago. Could the benefactor withstand her? Moreover, although the benefactor defeated the Blood Demon Elder with one move, showing great strength. The Blood Demon Elder was, at best, somewhat famous within a 3,000-mile radius of them, in the southern part of Blackwater County. But after all, he was a pseudocore cultivator, and was slightly inadequate even in the entire Blackwater County, let alone the whole of Qingzhou. The Autumn Moon Demoness, however, intimidated all 18 counties of Qingzhou, and no cultivator, righteous or demonic, was her match. To some extent, Autumn Moon could be considered the #1 expert in Qingzhou today. There were even rumors that perhaps in another 60 or 70 years, the Autumn Moon Demoness might accomplish an incredible miracle, successfully forming a nascent soul in Qingzhou, such a remote and spiritually barren place, and then advance to the central state of Wu. Could the benefactor really withstand such an unprecedented demonic prodigy of Qingzhou? "Father, I believe in our benefactor." The red-skirted girl, Yunyu, nodded firmly as she looked at her father. "There's no need for a senior like our benefactor to deceive us. If he says Qingzhou will be fine in 7 days, then it will definitely be fine. Besides, have you forgotten the supernatural power that our benefactor used just now, which caused changes in the heavens and earth? So many white bones, billions of ghosts, and the endless yellow river of corpses, I have never seen such a terrifying supernatural power before. Benefactor will definitely be able to quell the turmoil in Qingzhou in 7 days." Yunyu's tone was very firm, and she seemed to have great faith in Lin Changqing. "I hope so." Hearing his daughter's answer, Yun Tianqing sighed and nodded, his gaze once again looking at the distant figure in green in the sky. What would be the fate of Qingzhou in 7 days? Yun Tianqing seemed to be asking himself in his heart, but no one could answer him. Only the whistling cold wind blew through this desolate blood-colored palace. In the distance, a few rows of geese in the sky cried sadly in the setting sun, as if they were migrating south. Perhaps even the birds and beasts had smelled the huge phantom of the demonic soul hovering over Qingzhou, and sensed the unrest of the turmoil. It stretched out its huge demonic claws, with a grim smile, as if it would pounce in full force in 7 days. A day later, after a day of flying, Lin Changqing returned to Blackwater Market and went back to his home. It was already late at night. Lin Changqing pushed the door open and entered. In the somewhat dim room, he first set up a small formation to prevent others from exploring. Then, he took out the World Tree fragment, sat cross-legged on the bed, absorbed it into his dantian, and quietly adjusted his breathing. He was waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. Once tomorrow arrived, he would ambush outside the Golden Sun's secret realm, kill Blackfire to seize the World Tree fragment, and then he could complete the simulation mission.
And obtain 5 simulation chances. With a chi sound, the newly obtained World Tree fragment was successfully absorbed into Lin Changqing's Dantian.
As soon as the World Tree fragment entered the Dantian, it erupted with vast spiritual power. This wave of vast spiritual power was enough for him to cultivate to the 10th layer of the Foundation establishment stage, but Lin Changqing did not absorb it. Because of time, he didn't have time to absorb it in reality. It doesn't take just a few hours for cultivators to absorb spiritual power and break through their cultivation. In the last simulation, it took him 10 days and nights to absorb the spiritual power of the World Tree fragment to complete the Foundation establishment.
Now, if he absorbs this wave of spiritual power in reality to break through, what's the use of reaching the 10th layer of the Foundation establishment stage after 10 days? The day lilies would be cold, and Shinjo would have been submerged by the demonic path long ago. Therefore, he planned to start the next simulation and take the World Tree fragment from Tianyang Valley in the simulation, and then absorb it. Anyway, the cultivation in the simulation can also be fed back to reality. In the simulation, he has enough time to cultivate and break through. When the next simulation starts, I will first go to Tianyang Valley to take the World Tree fragment to break through to the 10th layer of the Foundation establishment stage, and then go to the mountain and see Secret Realm to get the flower of the Great Tao and complete the 9-pattern golden core. This way, I will form the core and be closer to the nascent soul. Lin Changqing was calculating his plan for the next simulation in his mind. And so, the night passed. Early the next morning, Lin Changqing got up and went directly to the outside of the Golden Sun's secret realm, hiding his aura and waiting for Blackfire's arrival. About an hour later, Lin Changqing saw a large group of people coming to the entrance of the Golden Sun's secret realm, led by Blackfire Taoist, who was leading a large group of Wang family law enforcement team members, as well as some hired rogue cultivators. Seeing this scene, Lin Changqing felt some emotion. He was very familiar with this scene, and he had experienced it many times in the simulation. Now, seeing it for the first time in reality, he had some sighs about fate. In the past, Blackfire was a high-ranking figure in his eyes. But now, he can be easily killed. You rogue cultivators, enter the secret realm to explore the way for my Wang family. At the entrance of the Golden Sun secret realm, Blackfire Taoist coldly ordered, driving the rogue cultivators into the secret realm to explore the way. An incense stick later, Blackfire Taoist and the Wang family all entered the secret realm. Lin Changqing waited silently. Since his spiritual power cultivation had already reached the 7th layer of the Foundation establishment stage, he could not enter the Golden Sun secret realm. Several hours later, there was movement at the entrance of the secret realm, and Blackfire Taoist walked out with excitement and joy, along with a group of Wang family members. Ha ha! This is the favor of heaven. With this thing, my Wang family will have thousands of years of glory in the future. With this thing, I can build the foundation of the heavenly Tao, and forming the core and even the nascent soul are not dreams. Blackfire Taoist was excited, and he was imagining the future, and even thought of the matter of his family's ancestor being bought by the demonic path. With this thing, Blackfire Taoist was confident. He will definitely become a sweet pastry for both the righteous and demonic paths, and he can get more cultivation resources from both sides. But for the righteous path, I have to use deception. After all, everyone can see that the demonic path is strong, hee. Blackfire Taoist thought about the good things in the future. Thinking about deceiving resources from the righteous path and cultivating to the foundation establishment and core formation stages. When the righteous path declines in a few decades, he will then change his position and rely on the demonic path. At that time, with his identity as the foundation of the heavenly Tao, he will be able to make a fortune in the demonic path. The Wang family will usher in the most prosperous generation in his hands. Black Tiger Taoist smiled excitedly. He seemed to see his bright future, but he suddenly stopped when he was halfway through his smile. Because he found that a young cultivator in green clothes suddenly appeared in front of him, coldly blocking him. Who are you? Blackfire Taoist asked cautiously. Lin Changqing did not speak, but drew his sword and slashed it out. Blackfire Taoist didn't even have time to scream, and was directly killed by a sword. He probably didn't understand until his death why a strong man suddenly wanted to kill him for no reason. Lin Changqing came to his body and took away the world tree fragment. Simulation mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 simulation chances. After killing Black Flame, Lin Changqing immediately set off and flew towards the Wang family. He intended to kill the Wang family's ancestor as well, as this person communicated with the demonic path and deserved to die. 10 minutes later. At the Wang family residence, Lin Changqing stood with his sword, the tip stained with blood. At his feet lay a corpse, its face frozen in terror and confusion. This corpse was none other than the Wang family's ancestor. Lin Changqing acted swiftly, without any wasted words. He arrived at the Wang family and killed the ancestor with a single sword strike. The Wang family's ancestor and Black Flame Taoist met similar fates, both died quickly in the real world. Even in death, they couldn't comprehend why a strange, young cultivator in green robes would suddenly come to kill them. The Wang family's ancestor and Black Flame Taoist have died in reality. Their destinies have been altered by me. After killing the Wang family's ancestor, Lin Changqing returned to his home, preparing to begin the next simulation. At the same time, he reflected on many things. In their original, predetermined destinies, the Wang family's ancestor and his grandson, Black Flame, were thriving and enjoying great success. In the predetermined destiny of the first simulation, Black Flame Taoist achieved the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, with limitless potential. Thanks to his merit in betraying Jianqiu City, Black Flame would undoubtedly be highly valued in the demonic path. With his talent for Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, becoming a core formation cultivator in the future would be a certainty. The Wang family's ancestor and the Wang family would also benefit from Black Flame's success, enjoying a lifetime of wealth and glory. In the first simulation, the people of Jianqiu City who died because Black Flame opened the city gates numbered in the millions. Countless innocent people died, yet these traitorous grandparents ultimately enjoyed wealth and glory, which was truly ironic. Black Flame is a person who commits all kinds of evil, a traitor and an insider. Yet, in his original destiny, he was thriving. Truly, it's killing and arson that lead to golden belts, while repairing bridges and roads leaves no remains. Lin Changqing sat on his bed, muttering to himself. He also thought of the words of Blood Serpent Taoist. Perhaps Blood Serpent Taoist's words were correct, this world truly valued strength above all else. It wasn't necessarily true that being kind would always bring good fortune, or that being evil would always bring retribution. Such was not the case. Don't you see, in both the righteous and demonic paths, the demonic path had the last laugh. The supreme elder among the heavenly demons, who slaughtered countless lives and refined the myriad souls banner, was still living well. The world is indeed unfair, and the demonic path is not wrong. But Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes. He had changed the original destiny. He killed Black Flame and the Wang family's ancestor, preventing this pair of grandfather and grandson from enjoying the wealth and glory of their predetermined destiny. In a sense, he had carried out a judgment on the evil deeds of Black Flame and his grandson, completing a modification of destiny. Why could he punish the evil deeds of Black Flame and his grandson? Because he had the strength. If he were still the small fry at the second level of chi refining, he certainly wouldn't be able to change anything. But after repeated simulations, he was now at the 7th level of foundation establishment, easily killing Black Flame and his grandson. Therefore, I must become stronger. I must cultivate to the strongest realm. In the dim room, illuminated by candlelight, Lin Changqing's face was half in shadow and half in light as he muttered to himself. Today, he had the strength of the 7th level of foundation establishment, so he killed Black Flame and his grandson, bringing retribution to these two evildoers. If he had the strength of a nascent soul cultivator, he could punish the evil deeds of the entire Azure province's demonic path. If he had the strength of a divine transformation heavenly lord, he could punish the power of the entire Wu kingdom. If he had. Therefore, I must cultivate to the strongest realm. Lin Changqing murmured, suddenly realizing the purpose of his future cultivation. What was the purpose of cultivation, after all? Was it simply to become stronger? If I become the strongest person in the world in the future, I will make sure that there are gods 3 feet above everyone's head. I will establish the underworld, establish reincarnation, and I will make sure that everyone who is good receives good rewards, and everyone who is evil receives evil retribution. I will establish the 10 halls of the underworld to measure the good and evil of all beings in the world. After everyone dies, the 10 halls of the underworld will uphold my will. I will allow kind people to be reborn into good lives, and I will punish evil people for eternity. Lin Changqing's eyes showed determination as he realized the purpose of his future cultivation. The simulator had changed his destiny, so why shouldn't he use the simulator to increase his strength and change the destiny of this world? They all said the world was unfair, so he would strive to cultivate to the highest realm and create a utopian world of his own ideals. Whoosh! At that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky, and many illusions appeared behind Lin Changqing. A yellow corpse river, seemingly traversing endless worlds, manifested, where bones were piled up like mountains. Slowly, a figure wearing a black imperial robe sat on a throne made of piled bones. After the figure in the black imperial robe appeared, many unknowable and extremely terrifying and mysterious sounds, as if from ancient times, and great vows resounded around Lin Changqing. When I am at my strongest, all living beings in the 3,000 worlds will enter my reincarnation. Recite my name, and good and evil will be rewarded. When I am at my strongest, all living beings in the 10 directions, the good can enter my divine kingdom, and evil demons and hungry ghosts will all fall into hell. When I am at my strongest, the yellow springs will have an emperor, good and evil will be measured, reincarnation will have its way, and the good can see the heavenly beings in the kingdom, and their merits will be rewarded with bliss. When I am at my strongest, in the immeasurable worlds of the 10 directions, all things, such as pavilions, farmland, cities, poverty, wealth, and all things in the world, will be treasures of my Hua Lotus. All beings are equal, a utopian world. When I am at my strongest. One great vow after another resounded behind Lin Changqing. If people from ancient times saw the scene, they would be extremely astonished. This was actually a great vow. In the past, when Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was eternally suppressing hell, he made 3,000 great vows: if hell is not empty, I will not become a Buddha. Now, after hundreds of millions of years, someone in the human world has made a great vow. What a great undertaking! What great karma! What great ambition and breadth of mind, that someone in the world dares to do this. Slowly, the sound of the great vow gradually stopped, and the previously blurred face of the figure in the black imperial robe became clearer and clearer, and in the end, it was exactly the same as Lin Changqing. I made a great vow, and it happened to complete the second divine power, Lin Changqing thought, looking at the figure in the black imperial robe. Now it seemed that his great vow to establish the underworld, measure good and evil, and establish reincarnation, coincided with the second divine power, Yellow Springs. An hour later, Lin Changqing quietly comprehended the second divine power, Yellow Springs, for a while, and then began to look at the panel. Now that the ultimate goal of life had been established, it was time to start using the simulation to improve his strength. First, form the core, then the nascent soul, and improve my strength step by step, Lin Changqing said silently. Do you want to start the simulation? Confirm. Starting simulation. Remaining simulation 4 times. Lin Changqing began his 6th simulation, this time with the goal of forming the core. You are reborn with the cultivation of the 7th level of foundation establishment from the previous life. What is your next choice? A. Go to Tianyang Valley to get the fragment of the world tree and fuse it to become the 10th level of foundation establishment. B. Honestly stay at home to cultivate. C. Stay in Blackwater Fong City. Wait for the attack of the heavenly demon sect in a few days, and have a life and death battle with Zhou Yue. Options B and C were just there to make up the numbers. Lin Changqing directly chose A. Before starting this simulation, he had already made a plan in his mind, which was to go to Tianyang Valley to get the fragment of the world tree and fuse it to become the 10th level of foundation establishment. Other options were unnecessary. You chose option A and went to Tianyang Valley. After a day of flying, you arrived at Tianyang Valley. Familiar with the road, you came to the Fong Lord's mansion and got the fragment of the world tree. After getting the fragment of the world tree,
you ran to Blood Demon Valley and wiped out the entire Blood Demon Valley from top to bottom. Next, you randomly found a hidden cave and began to absorb the spiritual power of the World Tree to cultivate. 10 days later, you finished absorbing the spiritual power of the World Tree and reached the 10th level of Foundation Establishment. You are at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment, and one step further is Core Formation. Next, you have the following options. A. Play it safe and continue cultivating. In about 20 years, you can break through to Core Formation with your own strength. B. Go to the auction house and buy a Core Condensation Pill. The Core Condensation Pill can increase the probability of Core Formation. With the help of the Core Condensation Pill, you can break through to Core Formation within 5 years. C. Join the City Lord's Mansion, bide your time, and wait for the opening of the Mountains and Sea's Secret Realm in 10 years. The Grand Dao Flower in the Mountains and Sea's Secret Realm can help you achieve a 9-pattern golden core. Looking at the options given by the panel, Lin Chongqing quickly made a decision. Option A is out of the question. It's the first one to be eliminated. Option A wastes time and doesn't yield good results. Option B, buying the Core Condensation Pill, saves time and allows Lin Chongqing to form his core within 5 years. However, relying on the Core Condensation Pill, Lin Chongqing might only be able to achieve a 6-pattern golden core at most. So, option B is also not an option. Finally, Lin Chongqing looked at option C, which was his choice. Although option C delays the time and requires waiting for 10 years, the result is the best. You should know that the Autumn Moon female demon, who is now the #1 person in Qingzhou, is only a 6-pattern golden core. And Lin Chongqing only needs to wait 10 more years to obtain the Grand Dao Flower and complete the 9-pattern golden core. Using 10 years to exchange for a 9-pattern golden core is too good of a deal. To achieve the golden core, I must achieve the strongest. Lin Chongqing chose option C without hesitation. You have chosen option C, joining the City Lord's Mansion and waiting for the Mountains and Sea's Secret Realm in 10 years. You spent a day flying back to Blackwater Square City from the southern part of Blackwater County. At this moment, the Autumn Moon female demon led the Heavenly Demon sect to attack and plunder the inner city. Arriving in the inner city, you saw corpses everywhere. Countless people died in the Heavenly Demon sect's attack last night. You sighed in your heart, the evil deeds of the demonic path are just the beginning, and the tragic scenes that happened in the inner city will be seen everywhere in Qingzhou in the future. You came to the City Lord's Mansion. Out of some needs, you hid some of your strength and only revealed the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. With the cultivation base of the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, you smoothly became a guest elder of the City Lord's Mansion. At the same time, you also have some questions in your mind. These questions have actually been in your mind since the first simulation. What is the treasure that the Autumn Moon female demon took away when she attacked Blackwater Square City? The Battle of Blackwater Square City can be said to be the beginning of the outbreak between the righteous and demonic paths. What kind of treasure would make the Autumn Moon female demon at the 10th level of Golden Core personally come to take it? Is it a Dao artifact like the Jianmu diagram? Or is it the legendary Nascent Soul spiritual object? Or is it? At the same time, you are also wondering why Fairy Neon Dress only has the cultivation base of the middle stage of Golden Core. Why can such a cultivation base survive under the hands of the Autumn Moon female demon? You should know that even at the same level of the 10th level of Golden Core, Autumn Moon can kill them with the advantage of the 6-pattern Golden Core. You have some doubts about Fairy Neon Dress being able to survive the attack of the Autumn Moon female demon. Did the Autumn Moon female demon only take the treasure, so she let Fairy Neon Dress go? But this doesn't make sense. Is the Autumn Moon female demon so kind? Or does Fairy Neon Dress have some trump cards to survive? Or is Fairy Neon Dress an Autumn Moon? There are many mysteries. What is the treasure that the Autumn Moon female demon took away, and why was Fairy Neon Dress able to escape from Autumn Moon's hands? Looking at the panel, Lin Chongqing sighed. He only felt that there were many secrets waiting for him to solve. You feel that the Autumn Moon female demon's attack on Blackwater Square City is very confusing, and you guess that there may be some secrets in it. Maybe when you become a golden core and can be on an equal footing with Fairy Neon Dress, you can understand these secrets.
Taisu Calendar 335, this is the 5th year you have been in the City Lord's mansion. Like the previous simulations, you are still taking on tasks and then beheading demons. In these 5 years, by killing many demonic path geniuses, you have gained a small reputation in the righteous path of Blackwater County. You have also gained the trust of everyone in the City Lord's mansion. Fairy Neon Dress has met with you several times and praised your contribution to the righteous path. You also have a good relationship with true person Wu Bai. After all, your potential has already been shown. Everyone is willing to make friends with a future golden core true person. So you took this opportunity to inquire about what the treasure that the Autumn Moon female demon obtained from true person Wu Bai, but to no avail. True person Wu Bai said that he didn't know either. It seems that I can only ask Fairy Neon Dress in person when I reach the golden core, you thought to yourself. Taisu Calendar 336, you. Taisu Calendar 3. Taisu Calendar 340, in a flash, you have experienced another 5 years in this simulation, which is also the 10th year you have stayed in the City Lord's mansion. Regarding what the treasure that Autumn Moon took away is, you don't have many clues, but you don't have time to take care of it, because in the 10th year, the mountains and sea's secret realm that you have been waiting for 10 years is about to open. Taisu Calendar 340, like the previous life, on March 18th, you obtained the mountains and sea's secret realm quota. Changqing, I hope you can get the golden core opportunity this time you enter the secret realm, and add another golden core true person to my righteous path. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Fairy Neon Dress personally announced the quota to you. On April 1st, you followed Fairy Neon Dress to the location of the mountains and sea's secret realm, Tiandu County. You and Fairy Neon Dress spent a day flying to Tiandu County, and then waited for 6 days. On April 7th, the mountains and sea's secret realm opened. At the entrance of the secret realm, you once again saw the demonic path's #1 genius, Emotion, riding in a flood dragon chariot, very stylish and pretentious. You are Lin Changqing? You dare to kill my heavenly demon sect's direct disciple. I've remembered you. Entering the secret realm, I will avenge my junior brother and cut off your head. Draw out your soul. Like the last simulation, Emotion rode in the flood dragon chariot, with a cold face, and came to you pretentiously and threatened you. Hearing this, your heart was calm. In the last simulation, you at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment were already able to beat Emotion without any power to fight back. This time, it will be even easier for you at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment to deal with Emotion. Soon, the secret realm opened, you entered the secret realm, and you came to the location where the Black Bull King was last time. You have to find the Dragon Blood Martial Pool and get the token to open the Wood Dragon Pool. Each simulation, you can only get feedback on your cultivation base. You can't get external things like magic weapons and elixirs, so you have to take it again. Soon, you got the token. Next, you waited for another 5 days, and then came to the central mountain range. The following plot development is similar. Emotion arrogantly guarded the inner secret realm entrance, defeating all the righteous path geniuses and not letting the righteous path enter. Then you took action, and you at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment defeated Emotion with just one move, beating Emotion without any power to fight back. Emotion escaped into the inner secret realm, and you followed him in, and then you followed him into that remote palace where the Grand Dao flower was hidden. Lin Changqing, you wait. When I achieve the 9-pattern golden core, I'll see how you fight me. Emotion looked at the Grand Dao flower with an excited expression. Just as Emotion's hand was about to touch the flower of the Great Dao, you appeared. Seeing the astonishment on Emotion's face as he looked at you, you smiled coldly. You were deliberately teasing Emotion. You just like giving Emotion hope, and then crushing his hope to pieces, plunging him into despair and the depths of the abyss. Simply killing Emotion would be too boring. You want to kill him at the very moment he is about to obtain the flower of the Great Dao. Lin Changqing, how could you possibly be here? Emotion was very shocked. The palace where the flower of the Great Dao was hidden was very remote. Logically speaking, only he knew about this place. He didn't know why you were able to come to this place. You didn't waste any words, and with a cold smile, you threw a punch. You, at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment, were too strong. This punch directly shattered half of Emotion's body, and most of his divine soul was also obliterated. The immense pain caused Emotion to scream. Without hesitation, you immediately followed up with a kick, transforming into a huge true dragon claw, and stepped down. This kick directly extinguished all of Emotion's vitality. Throughout the entire process, Emotion had no power to fight back. Emotion fell from heaven to hell.
A moment ago, he was about to obtain the flower of the Great Tao and complete the unprecedented 9-pattern golden core.
The next moment, he was stepped on by you. In the instant before his death, Emotion stared at you with resentment. Lin Chongqing, so what if you kill me? You won't have such good luck to obtain the flower of the Great Tao. Do you know the correct answer? Go in and gamble with your life. I'll be waiting for you in the underworld. Emotion's face was full of blood as he stared at Lin Chongqing with resentment.
The color of the correct chess piece answer was obtained by the Autumn Moon Sect Master at a great cost for Emotion.
He didn't believe you could guess the color correctly. But your next words made Emotion feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The correct answer is the black chess piece. Impossible, how do you know? Emotion's face was full of shock.
How could Lin Chongqing know that the correct answer was the black chess piece color? However, Emotion had no chance to get the answer, because Lin Chongqing ended his life with a sword.
How did I know? Because I have a cheat.
Facing Emotion's corpse, you said such a humorous and teasing sentence. The simulator cheat is indeed good, it allows you to have countless opportunities to try and make mistakes. If you guess wrong the first time, it doesn't matter, there is still a next time. You walked to the side of the flower of the Great Tao and touched it with your hand. As expected, just like the previous simulation, you were enveloped by the black and white go board and entered the world of the artifact spirit inside. You saw a huge black and white eye appear in the sky. You knew that this was the artifact spirit. The black and white eye artifact spirit began to make you make a life and death choice. Choose the black chess piece or the white chess piece. Choose correctly, obtain the inheritance, choose wrongly, die. Successor, please choose your answer.
Choose the right answer, you will get the flower of the Great Tao, get the high-grade Tao artifact extinction spear, get the wood dragon blood martial pool, get the life and death token, get. Along with the voice of the black and white eye artifact spirit, you saw scenes appearing one after another. You saw the golden flower of the Great Tao, you saw the blood red extinction spear with a high-grade Tao artifact quality. You also saw the last attribute Dragon Blood Martial Pool, Azure Dragon Pool, you also saw.
As long as you choose the right chess piece color, you can get all these treasures.
Last time you chose the wrong one, you chose the white chess piece, this life.
I choose the black chess piece. Looking at the majestic, indifferent, and ruthless black and white eye artifact spirit in the sky, Lin
Chongqing gave his answer.
And with Lin Chongqing's words, thunder suddenly rumbled in the sky, and the huge black and white eyes suddenly shrank sharply, turning into two black and white chess pieces condensed with the aura of the Great Tao under the roar of thunder, and fell into Lin Chongqing's hands. Congratulations, successor, you have obtained the correct answer. Holding these two chess pieces, you can enter the treasure house of the branch hall of my mountain and see Sex's chessboard world, obtain the flower of the Great Tao, obtain the life and death token. I am the artifact spirit of the Weipan world, and now I will transmit relevant information to you. Lin Chongqing looked at his palm, the voice was coming from these two black and white chess pieces. At this moment, he received a lot of information. When he said the correct answer, he was recognized by the black and white eye artifact spirit, so it turned into two chess pieces and fell into his hands. He received a lot of information in his mind. It turns out that this black and white chessboard is also a high-grade Tao artifact. And it is an extremely precious storage space type Tao artifact. The treasure house of the branch hall is in the Weipan world. The treasure house is in the Weipan world. Lin Chongqing looked ahead. At this moment, a huge stone gate suddenly fell from the sky 100 meters in front of him. He vaguely saw the flower of the Great Tao and the blood-red spear inside this stone gate. There was a plaque on the stone gate with 8 characters written on it: Branch Hall Treasure House, Trespassers Die. Without hesitation, Lin Changqing held the black and white chess pieces and stepped forward.
Is the treasure house inside this stone gate?
Lin Changqing came to the huge stone gate. This stone gate looked quite heavy, but perhaps because he was recognized by the artifact spirit, he pushed it open easily. You entered the stone gate treasure house. The space inside was very large, with many precious elixirs, spiritual energy, and magic weapons placed inside, but you didn't look at these. You stepped towards the center of the treasure house. Those were the things you needed. In the very center of the treasure house, there was a huge carved stone platform about 100 meters in radius. In the very center was a golden flower. That was the flower of the Great Tao. On the left was a blood-red spear, the extinction spear, and on the right was a black token, the life and death token mentioned by the artifact spirit. Of course, you also saw a small pool filled with green liquid on the far right of the stone platform, which was the wood attribute dragon blood martial pool.
This trip is complete.
Lin Changqing's eyes were fiery. The most precious thing here was the flower of the Great Tao. With this thing, he could achieve a 9-pattern golden core.
Secondly, it was the wood attribute dragon blood martial pool.
With this thing, he could fill all 5 elements and complete the 10th bone forging.
Moreover, he remembered that the wood attribute dragon blood martial pool was extremely special. If he passed the wood dragon pass test, he might get unexpected benefits for his physical body.
Without hesitation, you jumped directly into the pool filled with green liquid, preparing to accept the wood dragon pass test first.
The test of the wood dragon pass was extremely painful.
Those green liquids hammered your body like a sledgehammer, but fortunately, you persevered. 3 hours later, you passed the test of the wood dragon pass, and the skull rune was outlined, forging the 10th bone. The perfection of the 5 elements body made your physical body unprecedentedly powerful. You felt that you far exceeded the combat power of the same level 10th bone forging. At the same time, after you finished the wood dragon pass test, the pool filled with green liquid suddenly condensed into a token, and you got another token.
Complete the wood
dragon pass test, and forge the 5 elements body the day after tomorrow. With the wood dragon token, you can go to the main hall of Zhengzhou to obtain the method of refining internal organs. You got the following information from the token, and you were very excited. You actually got the method of refining internal organs, and it was in the main hall of Zhengzhou. However, after a moment, you calmed down. Qingzhou has a mountain and sea sect secret realm that is a branch hall, and the most powerful Zhengzhou naturally also has a mountain and sea sect secret realm, but that is the main hall. In the ancient era, the Wu Kingdom was under the command of the Mountain and Sea Sect. The Mountain and Sea Sect established a main hall in Zhengzhou, and a branch hall in each of the other 18 states. Regarding the Mountain and Sea Sect main hall secret realm in Zhengzhou, you thought of a person. That is the 13th princess of Zhengzhou. The central province, being the heart of the Wu Kingdom's cultivation world, possesses abundant spiritual energy, far surpassing that of remote places like Qing Province. In Qing Province, the most powerful force on the surface is the Golden Core 10th layer Autumn Moon female demon, but this is simply not impressive enough in the Central Province. The Central Province is home to nascent soul cultivators, and even transformation stage heavenly monarchs. It can be said that the cultivation level of the Central Province completely crushes Qing Province. The Central Province's magic weapon refinement techniques and the quality of its cultivation methods are all superior to those of Qing Province. Naturally, every move of the Central Province attracts the attention of the entire Wu Kingdom. And as the most powerful hegemonic force in the Central Province, the 13th princess, one of the future successors of the Central Province dynasty, her every move attracts even more attention. In these simulations, you have heard many rumors about the 13th princess, one of which is about the Mountain and Sea Sect's main hall secret realm. Rumor has it that 30 years ago, the 13th princess entered the Mountain and Sea Sect's main hall secret realm and returned with a phoenix egg. A phoenix egg. That is a divine beast comparable to the true dragon, black tortoise, and white tiger. It is said that its growth potential is limitless. As expected of the Mountain and Sea Sect's main hall secret realm, it actually contains treasures like a phoenix egg. It seems that I must go to this main hall secret realm. perhaps I will not only obtain the method to sacrifice to my internal organs, but also encounter other fortuitous events.
However, this main hall secret realm is not easy to enter.
Thinking of this, Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes, which was also the reason why he had calmed down just now. That is, if he wants to enter the main hall secret realm located in the central province, it will probably be extremely difficult. Unlike Qing province, the mountain and sea sex branch hall secret realm in Qing province is controlled by both the righteous and demonic paths, with each having their own allocated quotas. He was able to enter because he obtained a quota from Fairy Nishang. But it is different in the central province. The main hall secret realm is not open to both the righteous and demonic paths. Because in the central province, the Great Wu dynasty reigns supreme. The Great Wu dynasty suppresses all righteous and demonic forces.
Naturally, the mountain and sea sex main hall secret realm, which contains endless treasures, is also controlled by the Great Wu dynasty.
To enter, one must obtain the permission of the Great Wu dynasty.
It seems that if I want to enter the central province mountain and sea main hall secret realm in the future, I have to get closer to the central province dynasty, perhaps get in touch with those princes and princesses.
Lin Changqing thought to himself. In some limited rumors he had heard, the Great Wu dynasty distributes the quotas to enter the main hall secret realm in this way. First, it must be their own imperial family members.
Next are the guest ministers recommended by the various princes and princesses.
The Great Wu dynasty is a cultivation dynasty that respects strength, so it uses a gu-raising system to cultivate successors. Princes and princesses want to compete for the throne, so they must confront and kill each other, and cultivate their own forces. The so-called guest ministers are the helpers recruited by the various princes and princesses.
Currently, the Great Wu Emperor has 200 sons and 342 daughters.
Among them, the most outstanding princes and princesses are the 13th princess, whom Lin Changqing mentioned earlier, who raises a phoenix by her side and is known as the Phoenix Divine Maiden, a generation of heavenly pride. The other is the 4th prince of the Great Wu dynasty, who is also a heavenly pride, not inferior to the 13th princess. It is said that the 4th prince once obtained the inheritance of the great son Immortal Venerable from ancient times, and is now a nascent sole true monarch, so powerful that he is unstoppable. These two strongest princes and princesses naturally control more quotas to enter the secret realm. If I want to obtain a quota in the future, I can choose to contact the 13th princess or the 4th prince. Lin Changqing set his future plans, waiting for his cultivation to improve to a certain level before going to the central province. Unlike the Qing province branch hall secret realm, which can be entered with only foundation establishment cultivation, the entry requirement for the central province's main hall secret realm is at least golden core 7th layer. So Lin Changqing must improve his cultivation to at least golden core 7th layer before considering going to the main hall secret realm. Before that, he must first use the flower of the Great Tao to complete the 9-pattern golden core.
This is what he needs to consider first. I'll go out and find a secluded place to form my core.
Looking at the golden flower of the Great Tao, Lin Changqing waved his sleeve and put it into his storage bag. Although this black and white go board can also be used as a storage item, and the flower of the Great Tao can be placed inside, Lin Changqing felt that it was safer to put it in his own storage bag. There are still 4 days before the secret realm ends. You use these 4 days to refine the high-grade Tao artifact, the Extinction Spear, once again. With this Extinction Spear, your combat power can be greatly increased again. Although the ancient Jianmu diagram is a supreme grade Tao artifact, it was broken after all, and you only have one of them. Now, the Extinction Spear can be considered the strongest Tao artifact in your hands.
White Bone.
Inside the main hall, Lin Changqing stood in his green robe, his long black hair draped over his shoulders. He held a blood-red spear in his hand, and with a single thrust, piles of white bones appeared in the air. Although he comprehends the sword Tao divine ability, at his level, swords and spears can be used interchangeably. In addition to refining the Extinction Spear, during these 4 days, you also spent a long time studying the token of life and death. This black token of life and death can be placed together with the Extinction Spear and the flower of the Great Tao, so it must also be a treasure. But after studying it for 4 days, you have gained nothing. You once tried to refine it with blood, but failed. It just looks like a simple token.
What exactly is the token of life and death? Lin Changqing pondered.
For some reason, he always felt that the token of life and death might hide a great secret.
This is related to his experiences over these 4 days. During these 4 days, every time he held the token of life and death, the world tree fragment in his dantian would move. Could it be that the token of life and death is related to the world tree fragment? But he can't understand it now. Perhaps when he enters the main hall secret realm, he will know more. 4 days later, the secret realm time ended.
You walked out of the entrance, briefly explained to Fairy Nishang, and then bid farewell. Fairy Nishang did not know that you had obtained the flower of the great Tao. She thought you had obtained a simple golden core spiritual object and said that she would protect you while you formed your core and let you form your core.
You refused. The 9-pattern golden core is of great importance.
Although Fairy Nishang has a very good character, it is better to be careful about this kind of thing.
In addition, you killed Motion, which may attract the heavenly demon sect to hunt you down.
You don't want to burden Fairy Nishang. After saying goodbye, you immediately hid your aura and flew towards the far east, preparing to find a secret place to form the 9-pattern golden core. In fact, if possible, you would like to form your core in the secret realm, which is the safest place. Unfortunately, the mountain and sea secret realm only allows foundation establishment cultivators to enter. You are worried that after successfully forming your core inside, you will not be able to get out of the secret realm, or you will be bombarded to death by the secret realm rules. More than 10 days later, you landed in a deep mountain in the southern part of Qing province.
This place is deserted.
After more than 10 days of careful exploration, you feel that this uninhabited place is most suitable for you to form your core. You set up a formation to prevent anyone from passing by accidentally, and then took out the golden flower of the great Tao from your storage bag. You started to form your core. 6 simulations, 100 years of preparation, you have finally waited for this step. As long as you successfully form your core, you can truly influence this war between the righteous and demonic paths of Qing province. Inside the mountain cave, Lin Changqing's eyes showed determination as he took out the golden flower of the great Tao and swallowed it in one gulp. Today, he would form his core. And it would be a golden core of the highest quality, with 9. The spiritual power within Lin Changqing's body began to circulate wildly. The great Tao stone pillar in his dantian trembled with a deafening roar, and one after another, the laws of the great Tao began to manifest. At the very top, the 3'3" Immortal Palace suddenly had streaks of golden clouds permeating it.
The number of these golden clouds was neither too many nor too few, exactly 9.
If anyone were to witness this scene, they would be utterly astonished. Ordinary cultivators forming their core merely compressed the spiritual power within their bodies into a sphere, thereby achieving a qualitative breakthrough in the quality of their spiritual power.
However, if one were to form a golden core, the process would be accompanied by the permeation of golden auspicious clouds.
A 3 golden core would have 3 golden auspicious clouds, a 6 golden core would have 6 golden auspicious clouds, and a 9 golden core would have 9 golden auspicious clouds. These golden auspicious clouds were also known as blessings of immortal fortune. Legend has it that in ancient times, during the era when the heavenly court ruled over everything, if a cultivator could have 9 golden auspicious clouds permeating during the core formation process, it meant they had received the blessing and recognition of the heavenly court. They might even be able to be listed in the god ranks of the heavenly court and obtain a position in the heavenly court if their realm reached a certain level in the future. In other words, with these 9 golden auspicious clouds, if Lin Changqing were in the ancient era, he might even be able to work alongside legendary mythological figures such as pagoda-bearing heavenly King Li, Leizhenzi, Neza, Yang Jian. The core formation process is indeed not easy. Even with the help of the flower of the great Tao, it's still quite difficult. At this moment, Lin Changqing's face showed a slight expression of pain as the spiritual power in his dantian was being compressed frantically, evolving like a sphere. This compression brought him immense pain. Moreover, he could feel that every step of the spiritual power's compression was extremely difficult. The first day has passed, and your spiritual power compression is a little more than halfway complete. At this moment, half of a golden core has appeared in your dantian. Although the process of compressing spiritual power is very difficult, fortunately, you have Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment and swallowed the flower of the great Tao, so you have persevered through it all. After a day, you have almost succeeded by a little more than half. The core formation of another day has given you many insights. The so-called core formation is not just the compression of spiritual power, but more like fusing your entire body, spiritual power, soul, flesh, and blood into that golden core. On the second day, you continue to persevere. Core formation has reached the final step. Success will bring you a transformation, failure may result in death and the dissipation of your Tao. After this day, you have completed a little more than half again. At this moment, the golden core being nurtured in your Dantian already looks very much like a whole one. You feel that you can form it in another day. Finally, another day has passed, and the golden core in your Dantian is perfectly flawless. After 3 days and 3 nights, you have finally formed the golden core. And it's still a 9 golden core. 6 lifetimes, a century of cultivation, finally achieving an immortal golden core today. Inside the mountain cave, Lin Changqing stood tall, a sense of ethereal immortality emanating from his entire body. In his Dantian, a golden core was being nurtured above the immortal palace. How to describe this golden core in Lin Changqing's Dantian? It was as if it contained infinite power, with 9 great Daos appearing on the core body, filled with the aura of the great Tao, seemingly containing endless power. And the most magical thing was that every tremor of this golden core revealed infinite illusions behind it. Sometimes it was 5 true dragons of the 5 elements with green scales and white whiskers, sometimes it was a huge pile of white bones, sometimes it was a yellow corpse river, and sometimes it was a black imperial figure. This meant that this golden core condensed everything Lin Changqing had learned throughout his life, all his divine abilities and cultivation methods were fused into it. My current strength may be able to fight ordinary core formation stage 4. I can cross about 4 minor realms to fight against enemies. If I had the help of the Extinction Spear and top-grade Tao artifacts, I can fight against core formation stage 5. Lin Changqing clenched his fists, slightly excited. A core formation stage 1 cultivator fighting against a core formation stage 5 cultivator, what kind of talent? What kind of astonishment? One must know that in the core formation realm, the gap between each stage is too great. Being able to cross one stage to defeat an enemy is already considered a genius. But Lin Changqing could actually fight across 5 minor realms to defeat his opponent. This was the terror of a 9 golden core. Another reason for Lin Changqing's excitement was that his ability to fight core formation stage 5 meant that he already had the power to change the war situation between the righteous and demonic paths in Blackwater County. Currently, the highest combat power of the righteous path in Blackwater County is Fairy Nishang's core formation stage 6, but she was seriously injured by the Autumn Moon Demoness and can now only exert the strength of core formation stage 5. The demonic path has 2 core formation stage 5 cultivators as its highest combat power in Blackwater County. And this is also the reason why the righteous path is retreating steadily in Blackwater County. Fairy Nishang is equivalent to 1 core formation stage 5, and the demonic path has 2. 2 against 1, the demonic path has an advantage in high-end combat power. Not to mention that the demonic path also has an advantage in the number of early-stage core formation true persons at the bottom. But now Lin Changqing's combat power can make up for this gap. Finally reached this step. Lin Changqing sighed with emotion. Having become a core formation cultivator, he had finally gone from being a chess piece to a chess player, at least able to manipulate the game of Blackwater County. In the first simulation, if he had the strength he has now, he alone could have killed all the demonic path core formation cultivators who besieged Jinqiu City. 6 simulations, a century of cultivation, he finally reached this step. Inside the mountain cave, Lin Changqing strode out, his eyes showing determination, the blood-red spear carried behind him. Today, with the spear in hand, he would stir up a storm in Blackwater County. You fly towards Blackwater County. Along the way, you pass through Xi'an County and Wuda County. Passing through these 2 places, you unexpectedly get some news. It turns out that in the few days you were in seclusion forming your core, Xinzhou was in great chaos, and it was all because of you. The demonic path's number 1 genius, Emotion, died.
The supreme elder of the heavenly demon sect, Immortal, was furious and left seclusion, vowing to avenge his grandson. When Immortal died, he left behind a life tablet in the heavenly demon sect. The tablet recorded the murderer's information, and the murderer's information is you. The moment he came out of seclusion, the supreme elder of the heavenly demon sect, Immortal, issued a kill order to the world. At this moment, the entire demonic path in the world is frantically looking for you, because Immortal's rewards are very generous. It is rumored that Tiandu County is in chaos, because Immortal suspects that you left the secret realm and stayed in Tiandu County, so he is frantically looking for you here. In addition, Immortal has also sent his 7 kings to guard Blackwater County to see if they can find you. The so-called 7 kings are Immortal's subordinates, all of whom are core formation true persons. The highest is core formation stage 6, and the lowest is core formation stage 4. Because these 7 people happen to be surnamed Wang, they are called the 7 kings, and these 7 people are also sworn brothers. In addition, according to rumors, the eldest and 7th of the 7 kings each hold an ancient Jianmu diagram. And at this moment in Blackwater County, these 7 kings are said to be setting up a Shura Great Array, saying that if you don't show up for a day, they will refine a city of 1 million living beings. There is still 1 day left before they start refining. Hearing this news, your eyes turn cold. These 7 people have already earned their deaths. The 7th and eldest of these 7 people possess ancient Jianmu diagrams. You urgently need to improve your strength and need the world tree fragments and the Jianmu diagrams on these 2 people. In addition, they dare to use the method of killing people and refining cities to force you out, then you will come out and turn these 7 people upside down. Immortal wants to kill me. This person is at core formation stage 10, so my top priority is to improve my strength. While this person is now in Tiandu realm, I will kill back to Blackwater County first. Kill the weakest 7th of the 7 kings, seize the Jianmu diagram, swallow the world tree fragment, and reach core formation stage 2. When I reach core formation stage 2, I will have the strength to deal with the strongest eldest of these 7 kings, turn around and kill all the 7 kings, get another Jianmu diagram, swallow the world tree fragment, and reach core formation stage 3. With core formation stage 3, my true combat power can contend against core formation stage 7, and Immortal will not be so easy to kill me. In an instant, Lin Changqing decided on a plan in his mind. This plan is the best comeback plan you can think of right now. In this, you are exploiting 2 information gaps. First, no one expected you to have the strength to defy a core formation 5th level cultivator when you were only at the 1st level of core formation. So, of the 7 kings that Demon Overlord has placed in Blackwater County, you are actually not afraid of anyone except the eldest. Normally speaking, any one of these 7 kings could easily kill a core formation 1st level cultivator, but they just happen to encounter a freak like you with a 9 pattern golden core. The second information gap is that you can use the world tree fragment in the ancient Jianmu diagram to increase your strength. And coincidentally, the eldest and 7th of the 8 kings each hold one. After finalizing the plan, you fly back to Blackwater County with boundless killing intent, estimating that you will arrive within half a day. And just as you are flying back to Blackwater County. At this moment, due to the arrival of the 7 kings, Blackwater County is in a state of panic, and everyone is filled with despair. The eldest of the 7 kings is at the peak of the core formation 6th level, and except for the 7th, who is at the core formation 4th level, the remaining are all at the core formation 5th level. It can be said that the combined strength of these 7 brothers alone can instantly crush the high-end power of the righteous path in Blackwater County. After all, the strongest combat power on the surface in Blackwater County, Fairy Neon Robe, can only exert the strength of the core formation 5th level, and the 7 kings have 5 at the core formation 5th level, not to mention the eldest at the core formation 6th level. How can they fight? Therefore, the 7 kings are very arrogant in Blackwater County, and they believe that they are invincible here. The Wang family's 7 brothers arrogantly found a city each, wanting to set up a grand formation to refine and force Lin Changqing to come out. The so-called righteous path genius Lin Changqing is just a coward. We have descended upon Blackwater County, but this coward dares not show his face. At this moment, a black-armored man riding a giant blood wolf walked indifferently to the front of a city. He muttered coldly, "This man is the 7th of the 7 kings.
Lin Changqing, if you don't come out in another day, my Azura formation will refine this city's million souls.
I am looking forward to that day, but if you take the initiative to crawl out, break your legs and kneel in front of me, I might consider letting this city go.
On the other side, a black-armored man also came indifferently to another city, but he was riding a blood-colored giant tiger. This man is the eldest of the 7 kings.
The same thing happened in front of 8 cities.
The 7 kings rode their respective mounts and set up Azura formations in 7 cities to force Lin Changqing to come out.
Wang Qi, why be so aggressive and want to refine a city?
It was the 3 core formation true men of the righteous path who joined forces and came to the front of a city. The one who set up the Azura formation in this city was the 7th of the 8 kings, because he was ranked 7th.
So both the righteous and demonic paths called him Wang Qi.
2 of these 3 core formation true men are acquaintances, True Man Wu Bai, True Man Changming. It seems that the righteous path of Blackwater County has also taken action against the 7 kings' practice of refining 7 cities.
Oh, are you here to persuade me? What are you? Get out of here.
Wang Qi said coldly. He rode on the blood-colored giant wolf, wearing black armor, surrounded by strands of blood-colored baleful aura. At the moment when the words fell, Wang Qi bent his bow and shot an arrow, shooting towards the sky. The target was Wu Bai and Changming.
Bang!
A scream sounded, but Wang Qi's arrow directly hit Wu Bai, and half of Wu Bai's body was blown away. Changming on the side was not feeling well either, but Wang Qi shot another arrow into the sky. Although he managed to dodge it by luck, he also suffered some injuries. You two run quickly, I will hold him back. The 3rd core formation true man who came from the righteous path shouted anxiously. This man was at the core formation 4th level, and his Taoist name was True Man Changjian.
His cultivation was the same as Wang Qi. Changming gritted his teeth and nodded, dragging the half-bodied Wu Bai and fleeing in panic.
The core formation 4th level cultivator of the righteous path fought Wang Qi for 2 more moves, but in the end, he was no match and fled in panic. Seeing this scene, Wang Qi rode the blood-colored demon wolf and laughed coldly. What if we are both at the core formation 4th level? I have killed countless people, and I am invincible at the same level. You dare to stand in front of me and bark like ants.
If you dare to come again, I will kill you.
The same scenes also happened outside the other 6 cities. Other righteous path core formation true men outside the other 6 cities also wanted to stop the Wang family brothers from refining the cities, but they were no match. Fairy Neon Robe personally went to fight the eldest of the 7 kings, but in the end, she was also seriously injured and defeated.
Is this the righteous path of Blackwater County?
That's all, quickly let Lin Changqing crawl out. The righteous path was defeated one after another, and the Wang family's 7 brothers were all filled with demonic flames, looking unstoppable.
No one could stop them from refining the cities. They set a final deadline.
If Lin Changqing did not crawl out within a day, they would start.
Faced with this situation, the people in the city were extremely terrified and desperate.
And the righteous path, which tried to rescue but returned in miserable defeat, could only remain silent.
They had no way. Is there really no way? Are we going to watch those 7 demonic cultivators refine the lives of the people in the city alive? As the sun set in the west, several blood-stained figures were silent in the distant sky.
These people were all core formation true men who had just tried to rescue, and all of them had returned in defeat.
Someone asked if there was really no way? But everyone was silent. The Wang family's 7 brothers were too strong, even the strongest Neon Robe was defeated. Who else had a way?
I am not reconciled. Let's go find the weakest Wang Qi, maybe we can join forces to stop him and save a city. A middle-aged man in a fiery red robe spoke. He was at the core formation 3rd level, and his Taoist name was Huatian. Hearing Huatian's words, the other core formation true men nodded. There were still 2 core formation 3rd level cultivators and 1 core formation 4th level cultivator here. On paper, their combat power exceeded Wang Qi's, and maybe they could really join forces to stop the weakest Wang Qi.
Okay. Then let's fight to the death to save a city and stop Wang Qi.
Huatian and the other 3 core formation true men began to join forces to go to the city where Wang Qi was, wanting to save a city. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the city where Wang Qi was, Sifang City.
You dare to come? You ant-like things?
Wang Qi sat on the blood-colored giant wolf, looking coldly at the four figures in the sky.
He was not afraid. Even if four people were standing against him, what could they do? He was confident of winning. Wang Qi, don't be too arrogant. Kill.
The four Righteous Path core formation true men killed over. At first, they could barely contend with Wang Qi, but after Wang Qi used the ancient Jianmu diagram, the four core formation true men were directly defeated, and finally they fled in panic at the cost of 3 seriously injured and 1 dead.
So weak.
Wang Qi stood in the blood. He cleaved a core formation true man alive, making him appear as cold as a god or demon.
Seeing this scene, all the people in the city were desperate. Who else could come to save them? Don't think about someone saving you, be good and wait for death.
Wang Qi said coldly. He rode the blood-colored giant wolf into the city, and around him, blood-colored chess pieces rose into the sky, arranged into a strange formation, surrounding the city.
This was the Azura formation set up by Wang Qi.
In a while, if no one stops him, then this city will be refined alive by Wang Qi's Azura formation.
And it was at this time that you arrived in Blackwater County.
You spent half a day traveling to Heishui County, and you arrived just as the Wang family's 7 brothers were about to refine the millions of lives in the 7 cities.
The moment you arrived in Heishui County, you inquired about the Wang family's 7 brothers. You quickly learned that each of the 7 brothers had found a city to refine a million living beings, forcing you to come out. You also learned that all the righteous Jindan cultivators in Heishui County had been defeated by the Wang family's 7 brothers. Ni Chang returned seriously injured, and Wu Bai had half of his body blasted apart. Hearing this information, your eyes turned cold.
Ni Chang and Wu Bai had taken care of you in the past, and this time they were seriously injured because of you. Then you calculated in your heart that the Wang family's 7 brothers were not together, which gave you a chance to defeat them individually.
Kill Wang Qi first.
Lin Changqing's eyes were icy cold, and then he flew swiftly in one direction. You started flying towards Sifang City, the city where Wang Qi is located.
You are ready to go on a killing spree. Let the 7 kings be your stepping stones for your first battle after forming your Jindan.
You want to create a prestigious reputation, killing until no demon in Heishui County dares to call himself supreme. All the righteous cultivators in Heishui County have been defeated. If you can bathe in blood and kill the 7 kings, this will definitely be a battle that establishes your prestigious reputation. You quickly approached Sifang City in less than 10 minutes, but you stopped halfway because you encountered Taoist Huatian and his group. Huatian and his group of 4 wanted to kill Wang Qi to protect a city, but they were defeated and returned with heavy losses. 1 person was killed, and the remaining 3 were extremely embarrassed. They were extremely surprised to see you, and they recognized you.
When Mobadian issued the nationwide kill order, you were already well known in Xingzhou.
Everyone knew that the Righteous Path had produced someone like you who could kill the demonic path's #1 genius.
Lin Changqing, is that you? Why are you here? No, you formed your Jindan.
Huatian and the others were already very surprised to recognize you.
After all, the Wang family's 7 brothers were chasing and killing you everywhere. No one expected that you would dare to show yourself.
Then, when they distinguished the Jindan aura on your body, they were shocked again.
They didn't expect you to form your Jindan so quickly.
Although you were already somewhat famous in Heishui County before, known as a Jindan seed, you were only at the 7th level of the foundation establishment stage about a month ago. It was really shocking for them to form your Jindan in such a short period of time, especially for Taoist Huatian, who spent a total of 80 years going from the 7th level of foundation establishment to forming his Jindan.
But how long did you spend? Less than a month.
Fellow Taoist Changqing, now that you have successfully formed your Jindan, is your appearance today perhaps because of?
Huatian and the 3 others asked you the reason for coming to Sifang City.
You answered simply, only replying with 3 words, kill Wang Qi. Hearing this answer, the 3 were shocked.
Fellow Taoist Changqing, you are confused.
You have amazing talent and can kill the demonic path's #1 genius, Emotion.
Now that you have successfully formed your Jindan, why not preserve your useful body and endure for a few more decades?
Wait until you reach the 10th level of Jindan before coming out of the mountain, and you will definitely be able to exert a greater effect and cause greater losses to the demonic path.
Going to fight Wang Qi today is just courting death.
That Wang Qi is at the 4th level of Jindan. I know you may want to save the people of that city, but going there is just courting death. Daoist Huotian anxiously advised, and the other two echoed. They completely disagreed with Lin Changqing fighting Wang Qi in Xifang City at this moment.
This was an act of courting death.
In their opinion, Lin Changqing could kill the demonic path's #1 genius, Emotian, and could be called an invincible talent. Such a person was the hope of the righteous path in the future, so he could not go to his death because of a moment of impulsiveness, but must preserve his useful body. Perhaps their persuasion was very ruthless. After all, persuading Lin Changqing not to go seemed to be completely abandoning the million people in the 7 cities. But there was no way, a choice had to be made between the two.
Lin Changqing's talent was too amazing.
If such a person grew up, he might be able to fight Qiuyu at the 10th level. According to Huotian and the others' assumptions, if Lin Changqing grew to the 10th level in the future, then perhaps what he would save would not be the 10 cities of Heishui County, but the thousands or tens of thousands of cities in the entire Qingzhou.
Today's forbearance is for a greater effect in the future. Huotian and the 3 others persuaded you to endure.
You shook your head in silence, and finally flew past the 3 of them and sped towards Xifang City. Seeing that they could not persuade you, Huotian and the 3 others all shook their heads and sighed.
What to do? We can't watch Lin Changqing go to his death.
Such invincible talent would be too much of a pity if he died here today.
There's no way.
Even if the 3 of us try our best, I'm afraid we won't be able to save Lin Changqing from Wang Qi's hands.
That's right, let's go find Ni Chang. Maybe she has a way.
We must not let Lin Changqing die. If we want to deal with Qiuyu, I'm afraid only Lin Changqing can do it when he grows up, so he must not die here.
Huotian and the 3 others decided to find Ni Chang to save you.
They used a message jade slip to notify Ni Chang of your appearance.
In a secret cave, Fairy Ni Chang was healing her injuries.
Then, she suddenly opened her eyes.
She sensed that someone was sending her a message.
She took out the message jade slip and took a look, then narrowed her eyes. Lin Changqing has appeared, has formed his Jindan, and is now on his way to find Wang Qi. After reading the message sent by Huotian, Fairy Ni Chang immediately picked up her sword and stood up.
Ni Chang, your injuries are so severe right now, where are you going?
This voice was extremely crisp, but it was emitted by the sword spirit in the fiery red sword body in Fairy Ni Chang's hand. Go kill Wang Qi and save people.
Ni Chang replied simply. There was nothing to say.
Lin Changqing was her subordinate and could be considered to have been cultivated by her. In this situation, she had to save people. What's more, from the perspective of the overall situation, she had to save Lin Changqing.
Huotian and the 3 others were right. Lin Changqing's amazing talent must not die here today. I hope I get there in time.
Fairy Ni Chang walked out of the mountain and sighed, quickly sending a few more messages with the jade slip, then flew towards the sky. Ni Chang met with Huotian and the 3 others on the way, and the group of 4 flew towards Xifang City, preparing to rescue you.
At this moment, you have arrived in Xifang City. It was late at night, and the rain was drizzling. Blood-colored banners rose into the sky around Xifang City. Wang Qi rode a blood-colored giant wolf and stood coldly at the city gate. The people and cultivators at the city gate looked desperate. Everyone knew the outcome that would follow. Wang Qi was going to use the Shura formation to refine them alive.
Someone begged for mercy, but Wang Qi closed his eyes and ignored them. He was waiting for the arrival of midnight. If Lin Changqing did not come, he would refine this city.
Day.
Suddenly, there were footsteps coming from outside the city. On the road paved with bluestone bricks outside the city gate of Xifang City, Lin Changqing walked through the rain, a blood-red spear carried on his back. He was tall and straight, with black hair scattered over his shoulders, and his whole person had an indescribable invincible aura.
I heard you were looking for me?
In the dim rainy night, a man carrying a blood-red spear spoke coldly as he stepped on the bluestone road.
It's you, Lin Changqing. You actually dare to show yourself?
Hearing a voice from outside the city, Wang Qi, riding a blood-colored demon wolf and standing at the city gate, suddenly turned his head. When he saw the young Qingyi cultivator, his pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized who this person was. Before departing, Badian had them carefully observe the portrait of Lin Changqing to facilitate the pursuit and killing of Lin Changqing. Therefore, Wang Qi recognized at a glance that the person appearing outside the city gate at this moment was Lin Changqing. He never expected that Lin Changqing would actually appear in front of him. This person was actually in Blackwater County. Wang Qi was ecstatic at this moment. Capturing Lin Changqing would be a great achievement.
You must know that Elder Badian hated Lin Changqing to the point of madness.
The reward for the issued kill order was extremely generous, even making people like Wang Qi, who was at the 4th level of Jin Dan, extremely envious.
Ha, it's really a case of searching high and low to no avail, only to have it delivered right to your doorstep.
Lin Changqing, you are really too stupid to actually show yourself.
Wang Qi, riding on the blood wolf, laughed loudly. He never thought that using the method of refining a city could actually force Lin Changqing out. In this world, there really are saviors who don't value their own lives and are willing to play the hero?
Lin Changqing was silent as he moved forward coldly, step by step approaching Wang Qi in front of the city gate. At the same time, he reached out and slowly touched the blood-red extinction spear behind him.
Seeing Lin Changqing's action, Wang Qi looked playful as if he were looking at an ant, and said contemptuously, "Looks like you want to fight me? A Foundation establishment cultivator actually has some courage."
"Oh?
No, you've actually formed your core?
I was wondering why you dared to show yourself."
But, do you think you can defeat me just because you've formed your core?" Wang Qi was still very relaxed. He could see the aura of the 1st level of Jin Dan on Lin Changqing. Such talent was indeed amazing, forming his core in such a short time, but so what? After all, he was only at the 1st level of Jin Dan.
Geniuses always think they are invincible and can fight beyond their level. Lin Changqing, you probably think that being at the 1st level of Jin Dan allows you to defy me, but I'm telling you, you're wrong.
Jin Dan is a different realm.
No one in Xingzhou has been able to cross 3 minor realms to defeat an enemy. Today, I will teach you a lesson and let you know the difference between the 1st level of Jin Dan and the 4th level of Jin Dan, let you know.
Wang Qi didn't continue speaking.
He originally wanted to mock Lin Changqing a few more times, but he couldn't speak. His expression just now was still playful and condescending, but at this moment, the expression on his face became terrified. He saw the dragon shadows all over the sky, and saw a ruthless Qingyi cultivator holding a blood-red spear and stabbing at him. He felt a pain in his chest, and there was some warmth at the corner of his mouth. Blood was flowing at the corner of his mouth. Wang Qi looked down and saw a blood-red spear piercing through his body, penetrating his heart, and nailing him to the wall of Xifang City.
The man holding this gun was a man like a god and a demon. How is it possible?
Wang Qi looked up at Lin Changqing.
He still wanted to say something. He wanted to say it was impossible. Why was a 1st level Jin Dan so strong? He was killed with one move? He wanted to say it was impossible. How could he die and be killed by a 1st level Jin Dan? He still wanted to say. He couldn't speak anymore. The extinction spear extinguished all his vitality.
Many years later, the people in Xifang City will still talk about the scene they saw that day. On a rainy night, the rain dripped pattering on the bluestone road. A Qingyi man carrying a blood-red spear came in the rain. He carried an unparalleled aura and nailed the famous Wang Qi to the city wall with one shot.
From then on, a saying spread among the children in Xifang City, experts don't talk.
Because that night, the people in Xifang City never saw Lin Changqing open his mouth from beginning to end. He just moved forward coldly, reached out and slowly touched the blood-red spear behind him, and then made a move, nailing the chattering Wang Qi to death with one shot.
We need to speed up. Lin Changqing is definitely not Wang Qi's opponent. We need to get to Xifang City as soon as possible to rescue him.
On the other side, Fairy Nishang and Hua Tian and his party of 3 merged, a total of 4 people flying towards Sifang City. The 4 of them were very anxious. They were afraid that Lin Chongqing, this genius, would be killed by Wang Qi.
Wang Qi is at the 4th level of Jindan, and his combat power is amazing.
He is not comparable to ordinary 4th level Jindan cultivators. Although I am at the 6th level of Jindan, I have suffered serious injuries.
Now I can probably only barely deal with him for a while.
I will stop him, and you can take Lin Chongqing away directly. Nishang spoke, and Hua Tian and the other 2 Jindan real people nodded. Slowly, the 4 of them approached Sifang City, and just when they were only 30,000 meters away from Sifang City, Hua Tian, one of the 4, suddenly stopped halfway. He practiced a spell related to clairvoyance, so he could see farther and clearer than the others. At this moment, he saw the scene at the city gate, and he stretched out his finger and pointed at the city gate tremblingly.
Guess what I saw?
Seeing Hua Tian's expression, his hands trembling, the other 3 secretly called out that things were not good. They knew that Hua Tian practiced a spell about clairvoyance and could see farther than them.
Could it be that Hua Tian saw the scene on the city wall at this moment, Lin Chongqing being killed by Wang Qi? Hua Tian, what exactly happened? Could it be that Lin Chongqing has already been killed by Wang Qi? Fairy Nishang asked anxiously. The other 2 also sighed. In their hearts,
they were still late. Such a genius with invincible qualities had actually fallen like this. This was the greatest loss for the righteous path. A genius who could grow up to be comparable to Qiu Yu in the future had actually fallen prematurely.
What? What are you talking about? Lin Chongqing is fine.
Hua Tian scratched his head, knowing that the other 3 had probably misunderstood him, so he quickly said, I saw Wang Qi being killed by Lin Chongqing with 1 shot on the city wall. Lin Chongqing is fine, it's Wang Qi who has something wrong.
What?
Wang Qi was killed by Lin Chongqing with 1 shot?
Hua Tian's words immediately caused a shocking wave in the hearts of the remaining 3.
The 2 Jindan real people were all unbelievable, and Fairy Nishang's beautiful face was also full of surprise.
Did they hear correctly?
Wang Qi was killed by Lin Chongqing with 1 shot.
Was the subject not reversed? Who was Wang Qi? The 7th of the Wang family's 7 brothers, a famous figure, at the 4th level of Jindan, and his combat power was terrifying. I'm afraid ordinary 5th level Jindan cultivators are not his opponents.
You said that Lin Chongqing, a 1st level Jindan, killed Wang Qi with 1 shot?
How could they believe this? Not to mention them, if this matter were to be said, everyone in Xingzhou would probably treat it as a joke.
There has never been such a thing in Xingzhou.
A 1st level Jindan cultivator can cross 3 minor realms to defeat an enemy. It's true.
If you don't believe me, you'll know when you get to Sifang City later. Seeing that the remaining 3 didn't believe him, Hua Tian shook his head. Indeed, the scene he had just seen was too shocking. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that Lin Chongqing could kill Wang Qi with 1 shot. In this way, except for Hua Tian, the remaining 3 flew towards Sifang City with half belief.
A minute later, the group of 4 arrived at Sifang City.
Oh! City Lord, why are you here? When Hua Tian and Nishang arrived at Sifang City, Lin Chongqing was just pulling the extinction spear out of Wang Qi's body, the tip of the spear stained with blood.
How is it? I said Lin Chongqing killed Wang Qi, do you believe me now?
Hearing Fire Heaven's words, the 2 core formation cultivators swallowed hard, and Fairy Neon Robe's beautiful eyes widened.
Heavens, it's actually true.
Wang Qi was really killed by Lin Chongqing with a single spear. Originally skeptical, Fairy Neon Robe and the 2 core formation cultivators had no choice but to believe it, because the truth was right in front of them, Wang Qi's corpse was right before their eyes. The 3 of them were stunned by this scene. It was unprecedented. A core formation stage 1 cultivator could defy the odds and kill Wang Qi, who was at core formation stage 4. Especially Fairy Neon Robe, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Chongqing, her heart filled with complex emotions. First, it was disbelief. This event had the greatest impact on her because Lin Chongqing was considered her old subordinate. No matter how Lin Chongqing was called a core formation seed player in the past, he was just a foundation establishment cultivator. Especially just a month ago, Lin Changqing was still at foundation establishment stage 7. But the next time they met, Lin Changqing killed Wang Qi, who was at core formation stage 4.
This kind of impact was too great for Fairy Neon Robe.
You must know that even with her current strength, killing Wang Qi would not be so easy.
Doesn't this mean Lin Changqing's combat power may have surpassed her current strength?
The second was that she had a sense of relief. Lin Changqing was considered an old subordinate who had followed her for 10 years. Today, with such achievements, she also felt quite honored.
Such an unprecedented invincible genius could be considered to have been cultivated by her, Fairy Neon Robe, in disguise, right? She
believed that she deserved this sentence. The quota for the Mountain and Sea Sect's secret realm was given to Lin Changqing by her under pressure, and she had also tilted resources towards him a lot in the past 10 years.
City Lord, is there a flower on my face? Why are you staring at me all the time? Lin Changqing joked.
He knew that his killing of Wang Qi was shocking, so he deliberately teased to dilute the atmosphere. Fairy Neon Robe shook her head and smiled, as expected, your strength has improved, you even dare to tease me. However, Lin Changqing, you are very good. You have vented a bad breath for my Blackwater Fortress City and for my righteous path.
The Wang family's 7 brothers were too arrogant before.
Your killing of Wang Qi is really a good way to vent a bad breath for the righteous path of my Blackwater County.
Neon Robe praised.
Fire Heaven and the other 2 also nodded. Indeed, it was too depressing before. All the core formation cultivators in Blackwater County were defeated by the Wang family's 7 brothers. They also felt ashamed and powerless in their hearts. The Wang family's 7 brothers refined 7 cities in Blackwater County, but they had no ability to stop them. But fortunately, a Lin Changqing appeared in their Blackwater County, who could defy the odds and kill Wang Qi, who was at core formation stage 4, even at core formation stage 1. This is a blessing for Blackwater County, and it will also be a blessing for the righteous path of Azure Province in the future. You and Neon Robe, as well as Fire Heaven and his group, chatted for a few more words. Finally, Fairy Neon Robe and Fire Heaven asked you what your plans were next. You simply replied that you would kill all the remaining 7 kings. As soon as these words were spoken, all 4 of them were shocked again. Wang Qi was just the weakest of the 7 kings, a core formation stage 4. The eldest is at core formation stage 6, and the remaining 5 are at core formation stage 5.
You actually said that you want to kill them all? Changqing, what did you say? You want to kill the remaining 6 of the 7 kings?
Yes.
But the eldest of the 7 kings is at core formation stage 6, how can you be a match for him?
The 4 of them were all shocked and puzzled by your words. You didn't explain too much, took away Wang Qi's body, and after a simple farewell to the 4 of them, you flew directly towards the north of the sky. You could feel that the ancient Jianmu diagram was in the storage bag on Wang Qi's body. The top priority now is to take away the world tree fragment of the Jianmu diagram, then integrate it into the Dantian, absorb spiritual power, and then break through another level to core formation stage 2. This way, you will have enough strength to deal with the eldest of the 7 kings. But in this process, you need to solve a difficulty. The spiritual power of the world tree fragment requires you 2 days to integrate and break through. You killed the 7th of the 7 kings, and the remaining 6 will definitely be furious and chase you down together. Now, at core formation stage 1, you don't have enough strength to deal with the 6 of them joining forces. You must persevere for 2 days under their pursuit before you can complete the integration. In addition to this, there is another trouble.
Demon Badian is in Tiandu County, but you have appeared in Blackwater County. Demon Badian will probably set off immediately if he knows.
Although the journey from Tiandu County to Blackwater County is far away, with Demon Badian's cultivation, he may only need 2 days, or even less than 2 days, to arrive. No, I don't have 2 days to integrate the world tree fragment and breakthrough. I must integrate the spiritual power of the world tree fragment and then break through in 1 day or even less time. In the sky, Lin Changqing squinted his eyes. If he used 2 days to absorb the Spiritual power of the World Tree Fragment. Even if he reached core formation stage 2 and killed the 7 kings, it would be meaningless.
Because Demon Badian might come to kill him at that time.
So he must integrate the spiritual power of the World Tree Fragment in a short time. Regarding this, he thought of a way to speed up the integration of the spiritual power of the World Tree Fragment.
That is to fight and kill.
Constant fighting can stimulate the spiritual power in your body to speed up its operation. You decide to swallow the World Tree Fragment, run away while fighting a bloody battle with the Wang family's 7 brothers. You want to use the fighting and bloody battles between you and them to accelerate the progress of integrating the spiritual power of the World Tree Fragment. But this also means danger.
If you simply run away, you can run wildly all the way to other counties. Maybe the Wang family brothers won't be able to catch up with you. But if you run while fighting a bloody battle, there will be great danger. Once the 6 brothers surround you, you may be besieged and killed. But there is no way.
You need to integrate the spiritual power of this World Tree Fragment in an extremely short time to reach core formation stage 2. At that time, you will have the strength to counter-kill the eldest of the 7 kings. Killing the eldest and then seizing another World Tree Fragment will allow you to reach core formation stage 3. At stage 3, you can contend against core formation stage 7, equivalent to a late-stage core formation cultivator. At that time, it won't be so easy for Demon Badian to kill you. So, in order to improve your strength and to live longer in this simulation as much as possible, you must take the risk to do so. That's it, don't hide your aura, fight a bloody battle with the remaining 6 kings, and retreat while fighting. Lin Changqing was flying rapidly in the sky, making a gesture to escape, but at the same time he did not hide his aura.
If someone wanted to find him, they could completely find him.
On the other side, the remaining 6 of the Wang family's 7 brothers also received the news of their 7th brother's death. The 7 brothers all have life tablets. If any one of them dies, the remaining 6 will know. The tablet records the information of the murderer, and they know that you killed Wang Qi. They were both shocked and angry about this news. What was shocking was that you, at core formation stage 1, actually killed Wang Qi across 3 minor realms.
This was simply unprecedented.
They were shocked by your talent. What was angry was that the 7th brother, who had cultivated and grown up together since childhood, was killed.
They were extremely angry and vowed to kill you.
Lin Changqing, I will kill you. That's right, dare to kill the 7th brother, I will definitely exterminate this person's entire clan.
Extract his soul.
A series of demonic energy and fierce killing intent voices sounded in front of a city. At this moment, the remaining 6 of the Wang family brothers gathered together. Their towering killing intent condensed, each riding a huge blood-colored demon beast, with a cold and demonic temperament. They could not bear the killing of their 7th brother.
Big brother, that kid is so rampant that he didn't even hide his aura. I feel his aura remaining in the sky.
The 3rd of the 7 kings spoke. The eldest of the 7 kings replied coldly, then find him and use his blood and soul to pay homage to the 7th brother.
You flew through the sky, deliberately not concealing your aura.
As expected, the 3rd of the 7 kings sensed the remnants of your aura. The 6 Wang brothers tracked the remnants of your aura and caught up with you in a desolate valley in less than half an hour.
You were not alarmed.
At that moment, you had already swallowed the fragment of the World Tree. You intended to use the bloody battle with them to help you accelerate the fusion of the fragment's spiritual power.
Lin Changqing, where do you think you're going?
He who kills my 7th brother shall die. Today, we will surely kill you and use your blood and soul to pay tribute to our 7th brother. No one has ever escaped from the hands of our Wang brothers, and you are no exception. In the valley, one after another, earth-shattering demonic voices rang out. One after another, cold and godlike figures rode huge, blood-colored demonic beasts, slowly surrounding a young cultivator in green robes. The young cultivator in green robes did not seem afraid. His eyes were cold, he held a blue sword in his left hand and a blood-red spear in his right, his figure was tall and straight, and he had a special temperament. Lin Changqing, you are worthy of pride. The 6 of us can pacify a large prefecture. Today, we are besieging you.
Even if you die, it will be enough to make your name shake Qingzhou. Wang Yi, the eldest of the 7 kings, spoke indifferently.
He rode a huge blood-colored giant tiger, which stared at Lin Changqing with ruthless and icy eyes.
Lin Changqing chuckled and shook his head. Wouldn't killing the 6 of you make my name even more famous in Qingzhou?
As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 6 Wang brothers remained unchanged. They heard the provocation in Lin Changqing's words, but they felt nothing in their hearts. This was a kind of self-confidence, an invincible self-confidence.
Their Wang brothers were invincible in Qingzhou, basically invincible in the same realm.
Outsiders called the 7 brothers the 7 kings, which was related to their surname and another meaning. Some people said that they were invincible in the same realm and were the 7 young kings of the demonic path. In fact, they could bear the title. For example, the weakest Wang Laoqi, when he was in Sifang City, a core formation stage 4 cultivator from the righteous path and 3 core formation stage 3 cultivators besieged Wang Qi together, but Wang Qi defeated them all. Now that Wang Qi was dead, the 6 young kings of the demonic path joined forces. They believed that they could sweep everything away and be invincible. Use your blood and soul to pay tribute to our 7th brother, and use your bones to build up our prestige. The 6 Wang brothers moved, and they coldly began to besiege Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing had nothing to say. He held a blue sword in his left hand and a blood-red spear in his right. He was peerless in both spear and sword, and he fought with them.
With me, I am invincible.
After fighting for half an hour, Lin Changqing was covered in blood. His green clothes were dyed red with blood, and there were several large wounds on his back and shoulders.
However, Lin Changqing was unaware of it.
He fought madly, holding his sword in his left hand and slashing at Wang Laoxi's shoulder, cutting him so that his flesh flew everywhere. At this moment, Wang Yi made a cold move. He held a blood demon blade, like a demon god, and slashed at Lin Changqing with a shocking demonic shadow. This blade directly cut through Lin Changqing's back, and some of his flesh was cut off. Lin Changqing coughed up blood, his eyes were cold, and he was not afraid of the pain. His right hand directly stabbed out with a spear, and this stab knocked the 4th brother next to him to the ground.
Brother, this person is so strong. His strength far exceeds our estimates.
I'm afraid that even at core formation stage 1, he has the strength to fight core formation stage 5. Wang Laosan spoke, looking at the battlefield situation in front of him, secretly shocked. Who were their 6 Wang brothers? But the 6 of them joined forces. Although they had severely injured this person had found an opportunity to seriously injure 2 of them.
It was unimaginable.
It doesn't matter, he is already at the end of his rope. At most, we can besiege him in
a quarter of an hour. Wang Yi held the blood demon blade and said coldly.
In this valley battle where you were besieged, you fought to the point of madness, but as Wang Yi, the eldest of the Wang family, said, you were already at the end of your rope. The 6 of them joined forces, and you were ultimately no match.
You felt yourself getting weaker and weaker.
I'm afraid that before long, you would die here with regret. You focused your consciousness on your Dantian and found that at this time, the spiritual power of the World Tree Fragment had accelerated to 30%. This bloody battle was indeed helpful for you to fuse the spiritual power of the World Tree Fragment. In just less than an hour, you had fused to 30%. But you knew that you could not continue any longer. You found an opportunity to break through. You prepared to run while using the World Tree Fragment to heal your injuries. When your injuries were almost healed, you would come back and have a bloody battle with the Wang brothers.
Where are you running?
Don't worry, you won't be able to run far. In the sky, a bloodstained figure in green robes flew rapidly, followed by the 6 Wang brothers riding blood-colored giant beasts, chasing coldly.
For an hour, you were running away and healing your injuries.
The 6 Wang brothers were chasing you from behind. You felt that your injuries would be almost healed in another hour, so you continued to run forward. At the same time, the battle between you and the 6 Wang brothers in the valley spread throughout Heishui County. There was no way, the battle between you and the 6 Wang brothers was too amazing. The sound waves of the battle could be directly transmitted from the valley to the surrounding cities 1,000 miles away. It was hard not to know. What's more, now in the sky above Heishui County, most people can see 6 blood-colored figures chasing a figure in green robes.
Everyone knows that a shocking battle is taking place in Heishui County.
6 young demonic path kings, who can be called invincible in the same realm, are joining forces to besiege Lin Changqing, the number 1 genius of the righteous path. As early as when you killed Motian, the identity of the number 1 genius of the righteous path was placed on you by the people of Qingzhou. The entire Heishui County, from core formation cultivators to foundation establishment and chi refining cultivators, were talking about the battle between you and the 6 Wang brothers in the valley.
Some people were shocked by your invincible talent.
You actually escaped from the siege of the 6 Wang brothers in the realm of core formation stage 1.
It was too amazing.
Some people regretted it, and some people felt that this battle was too unfair. You were only at core formation stage 1, and the eldest of the Wang brothers was at core formation stage 6. The others were also at core formation stage 5, and they were 6 besieging you. These people felt that if they gave you another 20 years, you might be able to push the world invincible. But now they felt that you had no time to grow. Being besieged by the 6 Wang brothers was destined to be a dead end. They felt that even if you could escape once, you probably wouldn't be able to escape a second time. Of course, there were also people who were glad. Most of these were from the demonic path, and some were from the righteous path. They were glad that such a genius was being besieged by the 6 Wang brothers.
This son Lin Changqing is too terrifying.
He killed a core formation stage 4 cultivator at core formation stage 1, and now he has escaped from the joint hands of the 6 Wangs. Such a record is too amazing. Lin Changqing's talent has probably surpassed that of the Qiuyu sect master of that year.
It's too terrifying.
Fortunately, the 6 Wangs are chasing him, which can be regarded as eliminating a major enemy for my demonic path in advance.
Heishui County, in the secret room of the Bayan City. Lord's Mansion. 2 people were talking secretly. One was wearing a blood robe.
This person was a core formation true person of the demonic path. He was the one who said the words just now.
This person's Taoist name was Shui Luo. The other person was Bai Tianshui, the city lord of Bayan City.
This person was a core formation true person of the righteous path, but what was surprising was that he was actually meeting with Shui Luo in the secret room. It seemed that their relationship was very unusual. If anyone saw this scene, they would be astonished.
The righteous path's city lord of White Peace City and the demonic path's blood Luo were actually mixed up together? Could it be that the city lord of White Peace City had already defected to the demonic path?
Sure enough, the words of the city lord of White Peace City confirmed the fact that he had defected to the demonic path. He simply raised a cup of green tea from the table, slowly drank it all, and then smiled at the blood Luo in front of him, saying that Lin Changqing does indeed possess astonishing talent. If he were to grow up, perhaps he could really turn the tables on the righteous path. But luckily, this person is too foolish and got hot-blooded, showing himself for the sake of the people of a few cities. Now, with the 6 Wang family Taoists surrounding and killing him, this son will definitely not escape death. After saying that, the city lord of White Peace City laughed loudly. If there was anyone who wanted Lin Changqing to die the most right now, it would probably be him, Bai Tianshui. He desired Lin Changqing's death even more than the demonic path. Bai Tianshui, having defected to the demonic path, naturally didn't want to hear about any beneficial events related to the righteous path. When he woke up this morning, he was shocked to hear about Lin Changqing killing Wang Qi, and his heart was filled with a bit of fear. Because he was afraid that with Lin Changqing's talent, reaching the 10th level might allow him to contend with Qiuyu, and then the righteous path would be able to turn the tables. In that case, he, Bai Tianshui, having defected to the demonic path, would probably be the first to be purged. But fortunately, he then heard that the remaining 6 Wang family brothers were surrounding and killing Lin Changqing, which slightly eased his heart. With the 6 Wang brothers joining forces, how could Lin Changqing escape? He would definitely not escape death. Bai Tianshui thought so in his heart. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. Good, a prodigy who could potentially turn the tables for the righteous path was about to be eliminated today. The demonic path's chances of victory had increased by a few points. His decision to defect to the demonic path seemed to be still very correct. In the secret chamber, Blood Luo and Wang Tianxue were still discussing when Lin Changqing would die, when suddenly, earth-shattering battle sounds came from outside. The two went out to take a look and directly saw, in the direction of the sky above White Peace City, 6 figures with soaring blood-colored baleful aura surrounding a figure in green robes.
Excellent!
Lin Changqing has been caught up with.
Brother Tianxue, why don't you and I go out and take a look, to see the appearance of this righteous path's #1 prodigy, Lin Changqing, as he dies?
This is a great stroke of luck for our demonic path. Blood Luo laughed loudly, and Bai Tianxue on the other side also nodded with a smile.
That's exactly right, Brother Blood Luo. Let's go out and watch the invincible demeanor of the 6 Wang family Taoists, and see how that kid Lin Changqing is beheaded. Saying that, the two laughed and went out of the secret chamber. Clearly, they felt that Lin Changqing was surrounded this time and would undoubtedly die. At this moment in the sky, the green figure and the 6 blood-colored figures were once again engaged in a deadly battle. You fly all the way. After 2 hours of healing, your body slowly recovers, so you stop to fight the 6 Wang brothers again. Your landing point happens to be above White Peace City. You don't know that the city lord of White Peace City, Bai Tianxue, whom you happen to land near, has already defected to the demonic path and desperately hopes you die. At this moment, you are concentrating on fighting the 6 Wangs, using the bloody battle with them to accelerate your progress in fusing the World Tree Fragment's spiritual power. Kill. Today, I will use you as a furnace to refine myself. Lin Changqing shouted loudly, his eyes cold. He held a cyan sword in his left hand and a blood-red annihilation spear in his right hand, with 5 primordial true dragons appearing behind him, fighting the 6 Wangs. At this moment, he had an invincible aura. Although in the instant of contact with the 6 Wangs, his whole body was once again stained with blood, he was not afraid and still engaged in close-quarters life-and-death combat with the 6 Wangs. Your second battle with the 6 Wang family brothers is still earth-shattering. Blood Luo and Bai Tianxue, the spectators outside the field, can't even get close. Both of them are shocked in their hearts, because they feel that if they joined this battlefield, they would probably be smashed to pieces in less than a quarter of an hour. Dao brother, is there such a big difference between 2 or 3 levels higher in the core formation realm? You and I are both at the 3rd level of core formation, but the power of the 6 Wang family Taoists is so earth-shattering that neither of us can get close, Bai Tianxue said, looking at the battlefield in the sky with some shock. Blood Luo Taoist replied, naturally, when you reach the core formation stage, the gap between each level is extremely huge, much larger than in the previous realms. Therefore, there are prodigies who challenge opponents above their level in the Qi training and foundation establishment stages, but there are not many when you reach the core formation stage. But from here, we can also see how terrifying this Lin Changqing is. This person can actually fight beyond his level even in the core formation realm. He's simply inhuman. Fortunately, the 6 Wang family Taoists have surrounded him today, otherwise, when he grows up, it will be a great disaster for my demonic path. Blood Luo Taoist's words were filled with rejoicing, and Bai Tianxue on the other side nodded in agreement. Having fused 30% of the World Tree Fragment's spiritual power, you were stronger than before, so in the second battle, you killed more easily and lasted longer than last time. In the second battle, you fought a life-and-death battle for 2 hours. Your whole body was stained with blood, with hundreds of wounds densely covering your shoulders, back, and chest, but the opponents were not having an easy time either. Wang Lao-san of the Wang family had one of his arms chopped off by you alive. In the end, you went even more berserk. You threw out the cyan sword in your left hand to block Wang, and stabbed out the annihilation spear in your right hand to block Wang Lu, and then you slashed and killed Wang Lao-san of the Wang family, who had his arm cut off. After killing Wang Lao-san of the Wang family, you broke through the encirclement. You gained a lot from this battle. The progress of fusing the World Tree Fragment's spiritual power has already reached 70%, and you have also gained something by killing Wang Lao-san of the Wang family. 2 hours of bloody battle have made you extremely weak. You can no longer fight. You break out and prepare to heal your injuries for the final battle. Faced with the death of Wang Lao-san of the Wang family, the remaining 5 Wang family brothers are shocked and grieved. They are sad that another brother has been beheaded, and shocked that you seem to be getting stronger and stronger. This time, the 6 of them surrounded and killed you, but you killed one of them instead. Big brother, Lin Chongqing seems to be using us to temper himself. He seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Looking at the figure in green robes fleeing into the distance and the sky, Wang Lao's eyes were a little scared. He was frightened by the killing. The scene of his third brother being hacked to death by Lin Chongqing just now was too tragic and shocking. He saw the terrified look in his third brother's eyes before he died. A well-known demonic path core formation expert was hacked to death by Lin Chongqing.
6 people fought Lin Chongqing, but he killed one of them instead.
Should they continue to chase? Continue to chase.
Wang Lao said coldly, I know he is getting stronger and stronger, but he has no chance to get stronger.
He can't run away in the next battle. I have a way to trap him in the next battle and prevent him from running away. I will definitely kill him. To avenge third brother and seventh brother.
Hearing this, the remaining 4 brothers nodded. With their eldest brother's words, they were relieved. Wang Lao led the remaining 4 brothers and continued to chase you into the sky, and at this moment, Blood Luo and Bai Tianshui, who were watching the battle, were already dumbfounded.
Bai Tianshui's face was stiff. Dao brother, did we see it wrong? Lin Chongqing not only successfully broke through and ran away, he also hacked Wang Lao-san to death? Did a first-level core formation cultivator kill a fifth-level core formation cultivator across 4 minor realms?
Bai Tianshui felt that the scene he had just seen was a dream. He couldn't accept the fact that Lin Chongqing had run away, and had also successfully killed Wang Lao-san. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. He suddenly felt that he had defected to the demonic path too early? Could it be that the righteous path really still had luck, so a Lin Chongqing appeared? You didn't see wrong. Blood Devil Daoist swallowed with difficulty. Fear was evident in his eyes. That Lin Chongqing really did kill Wang family's third. Such a fact truly instilled fear in his demonic heart. A core formation first layer cultivator reversing and slaying a core formation 5th layer cultivator was something even the Autumn Moon sect leader couldn't accomplish back then. Doesn't this mean that Autumn Moon is inferior to Lin Chongqing at the same cultivation stage? Moreover, Lin Chongqing escaped. If he grows to the core formation 10th layer in the future, then, I'm afraid the entire Azure Province's war situation between the righteous and demonic paths will be overturned. Silence. Sudden silence. Blood Devil and Bai Tianshui were both silent, shocked by the astonishing scene they had just witnessed. At this moment, both were praying in their hearts, praying that the remaining 5 Wang brothers would definitely capture Lin Chongqing, definitely kill him, otherwise. The 2 exchanged a glance, both carrying worries about the future. Lin Chongqing must not be allowed to live. Brother Tianshui, rest assured, in the next battle, the Wang family's 5 brothers will definitely kill Lin Chongqing. That's right, I think Lin Chongqing is already at the end of his rope in this battle. He will definitely not be able to escape the next battle. Blood Devil and Bai Tianshui are comforting each other. They are placing their hopes of killing you on the next battle. They think that if the 5 Wang brothers surround you again, you probably won't be able to escape. Another hour has passed, and the 5 Wang brothers are still chasing you from behind. Relying on the vitality of the World Tree Fragment, your injuries have healed by half. In another hour, you will be fully recovered, and then you can carry out the final battle. At this moment, your progress in merging the World Tree Fragment's spiritual power is already at 70%. After the final battle, you are confident that you can completely merge the fragment's spiritual power and reach the core formation's 2nd layer. By then, you will be able to counterattack. You are very much looking forward to the final battle. At the same time, an hour after the 2nd battle, the news of your battle with the Wang family brothers in Bayan City spread, and this news shocked the people of Azure Province even more than the first news. After all, in the Battle of Bayan City, you not only successfully broke through again, but also hacked Wang family's third to death. You, a core formation 1st layer cultivator, killing Wang Qi, a core formation 4th layer cultivator, was already shocking enough. But this time, the person you killed was Wang San, a core formation 5th layer cultivator. It can be said that this news spread throughout Azure Province like a storm.
Most of the people in the demonic path were shocked and disbelieving. They couldn't accept the result of the second battle in Bayan City, that you actually hacked Wang family's third to death and broke out of the encirclement. Most of the people in the righteous path cheered and rejoiced, rejoicing that you, a genius, had successfully broken out of the encirclement. Some people said that, based on the Battle of Bayan City alone, even if you went to Central Province, you could be ranked among the heavenly geniuses. Fairy Nishang. Fairy Nishang. Good news. Lin Chongqing has escaped from Bayan City and even hacked Wang family's third to death. In a valley, Fire Heaven Daoist returned from inquiring about news outside the valley and shouted excitedly. There were 6 or 7 people in the valley, all core formation cultivators from the righteous path who were injured this time. There was Fairy Nishang, as well as Wu Bai, Changming. After Fairy Nishang, Fire Heaven, and the other 3 separated from Lin Chongqing in Sifang City, they found a valley nearby to heal their injuries. Along the way, Wu Bai and Changming also came. Previously, Nishang, Wu Bai, Changming and other cultivators were worried about Lin Chongqing being surrounded by the 6 Wangs in Bayan City. Now, upon hearing the good news that Fire Heaven Daoist brought back from the outside, each of them was surprised and incredulous. Fairy Nishang shook her head in disbelief. This old subordinate really gave her a surprise. He actually broke out of the encirclement again under the siege of the 6 Wangs, and successfully killed Wang San, a core formation 5th layer cultivator. Real person Wu Bai sighed, this kid is really incredible. He used to be considered a junior of ours, but now even Wang family's third, a core formation 5th layer cultivator, has been hacked to death by him. The next time we see him, including the city lord, I'm afraid we'll have to call him senior. As soon as these words were spoken, the core formation cultivators in the valley laughed heartily, and Fairy Nishang also smiled and shook her head. Everyone was happy that Lin Chongqing was able to successfully break through the encirclement for the second time. However, an hour later, the relaxed and cheerful atmosphere in the valley disappeared, because Fire Heaven Daoist brought another piece of news. This time it was bad news about you. That is, you were besieged by the Wang family brothers for the 3rd time. This time, the location is in a valley in the northern part of the Blackwater territory, called Bright Light Valley. Hearing this news, the core formation cultivators of the righteous path were worried again. They were worried whether you could successfully break through this time. After all, a thing may happen once, maybe twice, but not a 3rd time. You have already escaped from the Wang family brothers twice, can you escape a 3rd time? As for you successfully killing the Wang family brothers, no one dared to think so. After all, to kill the Wang family brothers, one must have at least a core formation 7th layer cultivation. Core formation 7th layer, that can be called a late-stage core formation expert. There are very few people with such cultivation in the entire Azure province, especially in the righteous path. Before, there was not even a late-stage core formation cultivator in Blackwater County, which shows how rare late-stage core formation cultivators are. I hope Chongqing can successfully break through this time. Fairy Nishan looked worriedly at the distant horizon, as did her other core formation cultivators. They hoped that Lin Chongqing could successfully break through for the 3rd time. The news that you were besieged by the Wang family brothers in Bright Light Valley spread. Some people were worried, while others were delighted. Blood Devil and Bai Tianxue both breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that this time you would definitely not be able to escape death. The eyes of the entire Blackwater County were focused on Bright Light Valley. The taverns in every city were discussing this battle. Some righteous path people said that you would definitely be able to break through again this time, while some demonic path people retorted that you would definitely not be able to escape this time. Everyone is concerned about the outcome of this battle, wanting to know if you can escape again. No one dares to imagine the situation where you can kill all 5 Wang family brothers. After all, that would be too shocking. And at this moment, in Bright Light Valley, the 5 Wang family brothers, riding huge blood beasts, coldly surrounded you. You keenly noticed that the 5 Wang family brothers seem to have set up some kind of formation outside the valley, with blood-colored flags soaring into the sky. They have sealed off Bright Light Valley. It seems that you really can't escape this time. But you don't care. You didn't plan to escape in this battle. You have already merged 70% of the World Tree Fragment's spiritual power. In this final battle, you will definitely be able to fully merge it.
Lin Changqing, we have already trapped this place with the Blood Devil 5 Elements formation.
Let's see where you escape this time. Today is your burial place.
The 5 Wang family brothers laughed coldly. They were very conceited. With the 5 Elements Blood Devil formation trapping the valley, Lin Changqing would definitely not be able to escape this time. They can finally avenge their dead 3rd and 7th brothers. The whole family should go down together neatly.
Today, we will send you on your way.
In the dim and desolate valley, a young cultivator in green robes shouted coldly. Around him, 5 cold figures like demon gods surrounded him, riding blood-colored giant beasts. But the young cultivator in green robes was not afraid at all. Holding a sword in his left hand and a spear in his right, he charged forward, opening the way with his spear and sword, with an unparalleled aura. You and the 5 Wang family brothers are fighting together.
This is the final battle. You have no way out. The Wang family brothers have sealed off your retreat with the 5 Elements Blood Devil formation nut.
Either you break through and counterattack them in this bloody battle, or you won't have time to complete the breakthrough and be killed by them in advance. Kill! In the roaring rainy night, in the dim valley, earth-shattering cries of battle erupted, as 5 blood-colored figures and 1 figure in green clashed. The 5 blood-colored figures were none other than the 5 Wang brothers, each displaying their own demonic powers, relentlessly besieging Lin Changqing. With every move they made, streaks of blood-colored baleful energy tore through the surrounding space, demonic shadows engulfing the sky. Lin Changqing's eyes were cold and sharp. His entire body surged with chi and blood, summoning the 5 strongest true dragon elemental powers in the world: Ice Dragon, Fire Dragon, Wood Dragon. With each sword slash or spear thrust, he carried the elemental power of the 5 strongest true dragons. This battle was a form of training for Lin Changqing. He was not only accelerating the fusion of the World Tree Fragment's spiritual power but also gaining insights into combat. 30 minutes into the battle, you summoned the power of 5 supreme elements, with 5 primordial true dragons guarding your body. You fought the Wang brothers to a standstill. However, in the subsequent 30 minutes, you were ultimately overwhelmed by numbers. In one defensive maneuver, Wang Wu and Wang Si desperately held you back, leaving you vulnerable. The eldest Wang brother seized the opportunity, using the Blood Demon Blade to directly strike your back. Blood Demon 5 Gods Kill. Wang Yi attacked mercilessly. Seizing the moment when his 2 younger brothers restrained Lin Changqing, he moved behind Lin Changqing and unleashed 5 fierce slashes. Each slash manifested towering demonic shadows, striking Lin Changqing's back. Lin Changqing coughed up a mouthful of blood as a large piece of flesh on his back was torn away, exposing the bone beneath. This was unavoidable. With 5 people besieging him, Lin Changqing would inevitably be exposed. Die! The eldest Wang brother pressed his advantage, crossing over to Lin Changqing's left side and unleashing another 5 slashes. Been waiting for you. Lin Changqing, his green robe soaked in blood, charged forward, disregarding the attacks from the other 4 Wang brothers. He pulled out the Annihilation Spear and launched a counterattack. The spear was aimed directly at Wang Yi. The other 4 Wang brothers landed blow after blow of bloody baleful energy on Lin Changqing, adding dozens of wounds and worsening his condition. But Lin Changqing's thrust, aimed at Wang Yi, finally struck. This spear strike utilized a divine power, summoning the Yellow River of Corpses, with its white bones and countless ghostly soldiers, ultimately condensing into a bone spear that pierced Wang Yi. Bang! The spear shattered the 5 demonic shadow divine powers Wang Yi had unleashed, piercing Wang Yi's body, causing flesh to fly and a mouthful of blood to be coughed up. Let's see how many more hits you can take. The eldest Wang brother's expression was grim, displeased at being injured and forced to spit blood by a mere core formation stage 1 cultivator. Especially with the assistance of his 4 brothers. Several consecutive battles have improved your combat experience. You traded injuries for injuries, using your body to block the other 4 Wang brothers, and finally unleashed the Yellow Spring's divine power, injuring Wang Yi to the point of spitting blood. This was actually your initial plan. Among the 5 Wang brothers, Wang Yi posed the greatest threat to you. Being at core formation stage 6, a single attack from him could severely injure you. The other 4 Wang brothers combined did not cause as much damage as Wangi. So you chose to withstand the attacks of the other Wang brothers, focusing your offense on Wangi. Overall, in the first hour, although you were at a disadvantage, the 5 Wang brothers were not having an easy time either. You have become stronger than in the previous 2 battles. Whether it is spiritual power or combat experience, you have improved in all aspects. In addition, after the first hour of bloody battle, your World Tree Fragment spiritual power progress has reached 80%. As the battle entered the second hour, you fell completely into a disadvantage. The longer the battle dragged on, the more flaws you revealed. The eldest Wang brothers' attacks landed on you repeatedly, and your body was covered in wounds, with blood flowing all over the ground. Kill. He can't hold on for much longer. The 5 Wang brothers saw your weakness and attacked you relentlessly. In the previous 2 battles, you fought until you were exhausted in the second hour and began to break through, but this time you can't break through. Outside is the 5 Elements Blood Demon Grand Array. As expected, at Core Formation Stage 1, am still unable to kill the 5 Wang brothers. Lin Changqing muttered to himself, holding a sword in his left hand and a spear in his right. The sword body faced forward, transforming into 5 true dragons guarding the right side of his body, while the spear tip faced left, with white bone ghosts appearing to guard the right side. He was now in a state of barely maintaining his defense. After 2 consecutive hours of bloody battle, his spiritual power and physical strength were exhausted, and he could no longer counterattack Wangi as he had in the first hour. Let's see how much longer you can last. The 5 Wang brothers shouted coldly, slashing down with their blades, carrying towering demonic shadows to attack the true dragons and white bones on Lin Changqing's left and right sides. It's a pity, if I had broken through to organ refinement from bone forging, perhaps I, at Core Formation Stage 1, could have reversed the situation and killed Wangi at Core Formation Stage 6. Lin Changqing raised his eyes and glanced at the Wang brothers. The 5 Wang brothers' attacks on him were very fierce. Perhaps the defenses on his left and right sides would not last much longer. He felt that he was not yet at his strongest state in the same realm, because his physical body had not kept up. His divine soul and spiritual power had reached the core formation stage. But his physical body was still in the bone forging stage. If his physical body were to break through to the progress of refining internal organs, then he, with a physical body and spiritual power both at the core formation stage, might be able to counterkill the 5 Wang brothers even at stage 1. Fortunately, it's already at 90%. If I can't kill them at core formation stage 1, then I'll do it at core formation stage 2. You have completely fallen into a disadvantage, but you are very optimistic. Because the progress of the World Tree Fragment's spiritual power has reached 90%, you are very close to breaking through to core formation stage 2. After another half an hour, your injuries became even more severe. There were more than a dozen large wounds piercing through your entire body on your chest, left leg, and shoulders, but fortunately, at this moment, the progress of your fusion with the World Tree Fragment's spiritual power reached 95%. The 5 Wang brothers were very excited because they felt that you were at the end of your rope. After another 10 minutes, your situation worsened. In one of the Wang brothers' attacks, you were slashed to the ground, and the blood-colored demonic shadows devoured your body. You staggered to your feet. We will kill you in another quarter of an hour. The 5 Wang brothers spoke coldly. They saw that you could no longer completely block their attacks, and they felt that they could completely kill you in another quarter of an hour. It seems that Lin Changqing, the number 1 prodigy of the righteous path, is still going to die. However, being able to fight the Wang brothers 3 times, and even kill the 3rd and 7th brothers, is enough to make him proud of the world. It's a pity that such a talented and stunning person is going to fall here today. Someone watching the battle from afar expressed regret. The battle between you and the Wang brothers in Bright Valley lasted too long, and the momentum of the battle was too astonishing, attracting many people to watch. Many people saw you heavily wounded and slashed to the ground. They all felt that you probably couldn't escape this time and were going to die. Even so, many of the spectators were still amazed by you. After all, you are at core formation stage 1, and you have fought the Wang brothers 3 times in one day, breaking through twice. Such achievements have earned the respect of many people, and even if you finally die in this battle,
they feel that you are an unparalleled prodigy. Another 10 minutes passed, and you barely managed to withstand the Wang family's 5 brothers' encirclement for another 10 minutes.
The azure dragon formed on your left and the white bone corpse river formed from the spear tip on your right were both shattered. At this moment, your situation has deteriorated to an unprecedented level. Just now, in one attack, the Wang family's eldest brother almost chopped off your head with the blood demon saber.
You were just a little bit away from dying. Now, you have a huge wound on your neck, and you feel a little difficulty breathing. This is enough to prove that your current situation is precarious. Perhaps in a few more minutes, you will probably die.
But fortunately, your progress in integrating the World Tree Fragment's spiritual power has reached 98%.
Another 5 minutes passed, and you look like you were already at your wits' end.
The Wang family's 5 brothers saw your weakness and attacked you repeatedly.
You couldn't hold on and were slashed 15 times in a row.
Each slash carried a blood-colored demonic shadow attacking you.
Finally, you fell to the ground, your blue clothes covered in blood. You wanted to stand up, but you were powerless to do so. At this moment, you are already exhausted.
But fortunately, the progress of your integration of the World Tree Fragment's spiritual power has reached 99%.
I'm not watching anymore. There's no hope left. What a pity, an invincible figure who might have amazed an arrow will die like this. The onlookers nearby lamented. They saw you being slashed to the ground, unable to stand up. Some people didn't want to watch anymore. They couldn't bear to watch any longer.
This was a sigh for the end of a prodigy.
They thought, what a majestic and imposing figure you were.
At the first level of the core formation stage, you first killed Wang Qi, then fought 6 Wangs in a row, and finally even counter-killed Wang San, breaking out of the encirclement.
Truly majestic and imposing. Such an unparalleled figure has fought to this day, and now he doesn't even have the strength to stand up. It's heartbreaking. They couldn't bear to see the end of an unparalleled prodigy.
Of course, most of the people in the crowd who thought this way were from the righteous path. At this moment, there were also some people from the demonic path watching. They were all rejoicing. Rejoicing to see such a forbidden prodigy of the righteous path about to fall prematurely today. They really wanted to laugh, feeling that they had removed a great scourge for the demonic path in advance.
What righteous path's #1 prodigy? Isn't he still going to be killed by my demonic path's 5 Wangs? Among the crowd, a demonic cultivator mocked. How shameless.
6 against 1, no, 1 was counter-killed. 5 against 1, and you still have the nerve to say that, and your cultivation is so much higher, a righteous cultivator retorted.
Ha, my demonic path values strength above all else, only seeking results.
Even if this Lin Changqing is an invincible prodigy, he will still fall today, the demonic cultivator said coldly.
Even if you praise his achievements to the heavens, what can you do? He's dead. Even if you keep praising him, can he still break out and live today?
Or will the heavens show their spirit and make him like a god, killing all 5 of my demonic path's Wangs?
After saying that, the demonic cultivator laughed loudly. The surrounding righteous cultivators were silent. Yes, saying these things was useless.
Lin Changqing was about to die. No matter how proud his achievements, no matter how invincible his talent, today he would become dust.
The demonic path was indeed the one laughing last.
The people watching nearby all thought that you might die this time, and your situation was indeed very grim.
In the dim valley, the torrential rain
washed away the bloodstains on the ground. A figure in blue clothes, holding a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, staggered and wanted to stand up, but his injuries were too severe, and he was unable to support his body to stand up. He could only barely use the spear and sword to support himself on the left and right, holding himself up so as not to fall to the ground.
Day.
Footsteps sounded around the figure in blue, and 5 bloody figures approached him with killing intent.
Lin Changqing, aren't you very good at running?
Run and show me, the Wang family's eldest brother said with a cold smile. He held the blood demon's saber in his left hand and threw it out violently.
This saber directly slashed Lin Changqing's left leg. With a bang, Lin Changqing's left leg was split open, revealing the white bone inside.
Instantly, Lin Changqing's forehead was covered in sweat from the pain. He gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound, only his eyes became even colder.
Yes, why aren't you running? When you killed my third and seventh brothers, weren't you very capable?
It was the Wang family's second brother who said with a cold smile. He held a blood-red giant sword in his left hand and threw it out, directly piercing through Lin Changqing's body. With a bang, his chest was pierced, and Lin Changqing coughed up a mouthful of blood.
Obviously, the Wang family's 5 brothers didn't want to kill Lin Changqing immediately.
They wanted to torture Lin Changqing to death little by little.
After all, their own brothers, the third and seventh, had been killed.
They wanted to torture this enemy to death with their own hands. Lin Changqing, you will regret your actions today. First you killed my 7th brother, then you killed my 3rd brother.
I will make you wish you were dead.
I will draw your soul and grind it away little by little.
I won't let you die so easily.
The Wang family's eldest brother said fiercely, and at the same time, with a wave of his hand, another saber slashed out.
This time, the target was Lin Changqing's right leg, obviously wanting to cut off Lin Changqing's legs first. Sha!
This saber slashed across Lin Changqing's right leg, and flesh flew everywhere, but Lin Changqing used the impact of this saber to straighten his body and thrust out a spear.
The direction was the Wang family's second brother on the left. Bang! You are exhausted and unable to fight anymore. The Wang family brothers hate you very much for killing their brothers. They feel that letting you die immediately is too easy for you, so they want to torture you to death little by little. This gave you the opportunity, this bought you time.
Your progress in integrating the World Tree Fragment's spiritual power is constantly leaping towards 100%. Finally, when the Wang family's eldest brother slashed at your right leg again, you used the impact to thrust out an attack.
This attack was blocked by the Wang family's second brother. After all, you are exhausted, and the power of this spear is not that strong. After thrusting out an attack, you fell to the ground again. The Wang family's 5 brothers looked at you with a sneer. They laughed at you for daring to move like meat on a chopping board. You are exhausted, so what if you thrust out an attack? You can't hurt them? Indeed, the attack you just thrust out didn't hurt Wang Er, but that's not the point. The point is that with the attack you just thrust out, your whole body's spiritual power accelerated its integration, and this helped your World Tree Fragment's spiritual power reach 100%. What are you waiting for? I'm waiting for the number 100.
The figure in blue clothes, who was originally lying on the ground covered in blood, suddenly stood up. He looked at the 5 bloody figures in front of him with a smile. The black hair behind him danced wildly in silence. The broken flesh on his left and right legs healed at an astonishing speed. The spiritual power aura, which was originally extremely weak, suddenly soared. The azure sword body in his left hand silently revealed an azure-scaled white-bearded true dragon surrounding it, and the extinction spear in his right hand showed a black emperor-robed figure that dominated the heavens and the earth. He broke through to the second level of the core formation stage. He finally integrated the spiritual power of the World Tree Fragment and reached the second level of the core formation stage. You broke through. This is impossible, this is impossible. The Wang family's 5 brothers were shocked. The Wang family's eldest brother stared at Lin Changqing even more closely. What was going on? How could someone who was about to die just now suddenly break through? And wasn't he only at the first level of the core formation stage? How could he break through so quickly? It took him 20 years to go from the first level of the core formation stage to the second level. The Wang family's 5 brothers were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe the fact that Lin Changqing had broken through. Bang! Lin Changqing held the spear in his left hand and suddenly thrust out an attack towards Wang Er's head. With a bang, the black emperor-robed figure that appeared on the spear extended a white bone finger. In an instant, Wang Er's head exploded directly, as if that white bone finger had directly pressed him to death, and blood rained down everywhere. Now, do you believe that I have broken through? Lin Changqing stood up and retracted his spear. He looked at the remaining 4 brothers of the Wang family with a smile. Second brother.
Second brother. Lin Changqing, if you kill another one of our brothers, we will fight you to the death. Watching Wang family's second brother's head suddenly explode from Lin Changqing's gunshot, Wang family's four brothers all roared in grief and indignation. Their eyes were bloodshot, and in the blink of an eye, another one of their brothers had died. They couldn't accept it. To think how invincible their 7 brothers were in the past, dominating Qingzhou and known as the 7 kings of the demonic path, but today, Lin Changqing had killed 3 of them in a row. Don't get so worked up. I'll send your whole family off together in a moment, Lin Changqing said calmly, standing with his gun. You're already getting red-eyed just because 3 people died? I'll send the remaining 4 of you down there in a moment too. So what if you broke through to the 2nd level of core formation? I am at the 6th level of core formation, and I can still kill you to avenge my second brother. I don't believe I can't kill you even with 4 levels above you. Blood Demon Lifespan Great Art, sacrifice 60 years of my lifespan to kill this child. It was Wang family's eldest who became ruthless. He slapped his chest, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence, and pinched a strange demonic path hand seal. In an instant, the demonic light and bloody shadows greatly increased. Slowly, a headless blood demon Azura statue actually appeared in front of Wang family's eldest. This was the Blood Demon Lifespan Great Art, the supreme secret technique of the Heavenly Demon sect. It was to sacrifice a person's lifespan to communicate with the Blood Demon Azura in the demonic realm to kill a powerful enemy. The demonic realm was a powerful world and legend, almost on the same level as the origin immortal realm of the myriad worlds, several levels higher than the Great River Cultivation world. The blood demon Azuras who lived inside were naturally incomparably powerful, an extremely powerful race among the Azura race. Being able to sacrifice lifespan to summon the blood demon Azura to kill enemies showed the power of this magical power. 4th, 5th, 6th, bless me. This headless blood demon Azura statue possessed monstrous demonic power. The moment it appeared, Wang family's eldest's body immediately trembled, as if he was about to kneel, and the flesh and blood of his whole body was frantically absorbed by this statue. In an instant, he became old. The blood demon lifespan great art was like this, harming the enemy by 1,000 while hurting oneself by 800. It was a killing magical power that exchanged life for life. Wang family's eldest was signaling the other 3 brothers to also sacrifice their lifespan, as he couldn't support it alone. Sacrifice my lifespan to the supreme blood demon Azura Lord. The remaining 3 brothers of the Wang family also spat out blood essence one after another. They also took out their own lifespan to sacrifice to this headless blood demon Azura statue, in order to help the eldest brother enhance the power of the statue. Gathering a total of 4 jazi of lifespan from the 4 Wang family brothers, this demonic Azura statue displayed monstrous demonic might. It twisted its body and looked at Lin Changqing, and waves of monstrous demonic shadows were displayed around it. The statue had no head, but Lin Changqing could feel a gaze with monstrous demonic power staring at him from the dark. Lowly human race from the lower cultivation world. To be able to die in the hands of this demon is an honor for you ants. The blood demon Azura statue spoke, his tone filled with contempt, with a kind of ancient nobility, with a kind of aloofness. Lin Changqing, the blood demon Azura Lord has descended, why don't you surrender and immediately accept your death? The 4 Wang family brothers shouted loudly, standing next to the blood demon Azura statue, like 4 lackeys. Surrender? Lin Changqing sneered, holding the gun in his right hand, looking at the 4 Wang family brothers. What are you? You want me to surrender? Lin Changqing then coldly looked at the blood demon statue. It seems that you think you are very noble, very good. This seat will establish the great Tao of reincarnation in the future, establish the underworld, and all the myriad worlds must act according to the rules of my underworld. Your demonic realm will naturally be included in it. Very good. Today, I will use you as practice first. Ha ha. Ignorant junior, even the heavenly court, which dominated the world in the past, could not make my demonic realm submit, and the ancient immortal king who spanned multiple eras also fell in my demonic realm. What are you? Wanting my demonic realm to listen to your words. The blood demon Azura statue laughed loudly. He only felt that he had heard the best joke. A mere core formation cultivator from the lowest world actually to conquer their demonic realm in the future?
The four Wang family brothers on the side also felt that Lin Changqing was wishful thinking. The biggest ambition of their four brothers was to break through to the 7th level of core formation and reach the later stage. Even the peerless figure Qiuyu sect master, who was earth-shattering in their hearts, only dreamed of unifying Qingzhou and reaching the nascent soul stage in this life.
What was this Lin Changqing? He actually said that he would establish the underworld in the future, and that all the myriad worlds would belong to his command, and the demonic realm would be no exception? Did Lin Changqing know what he was talking about? The heavenly court in the past could not make the demonic realm submit. If Lin Changqing could make the demonic realm submit, then he would have established a more magnificent achievement than the ancient heavenly court. The four Wang family brothers only felt that Lin Changqing was wishful thinking. They mocked, "The blood demon Azura god general will kill you in a moment. I'll see how you dream." Lin Changqing didn't speak, his black hair danced wildly without wind behind him. He held the extinction spear in his right hand and suddenly thrust forward. With this strike, he directly used the Yellow Spring's divine power. The Yellow Corpse River appeared behind him, and the black emperor-robed figure on the throne of white bones stretched out a white bone finger. This white bone finger covered the sky and covered the sun, pressing down on the headless blood demon Azura statue. After Lin Changqing used the Yellow Spring's divine power, the headless blood demon Azura god, who had just been laughing wildly, was suddenly extremely shocked. He seemed to have seen something incredible. How is it possible? How can you comprehend the power of reincarnation Yellow Springs? This is the legendary 3,000 great Daos that directly point to the origin of Hongmeng. Even if it's just a trace, a small core formation. Before the blood demon Azura statue could finish speaking, it was directly crushed by this finger. It's your turn. Lin Changqing looked coldly at the four Wang family brothers again, holding the gun. The faces of the four Wang family brothers, who had just been mocking and laughing, became incomparably stiff at this moment. They never expected that Lin Changqing would be so strong, and the blood demon Azura statue they summoned after exhausting 4 jiazi of lifespan would be shattered with one blow. Escape! After the blood demon Azura statue was shattered by you, the four Wang family brothers were completely afraid. They fled in 4 directions with fear, turning into 4 bloody shadows. You didn't panic, you threw the sword in your left hand, and suddenly Wang 4, who was running away, was killed by your sword. Next, you moved forward coldly and stabbed out 2 shots with your gun, killing Wang 5 and Wang 6 in quick succession in a short period of time. 6 of the Wang family's 7 brothers have already been killed by you. 5th, 6th. Wang 1, who was rapidly flying away in the distance, shouted in grief and indignation. All of his brothers had been killed, but his escape speed did not decrease, and he still ran forward. I thought you would come back to avenge your brothers, but I didn't expect you to still run away. But you can't escape. Looking at the back of Wang 1 escaping in the sky, Lin Changqing said indifferently. He stood in place, held the extinction spear in his left hand, and then threw it out violently. The extinction spear turned into a red light in the sky and chased directly after Wang family's eldest. Within 3 breaths, this gun actually directly killed Wang family's eldest in the air. With a bang, the corpse of Wang family's eldest fell from the sky into the crowd watching from the outside. Silence, deathly silence. The crowd of onlookers were all dumbfounded. Whether it was the righteous or demonic cultivators, they were all shocked and unbelievable. They suspected that they had seen it wrong. The Wang family brothers were all killed by you? The famous Wang family's 7 brothers who dominated Qingzhou were all killed by you alone? Among the onlookers, whether it was the righteous or demonic path, they were all dumbfounded. They discussed and discussed, all talking about the earth-shattering and unbelievable nature of this battle. You didn't pay too much attention, directly took away the ancient Jianmu soil from Wang Yi, and then quickly flew towards the sky. Your time is tight. Next you need to fuse this fragment of the world tree of Jianmu 2 again to reach the 3rd level of core formation. You urgently need to improve your strength by another level in a short period of time. After all, the pursuit from Mo Badian, this 10th level core formation cultivator, is coming. After taking the ancient world tree map from the Wang family's leader, you found a hidden cave to the north. You plan to spend a few minutes briefly healing your injuries before starting to fuse with the world tree fragment.
Although breaking through to the second layer of the core formation stage has healed most of your injuries, you still have some hidden wounds in your body from the successive bloody battles with the Wang family's 7 brothers.
You need to rest and recuperate quietly. You feel that there is still plenty of time. Killing the Wang family brothers took less than a day in total.
After spending a few more minutes healing, you will still have about a day to fuse with the World Tree fragment. You have also thought of another way to quickly fuse the second World Tree fragment. You are confident that you can reach the third layer of the core formation stage within the remaining day before Mobadian arrives. At the same time, while you are healing, the news of your killing the Wang family's 7 brothers sweeps through Blackwater County. It can be said that everyone is incredibly shocked and in disbelief. Outside Tianyang Valley, the righteous and demonic cultivators watching are still filled with disbelief and shock.
Everyone is still immersed in the shock of Lin Chongqing instantly killing all the Wang family brothers with one spear. Impossible, this isn't real.
Some demonic cultivators find it hard to accept this fact.
The demonic 7 kings, who were famous throughout Qingzhou, were killed by Lin Chongqing? A demonic cultivator who had previously mocked Lin Chongqing was also silent.
He had previously said that if Lin Chongqing had the ability, he would be divinely helped to kill all the demonic 5 kings.
But now, his words had unfortunately come true.
The righteous cultivators were also shocked. The best outcome they had imagined was that Lin Chongqing could escape the pursuit of the demonic 5 kings again. Who would have thought that Lin Chongqing would instead kill the demonic 5 kings? They had never dared to imagine this outcome before. Now, the corpses inside Tianyang Valley clearly told them that Lin Chongqing had accomplished an incredible feat, reversing the situation from the second layer of core formation to kill the 6th layer, and counter-killing the Wang family brothers. To fight 3 battles in one day, and for an early core formation cultivator to defy the demonic 7 kings, such a record can be called a prodigy even in Central Province.
That's right, Lin Chongqing would probably shine brightly even in Central Province. In the crowd, an old man in white sighed.
He had lived for almost 2 decades and had never seen such a young and invincible figure like Lin Chongqing.
For many years, such a barren place as Qingzhou has actually produced such a freak. In a certain valley, Fairy Nishang looked into the distance with worry. I don't know what the result of the third battle is. I hope Chongqing can break through and escape again.
It's difficult. It's already amazing that Chongqing has broken through twice in a row. This time, being surrounded for the 3rd time, I guess it's probably more bad than good. The nearby Wubai Jinren sighed. It wasn't that he was a jinx hoping for Lin Chongqing's death, but he really felt that the 3rd battle was too difficult for Lin Chongqing. The Wang family's leader was at the peak of the 6th layer of core formation, and the remaining 4 kings were all at the 5th layer of core formation. Being able to escape twice, Lin Chongqing was already very lucky. For the 3rd battle, he really didn't know how Lin Chongqing should escape. Stop guessing, everyone, and quietly wait for news from Taoist Huatian.
Hasn't Huatian already gone outside to inquire about news?
I believe Taoist Lin Chongqing will definitely be able to break through successfully for the 3rd time.
It was Changming Jinren who said this. You're right, let's wait for news from Taoist Huatian.
Fairy Nishang sighed, may God bless Lin Chongqing and let him break through successfully for the 3rd time. In this way, for the next period of time, everyone quietly waited for Taoist Huatian's information.
Everyone hoped that the news Taoist Huatian brought would be good news that Lin Chongqing had successfully broken through.
After a while, a fiery red light rapidly swept towards the valley from a distance.
It was Taoist Huatian, and he looked excited. It seems that Chongqing has successfully broken through for the 3rd time, otherwise Taoist Huatian wouldn't be so excited.
Looking at the expression on Taoist Huatian's face in the sky, the righteous core formation cultivators in the valley were all very happy, which meant that Taoist Huatian was bringing good news. That was that Lin Chongqing had successfully broken through for the 3rd time.
Look at my jinxed mouth.
Wubai Daorun directly slapped himself.
He was full of excitement. Good, good.
Chongqing is really incredible, he actually broke through successfully for the 3rd time. After a while, Taoist Huatian descended to the bottom of the valley, and Nishang, Wubai, Changming and other righteous core formation cultivators hurriedly greeted him.
Huotian, hurry up and say, did Lin Chongqing successfully break through for the third time? Did he run away from the hands of the Wang family brothers? The righteous core formation cultivators couldn't wait to hear the news of Lin Chongqing's successful escape from Huotian's mouth. But who knew that Huotian would shake his head? What? Could it be that Chongqing didn't run out of the hands of the Wang family's 5 brothers?
Seeing Taoist Huotian shake his head, Nishang, Wu Bai, and Changming were dumbfounded.
Could it be that Chongqing didn't break through successfully and had already died? Then why was Taoist Huotian so excited and happy? Everyone was stunned. Huotian coughed and said slowly, of course Chongqing didn't run out of the hands of the Wang family's 5 brothers.
Hearing this, the righteous core formation cultivators all sank to the bottom of the valley, but immediately after, Huotian's words made their hearts jump from the bottom of the cliff to the sky. Where did Chongqing need to escape?
He killed all the Wang family's 5 brothers. What? Fairy Nishang, Wu Bai Changming and other righteous core formation cultivators were all petrified.
They looked at each other, swallowed hard, and suspected that they had misheard.
You said Chongqing killed all the Wang family's 5 brothers? The Wang family's leader is at the 6th layer of core formation.
That's right, so what if he's at the 6th layer of core formation? According to the news I inquired about, Chongqing killed the Wang family's leader with 1 spear.
Are we dreaming?
The righteous core formation cultivators were all shocked by this news. They looked at each other, unable to believe that what they heard was true. Nishang, Wu Bai, and Changming all showed disbelief. The impact of this news on them was too great.
Lin Chongqing killed all the Wang family's 5 brothers. This was simply an incredible miracle.
After a long time, Wu Bai Jinren suddenly slapped his head and said, I will have something to brag about in the future. Chongqing is destined to become an incredible figure in the future. Such a genius used to call me senior. He also called me senior. Changming stroked his beard and smiled.
Nonsense, Chongqing is from our Blackwater Square city.
Where did he call you senior?
Didn't he? How do I remember calling you? No, you remembered it wrong.
Taoist Blood Luo, you and I will just quietly wait for the news of Lin Chongqing's death.
The Wang family's 5 Taoists are besieging him.
I want to see what kind of ability he has to escape.
If he doesn't die, who will?
Indeed, things can happen once, but not twice or thrice. This 3rd time, he will definitely not be able to escape. The Wang family brothers will definitely cut off Lin Chongqing's head for my demonic path.
In Bayan City, in the secret room of the city lord's mansion, Taoist Blood Luo and Bai Tianshui were drinking tea, very leisurely. They were both waiting for the news of Lin Chongqing's death later. After a while, the communication jade pendant on Taoist Blood Luo's body lit up with a red light, which meant that a message had been sent. Taoist Blood Luo picked up the jade pendant with joy. It seems that the Wang family's 5 Taoists are really fast. Presumably, this news is the news of Lin Chongqing's death.
While saying this, Taoist Blood Luo looked at the information on the communication jade slip. In less than 5 seconds, Taoist Blood Luo's face had become deathly silent, his eyes were dull, and he murmured, how is this possible?
How could Lin Chongqing kill all the Wang family's 5 brothers?
Hearing this, Bai Tianshui, who was drinking tea leisurely over there, trembled, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. His face was filled with shock and fear.
Hearing the news of you killing the Wang family's 5 brothers, Bai Tianshui and Shui Luo were extremely terrified.
In short, the battle at Light Valley caused shock and horror among people from all walks of life in Blackwater County. Some are shocked by your invincible talent, while others are terrified, mostly those from the demonic path and some traitors, who fear that you will grow up in the future and settle accounts with them. While the outside world is turbulent because of your battle, at this moment, after spending several tens of minutes healing the injuries in your body, you begin to fuse the world tree fragments. A dozen minutes later, you incorporate the world tree fragments into your dantian, and then fly towards the south of the sky. That is the direction of the heavenly demon sects branch stationed in Blackwater County. You need successive bloody battles to help you accelerate the spiritual power fusion progress of the world tree fragments in your body. Now that the Wang family's 5 brothers are gone as opponents, you will pick another one.
Your first choice is the Heavenly Demon Sex branch in Blackwater County. There are several demonic path core formation experts here. Killing them one by one and fighting them will greatly increase your fusion progress. 15 minutes later, you arrive at the Heavenly Demon Sex branch. Without saying a word, you directly wield the blood-red extinction spear and charge in to kill. An hour later, you come out. Behind you is a ruin.
The 3 demonic path core formation experts left by the Heavenly Demons sect in the Blackwater County branch have all been killed by you. And at this moment, after an hour of bloody battle, the spiritual power fusion progress in your body has reached 20%.
In fact, it is not difficult to kill those 3 Heavenly Demon sect demonic path core formation experts. It can be done in a dozen minutes. The reason why it took you an hour is the mountain protection formation inside. Next, you are not idle. You attack everywhere. Throughout Blackwater County, north, south, east, and west, you hunt down demonic path core formation experts like a hunter.
Within a short 4 hours, you have successively killed 10 more demonic path core formation experts. At this moment, after 4 hours of fighting, the spiritual power progress of the world tree fragments in your body has reached 50%. Having killed 13 demonic path core formation experts in a row, it can be said that 90% of the demonic paths core formation experts in Blackwater County have been killed by you. Many people were shocked again when they heard this news. Fairy Nishang was even a little dazed. You brought too much shock, and she was a little numb to it. No one expected that the war situation in Blackwater County, which had been in a downward spiral for more than 10 years for the righteous path, would be so easily changed by you alone. You continue to hunt down the demonic path experts in Blackwater County. In the next hour, you kill 3 more. 2 of them were killed by you in Bayan City. You happen to discover Shui Luo's demonic path aura outside Bayan City. You only made 3 shots and ended the battle within a minute. As you were about to thrust out the last spear to kill Shui Luo, Taoist Shui Luo said to you, "Lin Changqing, I'll tell you a secret before I die. The city lord of Bayan City in your righteous path is an undercover agent of our demonic path. After killing me, you should kill him too." Taoist Shui Luo gritted his teeth. That bastard, even if I die, he shouldn't think of living. Taoist Shui Luo was extremely resentful. He was not resentful of Lin Changqing. He was not as skilled as others and was killed by Lin Changqing, so he had nothing to say. What he resented was Bai Tianshui. After hearing the news that Lin Changqing had killed the Wang family's 5 brothers, Bai Tianshui, that bastard, actually told him that he would turn over a new leaf and work for the righteous path, so he invited him out. He felt that he was very wronged. If he hadn't been invited out by Tianshui, would he have happened to be met by Lin Changqing outside the city? He felt that even if he died, Bai Tianshui would not be able to live. Hearing Taoist Shui Luo's words, you didn't say anything. You directly searched Shui Luo's soul and found that what he said was true. You directly killed him with 1 shot, and then immediately set off for Bayan City. Arriving at Bayan City, you didn't waste any words and went straight to the city lord's mansion. Bai Tianshui was extremely shocked when he saw you for the first time. Then he immediately put on a smiling face. So it's fellow Taoist Changqing. Fellow Taoist Changqing is really showing the might of our righteous path today. Tianshui really admires you. It's just a pity that I don't have the ability to kill the demonic path like fellow Taoist Changqing. If I had the ability of fellow Taoist Changqing, Blackwater County would not have been ravaged by the demonic path for more than 10 years, and the people would not have been plunged into misery. Bai Tianshui pretended to be heartbroken. Lin Changqing didn't say anything, just looked at him coldly, and then thrust out a spear and turned around. Thud. Behind Lin Changqing, a bloody head fell to the ground. It was Bai Tianshui's, his face with horror and fear. After another hour, you found other demonic path core formation experts in Blackwater County. In 1 hour, you found 2 more. After 2 battles, the spiritual power progress of your world tree fragments reached 60%. The demonic path core formation experts in Blackwater County have almost been killed by me. It is estimated that I can't find any more here. It's time to go to other counties. The demonic path core formation experts in Blackwater County were almost killed by you, so you quickly rushed towards the neighboring Wanqing County. You fully increased your speed and arrived at Wanqing County 5 hours later. Next, you repeated your old tricks and spent another 5 hours, almost wiping out the demonic path core formation experts in Wanqing County as well. This almost one day of yours is extremely crazy. In less than a day, you successively bloodbathed the demonic path in Blackwater County and Wanqing County. On the one hand, it is due to your strength, and on the other hand, it is also due to the fact that there are no demonic path experts in the late core formation stage in these two counties. Whether it is the righteous path or the demonic path, the great cultivators in the late core formation stage of both the righteous and demonic paths are concentrated in Tiandu County, a large county with abundant spiritual energy like Tianshui County. So this gave you the opportunity to wreak havoc in Blackwater County and Wanqing County. And at this moment, the 5 hours of bloody battle in Wanqing County also brought the spiritual power progress of your world tree fragments to 100%.
A dilapidated demonic path sect ruin, this is the Blood Moon sect.
Lin Changqing closed his eyes and stood in place, the spiritual power on his body constantly soaring. 15 minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes, and at this moment, the spiritual power aura on his body also reached the 3rd level of core formation. You are now at the 3rd level of core
formation.
At this moment, your strength can compete with the 7th level of core formation, equivalent to a great cultivator in the late core formation stage.
Faced with Mo Badian chasing and killing you, you have finally completed all the preparations. Calculating the time, Mo Badian should be in Blackwater County at this moment. You didn't run away immediately. It's useless to run away blindly. You are going to give Mo Badian a ruthless blow, seriously injure him, or even kill him directly, and then run away. Running away directly is not your style, and if you let the intact Mo Badian keep chasing you, it will not be easy for you to escape. Mo Badian wants to chase and kill me?
I'll give you something unforgettable for the rest of your life. Lin Changqing looked around at the ruined palace behind him. He was looking for a good place to plant a mine. Your spiritual power has undergone a transformation after reaching the 3rd level of core formation, which will allow you to implement the plan in your heart better. If the plan you thought of is successfully implemented, there is a high probability that Mo Badian will be seriously injured, or even killed directly if you are lucky. In this way, you can easily escape Mo Badian's pursuit. You were in the Blood Demon sect, searching for a spot to bury a mine to trap Demon Overlord.
Meanwhile, after nearly 2 days of travel, Demon Overlord finally arrived at Blackwater Prefecture from Sky Capital Prefecture.
The instant he descended upon Blackwater Prefecture, an overwhelming demonic aura spread across the sky and earth, the unique aura of a core formation 10th layer cultivator. He wore a blood-red robe, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, with graying hair, but his eyes were filled with calmness, ferocity, and murderous intent. His robe was stained with blood. In fact, his journey from Sky Capital Prefecture to Blackwater Prefecture was marked by continuous battles. Lin Changqing was able to kill Demon Heaven, the number 1 genius of the demonic path. With such astonishing talent, naturally, some late-stage core formation cultivators from the righteous path didn't want Lin Changqing to die. In fact, after the news of Lin Changqing's appearance in Blackwater Prefecture spread, several late-stage core formation cultivators from the righteous path rushed towards Blackwater Prefecture, hoping to stop Demon Overlord and protect Lin Changqing.
Unfortunately, Demon Overlord's ferocious power was too overwhelming.
He repeatedly defeated several late-stage core formation cultivators from the righteous path, fighting his way to this place. After arriving at the Blackwater sect, Demon Overlord immediately summoned several demonic sect disciples, wanting to inquire about Lin Changqing's whereabouts and whether his subordinates, the 7 kings, had completed his order to kill Lin Changqing. However, what the demonic sect disciples said next caused the face of this demonic path giant to change color for the first time.
What did you say?
The Wang brothers were all killed by Lin Changqing alone.
Supreme Elder, this disciple speaks the truth. That Lin Changqing's combat power is indeed overwhelming.
In the battle at Bright Light Valley, he broke through to the 2nd layer of core formation during the battle and killed all 5 real men.
The blood-robed old man was Demon Overlord. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. This child must not be allowed to live. Demon Overlord's eyes revealed killing intent.
If he had wanted to kill Lin Changqing to avenge demon heaven before. Now, it was for the future of the demonic path that Lin Changqing had to be killed. Because Lin Changqing displayed talent that was too terrifying, defying enemies across 4 minor realms.
Such talent was unprecedented in Azure Province. Even in Central Province, he would be a genius among geniuses.
Just imagine, once Lin Changqing also grew to the 10th layer of core formation.
Demon Overlord felt a chill run down his spine at the mere thought of this possibility. Demon Overlord inquired about your location from this disciple.
Because you went on a killing spree in Myriad Fortune Prefecture, it was easy for those who cared to find out your location. This demonic path disciple told Demon Overlord about your presence in Myriad Fortune Prefecture.
After learning this, Demon Overlord immediately set off for Myriad Fortune Prefecture.
Being at the 10th layer of core formation, he was much faster than you, arriving at Myriad Fortune Prefecture in just over 2 hours. After arriving, he immediately inquired about your presence in the Blood Moon sect.
20 minutes later, Demon Overlord arrived at the Blood Moon sect.
Seeing that your face showed no fear and that you didn't run upon seeing him, but instead waited for him here, he was hesitant.
Junior, you have quite the nerve, killing this old man's direct grandson and still daring to stay here?
In the sky above the Blood Moon sect, Demon Overlord stood with his hands behind his back, staring at Lin Changqing with overwhelming killing intent.
How could he not hate the person who killed his direct grandson?
He couldn't wait to kill this little beast immediately, but he restrained himself.
He didn't immediately descend to the Blood Moon sect because he suspected a trap.
He carefully searched with his mind.
Demon Overlord suspected that the reason Lin Changqing didn't run upon seeing him was perhaps because other old monsters from the righteous path at the 10th layer of core formation were arriving, giving Lin Changqing confidence. However, after a minute, Demon Overlord dismissed this suspicion because he didn't sense the aura of any 10th layer core formation cultivators nearby. Demon Overlord relaxed and stared at Lin Changqing with overwhelming killing intent. Little beast, this old man thought you had some backup waiting for me? It turns out you're all alone here. Then you can die.
Lin Changqing, dressed in green robes, stood still, his expression calm. Demon Heaven once said he would kill me, and the 7 kings also said they would kill me, but in the end, they all died miserably. I vaguely remember the way Demon Heaven knelt and begged for mercy before his death. It's a pity I hacked him to death.
That feeling is truly enjoyable.
Lin Changqing's tone was very calm, but these words directly made Demon Overlord's eyes turn red, and he immediately rushed down.
Little beast, this old man will kill you. Kill you. Avenge heaven. Then come.
You deliberately provoked Demon Overlord in order to lure him from the sky to the Blood Moon sect, where you had dug a pit and buried mines.
Demon Overlord, filled with overwhelming killing intent, struck at you with a palm.
You used the dragon demon body refining art with both hands, and 5 primordial dragons appeared behind you, fighting Demon Overlord.
Demon Overlord was indeed worthy of being at the 10th layer of core formation, the top demonic path giant in the entire Azure Province.
As soon as you exchanged blows, you felt his terror and power. For the first half hour, you were severely injured and retreated, but this was within your expectations. You fought and retreated, heading towards the direction of the buried pit.
Little beast, where do you think you're going? Today, whether you go to heaven or earth, this old man will kill you. Demon Overlord shouted coldly, relentlessly pursuing Lin Changqing.
Demon Overlord chased after you, and you retreated all the way to the main hall of the Blood Moon sect, which was also the pit you had dug in advance. You had buried mines in the main hall. As soon as you reached the main hall, a blue light immediately enveloped Demon Overlord. It was actually a formation to trap people.
You trapped Demon Overlord in the main hall and then quickly ran out.
Looking at the direction you were fleeing and seeing the blue formation trapping him, Demon Overlord
laughed contemptuously. Junior, have you exhausted your tricks?
This old man thought you had some backup, but with just this formation, this old man can break it in 3 breaths.
See how far you can run in 3 breaths.
It can indeed only trap you for 3 breaths, but 3 breaths are enough. Lin Changqing flew away rapidly, and in an instant, he came to a place thousands of meters away. He turned his head, chuckled, and muttered to himself, "It's time to watch the fireworks."
In one breath, Demon Overlord struck the blue formation with a palm, and cracks appeared in the formation's light barrier. In another 2 breaths, Demon Overlord would definitely be able to break the blue formation, but at this moment, the blood-red extinction spear and the ancient Jianmu diagram, with 3 diagrams connected together, suddenly appeared in the main hall.
And at this moment, you, who were thousands of meters away, softly said a word, "Explode."
A deafening explosion rang out in the main hall.
Under your control, a high-grade Dao artifact, the extinction spear, and the ancient Jianmu diagram, which had already been promoted to a mid-grade Dao artifact, self-destructed at the same time.
This was your plan.
Where would ordinary core formation cultivators have the luck like you to possess a high-grade Dao artifact and a mid-grade Dao artifact at the same time? And more importantly, even if they did, they would be reluctant to self-destruct them.
But you were willing. To you, this was just a simulation. In the next simulation, you could still obtain these 2 Dao artifacts again. A high-grade Dao artifact and a mid-grade Dao artifact self-destructing together. Even if it doesn't kill you, it will seriously injure you.
Thousands of meters away from the Blood Moon sect, Lin Chongqing watched with appreciation as the huge explosion shockwave rose from the main hall. The aftershock of the explosion, which was thousands of miles away, caused Lin Chongqing to suffer minor injuries. One could imagine what kind of attack Demon Overlord, who was at the center of the explosion, would suffer.
Little beast, you dare to plot against me. I'm going to kill you.
5 minutes later, the explosion subsided, and Demon Overlord's shocking screams rang out in the main hall.
He was still alive, but his current appearance was incomparably miserable. Half of his body had been blown away, and he was extremely weak. You felt a little regret. After all, your realm was too low.
The power of a Dao artifact explosion detonated by a 3rd-layer core formation cultivator was still not powerful enough. However, this was originally within your expectations. If you were lucky, you would directly kill Demon Overlord. If you were unlucky, it would be fine to seriously injure him.
Because, old thing, kill me? You seem to be a little confused about the situation.
Today, I will kill you and send you on your way, defying 10 layers, establishing my prestige. Lin Chongqing returned to the main hall and looked coldly at Demon Overlord, whose body had been blown apart.
The current Demon Overlord had been seriously injured by the explosion and was extremely weak.
This was the best opportunity for you to kill him.
From the beginning, you had planned to completely kill Demon Overlord. The Dao artifact self-destruction was only the first step.
If the Dao artifact self-destruction couldn't kill Demon Overlord, the second step was for you to personally deliver the final blow and kill him with your own hands.
To escape Demon Overlord's pursuit, what better way is there than to kill Demon Overlord with your own hands? As you arrived, Demon Overlord Tian realized something was wrong.
He had been immersed in the resentment of being tricked by you, completely overlooking a crucial issue. He had already been blasted by 2 Dao artifacts, leaving him with only half his body, severely injured, and extremely weak. He was no match for you at all. Therefore, Demon Overlord Tian, who had just been shouting about killing you, immediately turned and fled. You didn't chase after him. You stood in place, forming a strange gesture with your left and right hands. Your left hand held a sword-like shape, and your right hand held a gun-like shape. Without the annihilation gun, your hands could still be weapons.
Little bastard. This old man will kill you another day. Demon Overlord Tian's hateful voice came from the distant sky.
Even though he was severely injured, his escape speed was still very fast, instantly turning into a blood-red light in the sky and speeding away. Lin Chongqing remained standing in place, coldly watching Demon Overlord Tian's fleeing figure, and then suddenly unleashed dozens of punches towards the sky.
Each punch carried chi and blood.
Below, Lin Chongqing's left hand held a sword-like shape, and his right hand formed a gun, as if he were holding a sword and a gun in the void. The chi and blood in the sky seemed to be guided by Lin Chongqing on the ground, gradually condensing into a chi and blood spear and a chi and blood sword. Today, I will cut off your head and proclaim to the world that Lin has defied someone 10 levels higher. Lin Chongqing shouted loudly. At the same time, the Qi and Blood Long Sword and the Qi and Blood Long Spear began to chase Demon Overlord Tian frantically. The speed of the Qi and Blood Long Spear and the Qi and Blood Long Sword was unimaginable. Within 3 breaths, they caught up with Demon Overlord Tian, and the Qi and Blood Long Spear pierced through Demon Overlord Tian's chest with one strike.
No! Demon Overlord Tian's face was filled with horror as he saw the long spear pierce through his body.
He felt extreme frustration and indignation.
What kind of person was he?
He had dominated the demonic path of Qingzhou for 200 years, a core formation 10th layer cultivator, and a prominent supreme elder of the heavenly demon sect.
Had he, who had dominated his entire life, to be killed here today by a junior? I am not convinced. Lin Changqing, you are using tricks. You insidious villain. If I were uninjured, I would definitely be able to kill you. Demon Overlord Tian roared madly.
The long spear pierced through his body, causing him to feel the rapid decline of his life force. He was afraid that he was about to die, and he could not accept this fact.
Lin Changqing, this insidious villain. He actually used Dao artifacts to blow him up. If he hadn't been severely injured by the Dao artifact explosion, how could he have fallen into the situation of being killed by a junior today? In your next life, I will give you a chance to fight me without injuries.
However, at that time, my cultivation will probably be different from what it is today.
If I can't kill you in 3 moves, I will commit suicide.
Lin Changqing said coldly, stepping into the sky and grasping the Qi and Blood Long Sword swirling above Demon Overlord Tian's head, and then beheading Demon Overlord Tian with one strike. With a thud, a head filled with unwillingness fell from the sky to the ground. Thus, Demon Overlord Tian, who had dominated the demonic path of Qingzhou for 200 years, was killed by Lin Changqing. If the news of Demon Overlord Tian's death at the hands of Lin Changqing were to spread, the shock it would cause in Qingzhou would be 10 times, or even 100 times, stronger than Lin Changqing killing the 7 kings.
Demon Overlord Tian was a core formation 10th layer cultivator, the top combat power in Qingzhou. Such a person was actually killed by Lin Changqing? Killing Demon Overlord Tian will probably alarm the entire demonic path of Qingzhou. Therefore, I can't stay in Qingzhou. I must go to Central Province.
Lin Changqing set up a hidden formation in the main hall, and then immediately flew towards the north of the sky.
The direction of Central Province was north of Wanqin Prefecture. You decided to go to Central Province.
Previously, when you killed Demon Heaven and the 7 kings, the talent you displayed was too astonishing. Staying in Qingzhou would only invite the demonic path to hunt you down, not to mention that you did another earth-shattering thing today, killing Demon Overlord Tian as well.
Demon Overlord Tian's death will definitely cause the entire Qingzhou demonic path to relentlessly hunt you down.
After all, the demonic path doesn't want to see a person who can kill a core formation 10th layer cultivator at the core formation 3rd layer grow up. Therefore, you decided to go to Central Province.
Central Province has a vast territory.
As long as you escape to Central Province, it will be difficult for the Qingzhou demonic path to hunt you down.
Central Province is rich in spiritual energy.
There, your cultivation speed can be faster. Moreover, you need to go to the mountain and see Secret Realm in Central Province to retrieve the method of refining the internal organs.
Regardless of which aspect you consider, going to Central Province at this moment is your best choice.
As long as I escape to Central Province and find a stable cultivation environment, I can slowly improve my cultivation.
Once I reach the 7th or 8th layer, I can come back and slaughter the entire Qingzhou.
Lin Changqing muttered to himself in the sky.
He couldn't stay in Qingzhou. He couldn't cultivate peacefully here at all. However, it's a bit difficult to escape safely to Central Province. Lin Changqing pondered, planning the route from Wanqin Prefecture to Central Province in his mind.
From Wanqin Prefecture to Central Province, you will pass through the 4 major prefectures of Blackwater Prefecture, Xi'an Prefecture, Moyan Prefecture, and Qingli Prefecture.
Finally, you will have to pass through the vast desert. The total journey is estimated to take 4 days.
In other words, for these 4 days, you must escape the demonic path's pursuit as soon as possible to successfully reach Central Province. You left a hidden formation in the main hall, trying to hide the news of Demon Overlord Tion's death for as long as possible, but you know that it won't be hidden for long. After all, the explosion of the two Dao artifacts was too earth-shattering. Perhaps the demonic path will soon know the news of Demon Overlord Tion's death, and then immediately send people to hunt you down. One day later, you arrived at Xi'an Prefecture. During this day, you didn't see the demonic path chasing you, so the journey was relatively smooth. But you know this is temporary. Sooner or later, the news of Demon Overlord Tion's death will spread, and then the demonic path's pursuers will come. 8 hours later, you arrived at Moyun Prefecture. At this moment, the news of Demon Overlord Tion's death finally spread, detonating the entire Qingzhou. Everyone who heard this news was shocked and incredulous. Who was Demon Overlord Tian? The invincible supreme elder of the heavenly demon sect who dominated Qingzhou. Such a person would be killed by a core formation third-layer cultivator? Ni Chang and true person Changming were also in a daze when they heard this news. When did a junior of the past grow to a level that they had to look up to in such a short period of time? Your prestige spread rapidly in Qingzhou. Everyone knew that a forbidden genius had emerged in Qingzhou, who could kill a core formation 10th layer cultivator at the core formation 3rd layer. It could be said that everyone in the world knew you. Of course, the first reaction of the demonic path when they heard this news was anger. They immediately refuted the rumors, saying that the reason why Elder Demon Overlord Tian died was because you used a Dao artifact explosion. They detected fragments of Dao artifacts at the scene of Demon Overlord Tian's death. In addition, the demonic path immediately sent people to organize the pursuit of you. They wanted to wash away the shame. Besides, they felt fear and panic. Your killing of Demon Overlord Tian was too shocking. Even if you used a Dao artifact self-destruction, it still made the demonic path fear your talent. They didn't want to see you grow up. In order to have a foolproof way to completely kill you, the demonic path even invited Xiuyu, who was in closed-door cultivation, out. Demon Overlord Tian, that trash, has really lost all the face of my demonic path. He was actually killed by a junior at the core formation 3rd layer. In the main hall of the Heavenly Demons sect, a large group of demonic path disciples knelt in the hall in fear. On the main seat was a woman in a blood-colored palace dress with a majestic face. Although she was a woman, she had an aura of. This person was Xiuyu, the #1 expert in Qingzhou of this generation, the female demon. Xiuyu has emerged from seclusion. Upon learning of the news of you killing Immobadian, she outwardly scolded Immobadian as useless, but in reality, she was shocked by your talent. She has resolved to kill you, otherwise, the demonic path is in danger when you grow up. Do you have Lin Changqing's current location information? Xiuyu asked with killing intent. The demonic path disciple below replied, reporting to the sect leader, someone just sent a message via Jade Slip, saying that Lin Changqing previously killed the Supreme Elder in Wanqing County and has now fled to Moyun County. Xiuyu touched her forehead and pondered, from Wanqing County to Moyun County, good, Lin Changqing, it seems you want to go to Central Province. That's a way to escape. However, you can't escape from my demonic path's grasp. Xiuyu sneered repeatedly, deducing Lin Changqing's ultimate goal from his escape route. Running from Wanqing County to Moyun County, where else would he want to go but Central Province? Immediately notify Moyun County and Xingli County, the last checkpoint on the way to Central Province, and have all the demonic path cultivators in these two large counties gather to intercept and kill Lin Changqing. I want him to have no way to escape. Xiuyu shouted sternly. Yes, sect leader. The demonic path disciples below stood up and responded, then quickly retreated out of the hall, immediately starting to transmit messages via jade slips to the demonic path cultivators in Moyun and Xingli counties. Ni, you still need to personally handle this matter of Lin Changqing. He must die. This person's talent is too astonishing. He will greatly affect that important figure's plans for Qing province in the next 50 years. This child can even kill Immobadian. I'm afraid the demonic path cultivators in Moyun and Xingli counties can't stop him. From the depths of the heavenly demon main hall, a frail female voice suddenly echoed. Hearing this voice, Ni nodded, don't worry, he used a Dao artifact self-destruct to kill Immobadian. In Qingli County, there is a secretly existing core formation 10th layer cultivator of our demonic path.
Without the Dao artifact, Lin Changqing will definitely not be able to pass this checkpoint of Qingli County.
In addition, to completely kill him, I will also set off immediately.
That's good.
In the next 50 years, that important figure's plans in Qing province must not be affected. Xiao Yu has emerged from seclusion and immediately arranged layers of pursuit against Lin Changqing.
Furthermore, who was that frail female voice in the main hall? Who is the important figure she spoke of? What are the plans for Qing province in the next 50 years? It's as if layers of mist are permeating above Qing province. Lin Changqing, where do you think you're going?
The sect leader has ordered, kill this child.
Xiao Yu's actions are really fast. Immediately, you are greeted by the first wave of demonic paths pursuit in Moyun County. 7 demonic path core formation cultivators came to
hunt you down, 1 at the 7th layer of core formation, 6 at the 5th layer of core formation.
Without any hesitation, you directly and coldly killed them.
You already understand that the road to Central Province is destined to be a road of blood and bones.
You must fight your way out.
In this battle, you killed to the point of madness, your whole body stained with blood. Finally, after an hour of hard fighting, you hacked these 7 demonic path core formation cultivators to death, then quickly fled towards Qingli, the last major county.
The hope of escaping is greater again. The highest cultivation of the demonic path in Qingli County is also the 7th layer of core formation. If I kill him, I can go to the last location, the vast desert. In other words, Qingli County will be my last battle. If I win, I can successfully go to Central Province.
In the sky, Lin Changqing healed his injuries while flying towards Qingli County.
Qingli County is relatively far from Moyun County. It took you a whole day to arrive at Qingli County. After arriving at Qingli County, in less than an hour, you were greeted by the encirclement and suppression of the demonic cultivators of Qingli County.
The leader is at the 7th layer of core formation, and there are also 5 or 6 demonic path core formation cultivators, but most are at the 4th layer.
This time, the demonic path combat power encircling and suppressing you is not as good as that of Moyun County. This battle was relatively easy for you. It only took half an hour to kill all the demonic path core formation cultivators who were besieging you. It's easier than I imagined. Has the enemy of the last battle been solved by me like this?
Lin Changqing muttered to himself. For some reason, he always had a feeling of unease in his heart, but on the surface, the demonic path core formation cultivators of Qingli County had all been killed by him.
Who else would stop him? Is it Xiao Yu? But the Heavenly Demon Sect's lair is in Heavenly Demon County, which is extremely far away from here.
Even if Xiao Yu received the news that he killed Immortal a day and a half ago, it would take about 3 days to get here, so Xiao Yu would definitely not be able to make it at this time.
Then who else could it be?
Shaking your head, you suppressed the unease in your heart and rapidly fled towards the direction of the vast sea desert. In any case, your path ahead seems smooth, and there are no more enemies blocking you. As long as you go to the vast sea desert, you will be able to reach Central Province. Finally, 4 hours later, you arrived at Biansha City in Qingli County.
This is the border of Qingli County.
As long as you pass the city, it will be the vast desert.
And when you arrived at Biansha City, at this moment, you understood why you felt uneasy, because you could feel an aura of the 10th layer of core formation in Biansha City.
Junior, this old man is the sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect, and I have been waiting for you here for a long time.
An overwhelming demonic might erupted in the city of Biansha City. A purple-robed old man appeared from the city.
He stared at Lin Changqing indifferently, as if staring at a dead man. The Myriad Demons sect is the second largest demonic sect in Qing province, second only to the Heavenly Demon sect. Its sect leader is also at the 10th layer of core formation, and as a sect leader, he is slightly stronger than Immortal in the same realm.
You no longer have a Dao artifact, and you have suffered many bloody battles. You are already weakened to a certain extent. To escape from the hands of the Myriad Demon sect leader, who is stronger than Immortal, seems very hopeless.
Junior, today is your end.
The Myriad Demon sect leader laughed wildly. He seemed to be about to end your life. And it was at this moment that an old man holding a wooden sword appeared. Ming Ku. You are, after all, the dignified sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect. Bullying a junior is truly beneath your status. Why don't you try your hand with this old man? The old man holding a wooden sword stood in mid-air. He looked like an ordinary farmer, dressed in coarse linen clothes. The sword in his hand was also an ordinary wooden sword, like a toy carved from wood for ordinary children. But for some reason, he exuded an aura of the sword from head to toe, utterly profound. Seeing the old man with the wooden sword appear, the Myriad Demon sect leader, who was about to kill Lin Changqing with a palm strike, was shocked. Sword Palace, why are you here? If you can be here, why can't I? As he spoke, the old man with the wooden sword thrust out a sword. It turns out that the old man with the wooden sword is an elder of the Sword Palace, the #1 expert of the righteous path in Qingzhou. He actually came here, and it seems his purpose is to rescue you. The Sword Palace elder is indeed the #1 expert of the righteous path in Qingzhou. He forced the Myriad Demon sect leader to retreat after only 100 moves. Sword Palace, 15 years ago, you were seriously injured by Qiuyu, almost to the point of death. Now, you're taking action for a Lin Changqing? I'd like to see, when Qiuyu arrives later, how long you can survive. The Myriad Demon sect leader, who was fleeing into the distant sky, uttered a resentful and hateful voice. In the battle just now, he was directly cut and seriously injured by the Sword Palace elder. Even though they are both at the 10th level of the core formation stage, there is still a difference. The Sword Palace elder is the #1 expert of the righteous path in Qingzhou. Even before Qiuyu appeared, the Sword Palace elder was vaguely known as the #1 expert in Qingzhou. His life is extremely legendary. He only established his foundation at the age of 80 and formed his core at the age of 160. He can be said to be a late bloomer, and he has also been supporting the righteous path all along. The reason why Qiuyu took the lead in initiating the war between the demonic path 10 years ago was also because the Sword Palace elder was defeated by Qiuyu 15 years ago. The Sword Palace elder came to rescue you. You are very surprised. You have no intersection with him, and you step forward to thank him. The Sword Palace elder tells you that you don't need to thank him. Lin Changqing, you don't need to thank me. It is right for me to save you. Our righteous path has produced a genius like you. If I don't save you and let you be killed by the demonic path, then I would be foolish. The Sword Palace elder stroked his beard, his eyes full of admiration as he looked at Lin Changqing. He never thought that the righteous path would produce such an unparalleled genius like Lin Changqing. Originally, after being defeated by Qiuyu 15 years ago, and with the righteous path retreating steadily in the past 10 years, he was somewhat disheartened. But the appearance of Lin Changqing made him feel that the righteous path might not necessarily lose this game in Qingzhou. The Sword Palace elder said that it was right for him to save you. In addition, he also told you to escape quickly. Lin Changqing, Qiuyu will be here soon. You should leave quickly and go from the vast desert to the central continent. If you stay in Qingzhou, the demonic path is powerful, and I can't protect you for a lifetime. But if I guard the border Sand City and stop Qiuyu, I can buy you 3 days to escape. This old bone of mine can still do that. Senior, then you. Don't worry about me. At most, this old bone of mine will be seriously injured again. You can't kill me that easily. You should escape quickly. Hearing the words of the Sword Palace elder, you are not pretentious. You once again heavily express your gratitude to the Sword Palace elder, and then you leave for the vast desert. Before leaving, the Sword Palace elder told you that when you arrive in the central continent, if you want to quickly improve your cultivation, you must find an opportunity to become a guest elder under those princes and princesses. Only in this way will you have the opportunity to access the top secret realms and spiritual vein resources of the central continent. You keep these words in your heart, and then enter the vast desert, flying rapidly towards the central continent. From the vast desert to the central continent, it will take you about 10 hours at your speed. The Sword Palace elder said that he would risk his life to stop Qiuyu for you, giving you 3 days. 3 days is enough for you to cross the vast desert and penetrate deep into the central continent. Lin Changqing flew in the vast desert where he could not see the edge at a glance. The sky was full of yellow sand, and desert monsters appeared from time to time. I wonder if Senior Sword Palace has already fought with Xiaoyu. Lin Changqing looked back, and the border sand city behind him had turned into a small black dot. You continue to fly in the vast desert. After 4 hours, you have traveled half the distance of the vast desert and are getting closer and closer to the central continent. At this moment, a blood-colored palace-dressed woman with monstrous demonic might arrived at the border sand city. Xiaoyu has finally arrived. Sword Palace, are you really not afraid of death and insist on stopping me? There's no point in saying more, kill. The Sword Palace elder took the lead and attacked with his wooden sword. Xiaoyu also revealed a murderous intent, and the blood demon great handprint was directly slapped out from her hand. In this way, the two strongest people in Qingzhou fought together. After 2 days, the Sword Palace elder had already shown signs of defeat. There was no way, Xiaoyu was too strong. A 6-pattern golden core, perhaps only Lin Changqing's 9-pattern golden core in the same realm could defeat her. Sword Palace, you have been defeated, what else is there to say? What if I am defeated? I have already stopped you for 2 days. By now, Changqing has probably already escaped to the central continent. The Sword Palace elder laughed loudly. I will risk this old life to stop you for another day. As he spoke, the Sword Palace elder, covered in blood, attacked again. After another day, the Sword Palace elder was beaten into a terrible state. He was unable to stop Xiaoyu any longer, but he did stop Xiaoyu for 3 days, buying Lin Changqing 3 days to escape. Sword Palace, do you think that if I am stopped for 3 days, that Lin Changqing will be able to save his life? Do you really think that the current Lin Changqing has already escaped from the vast desert? Xiaoyu said indifferently, and then took out a black token from her storage bag. A black mysterious bird was engraved on the token. Seeing this black mysterious bird token, the Sword Palace elder's expression changed drastically. The mysterious bird descends from the heavens, descending to give birth to the Shang dynasty. How could you possess this token? Xiaoyu laughed loudly. I told you long ago, this is the will of heaven, that my Qingzhou demonic path is destined to prosper. What's wrong with me possessing the mysterious bird token? Tell me, with the mysterious bird token in hand, how can Lin Changqing escape from the vast desert? Time shifted back to 3 days ago, when Xiaoyu landed in Border Sand City. At this moment, you have been flying in the vast desert for 4 hours, you continue to fly forward. After another hour, you suddenly fell from the sky. The sky was full of yellow sand swept over you, and you saw a vast and incomparable dead city shrouded you, which seemed like a kingdom of the dead. You were shocked. Why did a dead city suddenly appear in this place? In addition, you saw a line of words engraved on a large stone tablet in front of the dead city. The mysterious bird descends from the heavens, descending to give birth to the Shang dynasty, the capital of the great Shang, Chaoga. Seeing these lines of words, you were shocked. The dead city that fell from the sky was actually Chaoga, the capital of the great Shang? You suddenly thought of a legend in the Qingzhou cultivation world about the vast desert. Legend has it that after the last emperor of the ancient times, Emperor Xian, died, Chaoga, the capital of the great Shang, was used as a tomb and buried by the people left behind by the great Shang. Some people say that they have seen the dead city of Chaoga in the vast desert. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. Your heart is very uneasy. You didn't expect that the dead city of Chaoga would appear when you were about to escape to the central continent. After a while, the gate of the dead city of Chaoga suddenly opened, and an invisible suction force pulled you. You felt a darkness in front of your eyes and were pulled into the dead city of Chaoga. When you woke up again, you came to the dead city of Chaoga, and you saw boundless corpses. It seemed you hadn't entered a city, but a world of the dead. The dilapidated streets and decaying bronze roads were littered with bodies, stretching endlessly. The clothes worn by these corpses were incredibly ancient. And crucially, you recognized the armor and clothing worn by these corpses. Though ancient, they were strikingly similar to the uniforms of the Great Wu Dynasty's army in the present-day Central Province. These dead people, could they all be soldiers of the Great Wu Dynasty? But how could soldiers of the Great Wu Dynasty appear in the dead city of Chaoga?
The air was thick with a putrid, corrosive stench. Lin Changqing crouched before a corpse, observing it intently. For some reason, the corpse's features remained lifelike, its face contorted in terror, as if it had witnessed something utterly horrifying. This deceased soldier was clad in scarlet armor. The Great Wu dynasty revered the virtue of fire, and the army's armor was uniformly scarlet, each piece being a spiritual artifact in itself. The soldier's body also bore a waist, inscribed with the words Fire Xian Camp, 352, Ja 352.
Lin Changqing rose and looked ahead.
Countless scarlet-armored soldiers lay dead, their faces all bearing the same look of terror, as if they had witnessed something unspeakable. From the color and style of the armor, and the waist, you felt it was highly likely that these dead soldiers were indeed from the Great Wu dynasty. The Fire Xian Camp was one of the 4 major camps guarding the Great Wu dynasty's capital. Its soldiers were all elites.
It was said that in the early days of the dynasty, the Fire Xian King, leader of the Fire Xian Camp, had followed the Great Wu's founding emperor in campaigns to the south and north. 30,000 years ago, the Fire Xian King led his troops to conquer the demonic beasts of the northern desert's 100,000 mountains and the endless sea tribes of the southern sea, expanding the Great Wu's territory. Because of these merits, the Great Wu's founding emperor permanently retained the Fire Xian King's Fire Xian Camp, which remains one of the 4 major camps guarding the capital to this day. You were already feeling puzzled by being suddenly sucked into the dead city of Chaoga. Now, seeing so many dead soldiers of the Great Wu dynasty here, you felt even more lost in a fog. When did these soldiers die? Judging from the style of their clothing, it was extremely ancient, definitely not recent.
And why would soldiers of the Great Wu dynasty appear in the dead city of Chaoga, only to die mysteriously? Furthermore, you wanted to know how to leave this place. You continued forward, attempting to find some clues.
After 2/4 of an hour, you made a discovery. You found a letter in the arms of a dead soldier. Taihong 352.
Upon seeing the date at the beginning of the letter, a look of shock appeared in Lin Changqing's eyes.
The current year was Taishu 350.
But the Taihong era dated back 30,000 years in the Great Wu dynasty, to the reign of the Great Wu's founding emperor. These dead soldiers are actually from 30,000 years ago. Lin Changqing was somewhat incredulous. He suddenly thought of a secret he had heard. If these dead soldiers were from 30,000 years ago, then it would align with the secret he had heard. In the Wu Kingdom, there was a very strange phenomenon. The Wu Kingdom had a total of 18 provinces. Except for Qing province, the Great Wu dynasty had dispatched officials and soldiers to every province. Only Qing province had no officials or soldiers dispatched by the Great Wu dynasty. Some said that Qing province was too desolate for the Great Wu dynasty to care about. But the secret Lin Changqing had heard said that Qing province was a cursed land. 30,000 years ago, the Great Wu's founding emperor was in high spirits. His cultivation had reached the 10th level of the transformation god sovereign, and it was even said that he had touched the return to void stage. He was powerful and unmatched, and he vowed to unify the 18 provinces of the Wu Kingdom. After unifying the other 17 provinces, he personally led an army of 100,000 to conquer Qing province. But unexpectedly, he returned in a panic 3 days later. All 100,000 soldiers had died, and only he and a few generals and nobles returned heavily injured. It was said that after the Great Wu's founding emperor returned heavily injured, he only said one sentence: future generations must not go to Qing province. It is a cursed land, a land forsaken by the gods. This was the origin of the saying that Qing province was a cursed land, but no one really believed it. After all, how powerful was the Great Wu's founding emperor? Legend had it that he had touched the return to void stage. Who could have injured him so severely? Therefore, the story about the Great Wu's founding emperor being defeated in Qing province had always been treated as a joke by the people of the Wu Kingdom. But now, in Lin Changqing's view, this secret might be true. 30,000 years ago, what caused the Great Wu's founding emperor's 100,000 soldiers to perish was likely the dead city of Chaoga. The dead city of Chaoga also had the ability to do so. After all, this was once the capital of the Great Shang. Understanding the origins of these dead soldiers did not ease Lin Changqing's mind. You had to know that those who followed the Great Wu's founding emperor were all elite soldiers.
Among them, some generals might even be nascent soul true monarchs or even transformation god sovereigns. Yet, even such people had died. Could you survive and leave the dead city of Chaoga? Furthermore, what did the Great Wu's founding emperor mean by Qing province, a cursed land, a land forsaken by the gods? Could it be that the Great Wu's founding emperor had discovered something in the dead city of Chaoga? Thinking this, you continued forward. You did not want to stay in place and wait for death. You wanted to explore as much information as possible. You walked forward for an hour and discovered a corpse of high status. He seemed to have been a general or noble of the Great Wu in life. The clothes he wore were extremely luxurious. You judged that his cultivation might be nascent soul, because even in death, you could feel a great pressure emanating from him. Furthermore, you saw the sword he held in his hand. It seemed to be a high-grade Dao artifact, entirely wood yellow in color, looking extremely mystical. You wanted to take the sword from the hand of this dead general. After all, it was a high-grade Dao artifact, but you were surprised to find that you could not take the sword. You felt a restriction preventing you from taking it. Looks like I can't take it. You shook your head, gave up the idea of taking the high-grade Dao artifact, and continued forward. After walking for another 3 hours, you seem to have arrived in a completely new area. The corpses of soldiers lying on the bronze ground became fewer and fewer. You continued forward for 10 minutes, reaching the end of the street. At the end of the street was a city gate. You pushed the door open and extended another road. At the other end of the road, you saw a bronze ancient city. It stood before you like a behemoth. In front of the ancient city stood a huge stone tablet, on which was written Chaoga North Xian City. You looked back and saw a stone tablet behind you, on which was written Chaoga Desolate Bright City. It seemed you had come from one ancient city to another in the dead city of Chaoga. There was more than one city. The ancient city where the Great Wu soldiers were buried was called Desolate Bright City, and now you had come to North Xian City. It seems the legends are true. In ancient times, Chaoga, though called a capital, was extremely vast, like a small world. According to rumors, King Zhou of Shang had boundless magical power and once subdued a 3-legged golden crow. What kind of divine beast is the 3-legged golden crow? But it is said that in Chaoga, the 3-legged golden crow once flapped its wings for 7 days and 7 nights, yet it could not travel all over Chaoga. It can be seen how vast and boundless Chaoga was. Lin Chongqing looked at the bronze ancient city in front of him with great emotion. At his speed, 4 hours were enough to traverse a large county. But in Chaoga, 4 hours only took you from where the dead soldiers of the Great Wu were to here. He really couldn't imagine how big the dead city of Chaoga was. How many bronze ancient cities like this were there in the dead city of Chaoga? Thousands? Tens of thousands? Or even hundreds of thousands? Even a mythical creature like the 3-legged golden crow could not travel all over Chaoga even if it flapped its wings for 7 days and 7 nights. Perhaps the vastness of the dead city of Chaoga could really be compared to a small world. You entered the bronze ancient city in front of you. After exploring inside for an hour, you made a discovery in the very center of the ancient city. The very center of the ancient city was filled with blood, as if you had arrived in a desolate, blood-colored wasteland. You saw a massive, dilapidated bronze ancient ship. The bronze ancient ship was unbelievably large. You had never imagined that a ship could be so big, thousands of meters high, like a majestic mountain standing before you. Looking east and west, you couldn't see the end of the ship's length at a single glance. In addition, 8 iron-black chains hung down to the ground from the edge of the bronze ancient ship. The chains were hooked at 8 enormous skeletons. The shapes of these skeletons resembled some kind of prehistoric, ancient behemoth. They all had 9 heads, and the shapes of the head skeletons were like dragons and snakes. Could it be that the skeletons of this ancient behemoth are the legendary Shanghai fierce beast, the 9 infants? You couldn't help but think, what a magnificent scene it must have been in ancient times, a bronze ancient ship so large that it had no boundaries, with 9 Shanghai fierce beasts, the 9 infants, dragging the ancient ship forward. You approached this huge bronze ancient ship, and then discovered a fact that shocked you. You saw. These are human palm prints?
Lin Changqing approached the bronze ancient city, wanting to climb aboard, but he saw something huge resembling a handprint on the edge of the ship. As if in ancient times, this bronze ancient ship, along with the 9 Shanhai fierce beasts, the 9 infants, had been struck down by a large palm print that seemed capable of dragging a
giant's son.
Moreover, Lin Changqing saw, within this palm print,
the palm print seemed to contain an inner world.
Looking closely, the palm print was made up of palm lines, but looking further, these palm lines turned into withered, blood-colored mountains, yellow rivers. Within the blood-colored mountains were some giant skeletal remains, and within the yellow rivers were also some corpses of fish. Lin Changqing even saw desolate cities within these palm lines, as if people had once lived here. Everything indicated that this handprint may have once contained an inner world.
A world within a palm.
Lin Changqing shook his head, his eyes filled with shock.
What realm must the owner of this palm strike have been in? You wonder who the owner of the palm print is?
Perhaps it was some earth-shattering figure from ancient times, otherwise, it would have been impossible to knock down the bronze ancient ship with a single palm strike, and even create a world within the palm.
Perhaps it's some ancient figure from the Immortal realm.
After all, legend says that King Zhou wanted to ascend to the Immortal realm with his entire country, and in the end, he was met with an attack from many immortal kings, immortal reverends, ancient mighty figures, and some primordial giants. Lin Changqing muttered to himself, guessing at some possibilities. King Zhou of Shan, Dxan, ascended with the capital city of Chaoga, and was attacked.
An ancient mighty figure took action, striking out with a palm, and the bronze ancient ship in Chaoga was knocked down. You walked onto the bronze ancient ship.
It seemed to be divided into 3 levels. The first level was very desolate and dilapidated, with nothing at all.
You walked to the second level. The second level was a little better than the first.
You saw rows of blood-colored stone tablets standing here. You approached, and the blood-colored stone tablets were blank, without any writing. But on the edges of the stone tablets, you saw some remnants of written symbols, as if the blood-colored stone tablets originally contained something, but they had all been erased.
What was once recorded on the blood-colored stone tablets? And why did someone erase them? You had too many questions. Finally, you came to the third level.
The third level was empty, only planted with a blood-colored small tree.
This small tree was incredibly magical.
The tree had 5 blood-colored leaves, gently swaying, and each time it swayed, divine light bloomed across the sky. You were very surprised to see a blood-colored small tree on the third level. This must be a treasure. After all, it has been left over from ancient times, and the blood-colored small tree still maintains its vitality, all of which made you feel that this tree was extraordinary. You tried to approach this blood-colored small tree, and as soon as you got close, something magical happened. One of the leaves of the blood-colored small tree immediately shattered, and divine light bloomed across the sky.
You saw. This is.
Lin Changqing's eyes were incomparably shocked. After the leaves of the blood-colored small tree shattered and divine light bloomed, Lin Changqing saw scenes.
What is the origin of this small tree? It seems as if I'm seeing a period of time from ancient times. Lin Changqing watched these scenes with shock.
The scenes revealed by the shattered leaves of the blood-colored small tree seemed to be scenes from ancient times, and they were related to the Great Shang dynasty.
The first scene was a vast capital city suspended in the boundless sky.
It was supported by 2 Cyan giants, each 10,000 zhang tall. True dragons and phoenixes surrounded the city, making it look incredibly divine, simply an immortal's capital city. But intuition told Lin Changqing that this city was very likely Chaoga.
Sure enough, the second scene appeared, showing an endless army marching out of this capital city.
They held black flags, with a black bird engraved on them,
and wore black uniforms. The Shang dynasty used the black bird as its totem. The capital city in the first scene was indeed Chaoga.
It's hard to imagine how glorious Chaoga must have been in ancient times. Lin Changqing recalled the appearance he saw in the first scene.
The entire capital city was boundless, supported by Cyan giants, and there were even true dragons and phoenixes. It was simply unimaginable. What kind of person must the person who built this capital city have been?
Shaking his head, Lin Changqing continued to look at the third scene.
The content displayed in the third scene was even more exaggerated.
These great Shang armies began to conquer everywhere on huge bronze ancient ships. They were waging war across star systems and great worlds. The targets of these great Shang armies were actually the myriad realms of the heavens. What kind of domineering and great cause was this? Magical races and worlds submitted to the great Shang army one by one. In a great world full of flames, fire giants expressed their submission to the great Shang army. In a great world full of ice and snow, a spiritual race born from the snow and ice expressed their submission to the great Shang army. Full of the holy heaven great world, the yellow pole great world. Finally, in the fourth scene, Lin Changqing saw a majestic figure in imperial robes, under whose command the great Shang army crossed great worlds and star systems to wage war. In the end, endless races, endless great worlds, and endless star systems were all paying homage to this figure in imperial robes. He seemed to have become the emperor of everyone. At this point, all four scenes ended, and Lin Changqing couldn't calm down for a long time. He suddenly felt that perhaps in ancient times, the great Shang dynasty was stronger than everyone thought. The information revealed in these scenes was too shocking. The target of the great Shang dynasty's conquest was actually the myriad realms of the heavens. Just seeing those armies crossing star systems and great worlds to wage war, one could imagine the vastness and greatness of it. The bronze ancient city under his feet was the vehicle used by the great Shang army in ancient times to conquer star systems and great worlds. In addition, do you think the figure in imperial robes in the last scene could be King Zhou of Shang, Xin? In his hands, the great Shang dynasty reached its peak, and it was also in his hands that it headed towards destruction. These scenes, the years of the past, are actually recorded by this blood-colored small tree. Could it be that this blood-colored small tree is the time tree? You speculate about the origin of the blood-colored small tree. You have heard of a tree called the time tree. It can exist in the world across periods of time, and its ability is also very simple, which is to record the scenes it sees. Shaking his head, you continued to approach the blood-colored small tree. You took another step closer, and another leaf of the blood-colored small tree shattered. This time you saw a scene. In the scene, there was a figure in imperial robes practicing martial arts, seemingly performing a divine power. You quickly imitated it. The scenes recorded by the blood-colored small tree are not simple. The figure in the scene is very likely King Zhou of Shang, Xin. The divine power performed by this kind of figure is absolutely terrifying. After all, King Zhou of Shang, Xin, was able to conquer the myriad realms of the heavens, and in the end, dared to ascend to the immortal realm with his entire country. Being able to learn even a trick or two from him would definitely be greatly beneficial. In the image, the figure in the imperial robe continuously slid his hands according to some mysterious trajectory, and ancient, profound black and white energies continuously rose around him. The trajectory of the imperial robed figure's hand movements resembled the operation of the great Tao, each move and stance incomparably profound, and gradually his posture became increasingly strange, positioned in the middle of the black and white colors, like the line dividing yin and yang in the Taiji diagram. Lin Changqing stared intently. Strangely, perhaps due to the effect of the time tree, he could now clearly remember every move the imperial robed figure made in his mind. Lin Changqing imitated each move and stance, and gradually, he felt a warm current flowing through his body. It's working! A look of joy flashed in Lin Changqing's eyes, and he continued to stare at the imperial robed figure in the image. I wonder what kind of divine ability it is, but the divine ability that this great merchant emperor can use is definitely extraordinary, Lin Changqing thought to himself. Finally, an astonishing scene occurred. In the image, the ancient and profound black and white energies around the imperial robed figure suddenly merged with him. This divine ability seemed to have been used to its final step, and he suddenly stepped out with his left foot. The picture changed, and the imperial robed figure transformed into a huge fish swimming in the deep sea, then suddenly leaped out of the sea, and transformed into a giant ping bird that blotted out the sky. In the sea as a fish, flying in the sky as a pang, this is a kunping. What kind of divine ability is this? It can actually transform a person into a kunping? Lin Changqing's eyes showed surprise. The imperial robed figure transformed into a kunping. It was so huge and boundless, its wings could hang planets. It seemed to represent the extreme speed in the world, with a gentle wave of its wings, it soared straight up 90,000 miles, with another wave, it could shuttle between great worlds, and with another wave, it could even go against the flow of the river of time, returning to the distant ancient prehistoric years. Not bad. In the past years, there were opponents who could fight me. The last scene of the picture was the Kuanping transformed from this imperial-robed figure using the extreme speed of the world to cut through the river of time, returning to the ancient prehistoric years, and fighting with someone. The picture ended, and Lin Changqing couldn't calm down for a long time. First, because this divine ability was too shocking, it could transform a person into a Kuanping and possess the extreme speed in the world, shuttling through great worlds, and even going against the flow of the river of time in the end. This kind of divine ability was really incredible. Second, that imperial-robed figure was definitely an invincible figure who topped the river of time. What great courage he had! Was it because he was already invincible in the world and difficult to find an opponent? He actually went against the flow of the river of time to fight against enemies in the past years. In addition, he realized that he seemed to have encountered a great opportunity. He actually saw the divine ability left behind by this existence from the time tree. It can transform a person into a Kuanping, and legend has it that only one kind of divine ability has this effect, and that is the Kuanping heavenly art, one of the 10 great heavenly arts of the ancient times. Could it be that what the imperial-robed figure is using is the Kuanping heavenly art, one of the 10 great heavenly arts? Lin Changqing thought he had seen some fragments about the 10 great heavenly arts in some ancient books. Now it seems that what the imperial-robed figure in the picture is using may be one of them. The 10 great heavenly arts were passed down from the ancient prehistoric times. They are 10 kinds of earth-shattering great divine abilities, each of which has incredible power. The Kuanping heavenly art is one of them. What kind of existence is the Kuanping? In the prehistoric times, it was also a giant among giants. Legend has it that in the demon clan's heavenly court, its status was second only to the Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun. The Kuanping's divine power was unimaginable. And the Kuanping heavenly art is to analyze the Kuanping's great Tao. Learning this heavenly art can give people the extreme speed of the Kuanping. Just now, the Kuanping transformed from the imperial-robed figure in the picture showed the extreme speed, spanning from one star system to another, crossing from one great world to another, and finally even reversing time and space. The extreme speed represented by this divine ability is really incredible. Lin Changqing's heart was pounding. This is definitely a rare opportunity in the world. He actually got the chance to observe the Kuanping heavenly art. He quickly closed his eyes, carefully recalling the scene he had just seen,